Welcome to part 2 of Qin Chen's adventures. If you liked part 1, you'll definitely love this one because things are just getting started. Subscribe to Far East Stories for more exciting stories like this one. Enjoy. Thank you, young Master Chen. It is my honor to serve you, and I ask for no reward in return. Upon hearing this, Zhu Li trembled with excitement. The reason he was so diligently protecting Qin Chen and Qin Yueqi was not for any reward, but to repay Qin Chen's kindness and to genuinely wish to follow him. These past few days Qin Chen had been polite to him, but it had felt like mere courtesy, not the recognition of a follower. Now, hearing Qin Chen accept him so plainly, Zhu Li felt his efforts had not been in vain. He knew Qin Chen's capabilities. The man could heal ailments even many masters in the royal capital could not. His future was certainly limitless. Perhaps even the great Qi kingdom could not contain such a true dragon. Qin Chen smiled and patted Zhu Li's shoulder. Zhu Li, you don't need to be like this. No. Zhu Li shook his head and said solemnly, "What I have today is all thanks to you, young Master Chen. My life is yours. Please rest assured, if anyone dares to harm Miss Qin, they must first step over my dead body." Zhu Li's performance caused the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard, Gang Lai, to falter, brow knitting as he glanced at Zhu Li. This should be a vice-captain of the City Defense Army, right? How could a mere boy's casual words make him so agitated? He claimed that everything he had today was given by young Master Chen. Humph, an officer of the City Defense Army ought to swear loyalty to His Majesty. Everything he had should be due to the throne. Feeling dissatisfied, Gang Lai looked at Qin Chen with increasing disdain. "Let's go." With a cold remark, Gang Lai turned and walked ahead. "Mother, I'm leaving." After bidding farewell to his mother, Qin Chen quickly followed. "Young Master Chen, Zhu Li is here waiting for your return." A deep voice came from behind. An aura of terror surged upward, manifesting as a long howl that lingered in the air. Gang Lai halted mid-step, turning in shock to look at Zhu Li standing at the gate of the residence. The vice-captain he had looked down upon was emanating a heaven-level aura, peak early stage, perhaps even nearing mid-stage. A vice-captain of the City Defense Army from the poor district who exceeded the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard in cultivation. The thought stunned him. Thinking back to his previous disdain, Gang Lai felt foolish. "Gang Lai, are we not setting off?" Seeing him dazed, Qin Chen called, "What's the hurry? Are you leading the way, or am I?" Gang Lai snorted, recovering his composure but inwardly unsettled. Such a master should not be hidden in a poor district. Something was off. He would report this when he returned to the Imperial Guard. With an even colder expression, Gang Lai led his team of subordinates and hurried forward. They cut across the city toward the royal palace. On the way, Qin Chen's effortless, comfortable pace and Zhu Li's shocking cultivation left Gang Lai deeply suspicious. The earlier dismissiveness curdled into wary scrutiny, and he resolved to observe Qin Chen more closely once they returned to the Imperial Guard. "Let's go!" Gang Lai barked, urging his men, and they surged on. They crossed the city swiftly. At one point, Gang Lai, expecting to see Qin Chen fall behind, turned only to find the boy calmly following a breath away, puzzled. "Gang Lai, why have you stopped again? Are you feeling unwell today?" Gang Lai nearly spat blood from his shock, his anger flaring. "You brat, you're the one who's unwell. Your whole family is unwell." He stared fiercely, the image of that calm, unfazed youth in his mind refusing to reconcile with what he thought he knew. Qin Chen scratched his nose, unbothered by the hostility. Too lazy to worry about the vice-captain's mood, he kept pace with ease as they pressed on toward the palace. A group of useless waste. If it weren't for considering Qin Chen's presence, Gang Lai would have cursed loudly. He wanted to play with Qin Chen, yet this group of brats was messing things up. However, Gang Lai didn't dare to speed up anymore. If he increased the pace, his subordinates would likely fall behind, and by that time, even an idiot could see something was off. "Cough, cough, we're almost at the royal city, let's take it slow." Deliberately coughing twice, Gang Lai slowed his pace, allowing his subordinates some time to rest, but he was so frustrated that he felt like spitting blood, his face turning green. Qin Chen secretly laughed behind him. How could he not see what Gang Lai was plotting? Although he didn't understand why Gang Lai had such an attitude, wanting to shake him off. Even if Gang Lai unleashed his full speed at the heaven level, he might not be left behind. Just as he was pondering, a luxurious yet elegant carriage suddenly emerged from a side street. Surrounding the carriage was a team of Imperial guards, clad in armor just like Gang Lai and his men. It's the team from the Prince Kang's residence. Wu Tao and the others must be here to pick up Princess Zhao Lingshan from Prince Kang's residence. Who would have thought they would run into them? Some of Gang Lai's subordinates couldn't help but speak out. Wu Tao, a middle-aged man with prominent cheekbones, saw them and gave a sarcastic remark, but it was cut short by a sharper interruption. As Qin Chen stepped out from the crowd and walked toward Zhao Lingshan's carriage, several imperial guards immediately moved to block him. "Stop right there, bold rogue. How dare you disturb Princess Lingshan? Step back at once." Clang, clang. Clang, blades were drawn, steel pointed at Qin Chen. Qin Chen halted, frowning. "Qin Chen, come back. The person inside is Princess Zhao Lingshan. You can't offend her." Gang Lai's voice carried worry. If Qin Chen offended Princess Lingshan, the trouble wouldn't be small. Qin Chen simply waved at the guards, unperturbed. "Don't worry, I know Princess Lingshan. You all can step back." The guards scoffed. From Qin Chen's plain clothes and West District residence, he looked nothing like nobility. The idea that he knew the princess seemed laughable. "You may know Princess Zhao Lingshan, but she may not know you. Step back quickly or don't blame us for being rude." Their words were full of disdain. Qin Chen's expression shifted. A chilling aura suddenly radiated from him. "What did you say?" The guards, confident a moment before, stiffened as that aura rolled over them. Their ridicule faltered, their blades wavered. "Oh, are you trying to rebel? It seems we need to teach you a lesson to remind you of your place." They surged forward anyway, but Gang Lai stepped between them, panic flashing across his face. "Wu Tao, don't let your men act recklessly. If Princess Lingshan finds out you harmed a contestant of the blood spirit pool, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Before the tension could explode, the carriage curtain parted. A pair of jade legs appeared, and Zhao Lingshan descended with the elegance that drew every eye. After half a month apart, Zhao Lingshan's aura had deepened, yet when her gaze landed on Qin Chen it showed surprise and something like recognition. "Princess Lingshan, just now this kid said he knows you and wanted to bump into your carriage, yet he wouldn't listen to our dissuasion. It's simply outrageous." One guard tried to take credit, glancing toward Zhao Lingshan. Zhao Lingshan looked steadily at Qin Chen. "I confirm that I know him." The imperial guards' faces changed. To have the princess acknowledge him so directly implied more than acquaintance. Qin Chen inclined his head slightly. "Princess Lingshan, I hope you've been well. Thank you to Lord Kang for the matter with Captain Zhu Li." Zhao Lingshan's eyes widened. She had heard the rumors, Qin Chen's killing of Qin Yang, the clash with Qin Feng, but the thing that truly shocked her was the news that Qin Chen had healed Captain Zhu Li and helped him break through to the heaven level. Her father and Lord Kang had both been unable to cure Zhu Li's stubborn condition. For someone to do it so cleanly was unheard of. "It's just a trivial matter, nothing to speak of. However, I heard that you cured Captain Zhu Li's stubborn illness and helped him break through to the heaven level. I'm very curious about how you managed to do that. Captain Zhu Li has been severely injured and has been stuck at the peak of late human level for so many years. Even many masters in the royal capital couldn't heal him, yet you did it in one go." "This is indeed," Zhao Lingshan's curiosity showed plainly. Gang Lai's face, which had been full of contempt, drained. The pieces fell into place. Qin Chen hadn't used some trick drug, he had actually healed Zhu Li. If this young man could restore Zhu Li and push him to heaven level, then perhaps he possessed methods to take others higher as well. Mid-heaven level. The thought hit Gang Lai like a physical blow. His heart raced, his palms dampened. With such a figure connected to him, his own prospects in the Imperial Guards could change completely. Shame and anger at his earlier behavior burned hot and cold across his skin. Around them, the guards exchanged uneasy looks. The mockery of a moment ago sounded foolish. Qin Chen smiled awkwardly. He, it's just a small matter, no need to mind." Zhao Lingshan hesitated for a heartbeat, then shook her head. "Forget it if you don't want to say." Qin Chen's gaze went to the carriage. "Zhao Lingshan, your carriage is so big, the inside must be spacious too." Taken aback, Zhao Lingshan stammered. "It's passable, I guess." Coughing, Qin Chen stepped forward, eyes bright. "Cough, I'm also tired from walking, and your carriage is so big. It's just right for us to sit together. Didn't Lord Kang ask me to give you some guidance? This is just an opportunity." Before anyone could interpose, Qin Chen moved and boarded the carriage. "Princess Lingshan, should I help you throw him out?" a flustered Wu Tao demanded, already preparing to act. Zhao Lingshan's face flushed. She had not expected him to be so forward, but she shook her head. "Forget it, Commander Wu Tao, let's hurry on our way." Outside, the Imperial Guards were left speechless, their earlier certainty collapsed. Inside the carriage, Qin Chen took in the scene. A snow-white bed, a layer of white fur, pink curtains, and a faint, elegant fragrance. No wonder it looked so big from the outside. "Zhao Lingshan, this is too comfortable," Qin Chen said, half in amazement, then dropped onto the bed and sighed with satisfaction. "Too extravagant, way too extravagant. Refreshing." Zhao Lingshan was so angry that her teeth itched, yet she didn't know what to say. The person in front of her was someone her father had explicitly told her to keep on good terms with. She knew how much her father had invested to build a rapport with Qin Chen. Her master, Master Liang Yu, had also urged her to grow closer to him. Forget it. Thinking this, Zhao Lingshan decided not to argue further. What are you still standing there for? Sit. Qin Chen stretched comfortably. Seeing her still standing in the carriage, he patted the soft bed. Sit. Zhao Lingshan's face flushed with anger. You're lying here like this and you want me to sit. If others saw this, what would they think? Don't you care at all about a girl's reputation? Are you worried about what I might do? Qin Chen blinked, then replied with exasperation when he grasped her meaning. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. You. Clenching her fists, Zhao Lingshan ground her teeth. She was one of the 4 great beauties of the great Qi kingdom, and being dismissed like this was infuriating. I'm afraid you might not be good enough for me, she snapped, and then plopped down on the bed with a sneer in her heart. After a moment of waiting for some retort, nothing came. Qin Chen had already fallen into a deep sleep. He had been cultivating hard these days. Though a martial artist could delay rest, he hadn't slept well for many nights. Now lying on such a soft bed, he immediately dozed off. Zhao Lingshan was stunned into silence. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, an unexpected sentiment budded in her chest. This young man, who in barely a month had stirred the whole royal capital and risen from being mocked as a waste to the top of the Tianxing Academy's examinations. What terrifying power lay concealed beneath that frail face? A warmth spread through her, and a blush rose to her cheeks, lending her an almost fragile beauty. With Gangli and Wu Tao leading, the carriage moved smoothly and soon arrived at the palace. In a courtyard inside, several youths had already gathered, watched over by a small formation of imperial guards. A young man in luxurious martial robes with a deep-set face addressed another in a robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden python. Your Highness the 4th Prince, it has been many days. Your cultivation has advanced, truly impressive. Lord Zhang, you are too modest, the 4th Prince replied with a faint smile. Your breakthrough to late Earth level is no small matter. The heaven level shouldn't be far now. Zhang Yi bowed and continued to play up his humility. He was Duke Zhang Sheijun's son, one of the 8 geniuses chosen for the blood-spirit pool baptism. His father's fortunes had recently become uncertain at court, so Zhang Yi was eager to curry favor. A cold snort cut through the polite exchange. Princess Xuan, slender, exceptionally beautiful, and the most favored daughter of His Majesty, tilted her head and cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Yi. Comparing someone to a firefly under the moon is a flattering joke, she said lightly, but with unmistakable scorn. Our selections for the 5-nation competition should be the finest. I don't see why mediocrity like this was permitted. Zhang Yi stammered, embarrassed. The 4th Prince shot his sister a warning look. Xuan's words were brief but sharp, enough to establish her arrogance and the political airs of the court without dragging on. Nearby, Li Qingfeng, son of the Yuan Marquis, straightened and bowed. He and Wang Qiming, a commoner with a rebellious streak who nonetheless felt the weight of palace scrutiny, had both come at summons. In the presence of princes and princesses, they were careful and deferential. Another flatterer, Xuan added coolly, turning to Li Qingfeng. No wonder you only placed second in the major examination. And you, she said, eyes sweeping to Wang Qiming, a commoner with early earth cultivation, there are many geniuses in our kingdom far above you. I don't understand why father allowed such candidates to take part in the blood-spirit pool. 6th sister, the 4th Prince warned softly. Father's decisions are not ours to debate. Xuan merely smiled, unconcerned. Her disdain was a quiet blade rather than a prolonged attack, enough to remind everyone of her rank and the political pressure bearing down on these young candidates. Your Highness, Princess Xuan's point, began Zhang Yi, but before he could elaborate, a crisp, commanding voice echoed through the courtyard. Everyone turned as a young man in a blue martial robe with an extraordinary demeanor stepped in, his presence cutting through the aftertaste of courtly politeness and disdain. He walked with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, his gaze illuminating the room. There was a subtle arrogance in his demeanor, as if he were the most distinguished presence here, looking down upon everything. Qin Feng, in the courtyard, the pupils of the 4th Prince and others suddenly constricted. Brother Qin, Zhang Yi hurriedly stood, smiling as he approached. Your Highness the 4th Prince, Princess Xuan, it's been many years and you both seem well. Qin Feng smiled slightly as he passed by Zhang Yi, not even glancing at him, leaving Zhang Yi awkwardly standing in place. Approaching closer, he addressed the 4th Prince and Princess Xuan with a resonant, firm tone, as if greeting old friends. I apologize for troubling Brother Qin Feng. The 4th Prince smiled, but his pupils narrowed. Unease flickered across his features. He and Qin Feng had once been the peerless duo at Tianxing Academy, but the memory of losing to Qin Feng in their final exam still stung. Qin Feng's aura now felt like a sheathed treasured sword, menacing even at rest. The courtyard's atmosphere shifted. My good brother hasn't arrived yet? After greeting them, Qin Feng scanned the hall and finally focused on Li Qingfeng and Wang Qiming. He paused, then said coolly, I should petition His Majesty to rescind these 2 spots in the blood-spirit pool. Letting common rabble enter wastes 4 precious places and belittles our great chi. Li Qingfeng and Wang Qiming's faces changed. Wang Qiming could not contain himself. Qin Feng, who do you think you are? You're only a few years older. We'll see who's higher in cultivation in 10 years. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. So you're commoners. Say that again? Wang Qiming drew his knife, earth-level initial peak aura flaring like an indomitable war god. A commoner is a commoner, Qin Feng said once, dismissive. He stepped forward. His true energy circulated like an approaching storm. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, crushing down on Wang Qiming. Qin Feng, this is the Imperial Palace, the 4th prince barked, uneasy. Do you dare make a move here? Are you trying to rebel? Princess Xuan added, voice tight. Qin Feng remained indifferent. You both saw it, this brat provoked me. I won't harm him, only test how this generation of Tianxing geniuses fares. Under that dreadful aura, Wang Qiming paled, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Drawing his knife became an ordeal, his legs trembled. It can't be, he ground out. How could Qin Feng be so far stronger? You want to draw a weapon on me? Everyone who dared on the battlefield already died, Qin Feng said like a blade. Boom, a surge of energy knocked Wang Qiming off his feet. He crashed to the ground, spitting blood. Just an ant, Qin Feng sneered, then turned and sat as if nothing had happened. I was merely sparring with this so-called genius. As expected average, silence swallowed the whole. Li Qingfeng's face went white. He knew how hard it had been to defeat Wang Qiming in the past. Now, even Wang Qiming at his peak was swept aside in a single move. None present thought they would fare better. Are you all right? The 4th prince asked, helping Wang Qiming up and offering a healing pill. Rest. I'm fine, Wang Qiming insisted, forcing himself to his feet with stubborn pride. The 4th prince only sighed. The hall remained heavy and silent. Then, creak, creak, the sound of a carriage approaching from outside. All heads turned as a gigantic carriage stopped at the entrance, flanked by imperial guards. The carriage of King Kang's residence. Sister Lingshan has arrived. Princess Xuan hurried out and pulled aside the curtain. Her expression froze, her eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. You, she stammered, stepping back. Everyone watched in confusion. Under the curtain, a pair of men's legs descended from the carriage. Why was there a man stepping out of Princess Lingshan's carriage? Faces mirrored Princess Xuan's shock. Disbelief bulged in every eye. -154. Zhao Lingshan, as one of the 4 great beauties of the Duchy Kingdom, was extremely popular in the royal capital. Coupled with her noble status, men pursuing her could line up from the East City Gate to the West City Gate. However, no one had ever heard of any association between Zhao Lingshan and any man. Now, seeing a man step down from Zhao Lingshan's carriage left everyone utterly shocked. If this were to get out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar among the younger generation in the royal capital. Who are you? Why are you in Lingshan's carriage? Speak the truth. Snapping back to reality, Princess Xuan's expression turned furious, and a terrifying murderous aura surged forth, targeting the man descending from the carriage. At this moment, the man's face simultaneously appeared before everyone's eyes. How could it be him? Li Qingfeng's expression instantly petrified, like a wooden chicken, his eyes nearly popping out. Qin Feng was also left dumbfounded, mouth agape, as if he had seen a ghost. Years had passed since they last met, and Qin Chen's temperament had changed dramatically compared to 4 or 5 years ago, yet Qin Feng recognized Qin Chen at first glance. Has it arrived? Is this the royal palace? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Stepping down from the carriage, Qin Chen groggily surveyed his surroundings, yawned, and said, Thud. Li Qingfeng stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He was a scion of a noble family and immediately recognized that Zhao Lingshan's carriage was actually a horse bed. Combined with what Qin Chen had said earlier, a scene of Qin Chen and Zhao Lingshan lying together on this horse bed surfaced in his mind, nearly making him spit blood. In the hearts of the young generation in the royal capital, Zhao Lingshan was like a goddess. If many of the youths in the royal capital found out that their goddess had actually lain on a horse bed with Qin Chen, they would probably go insane. You scoundrel, how dare you do something so filthy to my sister Lingshan? You seek death. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Princess Xuan's hair stood on end in anger, and she turned into a streak of lightning, pouncing towards Qin Chen. She was determined to capture him first, regardless of who he was, and teach him a harsh lesson. Xuan's sister, stop. It's not what you think. His name is Qin Chen, the champion of the year-end examination at Tianxing Academy. Just like me, he's here for the blood spirit pool baptism at the royal palace. You've misunderstood him. Zhao Lingshan, lagging slightly, was so frightened by the scene that her complexion turned pale, rushing to stand in front of Qin Chen. What? He is Qin Chen? Princess Xuan froze for a moment, then her anger deepened. Lingshan, don't be fooled by this guy. Just because he is a champion doesn't mean he is anything special. There isn't a good man among them. Seeing Lingshan still defending Qin Chen, Princess Zixun became even more furious. She understood Zhao Lingshan too well. Although she appeared cold on the surface, she had a warm heart and was very innocent. This Qin Chen must have used some flowery words to deceive Zhao Lingshan. Get out of the way, let me teach him a lesson. Zixun's sister, you are misunderstanding. Qin Chen and I met halfway, we were tired, so we shared a carriage. It's not what you think. Zhao Lingshan's face turned crimson, feeling the fiery gazes of everyone, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide. Just meeting halfway and you got in his carriage, you weren't taken advantage of, were you? Qin Chen, if you have the guts, stop hiding behind a woman and step out. Princess Zixun scanned Zhao Lingshan up and down, seemingly trying to see if she had been violated. Zixun's sister, Zhao Lingshan's face was as red as a ripe apple, stomping her foot in anger. Princess Lingshan, who is this crazy woman? It's simply outrageous. Qin Chen frowned. Stepping off the carriage, he was already being scolded by this woman, and even if he had a good temper, he was about to explode. Crazy woman? Everyone was frozen in place, as if petrified, each face expressing a look of constipation, nearly going crazy. Who is this, the most beloved sixth princess of the Duchy Kingdom? To be called a crazy woman? Surely he must have misheard. Feng and the others felt dizzy, nearly fainting. Qin Chen was far too bold to speak about Princess Zixun like that. Did he not fear for his life? Qin Chen, Princess Zixun is the sixth princess of the Emperor. Princess. This crazy woman is a princess? Qin Chen examined Princess Zixun with suspicion, speechless, then gave her a curt barb. She looks average, but her temper's too foul. His gaze fell on the two peaks of Princess Zixun, and Qin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. One had to admit that Princess Zixun's chest was quite impressive. Perhaps it was due to her age, but she was a full circle larger than Princess Lingshan, and her figure was even more alluring. Who are you calling a crazy woman? Princess Zixun glared at Qin Chen, nearly going mad. Qin Chen, this is the Emperor's most favored Princess Zixun. What is your attitude? Quickly apologize to Princess Zixun. Zhang Yi stood up, scolding him, his expression righteous as he coldly addressed Qin Chen. He was secretly delighted, as this was a good opportunity to please Princess Zixun. And you are? Qin Chen frowned. Why were there so many clueless people? He narrowed his eyes at Qin Feng in the hall. Could it be that he was secretly instigating this? I am Zhang Yi, the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhengnan. If you are wise, apologize to Princess Zixun immediately, or else I, Zhang, will not be polite with you. Nonsense! Qin Chen frowned, too lazy to pay attention to the other party, and walked towards the hall. Did I say you could leave? Princess Zixun coldly shouted, ready to step forward. Princess Zixun, dealing with this kind of person would sully your hands. Let me teach this kid a lesson. Zhang Yi volunteered, stepping forward to block Qin Chen. Zixun's sister, you are really misunderstanding. Zhao Lingshan was nearly going mad. Why wouldn't they listen to her advice? Get out of the way. Qin Chen squinted his eyes. Zhang Yi sneered and with a few sharp words made his challenge clear. He wanted to beat Qin Chen to gain favor. He stepped forward, his aura flaring, but his grandstanding kept brief. Zhang Yi, don't make a move. At this moment, the fourth prince frowned and spoke. Your Highness, the fourth prince. Zhang Yi turned around, respectfully addressing the fourth prince. Your Highness, that's not the case. I just want this Qin Chen to admit his mistake. I don't intend to harm him. Of course, if he refuses to admit his mistake, I would like to test the strength of this year's year-end examination champion. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded from outside the hall. Young Duke Zhang, well said. A young man dressed in a five-clawed golden python robe, accompanied by a group of subordinates, walked in from outside the hall. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. All the guards present knelt on one knee upon seeing the newcomer. The person was none other than the Crown Prince of the Duchy Kingdom, Feng. Your Highness, I have seen the Crown Prince. Zhang Yi, Li Qingfeng, and the others hurriedly bowed with respectful expressions. Beside them, Qin Feng also stood up and said, I have seen the Crown Prince. There is no need for such formalities. Feng waved his hand, then took a few steps to Qin Feng, quickly helping him up and laughing. Brother Qin, why are you being so courteous? His tone was gentle, as if greeting an old friend. Qin Feng smiled and said, the Crown Prince is the heir of our Duchy Kingdom and will be the future emperor. How could I dare to be disrespectful? Hey, what you said is not right, Feng reproached. What relationship do we have? Don't act like this in the future. The two exchanged smiles, engaging in light-hearted banter. The fourth prince frowned slightly and said, Second brother, this is the preparatory hall for the blood spirit pool. Why did you suddenly take an interest in this place? Feng glanced at him indifferently and said, Fourth brother, this is the gathering hall for our royal family. I also want to see how the geniuses of our Duchy Kingdom are doing. Is there anything wrong with that? Then Feng turned to Zhang Yi, showing a hint of a smile, and said, I just heard Zhang Xiaohu's words and found them very reasonable. I heard that this time going to the Blood Spirit Pool, there are several students from the current class of the Tianxing Academy. I, the Crown Prince, am quite interested to see what capabilities this generation of Tianxing Academy geniuses have that actually allowed the Emperor to make an exception for them to enter the Blood Spirit Pool. Moreover, the Crown Prince coldly glanced at Qin Chen, narrowing his eyes. Ling Shan is the daughter of Lord Kang and also belongs to our royal bloodline. You and Ling Shan are in the same carriage. This act insults our royal dignity. If your cultivation is sufficient, that's one thing, but if your cultivation is too weak, won't it disgrace my royal family? Zhang Yi, you should spar with him and see his abilities. Yes, Zhang Yi, receiving the Crown Prince's affirmation, was extremely excited. He never expected that his casual action would attract so much support. He immediately coldly shouted at Qin Chen, "Qin Chen, you heard it. The Crown Prince also wants to know your capabilities. Come on, let me see how strong you really are." The fourth prince's expression changed. "Second brother, this isn't good. Qin Chen is a contestant entering the Blood Spirit Pool this time. If anything happens, can you bear the blame from father? Fourth brother, you are being too cautious. I'm only letting Zhang Yi spar with Qin Chen. What could possibly happen?" Zhao Feng scoffed, then turned to Qin Chen and said, "If you dare not agree, is it because you seek fame without skills, fearing failure, or do you simply look down on Zhang Yi?" Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Zhang Yi's face suddenly turned cold. "Qin Chen, if you have the guts, come out and fight. I won't even use my true qi, just my physical strength to spar with you, and I'll let you use one hand. You wouldn't even dare to agree to that, would you?" Qin Chen had an expressionless face, his gaze growing colder. He came to participate in the Blood Spirit Pool baptism, having done nothing, and was first scolded by a mad woman, then challenged by an idiot. Did they all think he was a soft persimmon? He realized that the Crown Prince Zhao Feng had an extremely good relationship with Qin Feng, and was clearly trying to use this opportunity to let Qin Feng shine. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was completely brainless, willing to be used as a pawn to curry favor with the Crown Prince. Qin Chen glanced at the crowd and coldly laughed. "Since His Highness has put it this way, then I will spar with you." "Qin Chen, don't be impulsive. Zhang Yi was the champion of the Tianxing Academy's year-end exam 3 years ago, and his cultivation has now reached the later stage of Earth level. Even if you use one hand, you are not his match. Don't be reckless." Zhao Lingshan's anxious voice rang in Qin Chen's ears. Qin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know my own limits. If they want to establish authority, they should consider their own weight. Competing against him in strength was simply the wrong approach." At this point, Qin Chen's strength had already reached 50 horsepower. Even against a heaven-level expert, he would dare to fight. Not to mention Zhang Yi, an Earth-level martial artist. Just competing like this is meaningless. "We need some stakes, right? How about if whoever loses kneels on the ground and barks like a dog? What do you think?" Qin Chen said with a half-smile. Everyone looked at Qin Chen in confusion, speechless. Has Qin Chen gone mad? Zhang Yi challenges him, and not only does he accept, but he also adds stakes. Isn't that seeking death? Having won the championship of this year's year-end exam, is his confidence too inflated? Let alone cultivation, just talking about results, who among those present did not graduate from Tianxing Academy? Back then, they were all champions. "Well, since you want to be a dog, I will grant your wish." Zhang Yi was initially furious, then sneered. This Qin Chen was too arrogant. Did he think he had a chance against him? How ridiculous. He would let him know what despair truly meant. "I think we should skip the stakes. We are all here to spar. Let's not harm the friendly atmosphere." At this moment, Princess Zixun suddenly spoke up. Although she was quite displeased with Qin Chen and would love to slap him, she still did not want to see the Crown Prince and Qin Feng's wishes fulfilled. "Sixth sister, you are mistaken. This stake was proposed by Qin Chen himself, which shows he is very confident. Since that is the case, why should we ruin his enthusiasm?" The Crown Prince laughed. "His Highness speaks correctly." Zhang Yi stepped forward, and the others retreated, leaving only Qin Chen and him in the arena. Zhang Yi said with a forced smile, "Qin Chen, you better be careful. Don't be defeated by me in one move, or you will lose all face as the champion of the year-end exam." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi erupted with overwhelming battle intent. A terrifying aura surged forth like a hurricane, fiercely crashing into Qin Chen. Boom! That battle intent was like a violent wave, continuously crashing, clearly trying to imitate Qin Feng and send Qin Chen flying with just his momentum. However, across from him, Qin Chen remained completely still. "Ha!" Zhang Yi roared, his eyes wide open, his momentum growing even stronger, like waves or tsunamis rolling out. He pushed his momentum to the limit, causing the entire hall to reverberate. Not far away, Li Qingfeng, Wang, Qiming, Zhao Lingshan, and others changed their expressions slightly, their internal energy surging, thinking, "So strong." Many of the royal guards in the hall also secretly changed color, astonished. No wonder he is a genius of the Duchy Kingdom. At just over 20 years old, he has already reached the later stage of Earth level. And not only that, but his momentum is even more frightening than us guards. If it comes to a real battle, he could probably take on 3 of us. These noble sons and daughters practice martial arts that are all top-notch. It's truly terrifying. Let's fight if you want to fight. What's with all this shouting? It sounds like a play. Qin Chen frowned as he watched Zhang Yi bellow and stall. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhang Yi, who had been holding back his momentum for so long, almost lost his balance. Prince Feng frowned. Zhang Yi, if you want to take action, then do it quickly. Yes, Your Highness. Frustrated, Zhang Yi concentrated his energy and threw a punch. Extreme Path Savage Fist. With a roar, Zhang Yi's right fist flew like a peak from the sky. The Extreme Path Savage Fist, a remnant technique of General Zhang Shaojun, was a mid-level mystic skill divided into 6 layers. Zhang Yi had cultivated it to nearly the 3rd layer, possessing the strength of 40 horses, which was the source of his confidence. Boom! The enormous iron fist sliced through the air, whistling as it rushed toward Qin Chen. Zhang Yi pictured bones shattering and his opponent crumpling. A cruel smile tugged at his mouth. In the void, the 2 fists collided. Bang! Qin Chen stood firm, unmoved. What? It was actually blocked. Zhang Yi froze, shocked. I thought you were really powerful, but you are this weak. Did you skip breakfast this morning? Qin Chen flicked his sleeves. Zhang Yi flushed with anger. He had held back, he'd been afraid of offending the emperor, but now he let his blood surge. He twisted his body, bones crackling as he pushed out another punch. Boom! This strike used 70% of his strength. The void exploded, yet Qin Chen still did not budge. I don't believe it, let's do it again. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Yi unleashed a rapid storm of punches, this time with everything behind them. The punch winds swept like a gale. Even the guards watched with pale faces at the raw power he displayed. Bang, 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 punch after punch slammed into Qin Chen. With each blow Qin Chen blocked, he retreated, leaving traces on the ground. Zhang Yi's confidence soared. The crowd murmured in astonishment at his ferocity. Then suddenly Qin Chen shifted. His figure flickered, dodging a swing and appearing at Zhang Yi's side. Before Zhang Yi could react, Qin Chen's iron fist crashed into his chest. Bang, a heavy roar. Zhang Yi was sent flying, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. Everyone stared, stunned. Zhang Yi had been dominating, then in an instant he was thrown down. No one had seen it coming. Qin Chen clapped once, casual. If it weren't for wanting to hide my strength, I could have finished you with 1 punch. But letting this go on served its purpose. The arena rippled with shocked whispers about the unexpected reversal. Zhang Yi's face contorted with fury. He stepped forward, wiping blood from his mouth. Just now I was careless. Qin Chen, if you have the guts, let's fight again without holding back. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Qin Chen sneered. If you want to prove yourself, challenge the prince, challenge Qin Feng. Don't bully someone 5 or 6 years younger than you. The prince's expression darkened. Zhang Yi, you stand down. Zhang Yi hesitated but obeyed. Qin Chen paused too, and then coldly, you're not trying to back out of the bet we made earlier, are you? A memory flashed across the assembly. Before their fight, they had wagered the loser would kneel and bark like a dog. Zhang Yi had agreed arrogantly, certain of victory. Now his face burned crimson. Qin Chen, don't push your luck. I was careless just now, and that's why I fell for your trick. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to lay hands on you? Zhang Yi erupted, releasing late Earth-level true energy in a heavy crash. Qin Chen turned his gaze to Prince Feng. Your Highness, Zhang Yi is untrustworthy. As a witness to the challenge, will you allow him to break his word? Would the Prince of Great Qi have his name tied to such a thing? All eyes fell on the prince, including the 4th prince and Princess Zai-Zun. Zhang Yi kneel. Zhao Feng's voice was cold, clipped, leaving no room for debate. Your Highness! Zhang Yi's color changed. Under the prince's stare, Zhang Yi's pride crumbled. He knelt, head bowed, and glaring with a face black as sin, forced himself to bark like a dog. Laughter rippled, nervous and then freer, but some around held back shock. Deputy Commander Wu Tao stood frozen, cold sweat soaking his back. Zhang Yi was the son of the famed southern conqueror. No one expected to see him humiliated like this, especially not by someone so young. Kneeling, Zhang Yi clenched his teeth. Qin Chen, I, Zhang Yi, will not rest until I avenge this humiliation. His voice was low, raw with hatred, but the public display of submission remained. Prince Feng's face was grim. He had meant to leverage Zhang Yi to settle scores and curry favor. Instead, the scene had reversed, leaving him exposed. A heavy silence settled over the grand hall, pressing on everyone like a weight. My good brother, have you finally decided to show yourself? Qin Feng stepped out of the crowd, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his calm gaze landing on Qin Chen. Everyone froze. Qin Feng, Marshal King Qin Baishan's legitimate grandson, was no ordinary returnee. An awakened prodigy with a third-grade bloodline, he had reached Earth level at 14, and that same year shattered records at Tianxing Academy by defeating the fourth prince and taking the championship. After rising through the ranks of the military to become the Great Qi Kingdom's most distinguished captain, his legend spread even while he was away from the capital. Now he was back, and his very presence electrified the hall. He had even been promised the title of Marquis Champion by His Majesty if he performed well in the coming competition among the 5 nations. And the first thing he did was confront Qin Chen at the life and death stage, a meeting that had already stirred whispers when Qin Chen had previously avoided battle. The prospect of these 2 Qin family geniuses facing off again drew every eye. Qin Chen, however, ignored the wider implication of Qin Feng's return. He smiled and led Zhao Lingshan forward as if nothing had happened, treating Qin Feng's greeting as non-existent. The slight was blatant. Qin Feng's face tightened, but he held himself in check. "A waste is still a waste," Qin Feng said through gritted teeth. "Too used to hiding in your shell to even look at your brother?" Qin Chen's expression darkened. "Crown Prince, this is the palace, yes? Why do I hear a mad dog barking? It's noisy." The hall went silent. The insult landed like a slap. Qin Feng exploded. True energy rolled off him in a roaring tide, the floor shuddering beneath the pressure. "Do you want to die?" He surged forward like a war god, every eye fixed on the near violence in the chamber. A tense standoff followed, the Crown Prince stepping in with a smile meant to diffuse things, Zhao Wei and Princess Zai Zun moving to restrain their temper, the Imperial Guards holding their breath. "His Majesty has arrived," the announcement cut through the charged air. Zhao Gao, resplendent in a golden dragon robe, entered with the martial King Xiao Zhan at his side and a second man in a gray-brown robe, bearded, calm, and bearing an impressive, unreadable aura. Zhao Gao's entrance steadied the room. The princes and princesses bowed, and Qin Feng, though still bristling, offered the proper salute. Qin Chen made a reluctant, awkward bow. "You are the rising elite of the Great Qi Kingdom," Zhao Gao said, easing the tension with a few measured words. "You will carry our hopes at the upcoming competition." He then nodded toward the man in the brown robe. "This is Master Yuanfeng. He's one of the leaders for this Blood Spirit Pool expedition, and will escort you to Demon Ancestor Mountain." Master Yuanfeng bowed slightly, then turned to lead them out. As they moved, he suddenly raised his head and released a long, high-pitched howl, a sound like a wind knife slicing the air. It carried an almost preternatural control. Penetrating, thunderous in intent, yet it produced no destructive shockwave among the people nearby. Those closest paused, unsettled by the deliberate strangeness of the display. Chirp, as if answering a distant call, a piercing cry rent the sky above them, sharp, unearthly, vibrating through bones and eardrums alike. Heads snapped upward, shock and awe spreading across faces. Above the sky, at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, a massive flying blood beast swiftly pounced down. It transformed from a small black dot to a mass of dark clouds, blocking out the sun. The demonic presence and a hurricane swept through the entire hall. "Not good." The crowd stirred in chaos, the Imperial Guard thrown into disarray, blades drawn. "Everyone need not worry, this blood beast was tamed by Master Yuanfeng," Zhao Gao said calmly. Master Yuanfeng's summons silenced the murmurs. A flying blood beast that could be controlled by a tamer, people gasped. Beast tamers were rare and noble. A third-tier blood claw blue eagle could shred heaven-level martial artists when enraged. The creature landed outside the hall. Its wings dozens of meters wide, dark blue iron feathers glinting under the sun, blood-red claws piercing the stone as if it were tofu. "Everyone climb onto the blood claw blue eagle." Master Yuanfeng leaped onto its neck and beckoned Qin Chen and the others. Qin Feng glanced coldly at Qin Chen. He would wait for a better opportunity. With a leap, Qin Feng, the fourth Prince Zhao Wei, and the others mounted the eagle. The beast's back was remarkably flat and broad, surprisingly spacious. "Make sure you are seated properly and stabilize your bodies with your true energy. Don't fall off the blood claw blue eagle, otherwise no one will be able to save you," Master Yuanfeng cautioned. Their flight altitude would exceed 1,000 meters. As the eagle flapped, fierce winds carved at them. Differences in cultivation showed quickly. Qin Feng and the fourth prince were calm, Princess Zixun and Zhang Yi a touch anxious. Zhao Lingshan, Wang Qiming, and Li Qingfeng were nervous, clinging tightly. On the eagle's back, Qin Chen lay down and crossed his legs, yawning as if on a bed. Xiao Zhan and Yuanfeng watched, stunned. A thin layer of true energy covered Qin Chen, forming an arc. When the hurricane hit him, the layer deformed and pressed him against the eagle's back. The stronger the wind, the more it pinned him down. He needed only a delicate shield. The wind did the rest. Even Xiao Zhan, who pushed his true energy to secure himself, marveled that Qin Chen could simply lie there. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. He had been searching for a chance to kill Qin Chen. Quietly he channeled true energy and stabbed toward the eagle's back. The beast cried out in fury and thrashed. Bang! The eagle's tremor threw everyone into chaos. Yuanfeng shouted, trying to calm it. Exceptional students like Zhao Lingshan managed to hold on, but Zhao Zhan realized Qin Chen, lying exposed, would be swept off. He panicked. Qin Chen flipped smoothly onto his side as the eagle shook. The thin true energy barrier morphed with the wind and remained fixed to the eagle's back. Zhao Zhan and Yuanfeng watched, baffled. The shield adjusted to the changing air and wing vibrations with impossible precision. Zhang Yi stared in anger and disbelief. He had tried to throw Qin Chen off, but Qin Chen was unhurt. "Who hurt Zhao Qing just now?" Master Yuanfeng demanded. Silence spread. Zhao Zhan urged whoever had acted to confess. Zhang Yi kept a calm face but sweated inside. Qin Chen sat up, yawned, and said, "I know who did it." All eyes turned to him. "It was him," Qin Chen said, looking at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi exploded, denying it and angrily accusing Qin Chen of slander. He sputtered that Qin Chen couldn't possibly have seen anything while lying there. He quickly tried to deflect by flattering Princess Zixun, but the attempt fell flat. The crowd's suspicion, which had already been piqued by Qin Chen's strange ability to anchor himself and by Zhang Yi's suspicious behavior, condensed into wary attention focused on the two of them. "Since everyone doesn't believe me, just ask the blood-claw blue eagle. It knows who hurt it," Qin Chen said. The notion that a beast could answer like a human drew laughter and scorn. Master Yuanfeng scoffed. He could only roughly understand the eagle's emotions, not name an assailant. But Qin Chen stood and began to walk the eagle swiftly moving back as if on flat ground. Zhao Zhan froze. Qin Chen strode to the neck, crouched and stroked the feathers gently, then leaned close and spoke plainly into the eagle's ear. Blood-claw blue eagle, who just hurt you? If you hear me, throw him off your back and give him a harsh lesson." Everyone braced for mockery. Instead, the eagle shrieked, convulsed, and from the place where Zhang Yi gripped a feather, a tremendous force surged. Before anyone could act, Zhang Yi was flung off, tumbling through the clouds, screaming as he plummeted. "Master Yuanfeng, hurry and save Zhang Yi," Zhao Zhan cried. Master Yuanfeng beat the eagle's neck and ordered it to retrieve Zhang Yi, but the creature stiffened, not obeying him. To everyone's astonishment, the eagle responded to Qin Chen. It dove, and just before Zhang Yi would have struck the mountains, its claws snatched him by the waist and shot him back up, carrying him trembling to the eagle's back. "Quick, get Zhang Yi up here," Zhao Zhan shouted. The eagle cried twice. Qin Chen translated briefly, "The eagle says it can only carry him like this while flying." Zhao Zhan exhaled. Zhang Yi lived. Once Zhang Yi was secured, Qin Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. No one dared to underestimate him now. To be able to communicate with a blood beast and command it where even its tamer could not. This unsettled Master Yuanfeng deeply. Had he been the tamer, or was the young Qin Chen the one who truly understood the beast? Even Qin Feng, who had long watched Qin Chen, felt a cold stir. Whatever opportunities Qin Chen had seized in the past half-year had transformed him. After the shock, the passengers calmed. Zhao Lingshan asked quietly, "Qin Chen, was the eagle really injured by Zhang Yi just now?" "What else do you think?" Qin Chen replied. "Be careful," Zhao Lingshan warned. "Zhang Yi holds grudges." "Don't worry," Qin Chen smiled. He knew this incident had not settled everything. If Zhang Yi avoided him now, fine. If not, future confrontations would not be so simple. The blood-claw blue eagle resumed its steady flight, cutting through clouds over the vast northwest. The Ieyasu mountain range loomed ahead, an immense, ancient chain of peaks said to span nearly 100,000 miles across the 5 nations, its true qi rich and wild, home to both sects and dangers. Rumors whispered of sects like Ling Tian, and even the rumored headquarters of the Blood Demon sect buried deep within those mountains. This is not just a coincidence. Most sects build their territories in areas frequented by strange beasts. This has 2 main benefits. First, the sect is a place for cultivating genius, and being located where strange beasts roam allows the disciples to train more conveniently. Second, the Yao Ancestor mountain range is filled with strange beasts, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack, increasing the challenge for other sects that want to assault each other. The Blood Spirit Pool is located somewhat in the center of the Yao Ancestor mountain range. A few days later, when the Blood Claw Azure Eagle flew into the Yao Ancestor mountain range, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. In the distance, the mountains curved forward like a giant dragon, spanning across the continent, lush and green, with grotesque rocks that made one feel small. Looking down, the dense jungle below echoed with the roars of strange beasts. Among them, many strange beasts emitted a terrifying aura. Even at a height of 1,000 meters, one could feel that dreadful presence. Everyone turned pale. Such strange beasts, even a heaven-level expert would find them daunting, let alone they, the earth-level martial artists. Xiao Zhan said. There are numerous strange beasts in the Yao Ancestor mountain range, with dangers at every turn. The Blood Spirit Pool is deep within the mountain range. If it weren't for the Blood Claw Azure Eagle guiding us, it would take several times longer, and we would encounter multiple dangers. A moment of carelessness could lead to injury or even death. In the past 2 trips to the Blood Spirit Pool, our team from Great Qi Nation suffered casualties. Fortunately, we have the Blood Claw Azure Eagle this time, Li Qingfeng sighed in relief. Xiao Zhan continued. Actually, it's not absolutely safe in the sky either. Before his words fell, Yao! Sharp cries rang out as a swarm of black birds engulfed in purple flames suddenly appeared ahead. These strange beasts were only half a meter in size, but there were hundreds of them. They quickly noticed the Blood Claw Azure Eagle that Qin Chen and the others were riding, and with a whoosh, they descended upon them like a tide. It's the purple flame bird. Everyone's faces turned pale, gasping in shock. The purple flame bird is a second-tier social strange beast. Powerful ones are even third-tier heaven-level strange beasts. When they swarm, they often come in hundreds, and ordinary heaven-level strange beasts on the ground wouldn't dare to confront them. They are extremely ferocious. Although the Blood Claw Azure Eagle they were riding is a heaven-level strange beast, once surrounded by a large number of purple flame birds, it would also be doomed. In an instant, the numerous purple flame birds swarmed like dark clouds. Everyone be careful, prepare for battle. Master Yuanfeng's expression changed as he shouted urgently. A swarm of purple flame birds was already rushing in wildly. Beasts, seeking death! Lingwu Wang Xiao Zhan's expression turned cold, and a black battle knife appeared in his hand. With a sharp flick he unleashed an expanse of layered black knife light into the void, the whistling blade energy plunging into the heart of the swarm. Boom! The dense knife light sliced through the purple flame birds like a scythe. Screeches filled the air as feather and blood rained down. In a single strike, the knife light shredded more than 10 second-tier purple flame birds into pieces. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of purple flame birds fell from the sky, screeching in pain. The Blood Claw Azure Eagle also flapped, its wing edges cutting through attackers, and Master Yuanfeng cracked a whip that exploded several more birds into blood mist. The geniuses on the eagle reacted and slew several as well, yet the numbers pressed on. One of the purple flame bird leaders screeched and attempted to flee. Die! Xiao Zhan roared, holding his knife with both hands and slashing down fiercely. Buzz, a strange bloodline power erupted from him, and the knife energy surged forth, cleaving the purple flame bird leader in 2 before it could react, turning it into a spray of crimson. At that sight, the remaining birds panicked and scattered, vanishing as quickly as they had come. Let's continue! Sheathing his knife, Xiao Zhan stood firm on the neck of the Blood Claw Azure Eagle, his posture unwavering. That's terrifying. A heaven-level strange beast was killed with 1 strike. It's unbelievable. Li Qingfeng and the others were shocked, each one wide-eyed and breathless. Other flying foes, iron-tailed griffins and phoenix feather beasts among them, tested their passage afterward, but were quickly shaken off by the Blood Claw Azure Eagle's speed and Xiao Zhan's devastating strikes. Everyone's hearts were tightly wounded. They had not yet reached the deepest part of the Yao Ancestor mountain range, but had already encountered so many flying strange beasts. To prevent any accidents, Master Yuanfeng immediately instructed the Blood Claw Azure Eagle to lower its flying height to about 100 meters above the canopy. This way, even if they encountered danger, they would have a chance to react. At that altitude, they still remained vigilant, but over the long thousands of miles, they thankfully met no further particularly terrifying strange beasts. Finally, on the second day, the Blood Claw Azure Eagle approached the location of the Blood Spirit Pool. When the group arrived near the valley above the Blood Spirit Pool, everyone was stunned by the sight below. At a glance, the valley ahead was filled with densely packed military camp buildings, resembling a battlefield in motion. Who goes there? As they approached the military camp, a sharp shout suddenly came from the frontmost watchtower, filled with murderous intent. The entire military camp was filled with a bloodthirsty aura, creating a terrifyingly grand atmosphere. Xiao Zhan stood on the back of the Blood Claw Azure Eagle and shouted, "This is Xiao Zhan. Hurry and report." "It turns out to be Lord Xiao Zhan," the voice answered respectfully, and a warning bell on the watchtower rang. Ding, 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 the bell rang 3 times, indicating an important arrival. The military camp opened, and a large number of figures walked out. The Blood Claw Azure Eagle carrying Qin Chen and the others descended into the open space in the center. Subordinate Yan Hu has seen Lord Lingwu Wang, His Highness the 4th Prince, Princess Zixun, and Princess Lingshan, the leading man said. The leader was a burly man in his 40s, dressed in black iron armor with an extraordinary aura. He approached and respectfully clasped his hands. As an officer stationed at the Blood Spirit Pool, Yuanfeng naturally knew who had come. General Yuanfeng, no need for such formalities. The tent has been prepared, right? Lingwu Wang Zhao asked. Replying to Lord Lingwu Wang, it has already been prepared, Yuanfeng responded. Zhao nodded. You've worked hard. Since the Blood Spirit Pool was discovered a century ago, the 5 Northwest countries had deployed troops around it. Even after an agreement and the 5 nations' grand competition, some soldiers remained, not only to monitor each other, but to hunt surrounding blood beasts that might threaten the pool. Yuanfeng was one of those assigned to guard it. Guarding the Blood Spirit Pool was arduous and dangerous. Postings lasted a decade or more. Yuanfeng's expression was stern as he clasped his hands. It is my duty. While Yuanfeng spoke with Zhao Zhan, Qin Chen and the others observed their surroundings. Soldiers poured from tents, and a number of young martial artists, around 20, stood at a distance, whispering and pointing. Those are the Duchy youths competing in the 5 nations grand competition, someone murmured. I heard there are 4 just graduated teens from Tianxing Academy among them. Looks like the Emperor gave them spots in the Blood Spirit Pool. It's unfair, another muttered. Among the 8 spots this time are the 4th prince, Princess Zixun, Princess Lingshan, royal blood everywhere. The Marquis's son, the King of Dingwu's kin, it's tailored for nobles. At least there's one commoner this time, someone else said, but the tone carried more bitterness than consolation. The voices were low, but with so many strong cultivators nearby, they carried nonetheless. Shut up, Yuanfeng snapped, and the murmuring ceased. They had long learned not to rile the camp guards. They are, Princess Lingshan asked, glancing toward the young figures. Princess Lingshan, they are youths from our Duchy kingdom participating in the grand competition. They trained at Yao Ancestor Mountain, but did not qualify for Blood Spirit Pool entry. They still compete for ranking and honor, Yuanfeng explained. Being chosen to enter the Blood Spirit Pool was rare and fiercely contested, an opportunity that could change a life. Many of those present were talented but lacked the quotas reserved for nobles and royal kin. Resentment simmered. Zhao Zhan stepped forward, his presence silencing the others like a blade. What happened? I heard you boasting. Why the quiet now? Are the so-called geniuses of Duchy Kingdom cowards? A young man could not hold back. He thrust his chin forward, face flushed with resentment. We are not cowards. Why must all the benefits go to nobles? We train just as hard. If given a chance, we would prove we deserve it. Zhao Zhan's gaze swept over them, cold and unyielding. Most of you are not true commoners, he said simply. Cultivation at your levels requires resources, pills, techniques, tutors. Your households may not be noble, but you are far from destitute. The young man's eyes flashed. Don't patronize us. It's not about having a roof or pills. It's about doors kept shut by birthright. We fight for the same future and are denied the same paths. For a heartbeat, the camp held its breath, the exchange sharp and final, crystallizing the inequality and frustration that simmered beneath the surface. Qin Chen watched quietly. In this world, how much true fairness existed? Being allowed to compete at all could alter a life. The quotas for the Blood Spirit Pool were few, and the 5 nations' presence made those scarce places even more hotly contested. From a glance, Qin Chen could see most of these youths had talent, but many had only a few years' advantage over others. Cultivation levels often reflected age and access more than innate superiority. He sighed lightly. Opportunities were not distributed evenly. Politics, bloodline, and legacy shaped fate as surely as skill. Here, beneath the banners of 5 nations and the watchful presence of generals, that truth felt heavier than the camp's martial energy. -166. Under the voice of Zhao Zhan, all the youths involuntarily lowered their heads. Indeed, among them, those truly born as commoners were extremely rare. Almost 1 in 10, but since you have made such a request, Zhao Zhan naturally cannot ignore it. Suddenly, Zhao Zhan changed his tone. Now among you who thinks they can defeat them, just step forward. As long as you can defeat them, I will take the responsibility to grant you their Blood Spirit Pool qualification. How about that? As soon as Zhao Zhan finished speaking, the entire military camp erupted in an uproar. Everyone raised their heads in disbelief. As long as they could defeat these few, they could obtain the qualification for the Blood Spirit Pool. Was this for real? Zhao Zhan. I'm quite well known in the Great Qi Kingdom. You wouldn't think I would go back on my word, would you? Zhao Zhan's expression remained calm, dispelling everyone's concerns. In an instant, everyone's breathing became hurried, each one looking fervently at Qin Chen and the others. They were all too clear about the Blood Spirit Pool. It was a place that could transform a martial artist's innate talent, as long as they could enter. Even if they couldn't break through at that moment, it was a sure thing they would reach heaven level in the future. Throughout the history of the Great Qi Kingdom, All the geniuses who had entered the blood spirit pool had not fallen midway, and none failed to reach heaven level. Moreover, almost all were at least peak late-stage heaven level experts. As for whether they could step into the fourth stage mystic level, that would depend on each person's talent and opportunity. It was because of this that they cared so much about the quota for the blood spirit pool. However, they originally thought they had no hope. Now, Zhao Zhan's words reignited the hope in many geniuses' hearts. "I want a challenge." A young man in his early 20s with brown hair and exposed arms stepped forward. His muscles bulged, and on his arms were several scars, giving off an aura of a tough man. "It's Zhang Qiang. Not good, he actually took the lead. Damn it, I was just staring blankly earlier." How infuriating. With Zhang Qiang's cultivation, obtaining a quota would be a piece of cake. Seeing Zhang Qiang step out, many people finally reacted, feeling extremely frustrated. This was an opportunity that was hard to come by, and they had just been dazed for a moment, which was simply unforgivable. But now it was too late for regrets. Zhang Qiang's strength had been made clear to them over these days of training. With his cultivation reaching the mid-earth level, he was extremely formidable, ranking among the top among many trained martial artists. "Who do you want to challenge?" Zhao Zhan looked at him, and SKED Chinese letter. Zhang Qiang scanned Qin Chen and the others, finally pointing at Wang Qiming and said, "Him," as expected. Seeing Zhang Qiang's chosen opponent, the crowd couldn't help but feel even more frustrated. They naturally did not dare to challenge top geniuses like Qin Feng and the Fourth Prince, and couldn't win against them either. Their targets were actually focused on these few young men who had just graduated from Tianxing Academy. These four guys had just graduated from Tianxing Academy and only had initial Earth-level cultivation. What kind of waves could they stir? Giving the blood spirit pool quota to them would simply be a waste. However, among this batch of four students, one was the beloved daughter of King Kang, Princess Ling Shan, with a noble background. One was the legitimate son of Duke Yuan, with an extraordinary status, and another was reportedly the grandson of the Dingwu King. Though said to have been expelled from the Qin family, he clearly had a significant background. Only Wang Qiming had no background, just a commoner. If they challenged Princess Ling Shan or Li Qingfeng, even if they won with their opponent's identity, it would be a matter of time before they could be killed. Therefore, the only one they could challenge was Wang Qiming. This was also the reason they wanted to be the first. Once Zhang Qiang challenged that kid, the others would have no chance to challenge anymore. "Wang Qiming, you go up." Seeing Zhang Qiang's opponent, Zhao Zhan only smiled coldly. "Yes," Wang Qiming with a cold expression stepped out from the crowd. "Let's begin." He lowered his gaze, staring at the battle knife in his hand, the whole person standing still like a wooden stake. But inside, anger burned. These people were too hateful. Did they think he was easy to bully? He had been injured by Qin Feng in the palace earlier, and now these people were challenging him again. Since that was the case, did they really think he was so easy to push around? His heart was filled with rage, but Wang Qiming's inner self became even colder, as if made of ice, devoid of any emotion. He had completely immersed himself in his knife. At this moment he was the knife, and the knife was him. "Rest assured, I won't do anything to you, just defeat you, so you don't need to worry." Zhang Qiang smiled as he stepped forward. "If you're going to make a move, then just do it. What's with all that nonsense?" Wang Qiming looked up, his gaze frigid. "You." Zhang Qiang's expression paused. He was too arrogant. He was trying to be nice, yet the other party was so ungrateful. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. "Then I'll make my move." With a cold shout, Zhang Qiang's gaze turned icy, and his true energy surged rapidly, flowing through his meridians to his arms. In an instant, Zhang Qiang's arms turned a fiery red, radiating a scorching wave of heat that distorted the air around him. The crowd was stirred. Zhang Qiang's burning fist had reached the third stage months ago. Now, after a month of training, his true energy had become even more solid. Ordinary martial artists probably wouldn't be his match. Indeed, Zhang Qiang's cultivation has also reached mid-earth level, making him one of the top among us. Combined with his bloodline, he could even fight with mid-stage earth-level experts for more than 10 rounds. "I heard the kid opposite just broke through to initial earth level this year and graduated from Tianxing Academy only 2 months ago. Zhang Qiang defeating him would be child's play." "Damn it, why wasn't I the one to step out first?" The crowd sighed, feeling immensely frustrated. At this moment, Zhang Qiang's fist, carrying a surge of scorching flame, was already in front of Wang Qiming. Boom, that fierce fist wind, like burning flames, instantly enveloped Wang Qiming, as if wanting to burn him to ashes completely. The crowd could already imagine the scene of Wang Qiming being defeated in an instant under one punch. Clang, at this critical moment, Wang Qiming finally drew his knife. It was impossible to describe the brilliance of this strike. A sound like a dragon's roar rang out, as if the entire world was about to be cleaved open by this knife. Boom. The overwhelming flames were instantly split in two by a wave of true energy from the knife, and that wave continued unabated, crashing into Zhang Qiang's chest. Bang! Zhang Qiang let out a miserable scream, flying backwards and crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A 3-foot-long cut appeared on his chest from the true energy blade wave, even severing 2 of his meridians, with bright red blood continuously gushing from the wound. In just one move, Zhang Qiang was heavily injured and lost his combat ability. The entire arena fell into silence, a moment of shock. "Blade intent, it is blade intent!" At this moment, someone exclaimed in shock, staring intently at Wang Qiming. A veteran among the onlookers, an older instructor who had seen countless prodigies, narrowed his eyes and muttered once, "This is the embryonic phase of blade intent." Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. Blade intent is a terrifying realm that can only be achieved after comprehending sword techniques to their utmost limit. Once one possesses blade intent, it signifies that the person's understanding of swordsmanship has reached a level that ordinary people cannot attain. Generally speaking, even a heaven-level expert might not be able to comprehend blade intent. But now, a boy who has just graduated from Tianxing Academy and is only 16 or 17 has actually comprehended blade intent. Comparatively speaking, they at their age feel like they've lived their lives like dogs. This should only be considered the embryonic form of blade intent. There's still some distance to true blade intent, but it's not far off. Beside him, Qin Chen's eyes lit up. Wang Qiming's previous strike's intent can only be regarded as the embryonic form of blade intent, not true blade intent. Even so, for a 16 or 17-year-old boy to grasp the embryonic form of blade intent is already quite terrifying. Not far away, Feng unexpectedly glanced at Wang Qiming. He didn't expect this guy to have comprehended the embryonic form of blade intent during these days. But as long as it's not true blade intent, there's nothing to be concerned about. Clang. In the center of the arena, Wang Qiming sheathed his sword, standing coldly to the side, expressionless. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" Xuan asked casually. Silence ensued. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment no one stepped forward. "I will." Just as Xuan was about to speak again, a young man dressed in a light gray martial robe gritted his teeth and stepped out. His hair stood on end, his gaze fierce, and a scar ran across his face, making him look quite ferocious. "It's Jiang Zhang." Jiang Zhang's cultivation has already reached the peak of Earth-level mid-stage, just a step away from Earth-level late-stage. It seems he is unwilling to give up. With his cultivation, perhaps he could seize a spot. The crowd stirred and turned to look. Jiang Zhang's strength was even more terrifying than Zhang Qiang's. Among them, he was one of the strongest. "Who do you want to challenge?" Xuan squinted his eyes. "I challenge him." The young man named Jiang Zhang scanned Qin Chen and the others, ultimately fixing his gaze on Qin Chen and pointing a finger. Qin Chen was taken aback, touching his nose, surprised that someone would challenge him. "This person should be the grandson of Dingwu Wang, Qin Chen, right?" Jiang Zhang actually dared to challenge him. "I heard this person is the champion of this year's Tianxing Academy end-of-year examination. His strength is definitely not weaker than the previous Wang Qiming. The key is that Dingwu Wang is a military god in our great cheese army. Does Jiang Zhang still want to join the military and earn merits?" Though they were in the Demon Ancestor mountain range for training, these people were not cut off from news and were quite familiar with Qin Chen and the others' backgrounds. Seeing Jiang Zhang challenge Qin Chen, everyone was quite astonished. "By the way, I heard that Qin Chen has already been expelled from the Qin family and has no relation to them anymore. Moreover, I heard that this person severely injured the Qin family's second son, Qin Feng, during the end-of-year examination, infuriating the Qin family. As soon as Qin Feng returned from the border, he challenged him to a life-and-death battle, but he didn't dare to accept. Now, the two sides have already torn their faces. It is indeed very likely. Have you noticed that since they arrived at the military camp, Qin Feng and Qin Chen, both of whom are Qin family children, have not walked together, not even exchanged a word or even a glance? The rumors are probably true. If that's the case, challenging Qin Chen would have no consequences." Those well-informed individuals exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened, and secretly admired Jiang Zhang's cleverness in choosing to challenge Qin Chen. Aside from Qin Chen's separation from the Qin family, he is also the youngest among them, and hence naturally the weakest. Moreover, the end-of-year examination in Tianxing Academy was nearly a month ago. From the information received, Wang Qiming hadn't been reported as comprehending the embryonic form of blade intent before, which clearly happened after the end-of-year examination. In this case, the so-called rankings from the end-of-year examination no longer count. After all, that was merely a thing of the past. Then come on. Scratching his nose, Qin Chen walked into the center of the cleared area. Be careful. With a low shout, Zhang Zhang's body suddenly erupted with violent true qi. Boom! It was as if a surge of vital energy erupted from him. The overwhelming power of true qi shook the crowd. Barbarian King Overbearing Fist! With a loud roar, Zhang Zhang's true qi surged, charging forward like a human tank. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, a punch was thrown out, echoing like thunder, a deafening sound resonating through the forest. Everyone could feel that this punch contained enough power to shatter an ancient tree. It's the lower-grade Barbarian King Overbearing Fist. The punch is like thunder. This is the effect only attained when the Barbarian King Overbearing Fist reaches the 4th level. When did Zhang Zhang's Barbarian King Overbearing Fist actually break through? Everyone was shocked, gasping in amazement. The 4th level of Barbarian King Overbearing Fist could severely injure an Earth-level late-stage expert. No wonder Zhang Zhang had been so confident before. While the crowd was in an uproar, the 4th prince and others looked at Zhang Zhang with strange expressions, filled with pity. This guy actually dared to exchange punches with Qin Chen. Several of them couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yi, who had been clawed by the Bloodclaw Azure Hawk for several days, now looking somewhat pale. Even Zhang Yi was instantly defeated under a single punch from Qin Chen. How strong could Zhang Zhang be? As expected, just as they anticipated, the moment Zhang Zhang's fist reached, Qin Chen suddenly moved. He did not build up power, he simply threw a punch. Bang! The iron fist clashed in the void, sounding like thunder. Immediately after, a scream was heard. Zhang Zhang flew out as he came, landing on the ground, his face twisted in pain. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the many young martial artists present were all dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? Previously, a Wang Qiming comprehended blade intent and defeated Zhang Qiang in one strike, which was already astonishing enough. Now, Qin Chen similarly sent Zhang Zhang flying with a single punch. Clean and neat, without any hesitation. Are the students of this year's Tianxing Academy all monsters? The numerous young geniuses who had arrived early at the Demon Ancestor mountain range were nearly driven insane, feeling an immense sense of defeat. In terms of youth, they were 5 or 6 years older than Qin Chen and the others, yet in terms of strength, they were so far behind. Does heaven even have eyes? One by one, they felt like crying without tears on the verge of tears. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Xiao Zhan asked. Everyone looked at each other in silence, each person not uttering a word. What kind of challenge is this? Even Zhang Zhang was knocked away with a single punch. If they went up, they would probably end up the same way. No one was willing to seek death. Is no one going to challenge? Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, his expression indifferent. You are all geniuses of our Qi Kingdom. You should think more about how to survive in the upcoming competition among the 5 countries and achieve a good ranking, rather than fighting amongst yourselves. Lord Xiao Zhan, is there really a possibility of casualties in this competition among the 5 countries? Someone couldn't help but ask. What do you think? In the last competition among the 5 countries, our Qi Kingdom had a total of 116 young martial artists participating. During the preliminary round, 17 died and 39 were severely injured or disabled. In the end, only 19 made it to the arena, qualifying for the final competition. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, everyone present gasped in shock. They only knew that the competition among the 5 countries was an opportunity, with rich rewards. As long as one achieved a ranking, they would be personally summoned by the Emperor upon returning to Qi Kingdom, and promotion in titles would be assured. Yet they never expected the competition to be so cruel, with such a high mortality rate. Almost half of the participants would end up severely injured, and 1 in 10 would fall during the competition. Seeing the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Zhan said solemnly, "Currently, although the 5 countries in the northwest have not erupted in large-scale wars, conflicts among the countries are continuous, and there are frequent frictions. Take our conflicts with the Wei Kingdom as an example. Every year there are skirmishes at the border, with thousands, even tens of thousands of soldiers dying each year. For a country, the number of geniuses is the greatest guarantee of its vitality. In order to weaken the strength of other countries, many geniuses die at the hands of spies from other nations every year. In this situation, the competition among the 5 countries, held every 5 years, becomes a meat grinder for geniuses. Every country aims to eliminate the geniuses of others as much as possible during this competition. And our Qi Kingdom, while not weak among the 5 countries, cannot be considered top tier. Moreover, apart from the 5 countries, there are also geniuses from other regions who will join the competition, such as some sects and factions from the northwest. This makes the competition among the 5 countries every 5 years extremely brutal. The so-called competition among the 5 countries is not just limited to 5 countries. There are also powerful sects and factions from the surrounding areas and some small nations that will participate, effectively dividing the forces in the northwest. According to the results of the competition, the interest among the countries will shift each year. A young man gasped, "So some sect geniuses will also participate in the competition?" "That's right," Xuan nodded. The so-called 5 countries in the northwest do not mean there are only 5 countries in total. In fact, there are dozens of large and small nations. It's just that the 5 nations are the top 5 among them. The other countries, while weak, still want to cultivate geniuses to hope for the emergence of more powerful individuals and to rise to the status of a strong nation in the future. This reasoning is simple, but the participation of some sect geniuses left everyone puzzled. "But what do they hope to gain?" someone asked in confusion. Outside the 5 northwest countries, there are indeed many powerful sects, but what is their purpose in participating in the competition among the 5 countries? "Purpose?" Xuan scoffed. "The purpose is very simple, of course. It's for resources. For instance, this time, the quota for the blood spirit pool is not exclusive to our 5 northwest countries. One of the major sects, Ling Tian sect, also has 2 quotas, and the Gui Xian sect has the same. Besides these, several other sects also have their quotas. They occupy only a few quotas, just 1 or 2, but more importantly, they are competing for resources." Xuan's gaze flickered. For example, over 100 years ago, one of the 5 countries, De Liang, discovered a medicinal garden in a place north of the Yao ancestor mountain range. However, that area is only about 1,000 miles from the Ling Tian sect. When De Liang discovered the medicinal garden, Ling Tian sect also found out about it. De Liang directly sent tens of thousands of soldiers to guard this medicinal garden, wanting to forcibly occupy the entire garden, but Ling Tian sect naturally would not agree. The 2 sides engaged in fierce combat in that area. Although Ling Tian sect did not have many soldiers, they had many experts. They implemented harassment tactics, making it impossible for De Liang to securely hold the garden. Moreover, the experts from Ling Tian sect even unleashed the blood beasts to slaughter the station's soldiers of De Liang. The final outcome of this conflict was that De Liang suffered a miserable victory, ultimately occupying the medicinal garden. However, De Liang also lost over 10,000 soldiers and was unsettled forever. Several well-known generals were executed by Ling Tian sect and died in the Yao ancestor mountain range. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, not expecting such a feud between the renowned Ling Tian sect and De Liang. "But after such a great loss, doesn't De Liang know to retaliate?" someone couldn't help but ask. De Liang is one of the 5 major powers in the northwest. How could they tolerate such provocation from Ling Tian sect? De Liang naturally had the same thought. The ruler of De Liang at that time was furious and directly dispatched a massive army to eradicate Ling Tian sect. The army that was gathered at that time had reached hundreds of thousands. However, Ling Tian sect was located deep within the Yao ancestor mountain range, making it difficult to march. Upon receiving the news, Ling Tian sect dispatched experts to set up a great formation and summoned blood beasts, resulting in a brutal clash in the Yao ancestor mountain range. In that battle, De Liang suffered severe losses, with nearly 100,000 of their troops dead, while Ling Tian sect also lost a considerable number of experts. Ultimately, realizing that if the conflict continued, both sides would suffer greatly, they agreed to a ceasefire. Later, when the blood spirit pool was discovered and the competition among the 5 countries commenced, several major sects around also coveted the blood spirit pool, thus joining the competition among the 5 countries. It is stipulated that each session of the competition among the 5 countries is not only a contest of geniuses, but also a competition for the blood spirit pool, as well as a struggle for resources between the 5 countries and the major sects of the Northwest. Some resource conflicts can be resolved during the competition among the 5 countries. The more geniuses a force has, the more initiative it occupies. Hearing Xuan's words, everyone fell into deep silence. They had all assumed that the so-called competition among the 5 countries was merely a struggle for the blood spirit pool, an opportunity for them as geniuses to stand out in the Qi Kingdom. Yet they never expected the hidden meanings behind it to be so profound. In an instant, everyone held their breath, their hearts heavy. After this battle, the talents of the great Qi Kingdom looked at Qin Chen and the others with no trace of disdain, and Xuan's words weighed heavily in their hearts. "You all should stay here. In 3 days, the blood spirit pool will open. Take good care of yourselves, and I will send someone to notify you when the time comes." Accompanied by Xuan, Qin Chen and the others were brought to the military camp inside. These camps were made up of small tents. Considering that you all need to cultivate without disturbing each other, I've specifically applied for two-person tents for you. If you want to share a tent with someone, you can request it. Otherwise, arrangements will be made randomly. This valley had an extremely tense atmosphere, with too many forces stationed, making every faction's location very crowded. Common soldiers typically shared large tents with 10 people, while the visiting talents were assigned 4 to a tent. Qin Chen and his companions, being 2 to a tent, were already given generous treatment. Among them, the fourth prince was certainly assigned to a separate tent. As the fourth prince of the Great Qi Kingdom, Xuan would never allow him to share a tent with other martial artists. As for the rest, Princess Ling Shan and Princess Zai Zun were arranged to stay together. Li Qingfeng shared a tent with Zhang Yi. Qin Chen shared his tent with Wang Qiming. As for Qin Feng, he ultimately had to occupy a tent alone. After arranging all of this, Xuan and the others left immediately. The continuous travel over the past few days had left everyone quite exhausted. I'll rest for a while. Tonight I'll go out to cultivate and won't disturb you, Wang Qiming said flatly after entering the tent with Qin Chen, then lay down, fully clothed, to sleep. Even while sleeping, he embraced his battle knife as if it had become a part of him. He seemed like a vigilant cheetah, ready to leap into action at the slightest disturbance. He's truly obsessed with his knife, Qin Chen thought, his gaze flickering. Among all these talents, he had a good impression of Wang Qiming. To rise from a commoner to one of the top talents in the Tianxing Academy, this person's future achievements would surely be extraordinary. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Chen began to operate the 9-star Divine Emperor art. During these days, he had not wasted time on the Bloodclaw Green Eagle, continuously cultivating. At this moment, the true energy within him had reached the peak of the Earth-level initial stage, just one step away from entering the Earth-level intermediate stage. If he wanted, Qin Chen could break through his cultivation at any time. But he did not do so. Instead, he repeatedly operated the 9-star Divine Emperor art, compressing the true energy within him to the extreme, continuously channeling it into his 12 meridians, filling his energy reservoir. In this reincarnation, Qin Chen's aspirations had grown beyond just becoming a 9th-level martial god. He wanted to reach an unprecedented height. Meanwhile, in Qin Feng's tent, I didn't expect there to be so many troops stationed outside the blood spirit pool. It seems killing Qin Chen will be quite a hassle. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He knew the blood spirit pool was located deep within the demon ancestor mountain range. His original plan was to kill Qin Chen before entering the blood spirit pool, doing it without anyone being aware. Who would have thought that they were staying in a military camp? Here, soldiers were moving around everywhere, and with 2 people to a tent, it made it difficult for him to kill Qin Chen. However, that was not the biggest issue. To protect the safety of these young talents, the spirit martial king Xuan lived nearby. With Xuan's peak 4th stage Xuan level cultivation, anything he did would likely be noticed. It seems I can only wait until later to kill Qin Chen, Qin Feng thought, shaking his head. The urgent matter was to adjust his condition, and in 3 days, use the power of the blood spirit pool to break through to the 3rd stage heavenly level. At that time, he would have no worries about what to do next. I have suppressed my cultivation for this blood spirit pool baptism for a long time. I hope this legendary blood spirit pool won't disappoint me. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Qin Feng closed his eyes and rested in the tent. Night quickly fell. When Qin Chen opened his eyes, the surroundings were quiet, and Wang Qiming was already gone from the room. After resting for half a day, Qin Chen felt refreshed and in good spirits. The dining tent is in the middle. You may go there at any time, a patrolling soldier reminded him as he stepped out of the tent. The talents here trained hard day and night, so meals in the military camp were served 24 hours a day. Qin Chen nodded and walked forward. In the night, a bright moon hung in the sky. In the distance, the mountains loomed ominously, occasionally interrupted by the roars of blood beasts. Suddenly, Qin Chen heard a series of whistling sounds coming from the distant forest. Someone is practicing with a knife, and that sound. Qin Chen froze, following the sound to the forest. Under the moonlight, a young man was wielding a battle knife, standing like a spear, drawing his knife again and again. His movements were very simple, just drawing and sheathing the knife. With each draw, the knife blade produced a sharp whistle against the air. It was Wang Qiming. Drawing and sheathing the knife was quite monotonous. Anyone who practiced it thousands of times would struggle to endure. Yet Wang Qiming wore a determined expression, repeatedly drawing his knife without a hint of impatience, each draw condensing his energy to the extreme. Practicing like this, even if you trained for another year, you might not be able to comprehend the meaning of the knife. Qin Chen suddenly shook his head. Who? The young man was startled and turned sharply. His eyes glinted like sharp blades, radiating cold light, and he quickly appeared in front of Qin Chen, a terrifying knife intent emanating from him as if he were a sheathed treasure knife ready to strike. "You're Qin Chen?" Seeing it was Qin Chen, Wang Qiming frowned. "What are you doing here, and do you understand knives too?" Wang Qiming was very aware that Qin Chen's strongest skills were his sword techniques and fist techniques. Did he also have expertise in knives? For a martial artist, reaching perfection in one aspect was already impressive. How could one possibly achieve such terrifying mastery in another? "A little bit," Qin Chen replied lightly. "Your understanding of the knife intent is still superficial. That move you used to defeat Zhang Qiang was merely a nascent form of knife intent, far from true knife intent. If I'm not mistaken, you were just trying to capture that nascent form of knife intent to comprehend the true knife intent, but unfortunately, if you continue like this, your understanding of knife intent will lead you astray." "You're talking nonsense," Wang Qiming's expression darkened. He had a good impression of Qin Chen initially, but after hearing this, he became unhappy. What does a swordsman know about knife techniques? It's simply ridiculous. If you have nothing else, you can leave now. With a wave of his hand, Wang Qiming directly sent the guest away. However, his perception of Qin Chen had dropped to freezing point. He had merely won the championship of the Tianxing Academy. Although he had lost back then, he ranked 4th, and the gap between them was not very large. After days of hard training, his cultivation had made significant progress. If a battle were to occur now, it was uncertain who would win or lose. Yet he came here pretending to be unfathomable and even giving advice on his cultivation. Who does he think he is? "You may not believe me, but I just don't want to see a natural swordsman go astray due to reckless training, ending up with severed meridians and becoming a useless person," Qin Chen said. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't clarify, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Qiming pointed at Qin Chen, his eyes cold. It would be fine if he was merely giving advice, he could ignore it. But now he was even cursing him, which was truly too much. Facing the blade pointed at him by Wang Qiming, Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Looking at the other man's hands, he said lightly, "When you practice recently, do your Shaoyang and Shaosheng acupoints often feel sore and numb, especially during the recent nights at midnight, when they start to ache faintly, just like now?" His face froze, eyes wide. Wang Qiming showed a look of horror. "How do you know?" His hands trembled, incredulous. "Shaosheng and Shaoyang are located in your fingers. You must believe that your finger pain is due to excessive training of the blade technique, leading to exhaustion. So whenever it hurts, you take pain relief pills to alleviate the pain. At first, these pills worked, but later they lost their effect. Thus, you apply some external liniment on your fingers daily, but it doesn't help much. Instead, the area you apply it to not only hurts, but has also started to feel numb." Wang Qiming stared hard at Qin Chen, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Just as Qin Chen had said, his fingers indeed started to ache faintly recently. At first, the pain relief pills were effective, but later on, they lost their efficacy, and he started using some external liniment. Although the pain was somewhat reduced, it had begun to feel numb. He had never mentioned this to anyone. He never expected Qin Chen to see through it with a single word. "How did you know?" Wang Qiming found it hard to believe. "How I know is not important. What matters is if you don't take this seriously, don't even talk about comprehending the blade intent. In the future, your hands will be useless, and you will never be able to wield the battle knife you dream of." "That is alarmist," Wang Qiming coldly shouted. "What exactly do you want? Don't you believe it? If you don't, you can press the Huyin and Tianjing acupoints on your arm, and you'll know whether what I said is true." Wang Qiming furrowed his brows, but couldn't help but press them. "Hiss," he gasped, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. His entire body spasmed, and his face turned pale as he nearly fell to the ground. How could it be? The pain was so intense that even this iron-blooded man was struggling to bear it, as if his entire arm was not his own. "The problems have already spread to the Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian. If you don't treat it, it could be dangerous. Forget it. Since you don't believe me, I won't say anything more." Shaking his head, he turned to leave. "Wait," Wang Qiming couldn't help but speak up. His body trembled, his eyes filled with confusion. What Qin Chen said was far too accurate. Every word he spoke described the symptoms of his body clearly. At first he had some doubts, but at this moment there was no more doubt. "Have you believed me?" Qin Chen stopped and turned back. "Please, young Master Chen, enlighten me. What exactly is wrong with my body?" The inexplicable pain. Could it really be, as Qin Chen said, a problem with his body? If so, then what about his pursuits? "You are practicing the Yuanfeng blade technique, right? The Yuanfeng blade technique emphasizes going against the grain, like a solitary peak. This blade technique is quite good, but it's somewhat unsuitable for you." "Why is that?" Wang Qiming couldn't help but ask. Could the issue be with the blade technique? but he had practiced the Yufeng blade technique for many years without any problems. Why did it suddenly become an issue? I can see that you train very hard, practicing at least 10 hours a day. Moreover, to enhance your combat ability, you often go out and fight with blood beasts, leaving you covered in scars. Am I wrong? Chen said. Wang Qiming nodded. He had mentioned these things during the year-end exam. It was not surprising that Chen knew them. This kind of training itself wouldn't pose much of a problem. However, since you are merely a commoner, there is a problem. Why does being a commoner pose a problem? Wang Qiming didn't understand how hard training related to his status. Because you are a commoner, you don't have enough pills to use. Every time you get injured before it fully heals, you are injured again. This leads to many hidden ailments in your body. These ailments are very subtle and generally won't cause much impact, but over the years, they can impose a serious burden on your body. And you just happen to be practicing the Yufeng blade technique, which emphasizes going all out with every strike. This will cause your true qi to impact your meridians and also damage your muscles. The most critical point is that the blade intent you have recently comprehended is in its infancy. Wang Qiming was taken aback. What did the embryonic form of blade intent have to do with this? Blade intent is essentially the swordsman's understanding of the blade technique. It is not absolute. That's why there are various forms of blade intent in the world. It's because each person understands the blade technique differently and has a different understanding of nature, leading to different blade intents. Your embryonic form of blade intent was comprehended after being injured by Feng. It was because there was a surge of anger and pressure in your heart that you suddenly comprehended the blade intent's embryonic form. However, this embryonic form of blade intent contains your anger, and anger can exacerbate your injuries. Moreover, trying to extract the true blade intent from this angry embryonic form of blade intent is also a deviation. After Chen finished speaking, he fell silent, quietly watching Wang Qiming. Wang Qiming, however, was shocked to the core, like turbulent waves crashing. Because just as Chen had said, the reason he had comprehended the embryonic form of blade intent was indeed due to being injured and feeling pressured by Feng in the palace, which had stirred his anger, leading to the sudden comprehension. These things had not even been noticed by Master Xiao Zhan of the Spirit Martial Kingdom, yet Chen had seen through it at a glance. How many secrets did this person hold? Is there any hope? With a worried expression, Wang Qiming couldn't help but ask. There is, but, please, young Master Chen, save me. Thud, kneeling on both knees, Wang Qiming's expression was resolute. What are you doing? Chen was taken aback. He never expected that a big man like Wang Qiming would kneel down just like that. I don't want to become a useless person. I want to become stronger to be a true top-tier swordsman. Wang Qiming's gaze was firm, his eyes resembling a proud eagle ready to soar into the sky. The determination he displayed even shocked Chen. Get up. Since I've spoken, I naturally won't ignore it. Thank you, young Master Chen. Wang Qiming stood up, his face filled with excitement. Taking out a box of gold needles, Chen said sternly, "Don't move." As soon as he finished speaking, swish, 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 several piercing sounds echoed as a few gold needles shot out from Chen's hand. Before Wang Qiming could react, several needles had already pierced into his arm, instantly bringing a sensation of numbness. Wang Qiming was startled, his pupils constricting. So fast? These gold needles from Chen were almost instantaneously thrust out, so quick that he didn't even have the time to react before they pierced into his body. Luckily, these were just gold needles. If they had been hidden weapons, he wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. All right. Putting away the wooden box, Chen spoke calmly. Really? Wang Qiming was dumbfounded. How could he be healed so quickly? Moreover, he felt nothing at all. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a wave of coolness spread from the spots where the gold needles had pierced him, immediately filling his entire body with refreshing relief, causing him to involuntarily let out a groan. In an instant, his entire arm felt like it was reborn, as if he had been reborn. Whoosh! He drew his sword from its sheath and slashed out. His speed was at least 20% faster than before. Moreover, there was no pain or numbness in his fingers at all. Incredible! Wang Qiming stared wide-eyed at his own hands, unable to believe what was happening. The injuries that had troubled him for so long, were they really healed just like that? The injuries on your body have not completely healed. I merely unblocked all your damaged meridians so that your true energy can flow through every meridian and capillary. Normally, you would still need to take medicinal pills for a few days to fully recover. But in 2 days, it will be time to enter the blood spirit pool. Since the blood spirit pool can enhance physical strength and alter a martial artist's talent, it can naturally heal the remaining injuries on your body. Wang Qiming was filled with excitement, clasping his hands together. Thank you, young Master Chen. If you have any commands in the future, please speak freely. If I, Wang Qiming, hesitate even slightly, let the five thunders strike me down, and may I die a terrible death." Shaking his head, Qin Chen said, "I just don't want to see a talented swordsman go astray. Show me your sword technique once more." "Yes." Without hesitation, Wang Qiming immediately performed his sword technique. As he did, a myriad of sword lights surrounded him, creating a feeling of solitude and indifference. With his arm restored, Wang Qiming felt rejuvenated. Every strike was cold and sharp, and his power was at least 50% greater than when he fought against the sect master before. "Young Master Chen, please guide me." No longer daring to underestimate Qin Chen, Wang Qiming finished his set of sword moves and cupped his hands. "Your solitary peak sword technique has indeed been cultivated to perfection. It's a pity that the absolute peak turning back is the shore, and the dark willow has flowers blooming again. Your sword technique contains the sentiment of an absolute peak, but lacks the intent of rebirth." "Intent of rebirth?" Qin Chen smiled gently, breaking off a nearby branch and suddenly transforming it into a magnificent circle of light. The circle layered upon itself, turning into a solitary peak, majestic and towering, yet full of life. "Because of the environment you are in, your heart is filled with only solitude. However, in this world, life is everywhere. There is no truly dead end. As long as you hold hope in your heart, you will surely see light. My solitary peak sword technique, watch carefully. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune." As he executed the solitary peak sword technique, a solitary mountain peak stood proudly, awakening slowly from the darkness like a prehistoric giant beast, its overwhelming momentum akin to a peak descending from the heavens. Qin Chen's gaze was sharp, an indescribable aura sweeping through the air, as if the entire world was shrouded in a suppressed atmosphere. But suddenly, a feeling of dawn breaking arose, revealing a glimmer of light called hope amidst the solitude. Wang Qiming was momentarily stunned, incredulously watching Qin Chen's myriad sword techniques, his eyes inexplicably moist. "This is the true solitary peak sword technique. There is no road in this world that is truly a dead end." Wang Qiming muttered to himself, suddenly feeling an impulse to cry as tears streamed down his cheeks. Yes! He was born a commoner, enduring hardships from a young age, yet through his own efforts, he managed to join the top-tier Tianxing Academy of the Duchy Kingdom. In the academy, he was ridiculed and looked down upon, but he persevered step by step, enduring hardships. While others were cultivating, he was cultivating. While others were playing, he was still cultivating. Even while others were sleeping, he was cultivating. In the end, he ranked 4th in the year-end exam of Tianxing Academy, receiving much attention. Wasn't this proof that in this world there are no true dead ends? Everything depends on whether you have the heart to break through the deadlock. As long as you work hard and endure hardships, even if it's a dead end, you can find a way out. Boom. At that moment, it felt like some shackles in Wang Qiming's heart had been shattered, and a feeling of clarity spread throughout his body. Buzz, he drew his sword once again, and a sharp sword intent surged forth from him, leaping into the sky. As he drew and sheathed his sword, crack, a few large trees ahead were cut down, crashing to the ground with a rumble. Is this sword intent? Holding the battle sword, Wang Qiming's heart felt tranquil, as if he had been reborn. "You've comprehended it." Qin Chen smiled, looking at Wang Qiming, who seemed to have undergone a transformation, with a broad smile. Wang Qiming was indeed a sword fanatic, capable of grasping the true essence of sword intent so quickly. Although he was only at the beginner level of sword intent for now, his future would be completely different from this point on. "Thank you for your guidance, young Master Chen." Wang Qiming was filled with excitement, realizing that this breakthrough today was entirely due to Qin Chen. At this moment, he finally understood just how vast the gap was between him and Qin Chen. As fellow descendants of the Qin family, the difference between young Master Chen and Qin Feng was monumental. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. He had heard that Qin Feng had always wanted to harm young Master Chen. "As long as I, Wang Qiming, am here, he will never be allowed to do anything to harm young Master Chen." Resolutely making a decision, Wang Qiming silently gritted his teeth. Qin Chen naturally didn't know what Wang Qiming was thinking. He simply didn't want to see a talented swordsman fall. If Wang Qiming were born in the martial domain, he would certainly have masters to guide him. However, in this remote northwest region without famous teachers, it was indeed difficult to grow. After treating Wang Qiming, Qin Chen did not stay much longer. He went back to the tent to eat something and then returned to his own tent to rest with his eyes closed. The next morning, Qin Chen was awakened by the sound of gathering. Stepping out of the tent, he saw many talented individuals from the Duchy Kingdom gathering together. "I heard that several talented disciples from the Duchy Kingdom arrived yesterday. I'm quite curious to see which misfits Duchy has sent to the Blood Spirit Pool this time." An unpleasant voice suddenly rang out. From another direction in the Duchy military camp, several young martial artists walked over. Among them, a rather handsome martial artist looked at Qin Chen and the others with a mocking smile on his face. Luo Jingxian, who represented the De Wei kingdom, did not waste time. With a few barbed words, he insulted the Duchy talents, provoking anger across the camp. The quarrel quickly escalated, but before it could turn into a chaotic brawl, the fourth prince of Great Qi stepped forward to take control of the situation. Enough! The fourth prince's tone was cold, his presence making the crowd fall silent. Words were exchanged, pride flared, and at his challenge Luo Jingxian, sure of his own strength, unleashed his melting flame technique intending to humiliate Great Qi's prince and bolster De Wei's arrogance. What happened next was brief and decisive. Luo Jingxian's fiery onslaught was cut down in an instant. The fourth prince moved with astonishing speed and power, overturning Luo Jingxian's attack, striking him down and forcing him to kneel and apologize. The sight of the once boisterous De Wei geniuses left stunned and ashamed made it plain to everyone present that Great Qi was no pushover. Among the watching crowd, a tense hush followed. De Wei's contingent sulked and retreated after a terse exchange about compensation and honor, their pride wounded. They left quickly, taking what little dignity remained. Among the hostile gazes was Weichi Cheng, Great Wei's famed butcher of gods. Xuan watched the retreating figures, his expression grave. He turned to Qin Chen and the others and spoke quietly but firmly. In the Five Kingdoms competition, be on guard. Great Wei will not let this humiliation pass, and the Ghost Immortal sect stands with them in ways you must not underestimate. Ghost Immortal sect? Someone asked. Xuan's face did not waver. Yes, their methods are ruthless and insidious. If Great Wei and the Ghost Immortal sect target Great Qi, you will face dangers beyond mere skill. Train hard these next 2 days. 2 days passed in a blur of training and warnings. At dawn on the appointed day, Xuan led Qin Chen and the others deep into the valley to a vast underground cave where the geniuses who would enter the blood spirit pool gathered. Eyes swept over the small group of youths from Great Qi. Their ages drew surprised whispers, but any mockery was cut short the moment Xuan stepped forward to defend them. A seductive voice from the De Wei side tried to belittle the young Great Qi talents, but Xuan's aura instantly froze her into silence. Then a heavy presence made the air thicken. Boom. His aura erupted like a bursting volcano, sweeping out. Weichi Cheng, I didn't expect you to come too. Xuan's pupils constricted. Weichi Cheng is the strongest expert of the Great Wei Kingdom, with cultivation at the peak of the mystic level, known for his ruthless and merciless nature, dubbed the Butcher of Gods. You can come, why can't I come? Weichi Cheng sneered, his gaze cold. Manage your people well. If there's even a hint of slander against His Majesty of the Great Qi, don't blame me for being ruthless, Xuan shouted coldly. Xuan, yelling at a female disciple, doesn't seem fitting for the #1 expert of the Great Qi, does it? Is the so-called #1 expert only capable of bullying a female disciple? A sinister voice echoed. It was Ling Zhang, an elder of the Ghost Immortal sect, looking at Xuan with a twisted smile. Ling Zhang, what does the matter between my Great Qi and Great Wei have to do with your Ghost Immortal sect? Since when have the Ghost Immortal sect and Great Wei formed an alliance? It seems this time your ambitions are not small. I'm just here to uphold justice. Ling Zhang's expression darkened, and he did not continue speaking. Beside him, Weichi Cheng's eyes were also gloomy, but he said nothing more, only giving a cold smile. Yet the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. The people of Great Qi and Great Wei are fighting again. Humph, have they not fought enough over the years? If it weren't for the agreement between the 5 nations prohibiting large-scale warfare, the 2 countries would have likely started fighting long ago. Now they are still fighting fiercely. I heard that every year, the casualties of soldiers from Great Wei and Great Qi at the border are in the thousands. Hee, it looks like we'll have a good show to watch. In the last 5-nation competition, the geniuses of Great Wei and Great Qi fought fiercely during the preliminary rounds, resulting in heavy casualties. This time, it seems it won't be any better. Don't even mention Great Qi and Great Wei. Haven't other fallen geniuses from other forces suffered as well? The Northwest appears peaceful on the surface, but the conflicts among the major forces are unending. It would be strange not to hit hard during this opportunity. Seeing this scene, the people from other forces present started discussing in whispers. Qin Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed that while the 5 nations of the Northwest appeared peaceful, there were still numerous undercurrents of conflict. Make sure you remember the faces of the disciples from Great Wei and Ghost Immortal sect. If you encounter them during the preliminary rounds, be extra cautious. Xuan, moving to a corner, warned Qin Chen and the others with a serious expression. Understood, everyone nodded. Xuan's expression was grave. It seemed that the Ghost Immortal sect and Great Wei might indeed have allied together. If that were the case, the geniuses on their side would likely be in danger. In the last five-nation competition, just one Great Wei caused heavy losses for the geniuses of Great Qi. If the Ghost Immortal sect were added to the mix, things would become even more severe. On the Great Wei side, Cheng coldly instructed his disciples. Everyone must remember, if you encounter disciples from Great Qi during the preliminary rounds, don't hold back. Kill one disciple from Great Qi, and I will reward you handsomely. Yes, we will make sure to please Lord Slayer. The disciples of Great Wei revealed a killing intent in their eyes. Rest assured, with my Ghost Immortal sect assisting you, as long as the disciples from Great Qi dare to participate in the competition, they cannot escape death, Ling Zhang said with a sinister smile. But don't forget your promises, Great Wei. Don't worry, what Great Wei has promised we will never go back on, Cheng replied with a grim smile. The five nations of the Northwest are Great Qi, Great Wei, Great Liang, Great Song, and Great Zhao, among which Great Liang is the strongest overall, followed by Great Qi and Great Wei, and then Great Song and Great Zhao. In the last five-nation competition, Great Liang, Great Qi, and Great Wei each secured 2 spots in the top 10, while Great Song and Great Zhao secured 1 each. The remaining 2 spots were taken by the Ghost Immortal sect and Ling Tian sect. At this moment, geniuses from other forces also began to arrive. Look, that's Li Mengbai from Great Zhao. He's only 21 this year, but is already at the peak of Earth level late stage. What a pity he was born a bit late. If he had been born 2 years earlier, he'd be even more terrifying. I heard that Great Song also produced 2 extraordinary talents quite remarkable. The people from Ling Tian sect have arrived. Hiss! Ling Tian sect was the last to appear. When the disciples from Ling Tian sect arrived, everyone's eyes widened, gasping in shock, their gaze fixed, not daring to blink. Leading them was a woman in a white gauze dress, with skin as smooth as cream, white as jade, and breathtakingly beautiful. That's Yue Qianxue, the second daughter of the sect master of Ling Tian sect, a once-in-a-century genius. I heard her talent is even more terrifying than her sister Yue Qianxue. At just 18 years old, she's already a genius at the Earth-level late stage. She's incredibly stunning. Everyone was mesmerized, their eyes shining. Even Qin Chen couldn't help but take a second look. It must be said that she was no less than Princess Zai Zun and Princess Ling Shan, perhaps even surpassing them, especially with her otherworldly aura, as if a celestial being had descended, making one reluctant to disrespect her. What surprised people even more was her age. She was the youngest among them, apart from Qin Chen and his companions. Moreover, 10 years ago in that five-nation competition, Yue Qianxue of Ling Tian sect had an astonishing performance, securing second place, and it was rumored that Yue Qianxue's strength surpassed that of her sister. All right, everyone is here, so let's not waste any more time. Someone shouted, and it was a strong warrior from Great Liang, leading everyone deeper into the mountain cave. Before long, they arrived at a massive cave where a complex and mysterious formation was carved. The cave was lit with spiritual fire, illuminating the entire formation and making it shine brilliantly. Faintly, a terrifying power emanated from the formation, causing one to feel alarmed. Everyone, to prevent the blood spirit pool from being destroyed, this place has been covered by a formation, and only people from the 5 nations can open it using their tokens. Xiao Zhan and the leaders from the 5 nations exchanged glances, and each took out a jade token, placing them into 5 recesses on the stone wall. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted in the cave, and the formation in front opened up, revealing 2 openings tall enough for a person to pass through. The blood spirit pool is on the other side of the formation. You all enter the blood spirit pool now. Males enter from the left, females from the right. Once you enter, the formation gate will close, and when you've absorbed the energy from the blood spirit pool, the formation will automatically expel you. Males and females are actually separated? Everyone was taken aback. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, the powerful warrior explained, "In the blood spirit pool, warriors must enter naked. If they wear clothing, their bodies will be corroded by the blood spirit pool instantly. Thus, the blood spirit pool is divided into 2 sections, with male and female entry areas to avoid trouble. Remember, you must not wear any clothing, or you will undoubtedly die. Keep this in mind." The elder's face was grave as he spoke. Everyone finally understood, all surprised. This blood spirit pool actually required them to enter naked. Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Qin Chen's eyes lit up. He had already thought of it. This blood spirit pool was very likely something special. If that was the case, he would truly strike it rich. With this in mind, Qin Chen immediately followed the many talented martial artists and stepped into the formation. Buzzing, as I stepped into the great formation, a wave of dizziness struck me, making it hard to discern direction, with nothing but a gray mist in front of me. This is a fourth-tier soul confusion trapping formation. If one doesn't know the rules of the formation and the location of its core, even a fourth-tier mystic-level martial artist would be trapped inside, unable to find their way out, and would ultimately die in it. It seems that in the 5 countries of the Northwest, there should be a peak fourth-tier formation master. Within the formation, Qin Chen's mind was calm and collected. With his abilities, if he wanted to, he could easily break this formation. At most, it would just take a bit more time due to his cultivation level. The dizziness only lasted for a few seconds before everything suddenly brightened. A refreshing fragrance instantly filled Qin Chen's nostrils. With a slight inhalation, the speed of his true energy's circulation suddenly increased, and every cell in his body rejoiced. Looking around, he saw a misty white scene where his naked eye could only make out 2 or 3 meters ahead. Here, perception was also limited. Both mental power and eyesight could only observe a few meters ahead. Surrounding him, there was no one else but Qin Chen. In this soul confusion trapping formation, there should also be a displacement formation, causing all martial artists who enter to be displaced to different locations, ensuring they wouldn't encounter each other. The blood spirit pool required one to enter naked. Considering everyone's privacy, the 5 countries of the Northwest had set up this soul confusion trapping formation alongside a displacement formation. Taking 2 steps forward, he found himself facing a milky white pond, the edges of which were blood-red rocks, hence the name Blood Spirit Pool. The pond was circular, and in the mist, its size was unknown. The milky white pond water constantly emitted swirling mist. What Qin Chen had inhaled earlier was precisely the mist emanating from this blood spirit pool. Just a tiny bit of mist had caused his true energy to stir so wildly. What would happen if he entered this pond? Indeed, it was spirit essence liquid. The 5 countries of the Northwest actually possessed a spirit essence liquid pool. Upon seeing the pond, Qin Chen's pupils constricted, revealing an expression of ecstasy. He never expected that what the 5 countries of the Northwest referred to as the blood spirit pool would actually be spirit essence liquid. Spirit essence liquid was a powerful potion capable of transforming a martial artist's body. Even within the martial domain, it was incredibly valuable, a priceless treasure. Previously, when Qin Chen heard that one must enter naked, he had already suspected something. Now that his guess was confirmed, the excitement in his heart was unprecedented. With this spirit essence liquid, Feng Shui and Shangyuan Zir, just wait. Qin Chen will eventually surpass you and reclaim everything I have lost. Shedding his clothes, Qin Chen stepped into the pond. Sizzle. As his feet were submerged in the pond water, a sharp pain instantly surged through him, as if his skin were being corroded. That intense pain spread rapidly through Qin Chen's entire body along his blood vessels. Although spirit essence liquid could transform the body, the entire process was excruciating, something that ordinary people could hardly endure. In the martial domain, there was once a 9th-level martial god who found a pool of spirit essence liquid for his young son, wanting to transform his son's body. However, the young boy couldn't withstand the pain and ultimately died from it, becoming a laughing stock. Therefore, after entering the blood spirit pool, one must be cautious. If one cannot endure, they must immediately leave the water and not force themselves. Otherwise, there could be a life-threatening danger. These precautions were previously warned and explained by the powerhouses of various major factions. Humph. As the water submerged his calves and he took just 2 steps, a muffled grunt came from a distance, clearly indicating that someone had entered the blood spirit pool but couldn't withstand the pain. Soon after, a series of muffled grunts followed, as martial artists endured the pain and entered the blood spirit pool. Splash! The water rippled, and it could be felt that around the blood spirit pool, martial artists were entering the water one after another. However, due to the white mist, they couldn't see each other but could sense each other's presence. Some martial artists couldn't endure the pain and cried out in distress, hastily sitting cross-legged and circulating their true energy to resist the energy's impact from the spirit essence liquid. However, once they used their true energy to resist, the energy's entry speed would drastically decrease, making the transformation of their bodies more harmful than beneficial. Only by letting go of their minds and bodies, allowing the energy from the spirit essence liquid to permeate their internal organs, every cell and pore, could they maximize the transformation of their physical bodies. Qin Chen had the strongest endurance, clearly sensing the energy from the spirit essence liquid gradually flowing into his body, entering through his pores into the capillaries, then into his muscles, meridians, and blood, ultimately reaching every part of his body. Every cell in his body began to itch and ache, undergoing a transformation. The baptism of the spirit essence liquid was about seeing who could absorb the most energy. The more energy absorbed, the stronger the body would become. Such a great opportunity must not be wasted. Qin Chen thought to himself, stepping further into the center of the blood spirit pool. The pond water slowly enveloped Qin Chen's body. Calves, thighs, waist, chest. The deeper he went into the blood spirit pool, the higher the concentration of spirit essence liquid became, and as more parts of his body came into contact with the pond water, the intensity of the pain increased. When it reached his chest, cold sweat broke out on Qin Chen's forehead, his complexion pale, and his body trembled violently. Each part of his body felt as if countless heated needles were repeatedly stabbing out. Along with the energy from the spirit essence liquid entering his body, that pain of 1,000 needles piercing also radiated into his internal organs. Huff, huff, gasping for breath, Qin Chen operated the immortal body. At this moment, the pain was still somewhat less than when he practiced the immortal body initially. He sensed that the concentration of spirit essence liquid at this depth was at least twice that of before. This meant that the efficiency of absorbing spirit essence liquid here was twice as fast compared to shallower areas. At the same time, the mist above the spirit essence liquid was gradually decreasing, allowing him to see much farther. Although the concentration here was not low, there was still some distance to his limits. Qin Chen murmured to himself, "Splash!" Just then a sound of water came from behind him. Someone was slowly approaching. He never expected that there would be someone in the 5 countries capable of reaching this place. Qin Chen was taken aback. To reach this place, one would at least need to be close to heaven level in terms of physical strength. Coming back to his senses, he continued to walk deeper, gradually disappearing into the white mist. Not long after Qin Chen vanished, a figure appeared at the spot where he had disappeared. This person had a pale face, gritted teeth, and an unruly gaze like a great rock soaring through the 9 heavens. It was none other than Feng. Reaching here was about my current limit. I must rest for a moment, wait to adapt, then go even deeper. In painful murmurs, Feng immediately began to cultivate in this area of double concentration spirit essence liquid. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of spiritual marrow liquid energy entered his body, transforming Feng's physical form. Feng could clearly feel his body enhancing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Great. For the past few months, I have been suppressing my cultivation, not breaking through to heaven level. This blood spirit pool truly did not disappoint. It can actually enhance my already maximum physical body once again. Feng was ecstatic. His cultivation had already reached the peak limit of Earth level late stage months ago, and the strength of his body was the same, unable to advance even a fraction. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering the blood spirit pool, his physical body was actually elevated once again, making him overjoyed. Not long after, sounds of water came again from the blood spirit pool. At this moment, the geniuses from various major forces had arrived at this depth. Seeing that there were already people here, these geniuses paused momentarily. Who is this person? Nian Wujing coldly questioned, his brow furrowed tightly. How could someone arrive at this deep pool area before him? It was simply unforgivable. This person was just now among the team from the Duchy Kingdom. It should be Feng, who is renowned as Duchy Kingdom's #1 genius. Heng, the 3rd prince of Dawei Kingdom, stepped forward and said, Feng, the #1 genius of Duchy Kingdom, isn't that the 4th Prince Zhao Wei? Nian Wujing frowned. No. Heng's eyes were cold, like a lone wolf filled with hatred. The #1 genius of Duchy Kingdom is this Feng, whose true identity is the grandson of the Duchy Kingdom's Dingwu Wang, Qin Beishan. When mentioning Qin Beishan, the hatred in Heng's tone was unprecedented. Dawei Kingdom and Duchy Kingdom had been at war for years. Qin Beishan, as the military god of Duchy Kingdom, was stationed at the border for many years. The soldiers of Dawei Kingdom who were killed by him numbered over 1 million, a true sea of corpses and blood. Thus, all Dawei citizens hated not the king of Duchy Kingdom, Zhao Gao, but rather the military god of Duchy Kingdom, Dingwu Wang, Qin Beishan. What Dingwu Wang, Qin Beishan? This kid dares to steal my limelight. He's simply looking for death. Nian Wujing had never heard of Qin Beishan, only knowing that Feng had stolen his spotlight and was furious. Boom. A surge of energy swept through, causing the calm surface of the pool to ripple. Nian Wujing, filled with murderous intent, walked towards Feng. Nian Wujing, this place is the blood spirit pool. It's not suitable to make a move. Teach him a lesson, there will be plenty of opportunities later. If we act recklessly and trigger the formation, we might be teleported out, and that would be a huge loss. Heng's expression changed, quickly blocking Nian Wujing. This Nian Wujing is truly lawless. He even dares to act in the blood spirit pool. Buzz. Sure enough, upon sensing the disturbance in the blood-spirit pool, an invisible formation power surged, making Nian Wujing restrain his aura. "Humph, let this kid go for now. Once we are out, he will be in for it." With a cold snort, Nian Wujing forcibly suppressed his anger, continuing to cultivate in this area of double concentration in the blood-spirit pool. Heng finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The people from the Ghost Immortal sect are indeed all lunatics. Not far away, Li Mengbai and others from Dezhao Kingdom watched this scene, their expressions unchanged. Those who could reach this place were all top geniuses among the 5 kingdoms. Knowing time was of the essence, they all endured the pain, striving to cultivate in this area of double concentration. As for talents like Zhang Yi, they could only cultivate in areas of 1.5 times concentration, and those like Li Qingfeng could only practice in the outermost regions. At this moment, Qin Chen had already arrived at the 5 times concentration area of the blood-spirit pool. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The concentration of the blood-spirit pool here was terrifyingly powerful. Qin Chen felt intense pain throughout his body, as if every cell was being torn apart. The level of pain even surpassed that when he was cultivating the undying saint body. However, the effects were also astonishing. A trickle of spiritual marrow liquid energy surged into his body. As soon as this energy entered Qin Chen's body, he immediately felt his internal organs, blood, meridians, muscles, bones, and even every cell suddenly emit an exceptionally urgent sound. That feeling was like a person who had been starving for several days, suddenly seeing a table full of delicious delicacies and fine wines, an overwhelming urge to devour them. When that trickle of energy entered his body, every cell within Qin Chen began to twist, and during the tearing process madly absorbed this energy. This is it. Gritting his teeth, Qin Chen could no longer make any sound. His spirit was tense, fearing that a moment's inattention would cause him to faint. Gulp, he forcefully submerged himself into the spiritual marrow liquid, his head fully immersed in the pool water. Ah! The intense energy began to tear at the skin on Qin Chen's face. His eyes instantly lost vision. He could see nothing, and his eardrums burst. He could hear nothing. Even the skin all over his body began to corrode. But Qin Chen remained motionless, like a rock, submerged in the depths of this spiritual marrow liquid, every cell in his body undergoing transformation from the inside out. Qin Chen's physical strength began to rise at an astonishing speed. No one knew that only by fully immersing oneself in the spiritual marrow liquid could one achieve the greatest transformation. Merely touching the liquid would only result in superficial enhancement of the physical body. An hour later. Finally, a martial artist was the first to be unable to endure and withdrew from the blood-spirit pool. This was a martial artist at the mid-earth level, 23 years old, from Desong Kingdom. The moment he left the blood-spirit pool, the pain on his body rapidly disappeared, and his skin became as smooth as jade, as if reborn. At the same time, an incredibly rich power began to surge within his body. Upon exiting the blood-spirit pool, he had to immediately cultivate to convert all the energy absorbed from the blood-spirit pool. Echoing in his mind were the words of the kingdom's strongman before entering the blood-spirit pool, and he quickly crossed his legs by the shore, beginning to transform the energy from the blood-spirit pool. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, boom, an astonishing aura erupted from his body. He opened his eyes filled with shock. I actually broke through so quickly and directly to the peak of the late Earth level. With a face full of disbelief, this person could hardly believe his eyes. From the mid-Earth level to suddenly break through to the peak of the late Earth level, what kind of speed is this? If it were outside, it would take years to accomplish such a thing. But here, in just over an hour, he completed such a transformation. Can I still absorb more? Standing up, he looked eagerly at the blood-spirit pool before him. Previously, his cultivation was lower, so he only held on for an hour before being forced to withdraw. If he could absorb again, it wouldn't be impossible to leap into heaven level. Taking 2 steps forward, just as he was about to enter the blood-spirit pool again, a surge of formation power struck, and before he could react, his figure had already vanished from the edge of the blood-spirit pool. In the blood-spirit pool, anyone could only absorb once. Once they exited, they could not re-enter. Next, more and more martial artists absorbed the limits within the blood-spirit pool, emerging from it to sit cross-legged one by one. Their auras rapidly transformed, and a series of rumbling sounds echoed as one breakthrough after another occurred. Among them, nearly half of the participants broke through a level after entering the blood-spirit pool. Even those who did not achieve a breakthrough saw astonishing improvements in their physical strength. Soon they were sent out of the blood-spirit pool's range one after another. How was it? What did you gain? Outside the blood-spirit pool, the strong members of various factions eagerly asked. reporting my physical strength has broken through from 30 horsepowers to 40 horsepowers. The amount of true energy in my body has doubled. One disciple broke through from the middle Earth level to the late Earth level. One by one, the geniuses reported back. Many strong figures showed satisfied expressions, their eyes filled with anticipation. Currently emerging were mostly those with weaker foundations. To achieve such progress is already quite good. But what they truly looked forward to were the top geniuses from each faction. It's important to note that the blood spirit pool is quite magical. The longer one stays inside, the more power they absorb and the greater their future achievements. Typically, staying for 2 to 6 hours is one threshold, and those who emerge during this time have only average talent. Staying for 6 to 12 hours is the second threshold, indicating decent talent. Exceeding 1 day is the third threshold. Generally, those who can stay a full day represent limitless potential in the future. Last time, the strongest genius stayed in the blood spirit pool for a whole day and a half before being unable to continue. He ultimately won the championship of that year's Five-Nation competition. This time, who will persist until the end? Everyone was looking forward to it, on the side of the great Qi kingdom. Lingwu Wang Zhaozhan was secretly paying attention, wanting to see how this generation of geniuses performed. In this baptism of the blood spirit pool, the emperor had made an unusual decision to allow Qin Chen and his 3 companions, who had just graduated from Tianxing Academy, to enter the blood spirit pool. To be honest, these 4 had talent and not weak strength, but they were still too young. There was a chance that someone might not last long. However, the results surprised Zhaozhan. The first to be eliminated was actually Li Qingfeng. Moreover, he persisted for a full 3 hours before being eliminated. Lord Zhaozhan beamed with joy. Li Qingfeng approached the great Qi Kingdom's team, his face full of confidence. At this time, he was surrounded by surging true energy. His cultivation had advanced from early Earth level to mid-Earth level, and he was not far from the peak of mid-Earth level. He was invigorated. Initially, after being defeated by Qin Chen in the end-of-year exam at Tianxing Academy, Li Qingfeng suffered a huge setback. He had been in seclusion practicing hard these days just to defeat Qin Chen and regain his lost glory. Now, after the baptism of the blood spirit pool, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and his strength was more than doubled compared to before. He had a premonition that if he fought Qin Chen now, he could easily bring him down. What about Qin Chen and the others? Thus, upon returning to the team after cupping his hands to Zhaozhan, Li Qingfeng began to search for Qin Chen's figure. But to his surprise, after scanning around, he did not see Qin Chen, and his heart suddenly sank. Could it be Qin Chen and the others haven't come out yet? You are the first from the great Qi Kingdom to emerge from the blood spirit pool, and it's impressive that you broke through to mid-Earth level. However, the blood spirit pool's power within you has not been completely absorbed. You should quickly refine all the residual blood spirit pool power in your body and convert it into your own strength. Otherwise, the efficacy of the blood spirit pool's baptism will be greatly diminished. Zhaozhan said, "What? Qin Chen and the others haven't come out from the blood spirit pool yet?" Zhaozhan's words instantly sent Li Qingfeng into a panic, his eyes widening. The longer one stayed in the blood spirit pool, the higher their talent. He had insisted on staying, thinking he would rank first among the 4 geniuses of Tianxing Academy, but he didn't see anyone emerge. Not only Qin Chen, but even Zhao Lingshan and Wang Qiming hadn't come out of the blood spirit pool yet. Li Qingfeng was hit with a tremendous shock. Why was there such a big gap between those who entered the blood spirit pool for the first time? Li Qingfeng found it unbelievable. His confidence took a severe blow. The competition in the blood spirit pool was, in fact, about each martial artist's willpower. The stronger the will, the longer they could endure the pain that others could not bear. He believed his willpower was quite firm, having persisted for 3 hours before coming out, but who would have thought he would be the weakest among the 4? I don't believe they can last much longer than I did. They'll definitely come out soon. Li Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. An hour passed. Another hour passed. Members of various factions continued to be eliminated, but on the side of the great Qi Kingdom, only Li Qingfeng remained. This is impossible. Li Qingfeng found it unbelievable. He had only persistently stayed for 3 hours. Qin Chen and the others had similar cultivation levels, if not weaker than him. How could they last so long? By the 6th hour, someone from the great Qi Kingdom finally couldn't hold on any longer. Lord Zhaozhan. That figure walked out from the hazy formation, his true energy surging, having reached the peak of late Earth level, just a step away from heaven level. Some of his true energy already showed signs of being at heaven level. It was Zhang Yi. How could it be him? Li Qingfeng was left in a daze, his eyes nearly popping out. In terms of cultivation, Qin Chen, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Qiming were all weaker than Zhang Yi. Normally, Zhang Yi should have been able to endure longer than the three of them, but now, could it be that Qin Chen and the others are dead inside? Li Qingfeng murmured, unable to stop himself. Beside him, Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, also revealing a look of concern. This was not impossible. Although the blood spirit pool presented a great opportunity, it also contained significant risks. If a martial artist could not hold on after entering for the baptism, they must retreat immediately. Otherwise, they could easily faint inside and then be destroyed by the frenzied power of the blood spirit pool, dying within. This was something that every powerful figure would first warn their disciples about when they entered. Yet every year, some martial artists ignored the advice and ultimately perished inside. Now, logically speaking, Qin Chen, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Qiming should have come out by now. But since they hadn't, as Li Qingfeng said, there was a possibility that they had already died inside. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhan's heart suddenly tightened, filled with worry. Haha, Xiao Zhan, those young geniuses from your Duchy country haven't already died, have they? Wei Cheng suddenly sneered, a mocking expression on his face. This immediately attracted the attention of many. I remember Duchy country did indeed bring a few young geniuses this time. How come only one has appeared so far? Now, 6 hours have passed since the blood spirit pool opened, and those who could still hold on are all late-stage Earth-level experts. The young geniuses from Duchy country, if I recall, are only early-stage Earth-level, right? They can't really be dead inside, can they? The crowd gasped, unable to suppress their astonishment. If the young geniuses from Duchy country were truly dead inside, that would be too exaggerated and would immediately turn them into a laughingstock among the nations of the Northwest. Humph, no need for your concern, Wei Cheng. You should worry more about your own geniuses from Dawei country. Our Duchy geniuses possess exceptional talents and are still undergoing baptism in the blood spirit pool, unlike your Dawei geniuses. Xiao Zhan retorted coldly. Ha, still stubborn at this point, Wei Cheng scoffed. Exceptional talents? The blood spirit pool has been open for so long, and in history there are very few early-stage Earth-level geniuses who could last 6 hours. You better prepare a coffin early, haha. The members of Dawei country burst into laughter. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, his face darkening, and he fell silent. However, deep down he felt extremely anxious. Lingshan, Qin Chen, Wang Qiming, you must not get into any trouble. His fists clenched tightly, and Xiao Zhan's heart was filled with worry. At this moment, inside the blood spirit pool, the geniuses in the lower area were gradually being eliminated. In the higher area, Qin Feng and the others still showed no signs of moving. Those who could come to this place were the top geniuses of various great powers, and they all felt extremely proud, unwilling to fall behind. Seeing no one leaving, they all gritted their teeth, competing with each other in a silent competition. Suddenly, a sound of flowing water came from the lower area, getting closer. Those absorbing the blood spirit pool couldn't help but open their eyes, displaying confusion. At this time, someone is arriving in the higher area? Geniuses who could reach the higher area should have already arrived, while those who couldn't reach the higher area should have been eliminated by now. To come here now is too strange, right? In the thin mist, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Wang Qiming. Seeing the arrival, the fourth prince and Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. It was Wang Qiming, who had come with them from Duchy country. How is this possible? How could this kid reach here? Qin Feng had a deep impression of Wang Qiming. Back in the palace, he had sent him flying with just his aura. How could such a waste make it to the higher area? What kind of joke is this? This kid is only early-stage Earth level, right? He actually managed to reach the higher area. Is he even human? A 16 or 17-year-old early-stage Earth-level martial artist can hold on for so long. Everyone was nearly going crazy. One by one, they were on the verge of collapse. They had worked hard and gritted their teeth to last so long, nearing their limits, while a boy who was clearly 4 or 5 years younger than them had also managed to hold on until now. Each of them suffered a huge blow internally. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Qiming tightly pursed his lips, ignoring everyone present as he directly began to cultivate once he entered the higher area. Gurgle. The high concentration of blood spirit pool liquid corroded his body continuously, but Wang Qiming gritted his teeth, holding on steadfastly. At this moment, he felt immensely grateful toward Qin Chen. If it weren't for Qin Chen helping him comprehend the blade intent, he would have likely been eliminated long ago. Don't worry, Chen Shao. I have gone through trials and tribulations to reach this point. I will not let you down. His eyes seemed to burn with fierce flames, and Wang Qiming stood firm like a rock, unwavering. 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Finally, in the high area, some people began to be unable to hold on any longer. One by one, the geniuses returned to the shore, unwillingly breaking through. Only a few of the most top-tier geniuses remained, still struggling to hold on. At this moment in the Fivefold area, Chen, submerged at the bottom of the blood spirit pool, suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz, it was as if two bolts of lightning erupted from his eyes. Wow, this is incredible. In my previous life, I had only heard of the effects of the spirit essence liquid. I didn't expect it to be so exquisite. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen found it hard to believe. The spirit essence liquid possesses immense destructive power, but at the same time, it also has astonishing healing abilities. His eyes had been blinded by a terrifying force as soon as he entered the blood spirit pool, but after cultivating, they had been healed, and the strength of his eyes was now several times stronger than before. Not only my senses, but my physical body is at least several times stronger than before. My strength has increased from 50 horsepower to at least 1 to 200 horsepower, and my bloodline power has also undergone a transformation. My defensive capabilities have reached their peak, and even my mental strength has broken through to the second level, Chen thought in shock. In his previous life, although he had heard of the spirit essence liquid, he had never truly experienced it, as its effects only worked for martial artists below mystic level. Once mystic level martial artists absorbed it, the terrifying power of the spirit essence would not only fail to enhance the strength of their bodies, but would also damage their meridians, rendering them useless. Additionally, the spirit essence liquid has age requirements. Martial artists over 30 have already solidified their meridians and bodies and cannot absorb it. This is also the reason why Xiao Zhan and the other strong figures from the major kingdoms did not enter the blood spirit pool for baptism. I have nearly absorbed enough of the power of the spirit essence liquid within me. Generally, places with spirit essence pools often contain spirit essence crystals, which are even rarer treasures than the spirit essence liquid and should not be wasted. With his legs moving, Chen swam deeper into the spirit essence pool. Wherever spirit essence liquid is produced, there are usually spirit essence crystals. This substance is known as the source of spirit essence and is the root of spirit essence liquid's production. Every spirit essence crystal can continuously produce spirit essence liquid. Even in the martial domain, it is considered a priceless treasure, hard to come by. Sure enough, upon reaching the depths of the spirit essence pool, Chen discovered a milky white crystal at the bottom of a deep pool. There really is a spirit essence crystal. Chen was overjoyed as he picked up the spirit essence crystal and placed it into his storage ring. Next, he found 2 more spirit essence crystals at the bottom of the pool. At this moment, the concentration of the spirit essence liquid here had already reached 10 times that of the outermost area, belonging to the most core region of the spirit essence pool. Such a large spirit essence pool can't possibly have only these few spirit essence crystals. There should be more. Just as Chen was about to continue forward, a wave of formation fluctuations suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. It was the 4th-level Soul Confusion formation. How annoying! Shaking his head, Chen was speechless. This 4th-level Soul Confusion formation thinks it can stop him from searching for spirit essence crystals. His mental strength spread out, and in an instant, Chen found several loopholes in the Soul Confusion formation and slipped through. Sure enough, on the other side of the Soul Confusion formation, Chen discovered several more spirit essence crystals. A total of 8 had been found. Feeling the 8 spirit essence crystals in his storage ring, Chen felt elated and instinctively surfaced from the pool. Who? A clear and melodious voice, akin to that of a celestial being, instantly reached Chen's ears. What is a woman doing here? Hearing this voice, Chen was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the place for the blood spirit pool baptism? Entering the blood spirit pool required both men and women to enter naked, so the entrances for men and women were completely different, leading to 2 separate areas. But that light scolding voice was clearly a woman's voice, and it was incredibly beautiful. No way! Suddenly, Chen seemed to realize something and reacted sharply. When he had been searching for the spirit essence crystal at the bottom of the pool, he must have unintentionally passed through a formation. He hadn't ended up in the area where women practiced, had he? Thinking of this, Chen's head began to ache. By the time he wanted to sink back into the water, it was already too late. A splashing sound came from the other side of the mist, and a beautiful face appeared in front of Chen. This was an 18 or 19-year-old girl, with willow-leaf eyebrows, an oval face, and exquisite beauty. Her smooth black hair fell over the surface of the pool, creating a strong visual impact. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, white as jade, and beneath her delicate collarbone were 2 white peaks, making one's blood surge. It was the talented girl of Lingtian sect, Yue Qianxue. Her expression, however, was not good. After a moment of shock, her eyes instantly shot flames of anger. Yue Qianxue had been peacefully cultivating in the blood-spirit pool and had never expected a man to appear in the women's area. Given the nature of the blood-spirit pool, the two of them were bathing naked together, and a red blush flew to her cheeks, filled with both shame and anger. "I'm sorry, I seem to have taken a wrong turn," Chen said apologetically with a smile, eager to leave. Staying here was too embarrassing, but Yue Qianxue's eyes hardened. The areas of the blood-spirit pool were separated by formations. Casual intrusion was impossible. This man must have exploited a flaw in the array or worse, come to harass. A wrong turn? She didn't believe it. Seeing Chen turn to leave, Yue Qianxue's icy voice came like a 1,000-year-old ice, and a longsword appeared in her hand, true energy condensing at its tip. "What do you want to do?" Chen frowned. Without answering, Yue Qianxue surged from the water, the green blade tip whistling straight toward Chen. So fast, Chen's pupils constricted. It was the first time he had seen such a fast sword attack from a peak Earth-level martial artist. He activated the 9-star Divine Emperor technique. His hands swirled with true energy, and he reached out to halt the sword tip before his brow. "Are you trying to kill me?" Chen's voice carried a hint of servility. The sword's force was terrible. If not for his recent breakthrough, a moment of carelessness might have ended him. "And what if I am?" Yue Qianxue shot back. She threw a formation disc into the pool. An invisible power spread, blocking interference from the illusory soul-trapping formation, enabling her to attack without being expelled. Boom. A terrifying sword intent struck Chen's fingertip, cold and locking onto his aura. "This is sword intent?" Chen's pupils shrank. This girl was only 19, yet she had comprehended sword intent. She meant to kill him. "Dance of the butterfly?" His figure swayed, dodging the barrage of sword lights. "Miss, it was just an accident. There's no need to go this far, right?" Chen called while retreating, voice low and urgent. He had no desire to provoke further. "Accident?" Yue Qianxue laughed coldly. Those inside the blood-spirit pool were geniuses seeking breakthroughs. The women's area was specific. He had come here deliberately, nonsense she couldn't tolerate. She pressed the attack, sword lights crisscrossing with shrill whistles aiming straight at Chen. Seizing a moment when Yue Qianxue misstepped, Chen turned and dove, intent on returning to the men's side. She wasn't one to let him go. Furious, Yue Qianxue hurled another sealing device, and a third-grade sealing formation rippled out, attempting to trap him. Chen broke it with effort, but the sealing disc meant pursuit was possible. He reversed course, slipping through the mist and moving stealthily. A delicate shout ahead made him surface. A girl watched the waters, a familiar voice and face. It was Zhao Lingshan. She had been cultivating nearby and now stared at him, terror and indignation on her face. "How could it be you?" Zhao Lingshan's face flushed crimson as she covered herself. "SHH, don't say anything," Chen whispered, embarrassed and quick. Princess Zixun's distant voice approached, asking if any outsiders had passed. Yue Qianxue's figure soon reappeared, sword in hand, scanning the pool. She questioned the two women sharply before moving on. Princess Zixun, displeased at the interruption, dismissed the matter and returned to her cultivation. "That crazy woman left?" Chen breathed once he had surfaced close to Zhao Lingshan, his breath brushing against her chest. Zhao Lingshan's eyes narrowed. She had seen Yue Qianxue's murderous demeanor. She suspected Chen might have provoked her. Her face darkened at the thought. "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I was chased by her. Thanks to you earlier." Chen kept his voice low. If Zhao Lingshan hadn't been vigilant, he might have been in real trouble. "As a return favor, let me help you a bit." Quickly and precisely, Chen reached out and pressed several acupoints along Zhao Lingshan's meridians, sealing and stabilizing them. The motion was brief, clinical, devoid of any indecency. Zhao Lingshan flinched, panic flashing across her face, then confusion as the numbness faded and a calmer warmth spread through her body. "What are you trying to do?" she exclaimed, recovering but still startled. "All right, you can continue your cultivation. Remember, the spirit liquid in the blood-spirit pool also has a strengthening effect on bloodlines. Your ice bloodline can undergo a baptism. Thanks a lot for earlier. I'll take my leave." Chen gave one terse, practical instruction and dove back into the water, slipping away through the formation before Yue Qianxue could find him again. Zhao Lingshan let out a sigh of relief, her face flushed, and she felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite express. A sense of relief, yet somehow there was also a hint of disappointment. "What was I thinking?" Zhao Lingshan's face turned red with embarrassment as she stomped her feet, letting out a long breath. After a long while, she finally calmed down. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something unusual about her body. When she was in the blood-spirit pool before, she had almost reached her limit. The pain in her body was becoming unbearable, and she had been struggling to hold on. But now, that intense pain had surprisingly disappeared, and her entire body felt relaxed. Moreover, from the acupoints that Qin Chen had pressed earlier, a faint, cool sensation was emanating. Could it be that Qin Chen's casual touch had greatly enhanced her tolerance to the blood-spirit pool? Her eyes widened in surprise as Zhao Lingshan gasped. She understood the power of the blood-spirit pool all too well. Every talented martial artist dreamed of staying in the blood-spirit pool for even a moment longer. However, up until now, the 5 nations of the Northwest had not found any methods that allowed their talented disciples to remain any longer. But Qin Chen had just casually pressed a few acupoints and had significantly improved her tolerance to the blood-spirit pool. This, thinking back on the various methods Qin Chen had displayed recently, Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but be shocked. How many more secrets were hidden within him? Calming her emotions and not thinking any further, Zhao Lingshan resumed her cultivation in the blood-spirit pool and began to purify her bloodline as Qin Chen had instructed. That damned lecher actually got away? In the high-level area of the blood-spirit pool, Yue Qianxue's gaze was icy, her eyes filled with coldness. She had searched for half a day in the blood-spirit pool but had not found any trace of Qin Chen, feeling extremely frustrated. Humph, I've already memorized his appearance. If I encounter him outside, he will definitely pay for it. Her gaze was cold. Yue Qianxue lightly bit her red lips at this moment. In the men's area of the blood-spirit pool, Qin Chen slowly poked his head out in the area with 10 times the concentration. I have almost searched the bottom of this spirit essence pool. Even if there are any spirit essence crystals left, it won't exceed 1 or 2. I might as well leave one for the geniuses of the 5 nations of the Northwest. Once all the spirit essence crystals are picked up, the entire spirit essence liquid pool will gradually dry up and eventually lose its spirituality. Closing his eyes to rest, Qin Chen resumed his cultivation in this spirit essence liquid. He had absorbed enough spirit essence liquid by now. After all, he had been in the 5 times concentration area before, plus with the 9-star God Emperor technique, he had been crazily absorbing through 12 meridians simultaneously. In one day, the amount of spirit essence liquid he absorbed was nearly equivalent to what other geniuses would absorb in 10 days. At this moment, what Qin Chen needed to do was use the energy in the spirit essence liquid to break through his current realm. Outside the blood-spirit pool. A day later, the vast majority of martial artists had already been eliminated. Those who remained were the elite among the elites from various major forces. In the Daqui Kingdom area, Xuan looked worried and tense. Up until now, 80% of all the geniuses who entered the blood-spirit pool for purification had been eliminated. However, 6 out of the 8 disciples from their Daqui Kingdom had yet to be eliminated. The 4th prince, Feng, and Princess Xuan were indeed likely to last until now, but Qin Chen and the other 3... Xuan found it hard to believe that with Qin Chen and the others' cultivation levels, they could last this long. His Majesty is too hasty. Sighing, Xuan didn't know what else to say. If Qin Chen and the other 3 died in the blood-spirit pool, the consequences would be dire. Now all he could do was pray that Qin Chen and the others had already exited the blood-spirit pool and were simply cultivating to break through. In the high-level area of the blood-spirit pool, more and more people were leaving, while fewer and fewer remained. Starting with more than 10, now only about 10 were left. Those who could stay were undoubtedly the top geniuses from various major forces, such as Qin Feng, Nian Wuji, Li Mengbai, and Heng. What was surprising was that Wang Qiming was also still holding on. Have the martial artists of Daqui Kingdom taken some aphrodisiac? Even such a young boy is still holding on. This is truly unbelievable. Heng looked gloomy. At this moment he was biting his teeth, drenched in cold sweat. Even he was close to not being able to hold on, yet Wang Qiming had not been eliminated. Not just him, but the other geniuses also looked astonished. How strong must one's willpower be to let such a 16 or 17-year-old boy endure until now? In the blood-spirit pool, Wang Qiming finally opened his eyes. My physical body's absorption of the blood-spirit pool has reached its limit. If I continue, there may be a danger to my life. Standing up, Wang Qiming walked toward the lower area without any hesitation. Then he directly arrived at the shore and sat cross-legged to cultivate. That brat finally left. Seeing Wang Qiming finally exit, everyone let out a sigh of relief. An hour after Wang Qiming left, the 4th Prince Zhao Wei also could no longer hold on. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Qin Feng, who was still sitting cross-legged cultivating, and had no choice but to return to the shore to attempt a breakthrough. Following that, Heng, Li Mengbai, and many other geniuses were also eliminated one by one. In the end, only Nian Wuji and Qin Feng remained. Brat, not bad. Nian Wuji stared fiercely at Qin Feng, his eyes shooting out fierce rays. Now only he and Qin Feng remained in the blood-spirit pool. Whoever could hold on the longest would likely become the one who endured the longest in this round of the blood spirit pool. I Nyan Wuji, love challenges the most. Let's see which of us can hold on until the end. Grinding his teeth, Nyan Wuji fully circulated his true energy, holding on with all his might, his face twisted. Outside the blood spirit pool, the crowd was restless. It's been almost 2 days. How come there are still so many people not coming out? According to past patterns, the person who lasted the longest would only hold on for about a day and a half. Why are so many people still holding on this time? This round of the blood spirit pool purification far exceeded the ordinary. So far, a remarkable number had not been able to come out. The chatter about hours to tears that had been tossed around before mattered little now. Everyone sensed something different in the air. Some low murmurings and quick exchanges passed through the crowd, then collapsed into a stunned hush as multiple figures began to emerge in a short, electrifying montage. Each appearance pulled attention. Wang Qiming stepping out, then Zhao Lingshan, then others from various factions. Hey, someone else is coming out. In the male area, another person stepped out, attracting everyone's attention. Isn't that one of those low-level kids from the Duchy Kingdom? Someone exclaimed. Zhao was suddenly surprised and quickly looked up, seeing Wang Qiming walking out from the array. Are you all right? Haha, that's great. Filled with joy, Zhao hurriedly walked in front of Wang Qiming, grabbing his shoulders, his expression excited and beaming with happiness. Wang Qiming looked at Zhao with a face full of confusion. What was going on? Why was Master Zhao so excited? Ha, as long as you're fine, come over quickly. Zhao face was blooming with excitement, his eyes squinting into a line. Wang Qiming was not dead. To him, this not only meant that Wang Qiming was fine, but Qin Chen and the others were also very likely still alive. Humph, just one more person surviving, why are you so excited? On the side of the Wei Kingdom, Wei Cheng sneered, his tone mocking. Wei Cheng, if you say one more word, do you believe I won't be polite? Zhao said angrily, glaring over. Am I afraid of you? Wei Cheng sneered, his whole body exuding a killing aura. All right, no need to say anything. This is the power of the blood spirit pool's baptism. Both of you should restrain yourselves. Immediately, a strong figure from another force frowned and spoke up. This place is filled with the geniuses of various major forces. If anything happens, who will take responsibility? Humph. With a cold grunt, Zhao felt great and no longer paid attention to Wei Cheng. He turned his gaze back to Wang Qiming and was immediately stunned. Wang Qiming, you have broken through to the heaven level. Earlier, in the moment of surprise, Zhao had not paid much attention. Now, upon closer examination, Wang Qiming had actually leapt from the earth level early stage straight to the heaven level. This was simply unprecedented. Although the blood spirit pool could help people break through, the vast majority only improved by 1 level at most. To be able to rise by 2 levels was already extremely rare. Yet, Wang Qiming had jumped from the earth level early stage to the heaven level early stage. This was almost a complete tier improvement, a rarity in the entire history of the blood spirit pool's baptism. At least for nearly 100 years, it had never been heard of. It's just luck, Wang Qiming said. Deep down, he knew that if it weren't for Qin Chen's help, he wouldn't have achieved such a significant improvement. Oh my! Others were equally shocked. To advance a whole major level, the genius of the Duchy Kingdom was simply defying the heavens. Although Wang Qiming's heaven-level aura was obviously not stable, still quite weak and incomplete, as long as he carefully solidified it for a few days, he would completely step into the heaven level easily. Meanwhile, Feng and Zhang Yi were dumbstruck, hardly believing their eyes. Especially Zhang Yi, who was almost going mad. When he entered, he was still 2 minor levels higher than the other, but upon exiting, the other had surpassed him by a whole major level. This comparison made him feel utterly like trash. Buzz, at this moment another figure stepped out from the array. Another genius from the Duchy Kingdom. This time, the one who emerged was a female genius. Zhao Lingshan, exuding a transcendent aura, slowly walked out. Her true chi was condensing as she too broke through to the heaven level. Everyone was dumbfounded. Another heaven level. When did breaking through to the heaven level become so easy? People were on the brink of collapse. There was no denying it. This year's blood spirit pool baptism was much stronger than previous ones. Among those who could persist until the end, aside from a few who were only at the peak of the earth level late stage, the rest had all broken through to the heaven level. There were no fewer than 10. In the past, being able to directly break through to the heaven level during the blood spirit pool baptism was almost among the top 5 existences before the 5 Kingdoms competition, whereas those who could break through to the heaven level before the competition days later could contend for the top 10. But now, before the blood spirit pool baptism had fully ended, there were already no fewer than 10 heaven-level geniuses, thoroughly breaking previous records. Another 2 hours passed. Princess Zai Zun and the fourth prince also stepped out from the array. The auras on both of them were naturally of the heaven level and had reached the peak of the heaven level early stage, very stable, clearly stronger than Wang Qiming. After all, their foundations were more solid. Even if Wang Qiming and Zhao Lingshan had caught up, it would still be difficult for them to surpass them in a short time. By the way, have you seen Qin Feng and Qin Chen? Xiao Zhan asked with concern. Now 2 days had passed since they entered the blood spirit pool for baptism. The Qi Kingdom disciples had only Qin Chen and Qin Feng remaining who had not come out yet. When I left, Qin Feng was still undergoing baptism, but I have yet to see Qin Chen. The fourth prince's expression was grave. Could it be he hasn't come out yet? With Qin Chen's cultivation level, not having emerged from the blood spirit pool by now was not a good sign. I also haven't seen young Master Chen, Wang Qiming said. This unsettled everyone. A few close allies exchanged terse, anxious words, their worry concentrated but not repeated. They prayed silently that Qin Chen had merely stayed to break through and not run into danger. Zhao Lingshan clenched her fists tightly, feeling incredibly distressed. She wanted to tell everyone that she had seen Qin Chen in the blood spirit pool, but if she said it, it would cause big trouble. At that time, she would probably find it difficult to explain no matter how she tried. So she kept silent, hugging that private truth close to her heart. In the wait, another half a day passed. A figure appeared again in the array. It was Nian Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect, heaven-level mid-stage. Nian Wuji's entire body was filled with true energy, and he unexpectedly reached the mid-level of heaven level. That profound aura even pressured some of the stronger figures present. In an instant, everyone was on the verge of madness, each one with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes, desperately rubbing them. Heavens, what happened in this year's blood spirit pool baptism? How could a mid-heaven level martial artist appear? In nearly 100 years of past blood spirit pool baptisms, the strongest among all the geniuses barely broke through to the peak of the early heaven level. Someone once concluded that for geniuses under the age of 24, reaching early heaven level after entering the blood spirit pool was already the limit. But unexpectedly, Nian Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect broke this record and successfully broke through to the mid-heaven level. This was the first occurrence in the history of the blood spirit pool baptism. For a moment, the crowd fell silent, inexplicably shocked. Many were even left speechless. How can anyone live with this? At 22 years old, being at mid-heaven level indicated that Nian Wuji had a probability of over 60% to break through to the mystic level before 30. It could be foreseen that in the near future, the Ghost Immortal sect would have an extraordinary powerhouse. Haha, Wuji, that's great. If the sect master knew about your breakthrough to mid-heaven level, he would definitely be overjoyed. Elder Ling Zhang from the Ghost Immortal sect was filled with joy. Under the envious gazes of everyone, he stepped forward and laughed heartily. However, what was puzzling was that Nian Wuji's expression was extremely serious, showing no signs of happiness at all. Wuji, what's wrong? Elder Ling Zhang asked in confusion. Such a great occasion, and Nian Wuji was not happy at all, instead appearing grave and fierce. Could something have gone wrong during the breakthrough? Thinking of this, Elder Ling Zhang's heart suddenly sank. Wuji, you didn't suffer any bodily issues, did you? As he spoke, he was about to anxiously step forward to check. For a genius, what mattered most was not how high their current cultivation was, but how far they could ultimately go in the future. If Nian Wuji harmed his body in order to push for mid-heaven level, although his cultivation would show significant improvement in the short term, the future would be bleak. At that time, when he returned to the sect, he would definitely face punishment from the sect master. Elder Ling Zhang, I'm fine. Humph, that Qin Feng actually persisted longer than I did in the blood spirit pool. It's simply unforgivable. Raising his head, Nian Wuji coldly declared, his eyes icy and fierce. I, Nian Wuji, am the #1 genius of the 5 countries in the northwest. How can I allow some noble's descendant to overshadow me? His fists clenched tightly, Nian Wuji's face twisted in rage. Is this why you look so fierce? Elder Ling Zhang stumbled, almost crying. Come on, someone just lasted longer than you. Do you need to look like you just lost your parents? It made him mistakenly think that Nian Wuji had a problem with his body, scaring him to death. Moreover, you've already broken the record of the blood spirit pool in so many years. What else do you want? Wuji, although that Qin Feng persisted longer than you, his cultivation may not be as good as yours. There's no need to care so much. Elder Ling Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said speechlessly, That's true. Hearing this, Nian Wuji's eyes brightened, regaining his confidence. Persisting longer doesn't mean one's cultivation surpasses my own. I will still be the most dazzling one in this 100 years of blood spirit pool baptism. Just as he was lost in thought. Buzz. The formation ahead lit up again, and immediately a graceful figure walked out from the formation. Another person is coming out? Nian Wuji was actually not the last one? Clearly not. Didn't you hear Nian Wuji just say? The Qin Feng from Daki Kingdom hasn't appeared yet, and Miss Yue Qianxue from Ling Tian sect hasn't come out either. It's Miss Yue Qianxue. That graceful figure slowly emerged, revealing an absolutely beautiful face. It was indeed Yue Qianxue. Feeling the aura emanating from Yue Qianxue, everyone was once again dumbfounded. Mid-heaven level, another mid-heaven level. They could see that the true energy on Yue Qianxue was solid and concentrated. How could it be anything other than mid-heaven level? Moreover, her mid-heaven level true energy was very profound, not the slightest bit weaker than Nian Wuji's. Everyone was shocked, almost going mad. In the past, they couldn't even see a single mid-heaven level, yet this time two appeared at once. Is this not too exaggerated? This. Nian Wuji's recently restored confidence instantly collapsed, his eyes twisted with anger, appearing very gloomy. Buzz, at that moment the formation was activated again. Another person is coming out? Everyone turned their heads to look at the formation again. From the male area, a tall young man walked out from the misty formation. He had long hair cascading over his shoulders, and his eyes were like stars, cold and wild. It was Qin Feng, and his aura surged like smoke rolling skyward, sharper than both Nian Wuji and Yue Qianxue. Hiss. A sound of inhaling cold air immediately spread, and the people present were almost numb. Without a doubt, Qin Feng also broke through to mid-heaven level, and he was stronger than both Nian Wuji and Yue Qianxue. 3 mid-heaven level? Hiss my heavens, what's going on with this year's blood spirit pool baptism? It's simply against the heavens. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes dazed, their brains going blank. In the past, they couldn't see even one. Now 3 appeared at once, this. No one could describe the shock in their hearts at this moment, only knowing that their brains could not think at all. Surely no one else is coming out now, right? No, Qin Feng is already the last one. This blood spirit pool baptism has ended. The crowd let out a breath. After experiencing so much shock, this year's blood spirit pool baptism had finally ended. But there was no doubt that the appearance of 3 mid-heaven level geniuses would forever be remembered in the history of the 5 Northwest countries. Amidst the discussions, the crowd began to disperse. Where exactly is that kid? At this moment, Yue Qianxue's cold gaze swept through the cave, searching for Qin Chen's figure. The shame of humiliation cannot simply be resolved like this. However, no matter how she searched, she could not see that young man. Why hasn't the bewildering soul formation closed yet? Could it be that the blood spirit pool baptism hasn't ended? Suddenly, a voice of suspicion rang out, attracting everyone's attention. They saw that the formation outside the blood spirit pool had not closed. It continued to flicker with faint light and was still operational. Everyone's gaze suddenly froze. The design principle of the bewildering soul formation is that as long as all living disciples walk out from the blood spirit pool, it will close. The next activation must be 5 years later, and the 5 countries will use the key to open it again. But now, the trapping formation was still operational, which obviously indicated that there were still disciples alive inside and had not left. At this moment, everyone was shocked and inexplicably frightened. What time is it? There are still people inside the blood spirit pool who haven't come out? Who exactly is still inside? In an instant, the crowd stirred, and no one could maintain their calm. The last 3 to emerge, Qin Feng and the others, had all broken through to the human-level mid-stage. They had set a record in the history of the blood spirit pool baptism. Originally, they thought this was the limit, but they never expected that someone else had actually persisted for a longer time than Qin Feng and the others. Was this going against the heavens? Since Qin Feng and the others had all broken through to the human-level mid-stage, what could the last one be? It couldn't be the human-level late stage, could it? Li Mengbai from the Great Zhao Kingdom had already come out. The top geniuses from the Great Qi Kingdom and the Great Wei Kingdom had also emerged. The Great Liang Kingdom and the Great Song Kingdom were the same. Who could the person still inside be? Looking around at the top geniuses present, everyone was at a loss. The geniuses who could still be inside at this moment had already come out, so who was still inside? Could it be that the one who hadn't come out was Chen Shao? Yes, it must be him. On the side of the Great Qi Kingdom, Zhao Lingshan and Wang Qiming were both excited. In their eyes, the one who hadn't come out was most likely Qin Chen. It had to be that lecher. On the side of Ling Tian sect, Yue Qianxue's gaze turned cold. That lecher had managed to pass through the illusionary soul array and enter the high-level area where she had been. The possibility of him persisting until now was extremely high. In an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed ahead, quietly waiting. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. The array still had not closed, nor had anyone come out. Could it be that the array was broken? Finally, someone could not hold back any longer. It had been almost 3 days, and yet someone still hadn't come out. What kind of joke was this? The power in the blood spirit pool was incredibly violent. It was already rare for an ordinary genius to last a day. Staying the full 2 days was enough to set a record, and staying 3 days, was that even human or a strange beast? Maybe the array really is broken. Everyone was taken aback and suddenly realized this might not be impossible. Although the 4th-level array was fearsome, any array could malfunction after running for an extended period. The array enveloping the blood spirit pool had actually been changed several times over the past century, the most recent being more than 10 years ago. After all, the operation of an array consumes a massive amount of energy and requires regular maintenance. Now that a malfunction has occurred, it isn't impossible. Quickly send a message to the Array Masters Guild of the 5 Nations and have them send someone to take a look. A strong expert frowned and said. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, buzz. The array, which had been silent for more than a day, began to pulsate once again. A blurry figure slowly walked out from the array. The figure was hazy but clearly a young man. Who is it? Who could it be? At this moment, everyone widened their eyes, staring intently ahead. They saw a boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old slowly walking out from the array under everyone's watchful gaze. Upon seeing the true appearance of the boy, everyone's expression froze, and their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Is this real? Am I seeing things? Isn't this one of those low-level kids from the Great Qi Kingdom? How could it be him? So young, and he managed to stay in the blood spirit pool until now. How is that even possible? Everyone was shocked, almost unable to believe their eyes. It really is Chen Shao. A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Wang Qiming's face. It's actually Qin Chen, how could it be? Qin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, a cold light shooting from them. It really is that lecher. In Yue Qianxue's eyes, a murderous intent erupted. What are you all doing? As he stood firm in front of the array and saw everyone's almost ravenous gaze, Qin Chen was taken aback. No way, I just came out of the array. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss? Everyone looks like starving wolves ready to devour me. That gaze made Qin Chen feel a chill down his spine. Earth-level late-stage peak. Zhao looked at Qin Chen in shock, sensing the aura emanating from him, his brows furrowing slightly. Having stayed in the blood spirit pool for so long, Qin Chen had broken through from Earth-level early-stage peak to Earth-level late-stage peak. The energy in the blood spirit pool was abundant, and there was no need to worry about instability in his foundation. Naturally, Qin Chen broke through without hesitation. However, with Wang Qiming's earlier performance, Zhao felt not shock, but rather a hint of confusion. Qin Chen had clearly persisted longer than Wang Qiming, yet his cultivation level was not as high. What was going on? Qin Chen, you finally came out. I was so worried about you. Arriving in front of Qin Chen, Zhao let out a sigh of relief. At this point, all 8 geniuses from the Great Qi Kingdom who had entered the blood spirit pool had returned without a single casualty, a complete success. Regardless of their cultivation levels, at least they had all come out, which was a blessing. By the way, how did you manage to last so long inside? Over 3 days. That's nearly 4 days, longer than Qin Feng by more than a day. Then Zhao inquired, puzzled. As he spoke, everyone turned their attention toward him, eager to hear how Qin Chen would respond. Their gazes were intense, as if they were staring at a naked beauty. Approaching 4 days, no matter how talented you are or how strong your body is, you shouldn't be able to last that long, right? What method did you use to hold on until now? It turns out I stayed so long by accident. Feeling the fiery, curious gazes of the crowd, Qin Chen finally understood why everyone was looking at him like that. Actually, I was ready to come out the next day, but for some reason, the array didn't send me to the exit. Instead, it sent me to a remote place, and I ended up getting lost for 2 full days before finding the exit. Qin Chen forced a smile, looking quite depressed. Is that really the case? Zhao mouth dropped open in astonishment. Yes. Qin Chen nodded, equally speechless. What? Upon hearing this explanation, everyone was left in ruins, nearly on the verge of tears. Bro, are you kidding me? We thought you must have some special means that allowed you to stay in the blood spirit pool for so long. Who would have thought it was simply because the array malfunctioned? That's just too much of a letdown. Everyone wanted to cry, but felt inexplicably relieved. Given a thought, if Qin Chen had really stayed in the blood spirit pool for a full 4 days, how could he possibly only break through to the Earth-level late-stage peak? He should have reached at least the human-level early stage. Didn't you see that those who stayed for over 2 days almost all broke through to human-level early stage? If he had really stayed for 4 days, without a doubt, he'd be at least at human-level mid-stage. Buzz, the 4th-level illusionary soul array suddenly fluctuated, slowly calming down, indicating that the last disciple had also left the blood spirit pool. The next time the array would open would have to wait until 5 years later. Let's go! Seeing this scene, the strong experts from various factions immediately led their geniuses out of the cave. Humph, as they passed by Qin Chen and the others, Nian Wuji and Cao Heng from the Great Wei Kingdom both sneered coldly. Just wait, even if you lasted longer than me, so what? In 3 days, during the initial trial of the Five-Nation competition, this young master will let you know who the true #1 genius is. Be careful, disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom. With a cold smile, Nian Wuji's gaze swept over the many geniuses from the Great Qi Kingdom before he left with a sneer. The fourth Prince Zhao Wei looked at the fading figures of the Ghost Immortal sect and the talents from the Great Wei Kingdom, feeling worried in his heart. It seems that 3 days later, during the preliminary competition, the Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei Kingdom will come hard at us. Princess Zai Zun sneered. If they want to kill us, can't we kill them? In terms of strength, we are not weaker than them. Qin Chen glanced at Princess Zai Zun. Although she was just a woman, her character was exceedingly resolute. On the other hand, the strongest, Qin Feng, did not speak. He merely glanced at Qin Chen from the corner of his eye. His slight movement was still keenly captured by Qin Chen. It seems that Qin Feng's desire to kill me has not diminished. Then bring it on. Qin Chen's eyes narrowed, his heart grew cold, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng thought he could easily manipulate me. When he makes his move, he'll know what regret is. Zhao Zhan said solemnly, "You guys should be more careful. Don't underestimate the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect. Although we have a mid-heaven level genius on our side, I've observed that Cao Heng from the Great Wei Kingdom should also be able to break through to mid-heaven level in 3 days. Moreover, their overall strength is slightly stronger than ours, and if they join forces, their advantage will be considerable." Zhao Zhan felt heavy in his heart. Regardless of how excellent the talents entering the blood spirit pool this time were, the basic strength of the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect was still stronger than that of the Great Qi Kingdom. Now that they have joined forces, it remains quite dangerous. A group of people returned to their respective camps. Suddenly, Qin Chen felt a chilling gaze. Turning his head, his expression froze, turning bitter. He saw that on the side of the Ling Tian sect, Yue Qianxue was looking at him with a cold expression, her eyes revealing a killing intent. Qin Chen awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling speechless. Wasn't it just that he had accidentally seen some things? Did it really require such animosity towards him? They had already come out of the blood spirit pool, yet she was still fixated on him. Was it really necessary? Upon returning to the camp, the other talented disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom had already gathered around, looking at Qin Chen and the others with envious expressions. Damn, the blood spirit pool is indeed the blood spirit pool. Just a few days of time, and even the weakest among them has broken through to the peak of Earth level late stage. Someone was shocked, their eyes wide open. What does this mean? I heard that the one who persisted till the end in this blood spirit pool was Qin Feng, the grandson of King Wu, who stayed for almost 3 days and broke through to mid-heaven level, setting a new record for the blood spirit pool. A martial artist who was aware of the news couldn't help but show off. Hiss, that's impressive. It seems we are blessed in this preliminary competition among the 5 countries. Other martial artists had their eyes shining brightly. A strong talent from their own country would have a positive impact during the preliminary competition. Wait, I heard that it was Qin Chen who persisted till the end, right? Someone questioned, puzzled. I also heard it was Qin Chen. Others who were well-informed chimed in. You guys wouldn't understand. The one who persisted till the end was indeed Qin Chen, but that person revealed a strange expression and left them hanging. But what? Others expressed their dissatisfaction, wanting to know what he meant. Seeing that it was about to provoke public anger, that person finally said, "But it is said that Qin Chen stopped accepting the baptism on the 2nd day and got lost in the formation of the blood spirit pool, which is why he stayed for more than 4 days. What? Lost? Everyone was dumbfounded, almost fainting. Brother, this is the baptism of the blood spirit pool. Once the baptism ends, the formation will directly teleport the person who completed the baptism to the exit position. How could anyone get lost? Are you sure you're not joking?" Many couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a strange fellow. Qin Chen will surely become famous among the 5 countries now. The first in history to get lost in the formation of the blood spirit pool? Ha ha ha! This is simply outrageous. However, due to the terrifying strength Qin Chen displayed during his battle with Jiang Zhang, and coupled with his breakthrough to the peak of Earth level late stage, everyone took it as a joke. They laughed it off without anyone truly holding it against him. But as everyone speculated, when the news spread, all forces across the 5 countries in the northwest were amused. Everyone focused on only 2 points. First, this baptism of the blood spirit pool was unprecedented, as 3 mid-heaven level powerhouses emerged. Second, Qin Chen got lost. In an instant, the topic of Qin Chen getting lost spread among all the martial artists in the Yao Ancestor mountain range. Humph, lost? Who are you trying to fool? This person must have done something unspeakable in the blood spirit pool. Inside the Ling Tian sect's camp, Yue Qianxue, who received the news, had a cold smile on her face. According to Qin Chen, he only stayed for 2 days before being teleported out, but the truth was that she saw Qin Chen 2 days later. This shows that Qin Chen was lying. Moreover, the concentration of the blood spirit pool in her area was extremely high, and only top-tier geniuses could access it. Yet, Qin Chen appeared nearby. If he couldn't last 2 days, who would believe that? Qin Chen naturally wouldn't pay attention to these rumors. After returning to the tent, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate and cultivate. The baptism of the blood spirit pool had allowed him to enhance his physical strength to the utmost, and his cultivation level reached the peak of Earth level late stage. In fact, Qin Chen was not incapable of breaking through to heaven level. But he knew very well that a martial artist's cultivation must be gradual and cannot be too aggressive. Otherwise, the foundation would be unstable, which would have a huge impact on the future. Therefore, even though he knew there generally would not be many side effects in the blood spirit pool, Qin Chen still did not rush to break through to heaven level. Instead, he prepared to consolidate for a few days before attempting the breakthrough. That way, there would be no hidden dangers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Chen focused on his hard training, unaware of the world outside. On the 4th day, just as the sky was slightly brightening, boom, a sudden bell rang throughout the camp, waking all present. All the martial artists exited their tents and saw Xiao Zhan and others already standing in the open space in the center of the tents, waiting for everyone. Everyone, today is the preliminary competition of the 5 countries. Come with me. Xiao Zhan called out in a low voice and led everyone forward. Where are we going? Qin Chen asked curiously. Young Master Chen, you don't know. We are heading to the trial zone of the Yao Ancestor mountain range. Wang Qiming replied from the side. The preliminary competition is in the Yao Ancestor mountain range. We don't need to go back. Qin Chen was dumbfounded. Of course, we don't need to go back. The preliminary competition has always been in the Yao Ancestor mountain range in previous years. Otherwise, why would so many martial artists from various forces gather here in the Yao Ancestor mountain range? Wang Qiming was speechless. Young Master Chen didn't even know this. It seems that way. Qin Chen also realized. Indeed, in this valley outside the blood spirit pool, there were not only forces qualified to enter the blood spirit pool, but also some geniuses from other forces stationed here. They came over, surely it was not just to watch their baptism. As the others around them heard the conversation between the two, they all staggered and almost fell. Each one looked at Qin Chen with eyes wide open, wiping away cold sweat. Qin Chen was simply too impressive. How could he not even know where the preliminary test of the 5 nations competition was? How disinterested could one be in the competition? Yet, unexpectedly, such a person had obtained the opportunity to enter the blood spirit pool. This was simply unreasonable. In their sorrow and anger, everyone could only bury themselves in hard training. In the distance, mountains began to emerge. After walking for over an hour, they finally stopped. Ahead was a vast expanse of forest, where the top experts from various forces had already gathered with their own geniuses. In front of the forest stood a stone platform, atop which stood an old man with grizzled hair, surveying the crowd. Wang Qiming whispered, Young Master Chen, this person is Yue Qianxue, the #1 expert of the Dalian Kingdom and also the top expert of the Northwest 5 nations. He broke through to the peak of the 4th stage mystic level 20 years ago and is now only 1 step away from the 5th stage sect level. He is known as a half-step master and is the strongest expert closest to sect level in the entire Northwest 5 nations. In the Northwest 5 nations, there were no experts at the 5th stage sect level, so the half-step master was already the strongest. Of course, this was only among the many countries in the Northwest. Within the sects, the sect masters of the Ling Tian sect and the Gui Xian sect were also at the half-step master level, only 1 step away from sect level. Thus, all the powerful figures in the Northwest 5 nations were focused on breaking through to sect level. As long as they reached that level, they would truly become the #1 expert in the entire Northwest. There was indeed a part of Yue Qianxue's true energy beginning to transform toward the 5th stage sect level, but unfortunately due to his age, his vitality had already begun to decline. If he didn't have any fortuitous encounter, his chances of breaking through to sect level in this lifetime were less than 30%. Qin Chen could see Yue Qianxue's condition at a glance. Yue Qianxue scanned the entire area, emanating a powerful aura, and said, This year, we have a total of over 17 young martial artists from the Northwest Five Nations participating in the preliminary test of the Five Nations competition. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is survival training. The second round is arena duels. As long as you pass the first round, you will receive rewards from our 5 nations, and those who rank in the top 20 for the arena duels will receive even more generous rewards. I hope everyone will seize this opportunity. Now, I will announce the rules for the first round of survival training. The location for the training is this vast expanse of forest before you, which contains numerous powerful blood beasts. Your task is to survive for more than 5 days and hunt enough blood beasts. However, you can rest assured that we have cleared out any blood beasts above the 4th stage. The strongest ones here are only 3rd stage heavenly-level blood beasts. You only need to hunt 1 heavenly-level blood beast, or 3 late-stage Earth-level blood beasts, or 10 mid-stage Earth-level blood beasts, or 20 early-stage Earth-level blood beasts to pass the first round of assessment. The proof of your assessment will be the blood crystals from the blood beasts. At the end of the assessment, we will only recognize the blood crystals, not the individuals. As Yue Qianxue announced the rules from above, the martial artists from various forces below all gasped in shock. Hunting 3 late-stage Earth-level blood beasts is simply too exaggerated. Blood beasts roamed the mountains and often fought fiercely. Although they lacked intelligence, their combat instincts were terrifying. Moreover, they had tough physiques. Normally, even a peak late-stage Earth-level martial artist might not be able to defeat a late-stage Earth-level blood beast, and to pass the assessment, one must hunt 3, which was just too difficult. With our cultivation, we can only hunt mid-stage Earth-level blood beasts, and that number needs to be 10. However, early-stage Earth-level blood beasts are clearly much weaker than mid-stage ones, and the number needed is only 20, which seems much easier. Humph, you're thinking too easily. Just consider this, with so many of us, if we all want to pass the assessment, we will need to hunt at least over 30,000 early-stage Earth-level blood beasts. What a daunting number. Exactly. And do you think the blood beasts are fools? Once they sense they are outmatched, they will definitely flee. In 5 days, we need to hunt 20 early-stage Earth-level blood beasts, which means we have to average 4 a day. It's simply impossible. Chen also nodded secretly. Hunting low-level blood beasts seemed to give everyone a glimmer of hope, but in reality, the difficulty was extremely high. The rules set for the preliminary test were basically designed to eliminate 80 to 90% of the martial artists. Don't forget, the assessment only recognizes blood crystals, not individuals. This means everyone can plunder the blood crystals from others. Suddenly, a martial artist spoke in a low voice. Everyone's gaze sharpened as they became vigilant. Before participating in the competition, they had already inquired about the brutal nature of the 5 nations competition. Not only did they have to fight powerful blood beasts, but they also had to guard against other martial artists. In fact, being wary of other martial artists was even more crucial. In this world, human nature was far more terrifying than blood beasts. Yue Qianxue paused briefly and continued, "To ensure your safety, before entering the training area, each person will receive a teleportation jade tablet. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you only need to crush the tablet to be teleported out. However, doing so will also mean that you have failed the assessment. The training will start in half an hour, so please prepare yourselves." At that moment, designated personnel began distributing the jade tablets. This should be the teleportation jade tablets uniformly established by the Continental Array Masters Guild. Chen's spiritual sense swept across, revealing the structure within. This kind of teleportation jade tablet was very basic. Crushing it to teleport would have a gap of about 1 second, and in that time, other strong practitioners could kill one. No wonder the death rate is still so high every year, despite having teleportation jade tablets. Half an hour passed in a flash. This time, there were a total of 185 martial artists from the Daqui Kingdom participating in the assessment, and they all gathered together. Zhaozhan said solemnly, "I have only one request, just come back alive. Let's set off." As his voice fell, a light of formation suddenly appeared, and one by one, the martial artists stepped into it, disappearing one after another. To prevent targeting, the method of entering the training area was via random teleportation through the formation, thereby greatly reducing the chances of encountering known individuals. Not far away, Heng and others from the Daqui Kingdom stared at the Daqui Kingdom's martial artists, sneering. "Listen up, if you encounter any martial artists from the Daqui Kingdom in the training area, kill them without mercy. No matter who it is, as long as you kill one, this prince will reward you with 100,000 silver coins. Killing a martial artist who enters the blood spirit pool will earn you a copy of a mysterious level technique or a 3rd stage treasure weapon." Hearing Prince Cao Heng's words, the geniuses from the Daki kingdom were all visibly excited. Qin Chen followed the flow of people into the formation, only to feel a flash of white light and a lightness in his body. When he came to his senses, he found himself already in a dense jungle. The formation just activated for a total of 3 breaths. The runes circulated about twice. According to the transmission range of the random teleportation array, I should have been teleported over 300 kilometers away. Qin Chen silently calculated in his heart. He raised his head. Before him stretched a continuous mountain range with no end in sight, and amidst the lush forests, it seemed to conceal endless killing intent. Let's take a look around. A common person would definitely be cautious and on high alert when falling into such a strange environment. But Qin Chen, with a calm expression, seemed as if he were on an outing, leisurely strolling through this primitive forest. After just a few steps, suddenly he halted. Clang! A mysterious rusty sword appeared in his hand, and Qin Chen nonchalantly thrust it sideways. Bang! The ground to his left suddenly exploded, and a blood beast the size of a person, resembling a pangolin, burst out from underground, transforming into an illusion as it lunged at Qin Chen. However, the mysterious rusty sword had already been placed in front of it. Puchai! The pangolin seemed to commit suicide, sweeping past the mysterious rusty sword. Its brutal eyes didn't even have time to show fear, and its entire head shot into the air, blood splattering everywhere. A mid-earth-level ironback pangolin, quite lucky. He dug out a blood crystal the size of a thumb. Qin Chen smiled faintly and put it away. If anyone else witnessed this scene, they would surely be astonished. The ironback pangolin was one of the most terrifying among the many mid-earth-level blood beasts. Although its attack was ordinary, its defense was comparable to the peak of late-earth-level blood beasts, and combined with its ability to burrow underground, its attacks were extremely tricky and mysterious. Generally, late-earth-level peak martial artists would find it troublesome and might even fall. Yet in front of Qin Chen, it was killed in a single strike, leaving everyone speechless. Kicking the corpse of the ironback pangolin aside, Qin Chen was about to leave. Suddenly, buzz! A ripple of formation waves flashed about 10 meters ahead, and then a burst of white light appeared, revealing a martial artist in front of Qin Chen. It was actually Yue Qianxue, who had previously come to provoke the military camp of the Duchy Kingdom. As soon as this person appeared, he was momentarily stunned, then cautiously scanned his surroundings. The next moment, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Hehe, I didn't expect this genius to be so lucky. As soon as I enter, I encounter a genius from Duchy Kingdom, and moreover, one who has entered the blood spirit pool. Ha, heaven really treats me well. Yue Qianxue trembled with excitement. According to Prince Cao Heng, as long as he killed a genius from Duchy Kingdom who entered the blood spirit pool, he could obtain a 3rd-tier treasure weapon. However, with his cultivation level, he naturally wouldn't dare to provoke people like Feng or the 4th prince. The only ones he could handle were Qin Chen and Li Feng. Just as he entered, he encountered Qin Chen. It was as if heaven had deliberately dropped a pie for him. If he missed such a good opportunity, it would be a disservice to himself. Die! Fearing that Qin Chen might escape, Yue Qianxue let out a cruel laugh and pounced forward. Boom, his body ignited with true qi, a dense flame burning around him. Melted flame technique, 10,000 melting flames. The crimson flames, like a hurricane, swept towards Qin Chen. The flames blazed, incinerating everything in their path, and the air was filled with a scorched scent. Compared to what he encountered in the camp, his cultivation had significantly improved. Seeing Qin Chen dazed in place, Yue Qianxue showed a look of wild joy. This kid, surprisingly not running away, even if he wanted to shatter the jade token now, it would be too late. Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly saw Qin Chen lift his head and smile at him. Yue Qianxue was taken aback. This kid must be an idiot. Facing death, he still had the audacity to smile. How could Duchy Kingdom allow such an idiot to enter the blood spirit pool? The next moment, overwhelming flames engulfed Qin Chen. Ha! 3rd-tier treasure weapon in the bag! Landing on the ground, Yue Qianxue grinned, but suddenly his smile froze. As the flames dissipated, he saw Qin Chen standing there, unharmed, not even a hair out of place. Yue Qianxue's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. How could this be possible? His melted flame technique was immensely powerful. Even a peak late-earth level martial artist would be turned to ashes. This kid had just come out of the blood spirit pool a few days ago. His cultivation couldn't possibly be solidified. How could he? Before he could react, Yue Qianxue raised both hands ready to strike again. Earlier it was your turn to attack, now it should be mine, right? Smiling broadly, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. Puchai. In the next moment, a beam of sword light flashed, and Yue Qianxue's eyes widened, his mouth agape, filled with endless fear. In an instant, his head shot up into the air, blood spraying out 2 zhang away. Until death, Luo Jingxian didn't even see how he died. If you want to kill me, be prepared to die. Qin Chen would show no mercy to those who intended to kill him. After rummaging through Luo Jingxian's belongings, Qin Chen grimaced. This guy was simply poor as dirt. Turning to leave, Qin Chen vanished into the jungle, at this moment in another part of the forest. Cao Heng, we've given you the blood crystals, don't go too far. 2 disciples of Da Qi Kingdom holding battle blades said with fierce expressions. Go too far, Cao Heng laughed coldly. I said before, all of you from Da Qi Kingdom must die. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 streaks of black light shot out from Cao Heng's hand, darting towards the 2. Cao Heng, our 4th prince of Da Qi Kingdom will not let you go. With a fierce roar, the 2 Da Qi Kingdom martial artists simultaneously shattered their jade tokens. Pachai, the formation light flashed, and the 2 disappeared from the forest, but an arm fell to the ground, splattering blood. These 2 guys really run fast. With a cruel smile, Cao Heng glanced at the severed arm on the ground, his figure flickering as he quietly vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, in other corners of the forest, similar scenes were unfolding. Wherever disciples of Da Qi Kingdom and Da Wei Kingdom encountered each other, bloodshed would follow. Aside from Da Wei Kingdom, disciples of the Ghost Immortal sect were also hunting the geniuses of Da Qi Kingdom. For them, 5 days were enough to complete their initial tasks, and now the most critical thing was to hunt Da Qi Kingdom's disciples. In a dense thicket, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, his expression indifferent. Qin Chen, you think that by entering this dense forest I won't be able to find you? With a cold laugh, Qin Feng took out a completely black puppet that resembled a mouse, its eyes crimson and emanating a sinister glow. Go, he tossed the puppet mouse, which twitched its eyes a couple of times before darting out of the forest, racing forward. Qin Chen, this demon ancestor mountain range is your grave. With a cruel smile, Qin Feng floated his figure, quickly disappearing into the forest, following the puppet mouse. Outside the initial trial grounds, the competition among the 5 nations had begun, and already the teleportation array on the high platform flared, signaling an elimination. Thud. Under everyone's gaze, 2 bloody martial artists fell out of the white light. One was missing an arm, blood spraying from the severed limb. The other had a chest wound nearly a foot long, blood gushing like a fountain, barely conscious. Shock spread through the crowd. These 2 were in terrible shape, eliminated almost immediately and grievously injured. Xiao Zhan rushed forward, pale with anger. He forced 2 pills into their mouths and poured true energy into sealing their wounds until a physician could take over. After treatment, they slowly opened their eyes. Xiao Zhan breathed easier at the sight of them. What happened? The 2 exchanged glances, one ground his teeth. Cao Heng from the Great Wei Nation. He ambushed us the moment we were teleported in, snatched a blood crystal, then struck without warning. We smashed our jade tokens just in time. Xiao Zhan's face darkened. Gu Qing of the Great Wei Nation nearby sneered with mock applause. Survival of the fittest, if you're weak you get cut. Wei Kai Cheng and the Great Wei disciples laughed. Xiao Zhan said nothing. The rules of the assessment forbade open reprisal, but his fury was plain. As the assessment continued, more disciples spilled out of the array, many covered in blood, several near death. In just 3 hours, 30 disciples from the Great Qi Nation had been eliminated. Inquiries revealed a brutal pattern. Encounters with disciples from the Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal sect frequently ended in slaughter. Whenever they met, the clashes were ruthless. Xiao Zhan's expression grew grimmer by the minute. 30 already in 3 hours. If the slaughter continued for 5 days, how many would survive? He feared many victims never had the chance to crush their jade tokens. Wei Kai Cheng's taunts only sharpened the tension. The Great Wei and Ghost Immortal forces seemed intent on domination, and smaller nations watched nervously, hoping not to be caught in the crossfire. Deep in the Yao Ancestor mountain range, the tense scene outside the trial grounds did not reach Qin Chen. He walked through dense jungle, senses alert to the unusually rich spiritual energy here, the kind that could give rise to a spirit mire pool. The mountains hummed with a concentrated aura, and the land felt like it was hiding something not merely dangerous, but significant. Qin Chen's hand tightened on the iron sword at his waist. He knew, from his inquiries and buried records, that his sword had come from a relic within the Holy Luo secret realm, located somewhere in this very range. The sword's origins tied him to whatever lay concealed in these peaks, and that knowledge steeled his curiosity rather than eased it. 191. When my cultivation becomes stronger, I can take a closer look. Just as he was thinking, a sudden sound of battle came from ahead. He stepped forward and saw a young martial artist in fierce combat with a peak Earth-level early-stage Qingfeng spiral leopard. This person was at the peak of the Earth-level early stage, a disciple of a small force struggling fiercely. His knife technique was not outstanding, but his comprehension was high. With his battle knife dancing, he pressured the Qingfeng spiral leopard to retreat frequently, its body covered in wounds. After 5 breaths, the Qingfeng spiral leopard was cornered, let out a mournful roar, and died on the spot. The young martial artist, about to collect the blood crystal, suddenly sensed something and looked sharply towards Qin Chen, his expression changing at once. It's a genius from the 5 great nations. Swish. Without hesitation, he didn't even dare to collect the blood crystal and turned to run away. Just as he was about to disappear into the forest, a blade light appeared from nowhere, flashing like lightning. The small force genius widened his terrified eyes, and his body split in two, falling heavily to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Qin Chen's pupils constricted. A waste at the peak of the Earth-level early-stage dares to participate in the competition of the 5 nations, truly seeking death. From under a nearby large tree, a martial artist wearing a tight robe stepped out, a sinister smile on his lips. He's a genius from the Great Wei nation and seems to have undergone the baptism of the blood spirit pool. Qin Chen stopped and looked at him. The Great Wei martial artist rummaged through the corpse, finding 2 blood crystals. He sneered, only 2 blood crystals from early-stage Earth-level beasts, truly garbage. Then he turned to Qin Chen and grinned savagely, but my luck is not bad. I unexpectedly encountered a genius from the great Qi nation, and one who entered the blood spirit pool at that. Qin Chen frowned. You kill for blood crystals, don't you have a shred of compassion? Compassion? What is that? The Great Wei martial artist did not expect Qin Chen to stay. He squinted and laughed. I didn't expect you to have quite the guts. You don't think you can compete with me, do you? Qin Chen remained expressionless. Are you so sure you can kill me? The Great Wei martial artist burst into laughter. Do you think just entering the blood spirit pool makes you remarkable? Qin Chen, grandson of the Wang of the great Qi nation, champion of this year's end-of-year exam at Tianxing Academy, am I wrong? You investigated me. Qin Chen squinted. You're overthinking it. We have all the information on the geniuses entering the blood spirit pool from the great Qi nation this time. The only thing that piqued my interest is your status of having entered the blood spirit pool. Prince Cao Heng has already stated that as long as you kill any genius from the great Qi nation who entered the blood spirit pool, you can obtain a 3rd-tier treasure weapon. A 3rd-tier treasure weapon, you really think highly of me, but it still depends on whether you can get it. Qin Chen smiled lightly. Taking your head will be a piece of cake. The Great Wei martial artist drew his battle knife and charged, the blade whistling and bursting forth a terrifying aura, numerous patterns appearing on it. It was a 2nd-tier treasure weapon, one of the best. Wind blades of true energy shot from the battle knife, transforming into layered hurricanes that enveloped Qin Chen, carrying a terrifying cutting power, as if capable of slicing through the air. Qin Chen's figure retreated violently, dodging the attack. The knife energy smashed the rock where Qin Chen had stood, and the surrounding trees shuddered. Heavenly blade slash. The Great Wei martial artist shouted, a black blade energy shooting out from the knife, slicing forward and plowing a trench in the ground. Under that blade energy, Qin Chen felt an invisible force locking onto him, as though no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape. Since you don't want me to dodge, why should I hide anymore? Qin Chen smiled, the iron sword appearing in his hand. True energy condensed within it, and he swung a sword forward, clear wind sword technique. Simple, unadorned, yet containing principle. The blade energy Qin Chen unleashed swept forward like bamboo breaking through, not extinguished, continuing to surge. The Great Wei martial artist's expression changed drastically. He struck against the sword energy and spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back several steps, suffering internal injury. In contrast, Qin Chen stood firm, as steady as a rock. How is this possible? You are only 15 or 16 years old. How could you be so powerful? The Great Wei martial artist wiped blood from his mouth, disbelief in his eyes. He had been at the peak of the Earth-level mid-stage before entering the blood spirit pool. Qin Chen had only been initial stage. His true energy should be unstable after the pool and his combat experience low, yet he had been hurt. I didn't expect you to be alive, Qin Chen muttered. He had only used less than 10% of his strength in that last strike. It should have been enough to break the opponent's defenses. The timing and angle had been slightly off. He noted the mistake and learned. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have made such an error. But after his rebirth and change in cultivation, his control was a little unsteady. Why not use this guy in front of me to practice a bit? Qin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Great Wei martial artist roared, and a deep azure aura suddenly appeared around him. His power surged at an astonishing speed. Is this a power-type bloodline? Qin Chen was astonished. That's right. The other laughed wildly, filled with confidence. The bloodline I awakened is the legendary second-rank Azure Stone bloodline. Once activated, my power can double. Do you think injuring me just now means you can win? He laughed, charging like a rampaging beast. Wind roared with his movement, shockwaves tearing through the air. Qin Chen sheathed his rusty sword and charged. The two collided with thunderous force. They abandoned weapons and traded iron fists. Trees splintered where they passed, but the spectacle mattered less than the core fact. Both were exchanging true power tests. Neither gained absolute dominance. The Great Wei martial artist, having doubled his strength, still could not crush Qin Chen. Rage and disbelief flickered across his face. "I don't believe it. Your strength cannot be stronger than mine," he roared and pushed his true energy further, even stirring his essence blood. Bang! A strike sent Qin Chen flying back over 10 meters, carving trenches in the ground. Qin Chen got up and charged again. This was exactly what Qin Chen intended. In the blood spirit pool, he had broken to the peak of the earth level late stage in one go. His baseline now was high, but raw, hard to control perfectly. The battle offered him a chance to temper that strength, to stabilize his true energy and learn the feel of each exertion. So he deliberately held back, showed slight flaws, staged near-collapse moments, and most importantly, baited his opponent to overreach. "This punch is a bit too heavy, this one a bit too light. Ah, this punch is just right, this is the effect I wanted." Qin Chen muttered as he retreated, analyzing his own force, aligning the tempo in his marrow, feeling his new realm settle. The Great Wei martial artist grew more and more frenzied. Every feint, every near fall from Qin Chen made him pour more of his Azure Stone power into his blows. Steam rose from his skin, his essence blood began to burn. He believed just one extra push would shatter Qin Chen. "Die!" he screamed, and unleashed a flurry of iron fists, each punch earth-shattering for a peak earth-level late stage. Qin Chen acted exhausted, refusing to crest his true edge, letting the other think victory was at hand. This was the trap. As the Great Wei martial artist roared and poured forth his bloodline, his aura surged again and again, beyond safe limits. His skin reddened, veins bulging, essence blood burning like oil. "Just a little more," he muttered, mind blinded by the thirst to kill and to claim the promised third-tier treasure. Qin Chen watched calmly. He had no intent to kill quickly. He wanted to temper, to stabilize. He let the other exhaust the burst forces, let the Azure Stone bloodline overdraw itself. Steam rose, the air trembled. The Great Wei martial artist's movements grew erratic, each strike losing coordination as internal turmoil gnawed at him. In a final, desperate push, he unleashed everything, his body incandescent with azure light. But the price came immediately. His limbs spasmed, his aura convulsed, essence blood burned and then recoiled. He staggered, eyes wild, lungs heaving as if his body had betrayed him. "How?" The last roar was a hoarse gasp. His legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees, then fell forward, sliding across the ground and landing in a heap, breath shallow, consciousness clouding. All the great power he had forced forth receded like a spent storm. The Great Wei martial artist lay there, skin blackened in patches, steam still rising from his pores, his chest heaving. He had overdrawn his bloodline, and his body couldn't sustain the backlash, almost about to explode. The martial artist from the Great Wei Kingdom was on the verge of collapse, but Qin Chen was gradually becoming familiar with his own strength during the battle. At first, there were slight deviations in his strikes, but later, with every punch he threw, he achieved the desired effect with almost no mistakes. Damn it! In the end, the martial artist from the Great Wei could no longer endure. The prolonged activation of his bloodline caused his body to be severely overloaded, with blood seeping from his pores. "No, if this continues, I won't last either. This kid is simply evil. It's better to retreat first." With a shift in thought, the Great Wei martial artist exerted all his strength to throw a punch, then suddenly retreated towards the distant forest. "Kid, just wait. If I don't kill you, I vow not to be human." The martial artist from the Great Wei was almost mad with anger. If word got out that he couldn't even handle a little brat like Qin Chen, he would surely become a laughing stock among the other martial artists from the Great Wei. "Is this how you run? What a bore, I was so close to winning." Seeing the opponent trying to escape, Qin Chen couldn't help but hurriedly shout. The martial artist from the Great Wei stumbled, nearly falling, and couldn't help but curse. "Just how many times have you said you were close?" His speed in fleeing increased even more. Seeing that the opponent was determined to escape, Qin Chen looked disappointed. "Forget it, I've gotten familiar enough with my strength. It's time to end this." With a retraction of expression, Qin Chen's gaze turned cold, and he forcefully pushed off the ground. Boom! The rocks beneath his feet exploded as Qin Chen shot out like an arrow, catching up to the martial artist from the Great Wei in the blink of an eye. "What?" The Great Wei martial artist turned his head while running, only to see Qin Chen rapidly approaching. His eyes widened in fear. If the Great Way martial artist still didn't realize he had been toyed with by Qin Chen at this point, he would truly be foolish. Open the heavens and split the earth. With the shadow of death looming over him, the Great Way martial artist roared, channeling his inner vitality and bloodline to the extreme. He countered with a punch while gripping a jade token in his left hand, ready to crush it at any moment. Die! Qin Chen shouted lowly, throwing a punch that collided with the Great Way martial artist's fist. Pachai. The Great Way martial artist's terrified eyes bulged as his body was shattered into pieces, instantly exploding and falling dead on the spot. He didn't even have time to crush the jade token. I originally just wanted to cripple you, but you killed innocents without hesitation. Your hands are stained with blood, so I can only kill you. Qin Chen shook his head as he landed. Had the opponent not casually killed that young genius from a small faction earlier, Qin Chen would have merely crippled him. But since the opponent had been wantonly killing, Qin Chen understood that this person was definitely a ruthless individual. Not killing him would only allow him to continue causing harm to others. For a genius martial artist backed by a powerful force, even if their cultivation was crippled, they could still resort to violence. Sighing lightly, Qin Chen began searching the fallen martial artist. He unexpectedly discovered a storage ring. This person must definitely be a genius from some major force in the Great Way, Qin Chen thought to himself. Ordinary martial artists could not possess treasures like storage rings. Erasing the opponent's mark with his spiritual power, Qin Chen opened the storage ring and was immediately startled. Inside the storage ring, there were over 10 blood crystals, which were not even the most notable things. There were also a considerable amount of silver notes and manuals. What enraged Qin Chen was the stamp on these silver notes, many of which came from various cities in the Great Qi. In the Tianwu continent, all silver notes were monopolized by the 4 major silver banks, which are the most formidable forces in the Tianwu continent. Even within the martial domain, they possessed highly terrifying power, which was quite normal. However, each silver note had its own stamp. For example, even if they were all from the Tianfa Silver Bank, some were issued by the branch in Xuan City of the Great Qi, while others came from the branch in Huishi City of the Great Qi, with different stamps. Now, Qin Chen had discovered many silver notes with stamps from various cities of the Great Qi on the martial artist from the Great Way. This could only imply that the opponent had undoubtedly killed several martial artists from the Great Qi. Otherwise, how could a genius from the Great Way possess so many silver notes from the banks of the Great Qi? The Great Way, huh? Putting away the storage ring, Qin Chen's expression remained cold. Although he didn't have any special feelings for the Great Qi, he was still a part of it. The thought of the martial artists from the Great Way rampaging and slaughtering his compatriots in the forest stirred up feelings within him. Since that's the case, let's continue to practice my skills on the geniuses of the Great Way. At that moment, Qin Chen concealed himself in the forest, beginning to search for the traces of the martial artists from the Great Way. The martial artists from the Great Way were acting very arrogantly in this forest, and soon Qin Chen encountered several of them. These martial artists from the Great Way were already hunting the disciples of the Great Qi throughout the forest. Upon seeing Qin Chen, almost all of them were ecstatic and charged forward with killing intent. Thus, throughout the forest, shouts like these echoed. Just a little more. Damn it, why are you so strong? That was close, I almost died. Just a tiny bit more. Every time Qin Chen encountered a disciple from the Great Way, he suppressed his own cultivation, honing his combat skills and becoming increasingly familiar with his own physical body. In the end, Qin Chen was even precise enough to cut off 1/3 of their hair without cutting off 2/3. His hand-eye coordination had completely blended together. After a night's time, the number of Great Way disciples who died at Qin Chen's hands had reached 11. And on each of these 11 individuals, Qin Chen had found silver notes and treasures from other countries, clearly indicating that they were involved in murders. I've only killed 11, but where have those top geniuses from the Great Way run off to? Qin Chen frowned. So far, aside from the first martial artist from the Great Way, he had yet to encounter any other geniuses from the Great Way who had entered the blood spirit pool. This forest was too vast, finding a few people was not an easy task, just as Qin Chen was about to continue hunting. Suddenly he halted his steps and swiftly retreated. Danger, Pachai. A beam of sword light shot out from a tree not far away, moving so fast that it was impossible to blink. It instantly cleaved a rock beneath Qin Chen's feet in half. The rock, after being split, fell to the ground and turned to dust. Had Qin Chen not dodged in time, that sword would have been devastating against him. To be able to cultivate such a destructive sword technique to a level of subtlety is not something an ordinary genius could achieve. How could it be her again? However, a bitter smile appeared on Qin Chen's lips as he looked deeper into the forest. Pervert, I finally found you. Let's see where you can run this time. A low shout echoed as a graceful figure leaped down from the tree, revealing herself to be Ling Tianzong's Yue Qianxue. She held a flowing light sword, dressed in a silken feather robe, her figure curvaceous, creating a striking visual contrast in this desolate mountain forest. With such a figure and such beauty, no man could remain unmoved, captivated, and unable to look away. However, in Qin Chen's eyes, there was not a trace of infatuation. All he felt was helplessness and a bitter smile. Ling Tian sect was one of the top sects within the borders of the 5 nations in the northwest, renowned for its swordsmanship. It could be considered a strong sect of the sword path. Yue Qianxue was the most outstanding genius of Ling Tian's sect in a century. After being baptized in the blood spirit pool at only 19 years old, she had already reached the mid-stage of heaven level and had comprehended the sword intent. It should be noted that among all the top geniuses of the 5 nations in the northwest this time, only Feng and Nian Wuji had also reached the mid-stage of heaven level, but their ages were still above Yue Qianxue. Chen, you took advantage of me in the blood spirit pool. Today, Yue Qianxue will make you this lecher understand what regret is. Holding the sword, Yue Qianxue's eyes were filled with anger, but her heart was quite astonished. Because that sword strike just now, she did not hold back and had unleashed 70% of her strength. Even a heaven-level early-stage martial artist would be heavily injured by a single strike. She never expected that Qin Chen could actually dodge it. She was very curious about how Qin Chen sensed her sword strike. I've already said that what happened that day was just an accident. Why can't you understand? Qin Chen was speechless. This woman was too stubborn. Accident? Do you think I would believe that? Whether you believe it or not, it was just an accident. Moreover, to be honest, I didn't see anything at all. There's no need to make such a big fuss about it. Make a fuss? Yue Qianxue was almost driven mad. The two of them were naked in one place. Although there was the water from the blood spirit pool to cover them, many areas had already been seen. What more did he want to see? Humph, enough with the nonsense. I won't kill you, but you can escape the death penalty. However, you can't escape the living penalty. From now on, don't think about practicing martial arts again, so that you, this lecher, won't harm others. Yue Qianxue's eyes became sharp as she activated her inner true energy, continuously pouring into the sword body from afar. Buzz, the surface of the sword body radiated brilliant light, and an astonishing aura spread out. It's actually a third-tier precious weapon. Qin Chen clicked his tongue and frowned. It seemed there was some trouble. Yue Qianxue herself had a high cultivation level, having reached the mid-stage of heaven level, and she had comprehended the sword intent. Her strength was extraordinary. Not to mention, the weapon she carried was also a third-tier precious weapon. The combination of these 3 factors instantly brought her strength to an unimaginable level. Clang! As Qin Chen frowned, Yue Qianxue suddenly moved. Her figure was like a startled swan. As she moved gracefully, she instantly appeared before Qin Chen. The sword light flickered, transforming into a misty sword flower that stabbed straight towards Qin Chen's chest. In just an instant, the cold tip of the sword was only a few inches from Qin Chen's body. That fierce sword chi even pierced through the void, vaguely stabbing into Qin Chen's body. That previous battle against the group of waste from the Dawei Kingdom was simply too boring. It was just right to use Yue Qianxue to practice my skills. A flash of thought struck Qin Chen's mind like lightning, and he pushed off the ground, dodging to the side. Whoosh, the fierce sword chi pierced through the void and instantly struck a nearby large tree. With a thud, the sword embedded into the wood, causing the entire tree to explode into powder. He dodged. Yue Qianxue was surprised, raising her brow. If it could be explained as an accident the last time Qin Chen dodged, then dodging again this time could definitely not be called an accident. This kid is a bit strange. Yue Qianxue did not dare to underestimate Qin Chen. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of Earth level late stage, being able to break through the bewitching soul array in the blood spirit pool and now dodging her attacks in succession was not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, no matter what special abilities he had, today I want to cripple him and he won't be able to escape. Whoosh! After a missed attack, Yue Qianxue quickly changed her move. With a shake of her arm, the flowing light sword spun in the void and swiftly came to Qin Chen's side, moving faster than one could imagine. The flowing light sword seemed to have already become a part of her body, requiring no extra control, striking precisely where she aimed effortlessly. But Qin Chen's figure flashed, and he managed to dodge again, the sword light brushing past his body, only an inch away from his skin. Humph! With a low grunt, Yue Qianxue continued to press forward, the sword light flashing like the flowing starlight, constantly closing in on Qin Chen. But Qin Chen's figure was like a dream, his legs leaving behind phantom traces as he continuously retreated. The sword light flowed around him, and each time it came close, it was always just a hair's breadth away, yet it could never hit his body. Damn it, heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Yue Qianxue took a deep breath, her eyes slightly narrowing, and unleashed a mid-level Xuan-grade sword technique. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword lights enveloping Qin Chen, and countless sword flowers appeared, each one bursting beautifully in the void, sealing off the space around Qin Chen. At the same time, an astonishing sword aura enveloped Qin Chen. In this realm, it seemed that only this sword light remained. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape the range of the sword light. Good sword technique. Qin Chen couldn't help but speak, his eyes shining. To him, a mid-level Xuan-grade sword technique could only be considered trash, quite ordinary. However, Yue Qianxue wielded it to express the sword intent of the heavenly maiden scattering flowers to perfection. Achieving this in such a remote place as the 5 nations in the northwest was no easy task. This damn kid is actually evaluating me at a time like this? Yue Qianxue almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing Qin Chen's words. Facing death, he was still so relaxed. Did this guy have a problem with his brain? Unfortunately, although the heavenly maiden is present, the flower intent is weak. What a pity, Qin Chen sighed again. What do you know? With a fierce gaze, Yue Qianxue shouted, a smile at the corner of her mouth. This guy actually dared to evaluate her sword technique without even looking at his own virtue. Her sword technique was one that even her father praised without end, finding no flaws. What could a guy like him possibly understand? However, before Yue Qianxue's disdain could settle, Qin Chen, surrounded by the sword flowers, suddenly stopped retreating. That's enough. Qin Chen's eyes shot out 2 sharp beams, his right hand raised, the index and middle fingers forming a sword, and he thrust forcefully toward the center of the sword light. This guy is looking for death, isn't he? Yue Qianxue was startled. She knew perfectly well how powerful her heavenly maiden scattering flowers was. If Qin Chen were to resist fully, he might only suffer serious injuries, still having a threat of life. But if he counterattacked, it would surely trigger the rebound of the sword intent. At that time, the power of the sword technique would increase explosively, instantly turning him to pieces beyond her control. This guy. Yue Qianxue sighed, already imagining what would happen to Qin Chen after this sword strike. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Although Yue Qianxue had said multiple times that she wanted to kill Qin Chen, it was merely out of anger. In fact, she just wanted to give Qin Chen a harsh lesson, to let him know the consequences of peeking into her affairs. Who would have thought that Qin Chen would risk everything to counter her sword moves? This was simply courting death. Just as she was entangled in her thoughts, not daring to open her eyes to watch, a mysterious aura suddenly emanated from the front. This aura felt as if it belonged to a peerless swordsman, traversing the martial world. It was also akin to an extraordinary sword, unsheathed and astonishing the world. This compelled Yue Qianxue to open her eyes. What she saw next was an unprecedented aura rising from Qin Chen's body, a shocking sword intent shooting out from his fingertips, which then pointed at the void of her sword moves. The flawless sword moves instantly shattered, the dazzling sword light collapsing like a fallen domino, all broken in an instant. That single finger of sword intent actually pierced through all of her sword light, like an immortal descending from the heavens, unstoppable. Yue Qianxue was dumbfounded. How could this be? How is this possible? She murmured to herself, feeling the urge to cry as her painstakingly honed sword moves over more than a decade were instantly broken by a late-stage Earth-level martial artist who was even 2 years younger than her. The psychological shock left Yue Qianxue pale, unable to react for a moment. She began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 3, mastered sword moves by 5, and could unleash a complete set of sword techniques by 7. In Ling Tian's sect, she was hailed as a prodigy. All along, Yue Qianxue had never encountered a rival in the sword path. She always believed she was the top genius in swordsmanship among the 5 nations of the Northwest. She had even decided that, after securing first place for Ling Tian's sect in the upcoming competition between the 5 nations, she would leave the Northwest and head to the vast continent for higher-level cultivation. At this moment, Qin Chen's finger had instantly shattered her inner aspirations. As she recalled that finger of Qin Chen, though it was very simple, the sword principles it contained were actually more profound than the sword intent she had mastered over 10 years. In this moment, Yue Qianxue was deeply lost in thought. Qin Chen did not expect that his casual finger would have such a huge impact on Yue Qianxue. What a good opportunity. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. His figure flickered, turning into a streak of light as he vanished into the forest. With such a great opportunity, why not run? What are you waiting for? Not good. When Qin Chen moved, Yue Qianxue snapped back to her senses, raising her head to see Qin Chen's figure disappearing into the woods. Gritting her teeth, she quickly pursued, but where was Qin Chen's figure? That guy actually ran away? Biting her red lips, Yue Qianxue felt a mix of emotions, only experiencing waves of fear afterwards. She had lost her composure during the battle just now, which was simply unforgivable. In that state, any Earth-level martial artist could easily kill her. That guy didn't take the opportunity to attack me. She sheathed her sword, unable to comprehend. If Qin Chen had attacked her just now, there was an 80 to 90% chance she would have met her end on the spot. Humph, does he think he can get away? Taking out an array disc, a glint of cunning flashed in Yue Qianxue's eyes. Much like the mesmerizing confusion array of the Blood Spirit Pool, the array for the initial test of the Five Nations competition was also set up by her father back in the day. This was why she had been able to so easily locate Qin Chen earlier. However, when she activated the array disc again, the trace of Qin Chen had actually vanished. How is this possible? Yue Qianxue fumbled around and soon realized that the array disc had completely lost Qin Chen's trace. Damn it! Grinding her teeth, Yue Qianxue couldn't suppress her frustration. That guy was able to break the confusion array of the Blood Spirit Pool. He must have some knowledge of arrays. Perhaps he possesses some treasure that blocked her tracking. Don't let me encounter you again next time. With a flicker, Yue Qianxue vanished into the forest. She had lost interest in continuing to search for Qin Chen. At this moment, all that lingered in her mind was that single finger Qin Chen had pointed out, which she couldn't shake off. After running for over 100 miles, Qin Chen finally stopped. Taking out a transmission jade tablet, he glanced with a smirk. Still wanting to track me? No chance. He was quite curious about how Yue Qianxue had managed to find him so quickly earlier. After some careful thought, he identified the problem with the transmission jade tablet and swiftly masked its aura. Someone. Suddenly, Qin Chen looked up, gazing towards the depths of the jungle. Who is it? It seemed that the opposite side had also noticed Qin Chen. A voice called out softly, followed by the rustling of bushes as several martial artists walked out from the front. Leading them was actually Princess Zai Zun, along with 2 men and 1 woman trailing behind her. It's you? Seeing Qin Chen, Princess Zai Zun couldn't help but frown. Princess Zai Zun is a genius from our great Qi kingdom. I think his name is Qin Chen, the woman exclaimed excitedly. But the 2 male martial artists didn't seem particularly excited. Instead, there was a hint of hostility in their eyes. What are you doing here? Princess Zai Zun frowned. Why can't I be here? Qin Chen rubbed his nose. The question Princess Zai Zun asked was quite strange. This was a place for training, and it was perfectly normal for him to be here. Princess Zai Zun seemed to realize her question was somewhat inappropriate, her expression turning slightly awkward, but she quickly recovered, saying, You haven't encountered any martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom, have you? Princess Zai Zun, he definitely hasn't encountered any. Otherwise, how could he still be walking safely in this forest? He would have been killed by the martial artists of the Great Wei Kingdom. One of the young men in white suddenly spoke, a smile dancing at the corner of his mouth. After hesitating for a moment, Princess Zai Zun said, Qin Chen, it would be safer if you follow us. Qin Chen smiled and replied, Thank you, Princess Zai Zun, but I'm more accustomed to acting alone. Qin Chen, come with us. We encountered martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom earlier and nearly died. Thanks to Princess Zai Zun's intervention, we survived. You probably don't know that the martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom are now in a frenzy, hunting down martial artists from our Great Qi Kingdom. It's safer if you stick with us. The girl next to Princess Zai Zun urged Qin Chen. By Jing, Qin Chen is a genius who entered the Blood Spirit Pool. Even if he's alone, he won't have any problems. Right, Qin Chen? The young man in white spoke again. Qin Chen glanced at the young man in white. He didn't seem to know him, so why was he trying to pick on him repeatedly upon first meeting? What's wrong with this guy? Who said this forest is so dangerous? Not only are there powerful blood beasts, but also martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom. Since Princess Zai Zun invited me so sincerely, I, Qin Chen, will reluctantly join. Wouldn't refusing be disrespectful? Qin Chen touched his nose with a faint smile. The young man in white made a derisive sound, lips curling as blood flecked his mouth. He had thought Qin Chen shameless for accepting so quickly, having claimed to prefer traveling alone. But Princess Zai Zun's invitation carried weight. Bai Jing's round face lit up at Qin Chen's assent. With Princess Zai Zun, a beginner heaven level, as their leader, and the young man in white already on the verge of heaven level, plus the 2 earth level peaks, their little band was confident they could handle ordinary threats in the Blood Spirit Pool. Qin Chen's status as a Blood Spirit Pool prodigy made him a welcome addition. Lu Feng, the young master from Beiyu City, smirked openly. He got in by luck. If I were baptized in the pool, breaking through to heaven level would be trivial. His tone was all arrogance. His disdain for Qin Chen was plain in a single cold look and a clipped, contemptuous comment. Princess Zai Zun stepped between them, brows tight. "We're on a trial. External dangers watch for our mistakes. No infighting." The young man in white grumbled but fell silent. Qin Chen met Lu Feng's glare with a cool, unreadable expression. Only a few sharp words passed between them, hostility implied, not argued out. Bai Jing quickly introduced the others in a few sentences. Princess Zai Zun, Huang Zhan from Xuan City, Lu Feng of the Beiyu Mansion, and herself from the Bai family of Tianmu City. Lu Feng gave Qin Chen a cold huff and turned his attention to courting favor with Princess Zai Zun. Obvious in the casual, practiced way he angled his words and postured toward her. The forest thickened as they pressed on. There was little time for chatter. Suddenly a rustle burst from the undergrowth and a flame-patterned bull charged out, blazing red. "Fire flame bull, mid-stage earth level, don't let it escape," Bai Jing cried. Lu Feng surged forward in a streak of motion, his long sword flashing. With a single, precise thrust the blade drove into the bull's skull. The beast collapsed instantly. Wang Zhan glanced at the wound and then handed the extracted blood crystal to Lu Feng with a compliment. Lu Feng smiled faintly, as if dispatching a mid-stage earth-level creature were hardly worth remark, yet the display of strength was unmistakable. His Tian G13 slashes had cut through the bull in one blow. He cast a quick, expectant look at Princess Zai Zun, smug and pleased with himself. Qin Chen simply watched, unruffled. Around them, the group's composition and tensions had been set. An uneasy alliance for safety, a petty rival courting attention, and more dangerous conflicts still ahead. Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had only killed a mid-level earth-level blood beast, yet it felt as if he had slain a blood beast king. Was he being too pretentious? He shook his head. This boy's temperament was lacking. Although his current cultivation was not weak, his future achievements would surely be limited. "Qin Chen, why are you shaking your head?" Seeing Qin Chen shaking his head, Lu Feng said angrily. "Nothing, humph," Lu Feng coldly snorted. Qin Chen's attitude and gaze were clearly dismissive of him. He should take a good look at his own shortcomings. But he didn't say anything more, and the group continued forward. Soon they encountered several more blood beasts, all mid-level earth-level or even low-level earth-level, which were easily dealt with by the group. "At this rate, if we keep collecting, we should have enough blood crystals in 2 days." Bai Jing and the others were quite excited. If they were to act alone, collecting enough blood crystals would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but with the group's cooperation, their efficiency increased tenfold. Especially with Princess Zai Zun, a powerful expert, present. They felt confident and calm when encountering any blood beast. "However, we have already ventured into many areas, and the blood beasts we encounter next may grow stronger. Everyone should be cautious and make sure not to get injured. Most importantly, be aware of any other martial artists from different factions around," Princess Zai Zun reminded them. "Understood," Bai Jing and the others replied. Roar, as soon as their voices fell, a roar erupted from the trees ahead, and a wolf over a person's height suddenly appeared. This wolf was covered in scales, had barbed spines along its back, and its tail was as powerful as a steel whip, with cold eyes that stared intently at the group. "Everyone be careful, that's an ironback dark wolf, a late-stage earth-level blood beast." Seeing the blood beast ahead, Princess Zai Zun spoke in a low voice. The ironback dark wolf was extremely terrifying among earth-level blood beasts. They were inherently cruel and incredibly fast, with defense significantly stronger than that of ordinary wolf-type blood beasts, making them quite fearsome. "I'll handle this ironback dark wolf." Worried that Bai Jing and the others might get hurt, Princess Zai Zun stepped forward. "Princess Zai Zun, wait." Just then, Lu Feng suddenly chuckled lightly and glanced at Qin Chen beside him, sneering, "Princess Zai Zun, there's no need to rush. It seems there is someone here who has been enjoying the spoils without putting in any effort. This ironback dark wolf isn't too strong, why not let him handle it? Otherwise, it seems some people have been freeloading and don't know where they get the face to do so." Qin Chen rubbed his nose. Been freeloading. When the mid-level and low-level earth-level blood beasts appeared earlier, Lu Feng, Bai Jing, and the others had been very active in battle, and before he had a chance to act, the fights were already over. Especially Lu Feng, who, in order to impress Princess Zai Zun, had slain a mid-level earth-level blood beast. Now that they faced a late-stage earth-level blood beast, he said Qin Chen was freeloading and wanted him to step up. What a joke, this was clearly setting him up. "Lu Feng, Qin Chen just broke through to late-stage earth-level in the blood spirit pool. His cultivation may not be too strong. Letting him face the ironback dark wolf alone is too dangerous. We should all attack together. One ironback dark wolf is enough for us to defeat. There's no need for Princess Zai Zun to help." Bai Jing could understand Lu Feng's intentions and frowned. Bai Jing, you can't say that. Qin Chen is a genius who entered the blood spirit pool. Tusk, in the entire Qi kingdom, there are only 8 geniuses like him. Not to mention his older brother, who is the renowned first genius of Qi, Qin Feng. If Qin Feng were here, he could easily kill a group of ironback dark wolves, let alone just one. Qin Chen being Qin Feng's brother, killing this ironback dark wolf should be a piece of cake, Lu Feng mocked. Moreover, he glanced at Qin Chen and sneered, all along this Qin Chen hasn't lifted a finger. In the end, he still wants to share our blood crystals. How could things be so easy? You keep defending him. Could it be you have a crush on him? Bai Jing's face flushed red as she angrily retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Anyway, I'm not going to act. If you're going to fight, do it yourself. Princess Zai Zun, I think it's best if you don't act either. My aim is not just to make Qin Chen contribute a bit, I also want to understand the extent of his strength. This way, when we encounter enemies in the future, we'll all have some understanding and won't be caught off guard. Lu Feng spoke endlessly from the perspective of the group. Princess Zai Zun felt a tug in her heart. To be honest, apart from witnessing Qin Chen defeat Jiang Zhang at the camp, she really wasn't sure how strong Qin Chen's current cultivation was. This ironback dark wolf was indeed an opportunity for her to gauge Qin Chen's strength. Qin Chen, how about you take on this ironback dark wolf? Are you confident? Princess Zai Zun looked at Qin Chen and asked. Lu Feng secretly smirked. Since Princess Zai Zun had said so as a man, Qin Chen surely wouldn't say he lacked confidence, right? He would definitely step up. But even for himself, dealing with the ironback dark wolf wasn't easy. If Qin Chen went up, wouldn't that be certain death? Even if Princess Zai Zun stepped in later, making him suffer a bit wouldn't be a bad thing. I lack confidence, you'd better go, what if I get hurt? But just as Lu Feng's thoughts fell, he heard Qin Chen shaking his head repeatedly, appearing worried and frightened, continuously stepping back. Lu Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Qin Chen was really spineless. In front of Princess Zai Zun, he didn't have even that little bit of courage. Was he even a man? Princess Zai Zun was also getting dizzy with anger. With Qin Chen's cultivation, even if he wasn't a match for the ironback dark wolf, he should at least have the strength to fight back. How could he show such cowardice? How could Ling Shan like such a timid and fearful guy? Qin Chen, are you still a man? Lu Feng sneered, feeling pleased with himself. Now everyone could see this person's true nature. If you're a man, then go fight it. I'm definitely not going. Qin Chen shook his head again. A useless person. I heard that Qin Feng once challenged you to a life-and-death battle when he was in the royal capital and even promised to let you use both hands. In the end, you didn't agree. I used to doubt this, but now I finally believe it. You really are a spineless guy. I'll go, and today I'll let you see the gap between you, this genius who entered the blood spirit pool, and me. Useless is still useless, even if you entered the blood spirit pool. With a cold laugh, Lu Feng charged towards the ironback dark wolf. He felt extremely smug inside, planning to quickly kill the ironback dark wolf to show everyone who the real genius was. Poor guy! Watching Lu Feng pounce forward, a hint of pity flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. Then he turned to Bai Jing and said, "Be careful later." Huh! Bai Jing was taken aback. What did Qin Chen mean? With Lu Feng's cultivation level, dealing with a late-stage Earth-level ironback dark wolf would be somewhat troublesome, but what unexpected outcomes could arise? Bai Jing was somewhat puzzled. Sure enough, under Lu Feng's attack, the ironback dark wolf quickly sustained injuries, blood spraying from its fur. Ow! With a low growl, the ironback dark wolf turned and fled. Beast, where do you think you're running to? Lu Feng was overjoyed. He initially thought that dealing with the ironback dark wolf would consume some of his energy, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Such an opportunity to show off in front of Princess Zai Zun couldn't be missed. In an instant, Lu Feng leaped into the forest. However, suddenly he halted as if he had seen something unbelievable and quickly retreated. But it was already too late. Ow! A sharp howl echoed, and several ironback dark wolves suddenly burst out from the forest. Leading them was one with a silver-scaled body, resembling a silver moon, charging straight at Lu Feng. Damn! Seeing this, Princess Zai Zun's expression changed drastically, and she rushed forward. Clang! Lu Feng's chest was slashed open by the claws of the silver ironback dark wolf, leaving a nearly foot-long wound from which blood gushed forth, his face paling as he fell to the ground. If it weren't for Princess Zai Zun's timely rescue, the ironback dark wolf king would have been cautious, and that claw could have torn him in half. Ow! The howls of the wolves echoed, as one by one the ironback dark wolves emerged from the forest, their cold eyes surrounding everyone, numbering more than 10. At that moment everyone was stunned, their faces filled with horror. What was going on? Wasn't there just one ironback dark wolf before? Why did so many appear all of a sudden? Moreover, the leading ironback dark wolf was entirely covered in silver scales, resembling a metallic beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of blood and energy. It was clearly a heaven-level blood beast. At this moment, led by the Ironback Dark Wolf King, over 10 Ironback Dark Wolves surrounded Qin Chen and the others, their vicious jaws dripping with saliva, sharp teeth glistening, ruthlessly fierce. Not good, we've fallen into an ambush. These damn beasts, how could I forget this? Princess Zai Zun's pupils constricted. The Ironback Dark Wolves were extremely cunning and vicious, and they were very cruel. They knew how to use tactics against human martial artists. Countless human martial artists died at their hands every year. Earlier, she had only seen one Ironback Dark Wolf and thought it was a lone wolf, which is why she let Lu Feng approach. Who would have thought that this Ironback Dark Wolf was deliberately luring them in to lead them into an ambush? If she had struck first, she might have already been surrounded by these Ironback Dark Wolves. Fortunately, it was Lu Feng who made the move. Lu Feng, are you okay? Lu Feng, how are you? At this moment, Huang Zhan and the others turned pale, their backs cold. Lu Feng was the strongest among them after Princess Zai Zun. Now that he was surrounded by so many Ironback Dark Wolves, if Lu Feng couldn't fight anymore, everyone would be in even greater danger. Qin Chen, you dare to set me up? Turning his head, Lu Feng roared, glaring viciously at Qin Chen with a fierce expression. If it weren't for Qin Chen's retreat, how would he have fallen into the ambush? How was I to know there would be so many Ironback Dark Wolves, and you decided to stick your head out first? How can you blame me? Qin Chen said innocently, rubbing his nose. Seeing Qin Chen's expression, Lu Feng's anger boiled over, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. All right, at this point, everyone stop arguing. Lu Feng, I'll deal with the Ironback Dark Wolf King. You handle that lead wolf with silver spots on its body, and Qin Chen, you guys hold back the remaining Ironback Dark Wolves. Can you manage that? Princess Zai Zun said, her face serious, her grip on the long sword turning pale. I have no problem. Turning his head, Lu Feng said solemnly, Princess Zai Zun, there are actually 2 lead wolves with silver spots. The 3 of us may not be able to hold out. Huang Zhan said nervously. Among the more than 10 Ironback Dark Wolves surrounding them, there was 1 silver-white wolf king and 2 lead wolves with silver spots, not to mention nearly 10 ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves. Just thinking about the numbers made it seem impossible for the 3 of them to handle. Try to delay as much as you can. I will quickly deal with the Ironback Dark Wolf King and then go to support you. Remember, if you can't hold out, we will all be dead. Princess Zai Zun's face was calm and collected as she issued her orders. Qin Chen glanced at Princess Zai Zun, feeling a stir in his heart. He didn't expect that as a princess, she would be so loyal and calm in a crisis. In fact, given Princess Zai Zun's cultivation, if she abandoned everyone and fled alone, her chances of survival would be more than 70%. Conversely, staying and fighting together like this only gave them a 30 to 40% chance of survival. Awu! As Princess Zai Zun issued her commands, the Ironback Dark Wolf King was also prepared. With a howl, over 10 Ironback Dark Wolves charged violently at everyone. A fierce battle erupted. At this moment, no one was holding back. Each person unleashed their best skills without reservation. Boom. Various shadows of blades, swords, fists, and palm winds scattered in all directions, and the entire forest was shrouded in dust and chaos. Among them, Princess Zai Zun uniquely fought against the Ironback Dark Wolf King. Her sword emitted an astonishing brilliance as she sought to kill the opponent in the shortest time possible. However, this Ironback Dark Wolf King was very cunning. It did not engage in a head-on confrontation, but rather used its agile body and powerful speed to maneuver around Princess Zai Zun, rendering her attacks ineffective. Instead, due to several hasty strikes, she found herself in danger, almost getting injured. On the other side, Lu Feng was engaged in a battle with a late-stage Earth-level Ironback Dark Wolf leader. He was injured but still managed to keep up, refusing to fall behind. However, Huang Zhan and Bai Jing were surrounded by nearly 10 Ironback Dark Wolves, constantly retreating and struggling to cope. Originally, with their strength, being able to fight off 1 or 2 ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves was already their limit. But now, not only were they facing nearly 10 ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves, but there was also a more powerful Ironback Dark Wolf leader, leaving them exhausted. At first, the 2 tried to team up to quickly take down a few ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves, but they didn't anticipate that these Ironback Dark Wolves were very cunning and would not engage in a head-on fight, especially since the Ironback Dark Wolf leader kept searching for opportunities, forcing them to abandon their initial plan. In an instant, everyone found themselves in a perilous situation. These Ironback Dark Wolves clearly intended to wear them down. This won't do, we'll all die here. How about this, you guys break out first and I'll cover you? Seeing the situation, Princess Zai Zun said anxiously. These Ironback Dark Wolves were too treacherous. If this continued, they would probably all perish. No, we absolutely cannot leave. Princess, why don't you go first? Bai Jing gritted her teeth and said, if they broke through first, although they might have a chance to escape, they would push Princess Zai Zun into absolute danger. Once Princess Zai Zun was surrounded by a large number of ironback dark wolves, her demise would be certain. How infuriating! The key is that the other ironback dark wolf leader is too cunning. If we can kill it, perhaps the pressure will ease significantly. Huang Zhan also spoke up. Qin Chen, you draw away that ironback dark wolf leader. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly spoke with a sinister tone, carrying an order. No way, if that's the case, Qin Chen will be in danger. Bai Jing immediately said. Humph, he hasn't contributed at all before, and now you want him to draw away an ironback dark wolf leader? What do you expect? Do you want to watch us all die here? Lu Feng's tone was displeased as he said coldly, moreover, it's just to draw away an ironback dark wolf leader. Qin Chen is a genius who entered the blood spirit pool. Can't he handle such a small task? No matter what, letting Qin Chen draw away the ironback dark wolf leader is absolutely out of the question. Bai Jing retorted angrily. Humph, then you can obediently die here. Lu Feng snorted coldly, his gaze icy. At this point, Bai Jing was still so kind-hearted, this woman truly had no brain. I'll give it a try, Qin Chen stepped forward. If he didn't act, Bai Jing and the others would probably really be unable to hold on. No, the ironback dark wolf leader is not something you can deal with, Bai Jing said anxiously. And do you think you can just lure that ironback dark wolf leader? With its cunning, it will definitely rush at you, kill you first, and then come back to devour us one by one. Bai Jing, Qin Chen has already agreed. What are you talking about? Do you want to watch Princess Zai Zun die here too? Lu Feng shouted in anger. Bai Jing was simply too foolish, even saying that in front of Qin Chen. With that, would Qin Chen still be willing to lure away the ironback dark wolf? What an idiot! He glared at Bai Jing with malice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If he had a little interest in her back then, would he have brought her along for training? Now repeatedly sabotaging his plans was truly detestable. I'll lure it away. I practiced the lower-tier profound-level technique, the wild goose movement technique. Maybe I can escape the pursuit of the ironback dark wolf. Bai Jing gritted her teeth, a determined glint flashing in her eyes, carrying the resolve of one facing death. You're really seeking your own death. Lu Feng coldly laughed not far away. The ironback dark wolf was best at speed. An ordinary Earth-level late-stage blood beast, Bai Jing might still escape with her wild goose movement technique, but facing the ironback dark wolf leader was akin to courting death. Looking at Bai Jing's fearless expression, Qin Chen's heart warmed slightly, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. He took a step forward, an invisible aura bursting forth from him. With a clang, a mysterious iron sword appeared in his hand, coldly locking eyes with the ironback dark wolf leader in front of him. Bai Jing, you don't need to lure it away. Just leave this ironback dark wolf leader to me. Saying this, Qin Chen leaped over Bai Jing and Huang Zhan, standing in a standoff against the ironback dark wolf leader. Qin Chen, don't be foolish, Bai Jing exclaimed anxiously. Previously, Qin Chen didn't even dare to attack an ordinary ironback dark wolf, and now he wanted to take on the ironback dark wolf leader alone? How could he possibly be a match? But by the time she said this, it was too late. The ironback dark wolf leader, seeing someone dare to provoke it, let out an angry howl. Its strong limbs pushed off the ground, and whoosh, it was like a bolt of black lightning, instantly appearing before Qin Chen. Oh, whoa, it opened its massive bloody mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and under its icy eyes its foreclaws seemed as sharp as blades, emitting a shrill whistling sound in the air. The terrifying power it exuded was capable of blasting apart a mountain peak. A terrifying blood beast aura enveloped it. Not good, Qin Chen, retreat, Bai Jing shouted anxiously. This ironback dark wolf leader had gone berserk. In this state, even Lu Feng might not be able to withstand it, let alone Qin Chen. Qin Chen, don't fight it head-on. Princess Zai Zun also saw this scene and hurriedly warned. However, despite the urgent cries from the two, Qin Chen seemed indifferent. His expression was devoid of emotion as he advanced instead of retreating, taking fierce steps toward the ironback dark wolf leader. It's over, Bai Jing's heart sank, and she seemed to see the scene of Qin Chen being ripped apart by the ironback dark wolf leader, unable to help but close her eyes. Stab. Oh, whoa, instead of hearing Qin Chen's miserable screams as she imagined, Bai Jing instead heard a chilling roar from the ironback dark wolf leader. What happened? Opening her eyes, Bai Jing saw a 2-foot-long wound appear on the back of the ironback dark wolf leader. Its armor-like scales, as hard as steel, were ripped apart, and blood gushed forth, falling to the ground as it let out a sorrowful howl, glaring viciously at Qin Chen. In contrast, Qin Chen stood calmly in place, a drop of blood dripping from the iron sword in his hand. How is this possible? Bai Jing's mouth hung open, unable to believe what she was seeing. What exactly just happened? How was it that Qin Chen was unharmed, while the Ironback Dark Wolf leader was severely injured? Not far away, Huang Zhan and Lu Feng were also stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief, nearly popping out of their heads. They witnessed Qin Chen sidestep the Ironback Dark Wolf leader's attack, and with a gentle swipe of his rusty sword, he left a wound on the Ironback Dark Wolf leader's back, as easy as cutting vegetables. Lu Feng was shocked to the point of nearly going mad. This was the Ironback Dark Wolf leader, fast to the extreme, approaching the strength of an early-stage heaven-level warrior. Even he could only barely dodge with all his might. Moreover, the Ironback Dark Wolf leader's defense was terrifying. He needed to exert all his strength just to deal a few inches of damage. Yet Qin Chen effortlessly sliced out a 2-foot-long wound. What on earth was going on? Lu Feng was completely dumbfounded, utterly clueless about what had just happened. Oh, whoa! The ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves that were attacking Huang Zhan and Bai Jing turned their targets upon hearing their leaders howl, howling fiercely as they charged toward Qin Chen. In an instant, at least 4 or 5 Ironback Dark Wolves pounced at Qin Chen from all directions. "Qin Chen, be careful!" Bai Jing's heart raced again, urgently shouting, "Swish!" But before her words could finish, a flash of sword light passed by. Puff, 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 puff. The necks of the 5 Ironback Dark Wolves simultaneously spurted blood, fear showing in their cold eyes as they crashed heavily to the ground, their life force extinguished. One sword, 5 Ironback Dark Wolves lay dead. This! Everyone was shocked, left in a daze. To kill 5 Ironback Dark Wolves with a single strike, was Qin Chen really human? Was he truly just an Earth-level late-stage martial artist? All right, after dealing with the 5, the rest will be easy. His gaze fell on the Ironback Dark Wolf leader, and Qin Chen murmured to himself. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Earth-level late stage, his strength was far beyond what it was back then. With a single sword strike, how could he possibly fail to kill even a peak Earth-level late-stage Ironback Dark Wolf? The reason he had only heavily injured the Ironback Dark Wolf leader earlier was to attract other ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves to attack, saving himself some stamina. Now, having slain 5 ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves with a single sword, only 4 remained to deal with Bai Jing and the others, making things much easier. The previously severely wounded Ironback Dark Wolf leader was now stunned. Seeing Qin Chen staring intently, it let out a low growl and attempted to retreat. "Want to hide?" With a stride, Qin Chen instantly appeared in front of the Ironback Dark Wolf leader, thrusting the iron sword once more. The Ironback Dark Wolf leader's cold eyes suddenly shrank, its head tilted as it attempted to dodge Qin Chen's attack. But it was fast, and Qin Chen's sword was even faster. Puchai. As if it had eyes, the iron sword in Qin Chen's hand plunged into the head of the Ironback Dark Wolf leader. He withdrew the long sword, and a spray of blood shot out. The Ironback Dark Wolf leader's eyes widened in horror, staring at Qin Chen in front of it, its gaze filled with fear, before its life force finally dissipated. Bai Jing and the others stood there dumbfounded, completely shocked. If even the Ironback Dark Wolf leader couldn't evade a single sword from Qin Chen, just how terrifying was his cultivation? They had previously thought Qin Chen was weak. "Next is you guys." Turning his head, Qin Chen looked at the remaining 4 ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves and swiftly entered the battlefield. Puchai, 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 puchai. With the sound of 4 blades penetrating flesh, the 4 ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves let out simultaneous wails before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. "You two are safe now. Take out the blood crystals and retreat a bit. Be careful not to get hurt by the enraged Ironback Dark Wolf King," Qin Chen said as he turned to Bai Jing and Huang Zhan. The two were in a daze, completely stunned, their eyes wide open as they struggled to comprehend the tremendous shock they had just experienced. In the span of a brief moment, they had gone from a life-and-death crisis to safety. The rapid change in their circumstances was so swift that they couldn't react in time. How long had it been? Including the Ironback Dark Wolf leader, all 9 ordinary Ironback Dark Wolves had died at Qin Chen's hands. Even an early-stage heaven-level martial artist would be unable to achieve such a feat, right? Could it be that Qin Chen's strength surpassed that of an early-stage heaven-level martial artist? Both of them were shocked, unable to calm down. While they were astonished, Lu Feng was utterly horrified. Previously, he had been provoking Qin Chen, boasting that Qin Chen's cultivation was inferior to his, thinking him not his opponent. But now it was clear that Qin Chen wasn't inferior. He simply couldn't be bothered to pay Lu Feng any mind. "Qin Chen, thank you for your help. Earlier Huang Zhan's face turned red with shame. Realizing what had just happened, he spoke apprehensively. His previous attitude towards Qin Chen had been quite poor, and now that Qin Chen had saved him, he naturally felt immense shame. "You don't need to worry about it. We're all on the same team," Qin Chen smiled, brushing it off. Saving Huang Zhan was merely a matter of convenience for him, requiring little effort. Moreover, even though the other party's attitude towards him hadn't been great, at least it hadn't been as cold and harsh as Lu Feng's. Qin Chen, hurry and save Lu Feng and Princess Zai, they can't hold on much longer, Bai Jing urged anxiously. Sure enough, a violent roar erupted nearby. Turning his head, he saw the iron-backed Dark Wolf King, who had been battling Princess Zai, completely going berserk. Its silver-white scales shimmered with a dazzling light, an astonishing aura soaring into the sky. Its speed and power surged in an instant, and its pupils fixed on Princess Zai, launching a fierce attack. Seeing its subordinates die in the blink of an eye, the iron-backed Dark Wolf King had lost its mind. Not only the iron-backed Dark Wolf King, but also the iron-backed Dark Wolf leader had gone crazy, its black scales seeming to glow with layers of red light, instantly becoming extremely ferocious. Though Lu Feng was injured, he had not been at a disadvantage against the iron-backed Dark Wolf leader until now. He was forced to retreat repeatedly. If he wasn't careful, he got hit again by the iron-backed Dark Wolf leader, spitting out blood with a puche sound. Had he not dodged in time, that claw could have torn him in half instantly. "Qin Chen, come save me!" Lu Feng shouted, panic flashing in his eyes. In this life-or-death moment, he couldn't care less about his pride. Qin Chen looked at Lu Feng in surprise. Save him? Was Lu Feng's face really that thick? Just moments ago, he had been badgering Qin Chen, constantly plotting against him. Now, faced with danger, he actually wanted Qin Chen to save him. What a thick-skinned person. "Qin Chen, both of us are geniuses from the Duchy Kingdom. My previous attitude was poor. I just wanted to test your cultivation without any malice." Seeing that Qin Chen was unmoved, Lu Feng became even more anxious. The pain from his wounds surged, and as he stumbled, he was once again hit by the iron-backed Dark Wolf leader, blood splattering out. "Didn't you say I was just a useless person? You wanted me to see the difference between us. Very well, I'll just watch from the sidelines. Take your time to perform, I'm in no hurry," Qin Chen said with a casual smile. Lu Feng was so angry he was nearly exploding. "Damn it, I'll let you feel proud for a moment. Soon you'll regret it," Lu Feng thought maliciously, while saying, "Qin Chen, I admit I was wrong before, but we are both geniuses of the Duchy Kingdom. You can't just stand by and watch, especially with Princess Zai here." "Oh, I almost forgot about that," Qin Chen replied lightly. He could tell the resentment in Lu Feng's eyes, but he couldn't be bothered to engage with such a petty person. He then stopped wasting words with Lu Feng, gliding over to Princess Zai's side. "Princess Zai, do you need my help? What do you think?" Princess Zai had been shocked by Qin Chen's strength before, and now, with the iron-backed Dark Wolf King going berserk, she was flustered. Seeing Qin Chen still had the leisure to chat with her, she was almost about to explode with anger. "Get out of the way!" Qin Chen merely teased her for a moment, then brandished his rusted sword and charged forward. Swish! The rusty iron sword transformed into a brilliant stream of light, carrying a sharp edge as it struck out. Upon seeing Qin Chen make a move, the iron-backed Dark Wolf King's expression turned serious. Earlier, it had witnessed Qin Chen slay 5 of its subordinates with a single sword strike. In a rage, it didn't retreat but charged forward instead, using its steel-like silver tail to knock Princess Zai back, and then roared as it lunged at Qin Chen. Boom, it radiated silver light, exuding terrifying power that swept all around. "Qin Chen, be careful!" Princess Zai's pupils shrank, and she shouted urgently. The iron-backed Dark Wolf King was far too cunning. The reason it had gone berserk was to lure Qin Chen in and then ambush him. Currently, Qin Chen has indeed been attracted, and it wants to kill Qin Chen in a desperate attempt to take revenge for its kind. This iron-backed Dark Wolf King is truly too cunning. "Qin Chen, be careful. Retreat quickly, do not confront this iron-backed Dark Wolf King head-on. This beast is too strong and you are not its match," Princess Zai shouted, wanting to rush in to help while saying, "Qin Chen, just hold it back, leave the rest to me." "No need." However, Qin Chen did not listen to Princess Zai's words. Instead, he lightly called out and then took a small step forward. This scene made Princess Zai anxious, and everyone else felt their hearts leap into their throats. What does Qin Chen want to do? The iron-backed Dark Wolf King had deliberately gone berserk to lure him in so it could unleash a fatal strike. Can he not see that? This is the berserk iron-backed Dark Wolf King. Even Princess Zai struggled to hold it back earlier and was nearly overwhelmed, yet he advances instead of retreating. At this moment, they were unable to intervene. Even Princess Zai couldn't get there in time and could only watch as Qin Chen and the iron-backed Dark Wolf King closed in on each other, then instantly intertwined. Swish! Brilliant sword light and the sharp claws of the iron-backed Dark Wolf King sliced through the air simultaneously, and then the two, one man and one beast, passed each other and landed on the ground. The air instantly fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. What happened? Did Qin Chen get injured? With their cultivation levels, they could not clearly discern what had just occurred. Only Princess Zai Zun widened her eyes, her mouth agape, frozen in place, her gaze filled with shock. Puchai, a nearly foot-long gash appeared on the back of the iron-backed Dark Wolf King, blood spraying out from within. The wound was several inches deep, and one could even see the flesh inside. In contrast, Qin Chen was completely unharmed. Qin Chen actually held the upper hand and even injured the iron-backed Dark Wolf King. Bai Jing and the others gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Previously, Princess Zai Zun had battled the iron-backed Dark Wolf King for a long time and had barely left any wounds on it. Yet with just one strike, Qin Chen had managed to injure it, which could only mean that Qin Chen's cultivation is even stronger than Princess Zai Zun's. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. Princess Zai Zun was a renowned genius of the Great Qi Kingdom, famous for several years. And this time, after the Blood Spirit Pool's baptism, she had broken through to the early heaven level, becoming one of the top 10 geniuses in the 5 Western countries. But what about Qin Chen? Although he had gained fame, he had risen too late, only hearing about him in the past few months. In the Blood Spirit Pool baptism, he had only broken through to the late Earth level. Comparing the two made their gap obvious even to a fool. But now, even Princess Zai Zun gasped in disbelief, struggling to trust her own eyes. Awo, injured, the iron-backed Dark Wolf King's brutal gaze intensified. It glared fiercely at Qin Chen, its eyes filled with deep hatred. With a long howl, its aura surged even more. Boom! A tremendous wave of bestial blood energy erupted from its body, startling the entire forest into a rustling sound, with strands of silver-white radiance blooming around its body, resembling a demon. Crack, 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 a bloody rainbow light shot from its eyes, locking onto Qin Chen. This is a second berserk transformation, Princess Zai Zun gasped in horror, unable to contain her shuddering voice. Berserk transformation is a power possessed by some blood beasts, generally achieved by stimulating their blood energy to a certain extent, causing their strength to surge. Though not common, many blood beasts can achieve this. However, beyond berserk transformation, there are some blood beasts capable of a second berserk transformation. These blood beasts typically possess astonishing talent and can grow to become kings of their forests. And this iron-backed Dark Wolf King, after going berserk, managed to enter a second berserk state again. This means its strength will reach an unprecedented level, significantly stronger than at the start. Qin Chen, quick. Let's work together. We must hold on until the iron-backed Dark Wolf King's second berserk transformation ends. Typically, a second berserk transformation can only last for a brief moment. We just need to endure and we win, Princess Zai Zun said with a serious expression, anxiously calling out. At the same time, a faint light flickered around her body, indicating the activation of her bloodline's power. No need. Just leave it to me. Qin Chen grinned and took another step toward the iron-backed Dark Wolf King. Bai Jing and the others were completely dumbfounded. What does Qin Chen want to do? Does he intend to face the iron-backed Dark Wolf King alone? This is the second berserk iron-backed Dark Wolf King. Before they could react, Qin Chen had already revealed his intent. He leapt forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at the iron-backed Dark Wolf King. Seeing this, Bai Jing and the others were utterly stunned, their hearts shaking. Awo. The iron-backed Dark Wolf King, seeing Qin Chen daring to attack, became even more enraged. Its blood-red eyes filled with brutality and coldness, resembling a demon from hell. With a roar, it lunged forward like black lightning, its claws glowing with a terrifying radiance, aiming to tear into Qin Chen. Qin Chen, you. Princess Zai Zun was almost driven mad. Her heart felt like it had stopped. Why was it so hard to just cooperate with her? Why did he have to go alone to seek death? Who does he think he is? Gritting her teeth, a glint of determination flashed in Princess Zai Zun's eyes. She stomped her foot and charged forward. The iron-backed Dark Wolf King's defenses and speed are indeed even stronger than I imagined. That previous strike only left a wound on it, but this time it won't be so lucky. As he flew through the air, a slight smile appeared on Qin Chen's lips. At the moment he was about to collide with the iron-backed Dark Wolf King, he suddenly drew his sword. Swish, it was as if a silver flash passed by, or as if nothing had happened at all. Qin Chen and the iron-backed Dark Wolf King brushed past each other and landed on the ground. Silence, deathly silence. Bai Jing raised a hand to cover her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Did Qin Chen die? Princess Zai Zun also halted, staring blankly ahead. Why did Qin Chen have to be so foolish and go all out alone? Drip, drip. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water echoed, and everyone saw a drop of blood fall from the rusty sword in Qin Chen's hand onto the rock. Bai Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. The iron-backed Dark Wolf King was injured. Did Qin Chen injure it again? Before this doubt could settle, they saw a crack suddenly appear in the center of the iron-backed Dark Wolf King's forehead, blood flowing down from it. Then the iron-backed Dark Wolf King's body fell heavily to the ground, no longer making a sound. It had become a corpse. The iron-backed Dark Wolf King was dead. A single sword strike felled the iron-backed Dark Wolf King. Everyone was shocked as they watched the scene unfold. This was not just any iron-backed Dark Wolf leader, nor an ordinary iron-backed Dark Wolf. It was actually killed by Qin Chen with the same sword strike. The iron-backed Dark Wolf King was a heaven-level blood beast, and having undergone a second frenzy, even Princess Zixun could only defend against it. Yet Qin Chen managed to kill it with one sword. Did this not imply that Qin Chen's strength was far superior to that of Princess Zixun? At that moment, no one could maintain their composure. Everyone stared at Qin Chen in astonishment. "Qin Chen, are you okay?" Bai Jing called out softly, unable to hold back, her eyes fixed on Qin Chen, who was still standing motionless. Was he injured? Princess Zixun and the others were also nervously watching. This day was undoubtedly the most thrilling moment of their lives. "I'm fine." Turning around, Qin Chen revealed a radiant smile. "It's just an iron-backed Dark Wolf King. It doesn't even have the qualifications to injure me." This was not a joke. Given Qin Chen's strength, not to mention one iron-backed Dark Wolf King, even if there were a few more, they would not be his match. It's just an iron-backed Dark Wolf King. However, when everyone heard Qin Chen's words, they all breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help but roll their eyes. This was too pretentious. But thinking back to Qin Chen's previous achievements, they opened their mouths yet found themselves speechless. With the strength Qin Chen had previously demonstrated, he indeed had the qualifications to say such things. At this time, upon seeing the iron-backed Dark Wolf King slain, the last remaining iron-backed Dark Wolf leader attacking Feng no longer had the courage to fight. With a mournful howl, it turned and fled. But how could Princess Zixun allow it to escape? With a swift movement, she chased after it. With a single strike, the iron-backed Dark Wolf leader, having completely lost its will to fight, was killed on the spot. With that, all the iron-backed Dark Wolves attacking the group were dead, with none surviving. Looking at the ground covered in the corpses of iron-backed Dark Wolves, everyone was still in disbelief. These were over 10 iron-backed Dark Wolves, each possessing Earth-level late-stage strength, including one Heaven-level blood beast, yet they all lay dead here. This was simply a legend. No, it shouldn't be said that they died at their hands. It could only be said that they all perished at the hands of Qin Chen alone. The few of them stood there dumbfounded, gazing at Qin Chen with eyes filled with awe, as if looking at a monster. "What are you all staring at me for?" Qin Chen asked, speechless. "With all these iron-backed Dark Wolf corpses on the ground, do you still think your training can pass? Hurry up and collect the blood crystals." "Let's go." Huang Zhan and Bai Jing stepped forward to start cutting the blood crystals from the bodies of the iron-backed Dark Wolves. "This damned guy!" Feng sat down hurriedly, taking a few healing pills to begin healing himself. Although he was saved in the end, he was covered in injuries and couldn't help but feel resentment towards Qin Chen. If Qin Chen had rescued him a little earlier, would he have had to suffer like this? "Qin Chen, how can your strength be so strong?" Princess Zixun asked, still in shock. Originally, she didn't have a good impression of Qin Chen due to Zhao Lingshan's attitude towards him, making her wary, suspecting that Qin Chen had deceived Zhao Lingshan. However, after this battle, her attitude towards Qin Chen had completely changed. But she couldn't understand how Qin Chen, with his Earth-level late-stage cultivation, could slay the second frenzy iron-backed Dark Wolf King with a single sword strike. She thought for a long time but couldn't grasp it. The iron-backed Dark Wolf King has incredible defenses and speed, but they also have their weaknesses, particularly at the center of their brows. The center of the iron-backed Dark Wolf King's brow is the weakest point of its defenses. As long as one predicts the iron-backed Dark Wolf's movements early, killing them isn't particularly difficult, Qin Chen explained, unable to bear Princess Zixun's piercing gaze. At the center of the brow, Princess Zixun, puzzled, approached the corpse of the iron-backed Dark Wolf King and prodded it with her sword. At that moment, the corpse of the iron-backed Dark Wolf King had already cooled, but its defenses remained formidable. Blades did not easily leave marks. However, when Princess Zixun prodded the center of the brow, she indeed found the defenses there to be much weaker than in other areas of the body. "It's really like this." "How did you know?" Princess Zixun couldn't help but be shocked. She had never heard of this. "I also read it from a book." "What book?" "There's a book in the Tianxing Academy's library called Blood Beast Evolution Theory. In Chapter 9, Acupoint section, it mentions that blood beasts also possess acupoints in their bodies. Their evolution requires a large amount of natural energy, and the evolution acupoint of the iron-backed Dark Wolf is located at the center of their brows, which is the source of their evolutionary power and also the weakest defensive point on their bodies. Qin Chen explained with a smile. There's such a book, Princess Zixun exclaimed in surprise. She had studied at Tianxing Academy too and often stayed in the library, but with so many books she couldn't possibly read them all. So every time she visited the library, she only read a few cultivation-related books. As for blood beasts, aside from a few basic books, she had no time to explore further. Little did she expect that Qin Chen had read even these miscellaneous books and remembered exactly which chapter it was from. How knowledgeable could he be? At that moment, Princess Zixun was truly shocked. Wait, even if you know their weak point with your strength, it should be very unlikely that you could hit a second Frenzy Ironback Dark Wolf King, right? Suddenly, Princess Zixun seemed to think of something and couldn't help but say, "This is related to the bloodline I awakened. I can analyze the opponent's attack route to a certain extent and counterattack," Qin Chen said, speechless. The questions from Princess Zixun were too detailed. He couldn't possibly tell her that he had been reborn and that discerning the attack route of the Ironback Dark Wolf King was akin to child's play. He could only attribute the reason to his bloodline. "There's such a bloodline, that's truly abnormal." Princess Zixun finally managed to squeeze out a word after a long while. After that, she did not continue to ask or press Qin Chen about what his bloodline was. After all, everyone's bloodline was a very private matter, and many people did not wish for others to know their bloodline. "All right, we've dug out the blood crystals. There are a total of 11, 1 heaven level and 10 earth level late stage." Bai Jing approached happily, holding a bunch of brilliant blood crystals. With so many blood crystals, combined with the blood beasts they had hunted previously, they would surely have no problem passing this initial test of training. "Now we can relax a bit," Princess Zixun smiled. Danger? At that moment, Qin Chen's pupils constricted. He suddenly wrapped his arms around Princess Zixun and Bai Jing, leaping back several meters. "Qin Chen, what are you doing?" The two were startled, feeling a strong masculine aura coming with a large hand gripping their waist, their expressions changing, and they were about to struggle free. Boom, a terrifying flash of light shot through the void, landing where the three had just stood. With a thunderous sound, the ground exploded, revealing a deep pit over a meter wide, and countless shards of rock flew everywhere with a cracking sound. The two, who had just been struggling in shock, instantly froze, staring in horror ahead. Princess Zixun and Bai Jing broke into a cold sweat, looking at Qin Chen with grateful eyes. If it weren't for Qin Chen timely carrying them away, that last attack would have seriously injured them, if not killed them. "Who are you?" With a cold huff, Princess Zixun looked ahead, her expression frosty. In the mountains, there was a profound silence, only the sound of the wind blowing. But Princess Zixun and the others felt a strong intent to kill. "Come out, no need to hide." Qin Chen released Princess Zixun and Bai Jing, calmly looking at a certain spot ahead. "Ha ha ha, I never expected that your perception would be so sharp, capable of detecting my attack. This truly surprises me," a chilling voice emerged from the darkness. Then a group of people walked out of the forest, led by the young master of the Ghost Immortal sect, Nyan Wuji. Beside him stood the third prince of the Great Wei Kingdom, Heng, along with many talented martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect, totaling 7 or 8 people. At this moment, these individuals all looked at Qin Chen and the others with sinister expressions, vaguely surrounding them and blocking all avenues of escape. Nyan Wuji's gaze fell upon Qin Chen, astonishment filling his heart. Because that earlier attack was one he had prepared for, confident that almost no one at the same realm could evade his lethal strike. He thought that after that one hit, the people from the Great Qi Kingdom would at least be seriously injured, if not dead. Yet unexpectedly, it was the youngest fellow from the Great Qi Kingdom who sensed it and dodged. "It's them!" The expressions of Princess Zixun and the others suddenly changed drastically, revealing horror, their hearts sinking to the bottom in an instant. "Hee, did you not expect this?" Nyan Wuji's lips curled into a wicked smile as he glanced at the several ironback shadow wolves lying on the ground, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect you all to actually kill so many ironback shadow wolves. You've gained quite a bit. It seems our luck is really not bad." The others also burst into laughter. So many ironback shadow wolves were enough for several of them to pass this trial, killing off the geniuses of the Great Qi Kingdom while gaining experience. Truly a twofold benefit. "What do you want?" Princess Zixun's expression darkened as she spoke sternly. "What do we want? Ha ha ha!" Heng, upon hearing Princess Zixun's words, couldn't help but burst out laughing, his smile revealing a hint of lewdness. "What do you think we want? Your Highness the Third Prince, I never expected that among the disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom we encountered this time, there would actually be 2 beautiful women. One of them is even a princess of the Great Qi Kingdom. This is a huge profit. A triangular-eyed martial artist from the Great Wei Kingdom leered, glancing at Princess Zai Zun and fixating on her beautiful face, nearly drooling. Humph! Nyan Wuji snorted coldly. Cao Heng immediately shot a cold glare at that martial artist, saying, "The princess of the Great Qi Kingdom isn't something you can think about. She's reserved for young Master Nyan Wuji. But rest assured, once young Master Nyan Wuji is done, he will naturally let you have your fun. Moreover, the other girl isn't bad in looks and figure either. Enough for everyone to enjoy. Ha ha ha, heh heh. Your Highness, you and young Master Nyan Wuji can devour the meat and we can just sip the soup." A group of martial artists laughed lewdly, their eyes leering at Princess Zai Zun and Bai Jing like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. "You bunch of damned bastards." Bai Jing's eyes flared with anger, her face flushed red, exuding a boiling intent to kill. "Oh, still a little spicy pepper, I like that," the martial artist leered again. Bai Jing drew her long sword, her entire body radiating killing intent. "Don't act impulsively." Princess Zai Zun blocked her. "Princess Zai Zun, with our strength, we are simply no match for them. I suggest we retreat first," Feng said, taking out a transmission jade token, his expression anxious. "Don't rush. If we can't escape later, we will shatter the jade token," Princess Zai Zun gritted her teeth. With just Cao Heng or Nyan Wuji alone, she might have some confidence in fighting back, but with both appearing at once, Princess Zai Zun knew she absolutely could not be their opponent. Now it was a matter of whether they could escape. After all, once they shattered the jade token, it would mean failure in this trial. In that case, the results of the Great Qi Kingdom in this year's Five Kingdoms competition would be extremely dismal. The cost was simply too great. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so determined to fight fiercely against the Ironback Shadow Wolf, King, rather than shattering the jade token to flee. "Princess Zai Zun, there's no chance of escape. Opposite us is Nyan Wuji of the Ghost Immortal Sect. He's a master who broke through to the mid-heaven level in the Blood Spirit Pool. We are no match for him. If you don't leave, I will." Feng was utterly terrified, trembling as he spoke. "Do you think shattering the jade token will let you escape?" Qin Chen's cold laugh interrupted. "What do you mean?" Feng retorted angrily. Princess Zai Zun and the others also widened their eyes, looking over. "Why are they so confident? They aren't afraid of us shattering the jade token. What do you think the reason is?" Qin Chen's gaze was calm. A shock went through the hearts of the group. Indeed, the other party had surrounded them, and logically they must want to kill them. Why would they leisurely waste so much time talking instead of attacking first? But now, as Nyan Wuji and the others appeared so relaxed, it made their hearts sink. "Hee, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. That's right, even if you shatter the jade token, it's useless. This area has already been sealed off by our formation. You can't teleport out, ha. Prince Cao Heng laughed heartily. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng's face was filled with terror, unable to hold back any longer. He snapped the jade token with a loud crack. However, after shattering the token, there was not a hint of response. "This!" His face went pale, his body trembling, his expression turning ashen. The transmission jade tokens issued by the Five Kingdoms actually had no effect. Princess Zai Zun and the others' hearts sank completely, their faces turning as pale as death. Without the transmission jade token, they were like turtles in a jar, waiting to die. Seeing the expressions of Princess Zai Zun and the others, Cao Heng and the others once again erupted in excited laughter. The sight of others in despair thrilled them the most. "Your Highness the Third Prince, don't waste time talking with them. Let's take them down first." The lewd martial artist cackled ominously, stepping forward. The others finally moved as well. "Everyone, we can only fight to the death. If there's a chance to escape later, take it." Princess Zai Zun transformed into a shadow, instantly lunging toward the peak Laterth-level martial artist who had spoken, thrusting her sword forward with furious eyes. This guy had the most detestable words before. If anyone was to be killed, it would be him first. Boom, a dazzling sword aura erupted from the blue long sword, carrying a chilling killing intent. This time, Princess Zai Zun was truly furious. She unleashed her early heaven-level cultivation to the extreme in an instant, aiming to cut down her opponent in one strike. Ding, however, before her long sword could hit the target, a spear shadow suddenly swept by, blocking Princess Zai Zun's sword strike. "Princess Zai Zun, your opponent is me." Cao Heng smirked wickedly, sizing up Zai Zun, imagining how beautiful she would be once subdued. "Cao Heng, you go die." Princess Zai Zun exploded with rage. Her early heaven-level true energy pushed to its limits as she crazily slashed out with her sword. "Heh, spicy." Cao Heng sneered, his dragon demon spear darting out like a venomous snake. Bang! The dragon demon spear collided with the Qiming sword, sparking a shower of flames, while a cold power quickly approached Princess Zai Zun's body along the long sword. "Not good," Princess Zai Zun gasped in shock. "Sunu Gong!" Princess Zai desperately urged her true energy, trying to disperse that cold power. But Heng had already closed in, shaking his spear, which instantly transformed into dozens of phantoms, each one resembling a cold, venomous snake wrapping around Princess Zai's body. Falling petals? Princess Zai gritted her teeth and shouted, a radiant light suddenly bursting forth from her blue long sword. At the same time, a terrifying bloodline power spread within her, instantly doubling her strength. Countless sword auras like endless falling petals enveloped the sky, dazzlingly beautiful, making Princess Zai appear stunning. Third-tier bloodline power. Heng spoke, but there was no hint of surprise on his face. Then a black airflow also began to emanate from his body, merging into the spear shadows. Those black spear images, resembling venomous snakes, seemed to come alive, tearing through the sky of falling petals. Princess Zai's expression changed. She immediately wanted to retract her sword and retreat, but the spear shadows clung to her like maggots, following her every move. No matter how she dodged, she couldn't escape. Magic snake bloodline? Princess Zai was shocked. Heng laughed. That's right, it's the magic snake bloodline from my cow family of the Great Wei Kingdom, and it's a third-tier bloodline. With this bloodline, my chances of ascending the throne in the future are much higher than those of my brothers. To be able to experience this is your honor. In his sneer, the spear shadows intensified, finally with a bang, smashing all of Princess Zai's sword techniques to pieces, turning the falling petals into remnants flying everywhere. With a muffled groan, Princess Zai's complexion turned pale and she retreated. Damn it. She looked unwilling. If it weren't for her having exhausted too much true energy in the earlier battle against the Ironback Dark Wolf King, even with the opponent's magic snake bloodline, they wouldn't have been able to easily injure her. But now, with one hit landed, Heng was in high spirits and did not pursue the attack. He saw that Princess Zai was merely at the end of her strength and had initially thought it would be somewhat troublesome. It now appeared that defeating her was just a matter of time. You lot, hurry up and take these guys down. Remember, kill all the men and leave the women. With a sinister laugh, Heng leaped up, engaging in battle with Princess Zai once more. Brothers, charge! The martial artist from the Great Wei Kingdom laughed wickedly and then charged first towards Chen and the others. Heh heh! A lewd smile crept onto his face, and his first target was set on Chen. You brat, go die! A black blade aura erupted suddenly from his hand, slashing towards Chen's chest, the blade aura tearing through the air with a piercing howl. The others also charged towards Wang and Feng. As for Wuji, he was leisurely watching everything unfold, showing no intention of intervening. Chen, be careful! Beijing exclaimed, startled at the sight of the incoming blade. You be careful and step aside. I'll handle this guy. Chen's expression was calm as he dodged the opponent's attack with ease. Beijing finally realized that Chen was a powerful figure who could even slay a twice-grazed Ironback Dark Wolf King with a single sword. With him around, the martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom might not necessarily be able to kill them. You brat, didn't expect you to have some skills to dodge my blade aura. Hee, but this is where it ends. The martial artist from the Great Wei Kingdom was somewhat surprised that Chen could evade his attack. His aura skyrocketed to the extreme as he slashed again. Immortal points the way. Whoosh. The black blade aura cut through the forest, creating a ravine dozens of feet long. Wherever the blade aura passed, rocks and plants shattered as if a hurricane had blown through. With this level of cultivation, you think you can kill us? Chen scoffed, his figure soaring like a great rock, leaping over the blade attack and swinging down his sword. What? The martial artist from the Great Wei Kingdom was taken aback, looking up to see a flash of sword light like lightning pass right before his eyes. Just as he wanted to react, it was already too late. The sword light came and went like a flash of lightning. PFF? Blood splattered as the martial artist clutched his throat, his eyes wide open, and his weapon clattered to the ground as he tried to stop the blood from flowing. But it was useless. Crimson blood poured from his fingers, and he made gagging sounds as he slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear. Chen spoke softly, his gaze shifting to the other martial artists. Swish, swish, swish. His figure moved like lightning, weaving through the crowd. Wherever he passed, sword lights flashed and cries of pain filled the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 more martial artists had fallen to his blade. All were killed in one strike. Huh! Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect suddenly opened his eyes, frowning. This kid, his strength is surprisingly not weak. He recognized Chen immediately, the boy who had lasted until the end in the blood spirit pool. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Chen facing an early Earth-level peak martial artist, Wuji couldn't be bothered to intervene. He thought that Heng's subordinates would easily take care of Chen and the others, but who would have thought that in an instant, several had fallen like cutting vegetables. This child's strength should be comparable to an average early heaven-level peak martial artist. Nyan Wuji thought to himself, and then said to several martial artists from the Ghost Immortal sect nearby, "You all form a battle formation and capture that kid." Battle formation. Young master, is that really necessary? The disciples of the Ghost Immortal sect were surprised. Go when I tell you to go. Nyan Wuji's expression darkened. Yes. The disciples of the Ghost Immortal sect did not dare to say more and immediately flew up. Buzz, these 5 individuals all had peak early Earth-level cultivation, but as soon as they landed near Qin Chen, a mysterious power spread out, enveloping Qin Chen. It's actually a battle formation. Qin Chen frowned. A battle formation is a combat array that can combine the true energy of multiple martial artists, often resulting in an effect greater than the sum of its parts. These disciples of the Ghost Immortal sect originally had cultivation at the peak of Earth-level late stage. But under the enhancement of this battle formation, they combined their strength and released a pressure comparable to a heaven-level expert. Humph, kid, it's your honor to die under our battle formation. One of the Ghost Immortal sect martial artists sneered. To deal with just a Qin Chen, the young master actually let them use a battle formation. It seemed a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Die! With a low shout, the group united, and a vast true energy surged toward Qin Chen. Qin Chen lightly dodged, and with a loud crash, the ground beneath him shattered, creating a large pit, dust swirling all around. He dodged. The group was astonished and then attacked again. Boom, 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 light flashed everywhere as Qin Chen was instantly enveloped within. Under the enhancement of this battle formation, their movements synchronized perfectly, appearing as one body. Each attack combined their full strength, and every defense was shared among them. It could be said that unless there was an absolute advantage, an ordinary person would be unable to break such a battle formation. While Qin Chen was defending, the remaining disciples began a fierce assault on Bai Jing and the others. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Bai Jing and the others originally had low cultivation, and having expended a lot of true energy earlier, they were injured once again in just a few blinks. Especially Lu Feng, who had several new wounds, was already on the brink of death. Damn it! Lu Feng felt speechless. Why was he so unlucky? He couldn't help but glare at Qin Chen in resentment. If it weren't for Qin Chen's earlier trickery during the battle with the Ironback Dark Wolf, he wouldn't be gravely injured and still unhealed, let alone about to collapse so quickly. At this moment, Lu Feng attributed all his misfortunes to Qin Chen, wishing he would die immediately. If this continues, I will surely die. I must escape. A thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, 2 lines of light patterns appeared on Lu Feng's body, and the power of his second-grade bloodline erupted to its peak. His figure flickered, and he rushed out of the battlefield, not looking back. The teleportation jade token had lost its effectiveness, but at least he could still escape, right? In that instant, his speed exploded to its limit, astonishing Bai Jing and the others, who didn't expect Lu Feng to unleash such terrifying power. As for the 2 disciples who had been attacking him, they were also taken aback. By the time they reacted, Lu Feng had nearly dashed out of the forest. I made it! Entering the woods, Lu Feng felt ecstatic. In fact, from the beginning of the battle, he had prepared to escape. So during the fight, he both battled and retreated, using Princess Zai Zun and Qin Chen's fight to draw the enemy's attention, retreating to the very edge of the battlefield to escape first. Want to run? Nyan Wuji had been watching the entire situation. Seeing Lu Feng attempt to flee, a cold smile crept onto his face. Meanwhile, a black flying dagger appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the dagger shot out, instantly reaching Lu Feng's back. What? Lu Feng was shocked and turned to swing his sword in defense, but the speed of the flying dagger was too fast. With it pierced through Lu Feng's skull, leaving a bloody hole. After killing Lu Feng, the flying dagger spun in the air and returned to Nyan Wuji's hand. Lu Feng! Huang Zhan and the others exclaimed, their eyes filled with despair. In the earlier attack by the Ironback Dark Wolves, their team had not suffered any casualties, but now people were really starting to die. In an instant, despair filled their hearts. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Qin Chen. Previously, in their time of crisis, it was Qin Chen who had stepped in to save them. Now, could he still unleash his might? In the battle formation, they saw Qin Chen continuously dodging the attacks from the Ghost Immortal sect disciples, seemingly unable to break free from the formation. With a sigh, everyone abandoned their hopes. It seemed they had overthought it. No matter how strong Qin Chen was, how could he contend with so many experts from the Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei Kingdom? The Ironback Dark Wolves, while strong, were merely beasts. However, Nyan Wuji and the others were all ruthless individuals. Just because Qin Chen had created miracles before did not mean he could do so again. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled grunt came from not far away. Princess Zizun had been struck again by Heng, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Heh, Princess Zizun, don't resist anymore. No matter how you resist, you will definitely die here. You might as well accompany us well. Tusk will guarantee that you feel like a celestial being enjoying yourself to the fullest. Heh. Heng grinned lewdly, sneering. Beast, Princess Zizun's delicate face turned cold, shaking with anger. We'll fight you to the death. Bai Jing and Huang Zhan roared angrily, each unleashing their bloodline powers, battling furiously against the martial artists of the Great Wei Kingdom. Since the teleportation jade token had already failed, and they couldn't win in a fight, they figured that since death was inevitable, they might as well fight fiercely for every gain they could get. You lot think you can fight back? The martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom laughed boisterously. Bai Jing and Huang Zhan were far too weak. Even if they fought desperately, they could only be overwhelmed. Feng was too hasty. If this continues, Princess Zizun and the others will be in danger. Forget it. Even if it reveals some of my power, there's nothing to be done. Seeing the current situation, Chen shook his head. If he didn't act now, Princess Zizun and the others would be in danger. Kid, you dare to be distracted while fighting us? The ghost immortal sect martial artists surrounding Chen had already struggled to deal with him for quite some time. Now seeing him sigh and shake his head as if he didn't care about his predicament, they became furious. With a roar, the leader's battle blade became even more powerful as it descended upon Chen. Are you really going to use such a shabby battle formation to embarrass yourselves? Chen chuckled. Since he had decided to reveal his power, it didn't matter anymore. Facing their attacks, he did not dodge or evade, but instead lightly stepped to the left. This step seemed inconsequential, but as the ghost immortal sect martial artists were rotating in the battle formation, with this move, Chen suddenly found himself in a very awkward position in the middle of several of them, instantly disrupting their connection of true energy. It was like a deflated balloon. The leader's attack power was greatly reduced. Swish! With a flash of sword light, a line of blood suddenly appeared on that person's neck, his eyes bulging in shock as his head soared into the air. Senior brother, the remaining ghost immortal sect martial artists were immediately filled with terror, screaming out, "Don't be anxious, it's your turn now." Chen chuckled lightly, his figure flickering as he stepped forward. Each step he took was peculiar, cutting off their connections. Then the sword light flashed, and blood sprayed from their throats as they fell in shock. In an instant, several ghost immortal sect martial artists surrounding Chen all perished, with not a single survivor. This shocking scene instantly stunned everyone present. What? Nyan Wuji, who had originally been smiling while watching the battle between Heng and Princess Zixun, now wore a face of anger and disbelief. How could this happen? Just moments ago, his subordinates had clearly suppressed Chen, yet in just a short period they all died at his hands. It happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. These martial artists were all peak late-stage Earth-level fighters, and being sent to participate in the 5 Nations competition, each one was an elite of the Ghost Immortal sect. Now, with all of them fallen, this was a significant loss for the sect. You're looking for death. Nyan Wuji quickly produced 3 flying knives in his hand, his eyes filled with a coldness that seemed capable of freezing the heavens. With a flick of his right hand, whoosh, 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 the 3 black streaks of light shot toward Chen's face like meteors. He felt a deep hatred in his heart. If he had acted sooner, perhaps several disciples from his sect wouldn't have had to die. The 3 black flying knives flew at astonishing speed, approaching Chen from 3 tricky angles, clearly intending to kill him in one strike without giving him a chance to resist. Be careful, Chen. From a distance, Princess Zixun and the others could not help but exclaim, having witnessed Feng being instantly killed by a flying knife just moments ago. However, they saw Chen let out a light laugh and wave his sword. Bang, 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 3 sword shadows appeared in the air and all 3 flying knives were deflected. How is this possible? Nyan Wuji was very confident in his flying knives, which were controlled by a certain secret method. Within a distance of more than 10 meters, their speed was astonishing. Even late-stage heaven-level martial artists could hardly block all 3 flying knives simultaneously. Yet Chen effortlessly deflected all his flying knives with just 3 sword strikes, completely beyond his imagination. Heng and Princess Zixun, standing nearby, were also stunned by this scene, their expressions serious. Had they been in that situation, they would have been unable to block such fast flying knives. Whoosh, 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 with a focused gaze, an invisible force enveloped the black flying knives. When the knives missed their target, they instantly turned back and shot toward Chen once again. Clang, clang, clang. Chen wielded the rusty sword, continuously deflecting the 3 flying knives, which kept attacking as if drawn by an invisible thread. Bai Jing and the others gasped in shock. What on earth is happening? Nian Wuji can remotely control these 3 flying knives from such a distance. If this continues, won't he be invincible? If they keep fighting, any small mistake could lead to Qin Chen being injured or even killed. Huh, I didn't expect you to be a bloodline master as well. Qin Chen looked at Nian Wuji and chuckled lightly. The flying knives were not only infused with true qi and mental energy, but also contained the unique bloodline power of a bloodline master, clearly indicating they were a true treasure. A true treasure is an object that a bloodline master can control using a unique secret method. Unlike treasure weapons, true treasures can be manipulated by the mental energy of the bloodline master to kill from afar. And these flying knives were evidently a true treasure. In the Tianwu continent, true treasures are extremely rare and far more valuable than treasure weapons. The price of true treasures and treasure weapons of the same rank may differ by several times, even tenfold. Humph, it's good that you know. Kid, you killed my ghost immortal sex disciples. Today you shall not live. Nian Wuji's face twisted in rage, and waves of invisible mental energy began to spread, accompanied by a mysterious bloodline force emanating from him. The black flying knives shimmered with red light, their power increasing dramatically. You think you can kill me like this? Too naive, Qin Chen sneered. In the instant the 3 flying knives launched their next attack, he deflected them with a series of thuds, 2 of the flying knives being sent flying far away while one was deftly tilted aside. Then he extended his left hand and, like a flash of lightning, grabbed the flying knife in an instant. This kid actually dared to catch my flying knife with his hand. Does he think that just because he caught it, he can control it? How naive! Seeing this, Nian Wuji felt not a shred of fear, but instead a surge of joy. His flying knives were made of special materials, extremely sharp and controlled by mental energy. With Qin Chen holding the knife, he only needed to move his mental energy slightly, and the knife would instantly unleash terrifying power, shattering Qin Chen's left hand or even piercing his heart. It could be said that Qin Chen's current action was simply seeking death. With a thought, Nian Wuji immediately urged the flying knife in Qin Chen's hand, but as soon as he did, his heart sank. He was horrified to discover that he had lost connection with the flying knife in Qin Chen's hand. "What have you done to my flying knife?" Nian Wuji exclaimed in shock, his mental energy spreading as he tried to connect with the knife. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense anything at all, as if it had sunk into the sea without a trace. It's actually made of dark underworld mystical iron. Gripping the flying knife, Qin Chen revealed a look of surprise mixed with delight. No wonder this flying knife is so powerful. It's forged from dark underworld mystical iron, a very rare material that is not only extremely sharp, but also possesses high toughness and strength, far exceeding ordinary materials in its destructive ability against true qi, easily able to penetrate even a strong warrior's true qi. Such a treasure is hard to come by at this stage. His eyes gleamed as he focused on the remaining 2 flying knives, pouncing on them like a hungry wolf. Not good. With the first flying knife lost, Nian Wuji would not let Qin Chen succeed, hurriedly attempting to control the remaining knives to return. However, just as he began to direct the flying knives, he saw Qin Chen's gaze flash, and a mysterious wave of mental energy shot out from his eyes, causing the 2 flying knives to tremble slightly and pause. In that brief moment of hesitation, Qin Chen had already gathered the 2 remaining black flying knives into his hands. Nian Wuji was terrified to discover that his connection with the other 2 flying knives was also instantly severed, leaving him with no ties to them. "You're also a bloodline master?" The earlier wave of mental energy was clearly something only a bloodline master could emit. Nian Wuji was furious and shocked, nearly spitting blood. Those 3 flying knives were true treasures that his father had painstakingly sought after for him, and yet they were taken away in the blink of an eye by Qin Chen. After seizing the 3 flying knives, Qin Chen showed no signs of stopping and charged toward Nian Wuji. In an instant, he was right in front of Nian Wuji, flicking his wrist as he thrust his sword. A powerful sword intent burst forth, and Qin Chen seemed to become one with the sword, the rusty blade igniting a sword light nearly a yard high. "Kid, so what if you're also a bloodline master? Dare to take my true treasures, I will kill you." Nian Wuji donned 2 pitch-black gauntlets, fully unleashing his mid-stage heaven-level cultivation, and hurled a punch toward Qin Chen. Nian Wuji was a mid-level heaven-level martial artist. Even if he lost his flying daggers, how could he fear a peak late-stage earth-level martial artist? Bang! The fist and sword light collided and both retreated simultaneously. How could this be? Feeling his slightly numb right hand, Nian Wuji was in shock. How could your true qi be so abundant? He was a mid-level heaven-level powerhouse, while Qin Chen was merely a peak late-stage earth-level. Logically, Qin Chen's true Qi quality and strength should only be a fraction of his. But previously, Qin Chen's true Qi strength was unexpectedly not weaker than his, leaving him greatly astonished. If it were an ordinary mid-level heaven-level martial artist, they would have likely been severely injured by Qin Chen's sword. The genius from the Ghost Immortal sect is not that impressive. Qin Chen laughed. Nian Wuji's expression twisted. You only blocked one punch from this young master, and you are already so complacent. That was just me being careless. The battle has just begun. As soon as he finished saying begin, Nian Wuji suddenly shifted and dashed toward Huang Zhan. Bang! He kicked a boulder half his height, sending it flying like a cannonball. Huang Zhan, already surrounded by the powerful warriors of the Great Wei Kingdom, was shocked and hurriedly leaped back, desperately trying to split the boulder in half. With a crack, the rock split, flying off to either side, causing Huang Zhan to spurt out a mouthful of blood, his expression waning. In just one move, he was already heavily injured. Then Nian Wuji lunged at Bai Jing, his ferocious black iron claws tearing towards her. Wind of the distant? Qin Chen frowned, his figure like lightning, the long sword transforming into sword light, darting towards Nian Wuji's back. The sharp long sword shot forth with a burst of sword energy, and Nian Wuji felt an intense sense of crisis, hurriedly turning around to throw a punch. Boom! The fist and sword clashed, sending Nian Wuji flying backward, and he instinctively struck out a palm at Bai Jing. A powerful palm wind swept through, and even at a distance of over 10 meters, Bai Jing still stifled a grunt, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, looking as though she could barely hold on. Humph first, I'll break your formation. Qin Chen dashed aside. Nian Wuji's cultivation was extremely high. If he continued to harass them like this, he would be fine, but Bai Jing and Huang Zhan would undoubtedly be in danger. Therefore, he needed to break the spatial confinement formation first, allowing Bai Jing and the others to escape. Ha, this formation was specifically set up by my father with a formation master. Do you think you can break it? Nian Wuji sneered confidently. This spatial confinement formation was derived from a large amount of effort his father had expended to find, a fourth-grade formation. Even if the president of the Great Qi Kingdom's Formation Master Guild came, they might not be able to break it on short notice. For Qin Chen to think he could accomplish such a task was simply delusional. What a good opportunity. While this kid is busy breaking the formation, I'll take care of several other disciples from the Great Qi Kingdom. With a sinister smile, Nian Wuji was about to make his move when his expression suddenly changed. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Chen thrust his sword towards a certain spot in the forest. The sword light flashed, and a formation flag emerged from the void, instantly shattering under Qin Chen's sword light. Then, Qin Chen shot towards the other side of the forest, shouting, Princess Zixun, Bai Jing, Huang Zhan, once I break the second formation flag, you all crush the jade talismans and leave. Nian Wuji was alarmed. How does this guy know the location of the formation flags? The placement of the formation flags was based on notes left by that formation master, who had specifically stated that once the confinement formation was set up, even a fourth-grade formation master would not be able to find the location of the flags in a hurry. That was why Nian Wuji had been so confident earlier. But unexpectedly, Qin Chen had found the first formation flag's location in an instant and was already moving toward the second one. Once he broke the second formation flag, the whole sealed space would instantly open, allowing Qin Chen and the others to use the jade talismans to escape. Absolutely not allowed. Under extreme pressure, Nian Wuji hurriedly rushed forward to intercept, but it was too late. The sword light flashed, and the second hidden formation flag in the forest was also shattered by Qin Chen's sword. Suddenly, the entire forest shook, and then a spatial aura flickered and vanished. Block them, Nian Wuji exclaimed in shock, turning around to shout angrily, but it was already too late. The moment Qin Chen shattered the second formation flag, Bai Jing and Huang Zhan crushed the transmission jade talismans simultaneously. Buzz! Two beams of white light enveloped them, and several martial artists from the Great Wei Kingdom rushed forward in anger, but they could only watch helplessly as the two disappeared into the forest, being teleported away. Outside the trial area, the transmission platform flashed once more. Two great Qi testers had been teleported out badly wounded, a clear sign that something major had occurred inside. Weichi Cheng exclaimed excitedly, Ha, Zyro Zhan, why is it again one of your Great Qi Kingdom's disciples? How many trash has your Great Qi Kingdom sent over to participate in the initial test this time? Lord Weichi, no need to rush. I can tell you, at least half of the trash from the Great Qi Kingdom hasn't been eliminated yet. There will be quite a few more to come, replied Lingzhong from the Ghost Immortal sect, laughing proudly. Bai Jing and Huang Zhan asked, what on earth is happening? Ignoring their mockery, Zyro Zhan was treating the injured while inquiring, who is it? Master Xiao Zhan, it's Nian Wuji from the Ghost Immortal Sect and Prince Cao Heng from the Great Wei Kingdom, Bai Jing said anxiously, briefly explaining their situation. Now Princess Zai Zun and Qin Chen are still trapped inside. What? Xiao Zhan's expression changed dramatically. Nian Wuji and Cao Heng? Nian Wuji was one of the few geniuses among this year's disciples who had broken through to the mid-heaven level. With Zai Zun's cultivation, she could have easily passed the initial test if she hadn't encountered Nian Wuji. Unexpectedly, she ran into him. What made Xiao Zhan even angrier was that Nian Wuji actually had a formation that could seal space. Lingzhang, Wei Kai Cheng, how can your two major powers disciples bring a spatial sealing formation into the initial test site? What are you planning? Do you intend to capture all the geniuses from our various powers in one fell swoop? Xiao Zhan shouted angrily, glaring at the two with flames of rage in his eyes. In fair competition, even if disciples were killed, Xiao Zhan wouldn't say anything. However, the opponent's use of such despicable methods was clearly not allowing the disciples from the Great Qi Kingdom any chance of survival. So Nian Wuji actually has a flag that can seal space? What is going on here? If that's the case, there's absolutely no chance of survival when encountering their disciples. Is this even real? In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar, all buzzing with excitement. This wasn't just a matter for the Great Qi Kingdom. It concerned every power present. After all, Nian Wuji could use that flag to encircle and kill the disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom, and he could just as easily do the same to theirs. There was an immediate flare of angry debate among the major powers, accusations and threats traded, but when it came down to rules, there was no explicit prohibition against using spatial formations in the initial test. With no rule to point to, none of the powers could justify stepping in, and so, with grudging reluctance and worried faces, no one interfered. On the side of the Great Liang Kingdom, Wei Tianming's expression darkened. Ling Zhang, what is going on here? Everyone, this is just Nian Wuji's own behavior and has nothing to do with my Ghost Immortal Sect. Ling Zhang shook his head. Nothing to do with your Ghost Immortal Sect? How could that little brat Nian Wuji obtain such a flag? Xiao Zhan shouted angrily, clearly indicating that it was the Ghost Immortal Sect's doing, yet still trying to argue. This I don't know. Perhaps the young sect master obtained the formation from some ruins. Moreover, is there any restriction against using spatial flags in the rules of the initial test? Since there is no prohibition, why should you all criticize? Ling Zhang said. Everyone fell silent, exchanging glances. Indeed, there was no mention of prohibiting the use of formations in the rules of the initial test. After all, formations were also a part of a martial artist's strength. However, the prohibition against a martial artist using a transmission formation was something others couldn't tolerate. On this point, no one had the right to criticize. Humph! With a cold grunt, Xiao Zhan turned to stare at the teleportation platform, his eyes filled with worry. According to Bai Jing and the others, Qin Chen had already destroyed the formation. Under normal circumstances, if Zai Zun couldn't handle it, she would surely teleport out. However, so far, it had been nearly half a stick of incense since Bai Jing and the others had escaped, and Zai Zun and Qin Chen still hadn't appeared, causing him to feel uneasy. No need to wait any longer. If those two haven't come out by now, they must have died inside. Tusk, these are two geniuses entering the blood spirit pool for baptism. One of them is reportedly a princess from the Great Qi Kingdom. It's truly heartbreaking, Wei Kai Cheng pretended to say, feeling extremely pleased when he saw Xiao Zhan's worried expression. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in rage as he roared. Wei Kai Cheng, if something happens to Princess Zai Zun inside, your Great Wei Kingdom can forget about having a good time. A chilling atmosphere spread across the scene, and the powerful figures from all major powers fell silent. If the princess of the Great Qi Kingdom truly fell in the initial test, it would undoubtedly trigger a violent upheaval, and even the entire Northwest's dynamics would be shattered because of it. Inside the initial test site, you little brat, you dare to destroy this young sect master's flag? You won't leave here alive today. Seeing the flag destroyed, Bai Jing and Huang Zhan escaping, Nian Wuji erupted with rage, his murderous intent boiling as he leaped forward and unleashed hundreds of punches toward Qin Chen. Ghost crying and God howling. Boom. In the sky, the might of his fist swept through the air, countless fist shadows coalescing until they formed a ghostly face, opening a monstrous mouth to bite down on Qin Chen. Swift wind sword technique break. Qin Chen's figure retreated, and the rusted sword in his hand erupted with brilliant sword energy, ripping the ghostly face apart, with rumbling sounds echoing as the shadows splashed to the ground, exploding with intense clangor. Not bad, but unfortunately, you still have to die. Having failed to take down a peak Earth-level late-stage martial artist time and again, Nian Wuji was utterly enraged. a black demonic aura suddenly enveloping him, his aura soaring as he charged again at Qin Chen. On the other side, Princess Zai Zun was frequently retreating during her confrontation with Heng. Whoosh! The black demonic dragon spear twisted like a black dragon, stirring the void and relentlessly pressuring Princess Zai Zun. Princess Zai Zun kept retreating, struggling to defend herself. The demonic serpent breathes fire. Suddenly, Heng's left hand turned black, emitting a sweet and fishy odor as he slapped toward Princess Zai Zun's right shoulder. Princess Zai Zun's expression changed, and she hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it. However, it seemed Heng had anticipated her move, and his palm suddenly elongated by nearly an inch, grazing past Princess Zai Zun's shoulder. Pachai blood splattered as Heng's fingernail cut a wound on Princess Zai Zun's shoulder. The blood was initially bright red but turned black in the blink of an eye. "It's poisonous!" Princess Zai Zun's shoulder went numb instantly, her head spinning, and she felt a wave of nausea rising in her heart. A black mist spread from the wound, quickly engulfing her right arm. She was startled and quickly took out an antidote pill, swallowing it as she retreated hastily. "Haha, want to escape. Can you?" Heng laughed, charging forward rapidly, the black demonic dragon spear spinning with force, shooting toward Princess Zai Zun's shoulder, aiming to pin her against a nearby large rock. At that moment, Qin Chen suddenly appeared in front of Zai Zun, holding his rusted sword and thrusting it toward Heng's forehead. Heng was taken aback, unable to ignore Princess Zai Zun any longer. He flipped the black demonic dragon spear and swept it toward Qin Chen. Bang! The spear and sword clashed, and Heng let out a muffled grunt, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he was blasted back more than 10 meters. "Damn it, how is this brat so strong?" Heng's face darkened, feeling frustrated. Clearly, he was engaged in a battle with Nyan Wuji, yet he still had the strength to care for this side. Stepping back a few meters, Qin Chen looked towards Princess Zixun and said, "Zixun, why aren't you escaping?" Now that the formation was broken, Zixun could clearly flee like Bai Jing and Huang Zhan, yet she stubbornly refused to crush the jade talisman. "If you don't escape, how can I flee first?" Zixun's expression was resolute. Qin Chen spat out blood, wondering why this girl was so stubborn. Glancing at Heng, Qin Chen turned back to Zixun. "Can you still fight?" Zixun's face was pale, her clothes torn, exposing some snowy skin with blood dripping from various places, but the most serious injury was on her shoulder. Half of her shoulder had turned a dark blue-black, and strands of black poison gas were slowly spreading, a shocking sight. "I'm fine," Princess Zixun gritted her teeth, but as her voice fell, her figure swayed, clearly unstable due to the interference from the poison gas. "You should crush the transmission jade talisman and get out." Qin Chen frowned. "Don't worry, if I can't hold on, I will crush it. If you don't leave now, how can I leave?" Princess Zixun was very stubborn. Qin Chen was speechless. "Fine then." A flash of brilliance appeared, and Qin Chen quickly reached out with both hands, with a series of rapid taps like lightning on Princess Zixun's shoulder. "I have sealed off the meridians and acupoints where the poison gas is spreading on your shoulder. Later, you go kill a few disciples of the Great Wei Kingdom, while I'll deal with Heng and Nyan Wuji." "No way." Princess Zixun furrowed her brows, her gaze icy. "You alone aren't a match for the two of them. How about I restrain Nyan Wuji and you go kill Heng? I should be able to withstand him for 10 moves. If you can kill Heng within those 10 moves, I might still have a chance. Otherwise, I will have to crush the transmission jade talisman." Qin Chen chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I can handle 2 by myself. Just listen to me and go kill the remaining disciples of the Great Wei Kingdom. Leave Heng and Nyan Wuji to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen raised his long sword and suddenly slashed towards Heng. "Huh, you want to take me down? Too naive?" Heng was not surprised, but rather pleased. "Nyan Wuji, you hold Zixun down first, then come help me deal with this kid." With the magic dragon spear in hand, he stirred it up, transforming it into a terrifying whirlwind that directly stabbed towards Qin Chen. "Good enough," Nyan Wuji sneered. What Qin Chen and the others could think of, Nyan Wuji could think of as well. First deal with Zixun, then tackle Qin Chen, this was also a method. With a flicker of his figure, Nyan Wuji darted towards Zixun. "You're my opponent." Qin Chen sneered, raising his right hand, and with a whoosh, 3 streams of black light shot out from his right hand, directly aiming for Nyan Wuji's face. "What?" Nyan Wuji was taken aback, swinging his fist to block. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 streams of black light were swept away simultaneously, but as soon as they were thrown into the air, they turned slightly mid-flight and rushed back towards him. "Brat, how did you master this young master's true treasure? Impossible!" Realizing what it was, Nyan Wuji was almost driven to the brink of explosion. Those 3 streams of light were none other than his flying knife true treasure. However, he could never have imagined that his flying knife true treasure, which he had just taken away by Qin Chen, could be used so freely. It was fundamentally impossible. When he had first obtained this flying knife true treasure, he had spent half a month completely refining the 3 knives, and then had spent another 3 months to gain full control over this true treasure, making it a part of himself. Yet now, how long had it been since Qin Chen took his true treasure? He could manipulate it easily, far exceeding Nian Wuji's understanding. Even more shocking to Nian Wuji was the power of this flying knife true treasure. The power of the flying knife true treasure was unrelated to anything else, only concerning the proficiency of the user's mental force and bloodline power. His flying knife true treasure had formidable power, yet it could only easily kill early heaven-level martial artists. When facing mid-heaven level ones, it would only have a slight advantage in agility. But now, Qin Chen's flying knife true treasure was making his hands numb, almost as if he couldn't withstand it. It was evidently stronger than when he controlled it, which left Nian Wuji greatly impacted and disbelieving. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the flying knife true treasure flew continuously, approaching from various tricky angles, forcing Nian Wuji to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, Qin Chen wielded a rusty sword, engaged in combat with Heng. Seeing this scene, Xuan was stunned for a moment before immediately reacting. The Qiming sword blossomed with a hazy blue light, and with a step, she rushed towards the remaining disciples of the Great Wei Kingdom. With a point of her sword, she transformed the blue light, directly piercing the throat of a genius from the Great Wei Kingdom. Blood sprayed as that genius from the Great Wei Kingdom widened his eyes, blood oozing from his mouth, collapsing powerless to the ground. Then Xuan rushed towards another genius from the Great Wei Kingdom. Damn it, sweeping the clouds! Heng was enraged to the point of explosive anger as the black long spear transformed into a terrifying vortex enveloping Qin Chen. That vortex swept everything away, leaving nothing but the black spear shadow whirlpool as if it could devour everything. Break! Qin Chen remained calm, softly uttering a low shout, then thrust the rusty sword into the black vortex, gently stirring it. Bang! The terrifying spear shadow vortex instantly shattered, exploding in all directions, smashing the surrounding rocks and trees into pieces. Heng staggered back several steps, his face filled with shock and anger. Impossible! Under the boost of his magic snake bloodline, his dragon demon spear technique was formidable. Even a mid-heaven level martial artist might not be able to withstand it. So how could Qin Chen, a peak late earth level martial artist, so easily crush it? Dragon Demon Ascension! With another furious roar, a huge dark magic dragon soared into the sky from Heng's spear, baring its fangs and claws, preparing to swallow Qin Chen in one bite. There's nothing impossible, break again? Qin Chen sneered, stabbing his sword at the center of the dark magic dragon's forehead. With a boom, the majestic dark magic dragon let out a mournful cry and instantly exploded into dust. How could this be? Heng felt a tremendous blow to his heart, his eyes bulging as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no idea that while his attacks might still be effective against others, Qin Chen had such keen insight that he could easily see through Heng's moves' flaws and shatter his attack. I can't believe it, you, whose cultivation is below mine, can defeat me. At this moment, Heng still couldn't believe the facts before him, roaring in anger as he lunged forward. Be careful! Suddenly, a shout from afar came from Nian Wuji. Whoosh, 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 3 streams of black light suddenly attacked from behind, aiming for Heng's back of the head, heart, and waist at 3 tricky angles. Heng was startled, quickly turning around, and the dragon magic spear transformed into a circle. Bang, 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 all 3 flying knives were swept away by him. However, before he could catch his breath, Qin Chen suddenly thrust a sword out, the sharp sword light seemingly piercing through the void, instantly stabbing into Heng's back heart, penetrating his body. Puff, the rusty sword was pulled out, and a spray of blood shot out from Heng's back like a fountain. You! Heng turned around, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness, his body trembling violently, blood gushing from his mouth. Thud, his gaze gradually dimmed, and he ultimately fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The 3rd prince of the Great Wei Kingdom, Heng, one of the most outstanding princes in the history of the Great Wei Kingdom, had fallen just like that. If it weren't for encountering Qin Chen, with Heng's talent and cultivation, in another 10 years, he would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse, and perhaps even seize the imperial power of the Great Wei Kingdom. Unfortunately, he happened to meet Qin Chen. At this moment, Zun had just killed the last martial artist of the Great Wei Kingdom. She was drenched in blood, her clothes tattered, and even the ample and tender skin of her chest was dotted with fresh red stains, giving a strong visual impact. Holding the Qiming sword, her brows were gathered in a murderous aura, not resembling a weak woman at all, but like an unparalleled killing god. Only you are left. Turning around, Qin Chen and Zun simultaneously looked at Nian Wuji, their eyes cold. Damn it! Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Nyan Wuji's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes terrifyingly ghastly. This time they had set an ambush, intending to capture the great Qi Kingdom's Princess Zai Zun and Qin Chen, killing them all without leaving a trace. But unexpectedly, Qin Chen's strength exceeded their expectations. Not only did he break through the ceiling formation, but he also caused the death of the third prince of the Great Wei Kingdom, Heng, shocking everyone. And the source of all this was the young man Qin Chen, who was the last to emerge from the blood spirit pool. Now, Heng was dead. Even if Nyan Wuji could survive, how could he explain to the powerhouses of the Great Wei Kingdom? How could the cooperation between the Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei Kingdom continue? You too must die. Suddenly, a black mist enveloped Nyan Wuji, and a series of blood-colored lights appeared on his body. Blood-red veins crawled up his cheeks, making him look like a demon. Boom! His figure shot out, his speed increased by at least 50%, and the black gauntlet struck towards Zai Zun like lightning. Retreat! Qin Chen's expression changed drastically, and with a loud shout, whoosh, 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 3 black streaks of light flew out like lightning, heading straight for Nyan Wuji's face. Nyan Wuji's expression remained unchanged as he swept his right fist, bang, 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 knocking the 3 flying knives away. Such strong power, at least a 50% increase from before. Qin Chen's gaze sharpened, and as the flying knives shot out, he thrust his sword. Clang! Nyan Wuji's right hand reached out, surprisingly grasping Qin Chen's rusty sword, while his left fist horizontally swept, sending the already heavily injured Zai Zun flying back, spitting blood. As the longsword was gripped, Qin Chen immediately felt an immense force from Nyan Wuji's hand, firmly restraining the longsword while his left fist revolved, striking towards him. If this punch hits, he won't just be injured, he would surely be heavily wounded. Humph! Qin Chen snorted coldly, the sword intent exploded from the rusty sword, and a dazzling sword light shot out. Nyan Wuji only felt a sharp pain in his hand and had no choice but to let go and retreat. Both sides stood firm several dozen meters apart. Blood Demon Technique, this is the Blood Demon Technique of the Blood Demon Sect. Not far away, Zai Zun exclaimed, staring intensely at Nyan Wuji, her eyes filled with horror. The Blood Demon Technique is infamous in the 5 nations of the Northwest. It is a technique propagated by the extremely evil Blood Demon Sect. It is said that once performed, it can instantly elevate the practitioner's cultivation by 1 level in a short period. However, this technique is incredibly cruel. Once exercised, it causes the martial artist to lose their mind and become a killing machine. The Blood Demon Sect has committed countless atrocities in the 5 nations of the Northwest, having caused the deaths of numerous powerful warriors from the 5 nations. Therefore, in the 5 nations of the Northwest, if anyone is discovered practicing the Blood Demon Technique in secret, they will surely be hunted down by thousands, regardless of their status, and their cultivation will be destroyed. Now Nyan Wuji actually practiced the Blood Demon Technique, shocking Zai Zun greatly. Hehe, what this young master cultivates is not the Blood Demon Technique, but the blood-burning great law of my Ghost Immortal sect. Nyan Wuji sneered, looking down at his palm. On the black gauntlet of his right fist, a deep sword mark was visible, almost splitting his gauntlet in 2, with a drop of blood falling from his palm. I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply, even being able to withstand my blood-burning great law. Nyan Wuji's eyes flickered, but his heart was extremely shocked. The death gauntlet in his hand was a 3rd-tier top-tier treasure specially found for him by his father, and it had always been invincible with its extremely high hardness. Let alone a rusty sword, even an ordinary 4th-tier treasure wouldn't leave a mark on it. I never expected it to be cut open instantly under Qin Chen's rusty sword, causing him great surprise. Where on earth did this freak come from? Since the battle began, he had suffered too many losses to Qin Chen. First, the 3 flying knives were snatched away by Qin Chen, then Heng was killed by a scheme of Qin Chen, and finally, even his blood-burning great law could do nothing to Qin Chen. If it were an ordinary late human-level martial artist, they would already be dead. Yet even a peak late Earth-level martial artist like Qin Chen could not be dealt with, which was extremely frustrating. If he wanted to kill him, he had to use cunning. Otherwise, if they continued fighting like this, even if he could kill him, it would probably come at a great cost. With a shift in his gaze, Nyan Wuji's eyes fell on Zai Zun, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Swish, he flashed forward, directly charging towards Princess Zai Zun, his speed like lightning along the way. Countless stones and trees exploded apart, unyielding. Zai Zun, retreat quickly. Qin Chen was alarmed, rushing forward. In Princess Zai Zun's current state, she could not withstand a single blow from Nyan Wuji. 2 streaks of light, one left and one right, rapidly approached Princess Zai Zun. But it was too late. Nian Wuji acted first, clearly faster than Qin Chen. Thunder Bloodline? Boom. Qin Chen finally stopped hiding, unleashing his Thunder Bloodline. A deep blue lightning quickly wrapped around him, and his speed soared instantly. The black rusty sword also flashed with lightning, rapidly stabbing towards Nian Wuji, attempting to force him back. Haha, you fell for it. Just as the two were about to collide, Nian Wuji suddenly let out a sinister laugh, raising his right hand and violently spraying a yellow-green toxic smoke towards Qin Chen and Zai Zun. Whoosh. This toxic smoke was formless and quickly spread, enveloping Qin Chen and Princess Zai Zun in an instant. Not good, hold your breath. Qin Chen was alarmed and quickly held his breath, but it was useless. The toxic smoke not only spread through breathing, but also continuously invaded his body through every pore. A sense of indescribable agitation surged within Qin Chen, his skin instantly turning a bright red, and his eyes became dazed. This poisonous smoke has a strong hallucinogenic effect. Once it touches even a small amount, it quickly invades the body and confuses the martial artist's mind. Even someone as resolute as Qin Chen cannot resist it. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, the strands of poisonous smoke swiftly traveled through the meridians and blood vessels, invading Qin Chen's mind. Qin Chen tried to deploy his mental strength to resist, but it was useless. The poisonous smoke is extremely strange. With Qin Chen's current mental strength, he actually could not stop it. Ha ha ha, this is the unique poisonous smoke of my ghost immortal sect, Wuxiang poison. Even a mystic-level master can't hope to resist it. Once inhaled, it can make one feel both blissful and tormented, unable to extricate themselves at the mercy of others. Moreover, this poison not only has no detrimental effects on cultivation, but actually has great benefits. To be honest, I really didn't want to use it. Nian Wujin looked pained. He wasn't exaggerating. This Wuxiang soul poison is indeed a very magical poison. It has no harmful effects on the human body and can actually be beneficial. However, its power is also quite terrifying. Even mystic-level martial artists find it extremely difficult to resist. One inhale can cause fainting, and the body becomes hot. Nian Wujin's father had once discovered it in an ancient ruin in the Demon Ancestor mountain range. Nian Wujin had begged his father for a while before he managed to get a little before setting off, originally as a precaution. Unexpectedly, he would use it so soon. Having fallen victim to the Wuxiang soul poison, Nian Wujin felt no fear towards Qin Chen anymore. At this moment, on a large tree more than 100 meters away from Qin Chen and Nian Wujin, a figure concealed among the dense foliage coldly observed the scene. I didn't expect Nian Wujin to possess such a poison. Luckily, I didn't act hastily before. Otherwise, once infected with this poison, it would indeed be troublesome. This figure held a puppet mouse with crimson eyes and whispered gloomily. It was Qin Chen's older brother, Qin Feng. From the beginning of the trial, Qin Feng had been using the tracking puppet to follow Qin Chen, only catching up just now. Before, Qin Chen had people like Zai Zun and Bai Jing with him, making it inconvenient for him to act, so he had been watching from a distance. Now seeing Qin Chen and Nian Wujin fighting fiercely, a cold smile crept onto his lips. I really didn't expect my good little brother to have such strength, even making the third prince of the Great Wei Kingdom, Heng, die at his hands. No wonder he could injure my second brother, Qin Fen, like that, and even Qin Yang died at his hands. He indeed has some tricks up his sleeve. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, leisurely enjoying the show. Nian Wujin is formidable, and it seems that my good little brother still has some room for resistance. Why not wait until they exhaust each other, then I will strike and reap the benefits. A smirk lifted the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, a look of pride flashing in his eyes. In the forest, seeing Qin Chen in a daze, Nian Wujin let out a sinister laugh and charged at Qin Chen. Damn it! Qin Chen gritted his teeth, swinging his sword to defend. With a loud bang, his face turned red, his eyes blurred, and he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion pale. As for Zai Zun beside him, due to her severe injuries, she had already fainted shortly after inhaling the poisonous smoke. This brat, after inhaling the Wuxiang soul poison, still has the strength to resist. He truly is extraordinary. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he is, as long as he inhales the Wuxiang soul poison, he is undoubtedly doomed. Taking a few steps forward, Nian Wujin attacked again, feeling uneasy about not quickly killing Qin Chen. Bang, bang, bang. In repeated clashes, Qin Chen struggled to defend but could still fight back. How is this kid so abnormal? Nian Wujin was shocked, his eyes bulging, feeling uneasy. He had previously tested this Wuxiang soul poison. Even mystic-level martial artists would lose their combat ability instantly. Yet Qin Chen, a late Earth-level martial artist, could persist for so long after being poisoned. This is truly abnormal. At this moment, he no longer regretted using the Wuxiang soul poison. If Qin Chen could endure this long after being poisoned, then without using it, killing him would be nearly impossible. Boom, boom, boom. Nian Wujin stopped holding back and attacked wildly, forcing Qin Chen to retreat repeatedly. In the end, Qin Chen's attacks became more and more feeble, unable to hold on any longer. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Qin Chen was heavily thrown back, lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Hee, go die for me. With a sinister laugh, Nian Wujin lunged forward once more. Boom. In this strike, he unleashed all his power. The void in front shattered, and before the palm wind reached him, it had already crushed the grass and trees around Qin Chen. With one palm, even iron would be turned to mush. As Nian Wujin's palm was about to hit Qin Chen, who had previously looked weak and weary, Qin Chen suddenly sidestepped and avoided the attack. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and the black rusty sword shot out like lightning, instantly stabbing toward Nian Wujin's throat. What? Nian Wujin was greatly surprised. At this moment, Qin Chen still had strength left. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The long sword pierced through Nian Wujin's throat and was pulled out violently. Blood sprayed out, shooting 2 meters high. Nian Wujin's eyes widened in terror. He held his neck with both hands, staggering backward, his mouth trying to say something but unable to utter a word, only blood foam continuously spewing out, until he finally fell to the ground, lifeless. Until his death, he stared wide-eyed, unable to understand how Qin Chen, who was under the Wuxiang soul poison, still had the strength to counterattack, dying with regret. Finally dead. Qin Chen exhaled, half kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, trying hard to stay awake. His body swayed, and his steps were unsteady, clearly at his last gasp. He even struggled to maintain his balance. With his left hand trembling, he took out a few healing pills. Qin Chen hurriedly swallowed them and circulated his true energy to refine the medicinal properties of the healing pills. Suddenly, clap, clap, clap. A round of applause suddenly echoed from the distant forest. Who? Qin Chen was startled, quickly turning to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a figure slowly walking out of the forest, a mocking smile on his lips. You. How could you be here? Qin Chen's face changed dramatically, his expression striving to maintain calm, but a trace of undeniable panic flashed in his eyes. Why can't I be here? My dear little brother? Feng stepped forward, a smile creeping across his lips. It really is a treat for an older brother to witness such a good show, truly worthy of being my good little brother. Even a genius like Nian Wujin from the Ghost Immortal sect can die at your hands. You have truly opened my eyes. Feng walked closer, resembling a cat toying with a mouse, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. What do you want? Qin Chen said in a deep voice, while secretly trying to take out the teleportation jade pendant. Squeak, suddenly a shadow flashed by, and Qin Chen felt his hand lighten as the teleportation jade pendant was snatched away by a totally black puppet mouse covered in runes, which then landed in Qin Feng's hand. Do you really think you can teleport away in front of me, good brother? You might be overthinking things. Qin Feng curled his lips into a cold smile, mocking Qin Chen with an expression that showed no hint of concealment for his disdain. Currently, Qin Chen, after battling with Nian Wujin, was already covered in injuries and heavily poisoned, having become a useless person. What do you want, Qin Feng? Qin Chen shouted angrily, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes, appearing fierce yet weak. What do I want? What do you think? As he slowly walked forward, Qin Feng looked at Qin Chen with a cold smile. Qin Chen was just too ridiculous, asking what he wanted at such a time. You injured my second brother and put my father and mother in an unjust situation. If I do not kill you today, how can I explain to my mother? Qin Feng smiled at the corners of his mouth, still holding an air of elegance even while talking about killing Qin Chen. He stood lofty like the stars in the sky, while Qin Chen seemed like a mere stone on the ground, subjected to his gaze from above. Was it Zhao Feng who instructed you to kill me? Why would my mother need to give me orders? In my eyes, you're merely a jumping clown. Killing you is nothing more than a simple task, effortless. Qin Feng stood before Qin Chen, still smiling. Don't worry, I will make your passing very swift without any pain. And soon your mother will follow you to the afterlife, so you two can keep each other company on the road to the Yellow Springs. My mother is your aunt. How dare you treat her this way? Qin Chen said coldly, his eyes shooting with rage. Aunt, to me, she is just a lowly person who has disgraced the Qin family. All right, no need to say more. Good brother, let your elder brother send you on your journey. With a cold gaze, Qin Feng smiled as he approached Qin Chen and suddenly slapped down. Qin Feng, have you heard me? Qin Chen's face showed panic as he hastily swung his sword to defend, but his long sword was light and lacked any power. Don't resist. In your current state, any martial artist can easily kill you. With a cold laugh, Qin Feng's palm was already before Qin Chen. Is that so? Qin Chen suddenly raised his head. The panic in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a faint hint of mockery and a smile. Not right. Qin Feng felt a shock in his heart, instinctively sensing danger. At this moment, Qin Chen, who had seemed on the brink of collapse, unexpectedly erupted with terrifying power. Weren't you poisoned just now? How can this be? He, how could I not be poisoned? Holding the long sword, all traces of panic and tension vanished from Qin Chen's face, replaced only by calmness and mockery. Did you think Nian Wuji's poison could affect me? The Yue Qianxue poison, haha, the name sounds nice, but unfortunately its toxicity is too weak. Qin Chen sneered coldly. The Yue Qianxue poison was indeed strong. Had it been any other martial artist, even one at the mystic level, they would not be able to resist it. But who was Qin Chen? A 9th-grade emperor-level alchemist in his past life. The Yue Qianxue poison had indeed caused him some trouble at first, but he soon eradicated it completely. What remained was merely an act. But you were clearly fighting Nian Wuji earlier, so why? Qin Feng did not understand why. If Qin Chen was not poisoned, he would still put on an act in front of Nian Wuji. Did he already know of his presence? If I didn't do that, how could I catch you off guard? Did you know I was hiding here all along? Qin Feng's eyes widened in terror. No, it's impossible. He prided himself on having hidden well. Even a mystic-level martial artist might not discover him. How could a late-level, earth-level martial artist know he was here? What do you think? Qin Chen smiled. You had already arrived when we were fighting Nian Wuji. You're quite patient, waiting until now. I thought you would be too eager. Impossible. Qin Feng was shocked, disbelief etched on his face. How could Qin Chen have discovered him at that moment? But as he recalled, if Qin Chen had not discovered him then, there would have been no need for such theatrics. Humph, Qin Chen, do you think that just because you've hurt me, you can kill me? Today, between the two of us, the one who dies will still be you. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Chen, his gaze filled not with fear but with overwhelming killing intent. He hated himself for falling for Qin Chen's trick. Qin Chen chuckled softly. At this point, you still have such thoughts. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be so optimistic. Qin Feng grinned wickedly. Optimistic? I, Qin Feng, have traversed battlefields. What scenes haven't I seen? Moreover, I am the #1 genius of the great Qi kingdom, a mid-level, heaven-level martial artist. You, a mere late-level, earth-level martial artist, even if you've severed my arm, can you truly be my opponent? Today, I will let you see what gave me the confidence back when I made you submit on the life-and-death platform. As his words fell, Qin Feng's aura changed dramatically. A blood-colored light surged from within him, 3 blood lights moving back and forth around his body, and faintly, a 4th blood light appeared, evidently indicating that his bloodline was advancing towards the 4th grade. Boom! The terrifying aura shook the entire forest, causing it to tremble and rustle. However, Qin Chen showed no signs of panic, instead wearing a smile as if Qin Feng were just a clown. About to die and you can still smile, Qin Feng roared. Qin Chen chuckled lightly. Why can't I smile? Do you think I've been talking so much for your sake? Go ahead and circulate your true energy again. See if it's any different. What? Qin Feng's heart sank, as he suddenly felt a strange force within him, spreading throughout his body alongside the circulation of his true energy. He then discovered that the true energy within him seemed to be in a constant state of being manipulated, and he couldn't lift it up at all. He was shocked inside, but his face remained expressionless as he desperately circulated his true energy, trying to expel that strange power. But it was useless. This bizarre power was exceedingly strange, and under the obstruction of his mid-level, heaven-level true energy, it remained completely unaffected and continued to spread upwards. At this moment, Qin Feng's true energy was becoming increasingly difficult to muster, and his energy sea felt empty, as if his true energy had been drained by something, leaving him unable to lift a single strand. However, in reality, his energy sea was still filled with true energy. It was all just an illusion. In this situation, Qin Feng was already drenched in cold sweat from shock, yet he forced himself to maintain calm on his face, glaring fiercely at Qin Chen, and hoarsely said, Qin Chen, your methods are too despicable, aren't they? You actually resorted to poison. However, do you think this little poison can harm me? How laughable. He spoke lightly, pretending as if he was not poisoned. Various methods constantly flashed through his mind, but he dismissed them one by one. He had seen the earlier battle between Qin Chen and Nian Wuji. One had to say, his brother Chen was no longer the same child from back then. His cultivation level was extraordinary, having even defeated Heng of the Great Wei Kingdom and Nian Wuji of the Ghost Immortal Sect. Even in that previous situation, he could still sneak an attack on him. If he were in peak condition, he might not have cared, but now, being poisoned, he was immediately in a perilous situation. He, still pretending in front of me. Right now this power should be approaching your Danzhong acupoint, right? At this spreading speed, in about 10 breaths, it will reach your mind. At that time, your true energy will not be able to muster at all. My good brother, tell me, how should I deal with you? Qin Chen said with a half-smile. You! Qin Feng's complexion changed dramatically. He had not deceived Qin Chen, which was to be expected. After all, Qin Chen was no fool. However, he was shocked that Qin Chen understood exactly which part of his body the poison was spreading to. That level of observation far exceeded Qin Feng's imagination. Qin Feng's face turned ashen, the previous arrogance completely vanished. Qin Chen, we can talk this over. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Qin Chen smiled slightly. Oh, give me a reason not to kill you. Qin Feng's first thought was to say that they were both geniuses of the Great Qi Kingdom. If Qin Chen killed him, it would help the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect, and Lord Zhao Zhan would surely not let him off. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that he had already been planning to attack Qin Chen earlier. Such a reason had no persuasive power whatsoever. You were going to kill someone else, and now that you can't, you're in danger and expect others not to kill you. How is that possible? Qin Chen, say what you want. I will not refuse as long as I have it. After all, we are brothers. If you kill me, not to mention your mother, if grandfather finds out, he definitely won't let you go easily. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? After all, we haven't reached the point of life and death yet, have we? He sighed deeply and said, Moreover, you must know that although the Great Qi Kingdom values our Qin family now, it is only because of grandfather's meritorious service at the border. In fact, over the years, because of his great achievements, the king of the Great Qi Kingdom has become quite displeased with our Qin family. My father exiled you for your own protection, and he also wants the king to think that our Qin family is in disarray. In truth, both my father and mother care about you deeply and acknowledge you as a member of the Qin family. One must say, Qin Feng was very good at creating atmosphere, and his words were quite moving. He appealed to emotions and reason, turning a clear expulsion from the house into an act of protecting Qin Chen. The ability to turn black and white was truly astonishing. Now that you put it that way, it seems to make some sense, Qin Chen said with a half-smile. Not just a little sense. Qin Feng saw Qin Chen waver and was overjoyed, quickly seizing the opportunity to sigh and say, Alas, I have to blame my mother for being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although she wanted to protect you both, her methods were a bit excessive, causing some misunderstandings between you and my aunt. I, as her son, have also spoken to her about it several times, and now she knows her shortcomings. You don't need to say so much. Actually, letting you go is not impossible, Qin Chen said. Qin Feng was overjoyed, his eyes bursting with hopeful light as if a drowning person had grasped a life-saving straw. He exclaimed, Qin Chen, I knew you still care about brotherhood. Tell me, how can you let me go? No matter what your demands are, I can agree to them. Is that so? Qin Chen smiled faintly. Of course, I made a mistake just now and will definitely pay for my error. Qin Feng's expression was resolute. My demand is, Qin Chen paused, and Qin Feng immediately held his breath, listening carefully. However, he suddenly saw a flash of brilliance in Qin Chen's eyes as a sword stabbed towards Qin Feng's throat. That is, you die. As long as you die, I will naturally let you go. As he shouted, Qin Chen moved like lightning, crazily charging towards Qin Feng. A cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy. Letting him go? What a joke. Did he really think he was a 3-year-old child? He had been accompanying him in this talk just to wait for the poison within him to completely erupt, leaving him with no power to resist before striking. Qin Chen, you... Qin Feng was taken aback, his face filled with alarm, seemingly unable to believe that Qin Chen was so despicable, having been fooling him all along. As Qin Chen's sword was about to pierce his throat. Suddenly, Qin Chen, do you really think you can kill me? Qin Feng suddenly grinned savagely, the fear on his face faded instantly, and his eyes turned cold and composed. He raised his right hand suddenly. Whoosh! A scarlet talisman shot out violently from his hand. This talisman was entirely red, and as soon as it appeared in the void, an astonishing power erupted from it, immediately enveloping Qin Chen. What, a true talisman? You actually have this up your sleeve? Qin Chen's expression changed in surprise. A true talisman is a treasure constructed by a strong user utilizing true energy and special array patterns, even infused with bloodline power. Once activated, it can release tremendous energy in an instant, claiming to be immensely powerful. True talismans are also ranked, like treasures, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. The higher the rank, the greater the power. Now the true talisman that Qin Feng unleashed was undoubtedly above the 4th tier. In the midst of this crisis, Qin Chen hurriedly attempted to retreat. Can you escape? Even a fourth-tier Xuan-level martial artist would find it difficult to evade my true talisman. It would be an honor for you to die under my true talisman." With a twisted face, Feng bellowed fiercely. Boom, an instant later, a wall of flame erupted, the talisman beneath Chen detonating into a single, overwhelming conflagration that swept the clearing. Trees blackened and collapsed, rocks hissed and melted, and the air itself seemed to ripple with heat. The fire was like a living thing, unyielding, devastating. Even from a distance, Chen felt the weight of its power. No wonder people said that even mystic-level fighters could die here if they met such force head-on. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? With just you? You think you're worthy of killing me? You're nothing but a lowly, illegitimate child." Feng's laugh rang through the smoke, triumphant, but a shadow passed over his face. He had almost been burned to death, and worse, he had lost an arm in the skirmish. Still, Chen was dead, and that suited him. "Oh, my dear brother, you are truly ruthless. You almost burned me to death." A cold laugh answered him. A flash of sword light stabbed through the haze. "What?" Feng wheeled around, heart stuttering. A figure, Chen blinked out from the trees, sword in hand, thrusting. "How could it be you?" Feng's disbelief froze his grin. Chen had been consumed by that inferno. He should be dead. Yet here he was, attacking. Feng had no time to puzzle it out. He crushed a talisman in his remaining hand, an ancient true talisman of explosive force, and hurled it like a meteor. Retreat! Chen didn't need to dodge the sword stroke. The two feints he'd used earlier had been tests. Now, with the talisman launched, he backed away, letting the blast bloom between them. The true talisman detonated with a thunderous roar, carving the earth and leaving everything charred. Feng's eyes went wild. He barked a curse and activated his other trump, a compact but formidable spatial talisman. The world around him folded in a wave of distortion far stronger than any teleportation jade, an instant, brutal rip in the fabric of space. "Damn it, Chen. I won't let you go." Feng vanished into the spatial fold, but Chen reacted with split-second speed. He drove a flying knife through the distortion, one sharp streak of movement, and it punched into Feng's lower body. Blood sprayed as Feng howled. The spatial talisman completed its pull, and Feng was gone, dragged into another place by the distortion. Chen retracted his blades and scanned the empty air. He had managed to wound Feng, cutting off an arm and preventing the use of any storage ring tied to it, but he hadn't killed him. Feng had been hiding dangerous treasures, offering ancient true talismans that didn't rely on true qi, hence the fire's monstrous power and the desperate spatial escape. He had the sense Feng had encountered some fortuitous treasure long ago. It made Feng frightening, but with an arm gone and heavy wounds, Feng was no longer the same threat. Next time, Chen thought, he'd need little preparation to finish the job. A slow smile creased his face. Not a perfect victory, but sufficient. Chen restrained his aura and began to gather what he needed from the battlefield. Heng and Nai Wuji were dead. The other attackers from the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect lay motionless as well. Only Feng had escaped. He quickly searched the fallen and pocketed the storage rings and any immediate valuables he could carry. There was no time for detailed plundering now. The clearing had to be secured, and Princess Xuan had to be found and tended to. The finer accounting could wait until later, when they were safe. Arriving at the spot where Princess Xuan lay, Chen froze before even stepping forward. From within the trees came rapid, breathy sounds, moans that were oddly seductive. Peering in, he saw her on the grass, clothes in disarray, face flushed and eyes clouded. She breathed like a woman in fevered dreams, her snow-white skin suffused with a faint pink, lips parted, movements vague and languid. She must be poisoned, he thought, but the Wuxiang soul poison caused dizziness and euphoria, not this kind of lascivious stupor. Then he remembered Heng's attack earlier. Another toxin had been used. Two poisons mixing could produce unforeseen effects. Chen crouched and examined her shoulder where Heng had struck. The darkened bruise was gone, the skin now fair with a rosy tint. This wasn't the poisons fading, it was the two toxins combining into a new compound with aphrodisiac-like symptoms. His jaw tightened. He needed to find an antidote and fast. Now this poison has spread throughout Princess Xuan's body, causing her to experience hallucinations in her mind while her whole body feels hot and restless, with an unbearable thirst. First, let's try giving her an antidote pill. Chen quickly took out an antidote pill, bent down, and fed it to Princess Xuan. A strong masculine scent came over, and Xuan couldn't help but swallow the antidote pill, even sucking Chen's fingers into her mouth, her eyes dreamy, her cheeks flushed and hot, looking disoriented. This, Chen was speechless and hurriedly withdrew his finger from Xuan's moist and soft mouth. Before he could stand up, he saw Xuan's legs suddenly lift up, forcefully wrapping around Chen's waist. "Chen, save me?" Perhaps due to the effect of the antidote pill, Xuan regained a sliver of rationality, but this sliver of rationality was not very clear. Instead, it was in a half-dream state, presenting an even stronger temptation. Her robe had already been damaged from the previous battle and was now further torn apart by Xuan herself, becoming tattered. The soft and elastic thighs were wrapped around Qin Chen, filled with strength, and were rubbing against him as if she wanted to merge her body with Qin Chen's. At the same time, her hands embraced Qin Chen's neck, her flushed cherry lips exhaling a fragrant breath, blowing against Qin Chen's face, her chest tightly pressed against him, full of elasticity. This scene was full of temptation. A beautiful and mature woman, with long, beautiful legs wrapped around a young man, no man could withstand it. Even Qin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of fire within him. This was a man's instinct. However, Qin Chen's gaze remained incredibly clear, unaffected by the least bit of temptation. No, that Wuxiang soul poison is inherently strange. After merging with Cao Heng's poison, it formed a brand new, even more powerful toxin. If I don't quickly cure Xuan, the fire of desire within her will burn, potentially igniting her true energy and burning her alive. Moreover, even the antidote pill I refined earlier had no effect. It was evident that this toxin is extraordinary. Eliminating it is not a simple task. I must calm myself, find a place to analyze the nature of this toxin, and eradicate it from the root. Thinking of this, Qin Chen picked up Xuan and prepared to leave the place. Once picked up, Xuan wrapped around Qin Chen like an octopus, her limbs entangling him. Her soft jade hands even penetrated through Qin Chen's clothes, touching his back. "Don't move!" Qin Chen broke into a cold sweat. Princess Xuan was too proactive. If he said he wasn't at all moved, that would be impossible, but Qin Chen could resist the temptation, ignoring Xuan's actions, and quickly left the jungle. Something seemed to have happened here. "Let's go take a look." Suddenly, distant voices shouted, followed by several sounds of air being torn. People were coming. Qin Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly bent down, holding Princess Xuan, hiding in a patch of bushes. In this oppressive environment, Princess Xuan clung to Qin Chen even tighter, her body exuding fragrant sweat, with waves of girlish fragrance wafting into Qin Chen's nose. As the poison spread, Princess Xuan completely slumped into Qin Chen's embrace, her flushed cheeks pressed tightly against his face, her high nose glistening under the alluring lips that were constantly seeking something from Qin Chen's neck and face. Her hands were also exploring and wandering over Qin Chen's body. "Is this ever going to end?" Qin Chen was speechless, feeling those several people approaching, scared that he quickly grabbed her hand and whispered, "Don't move." At this moment, Xuan was more deeply poisoned without awareness. Her wrist was restrained, yet her cherry lips pressed against Qin Chen's lips, her soft little tongue constantly probing forward, seeking, releasing waves of fragrant breath. If someone were to see this scene at this moment, they would undoubtedly be stunned, wide-eyed in disbelief. The first beauty of the great Qi kingdom, Princess Xuan, was actually so intimately close to a man. It was simply unbelievable, like falling from the sky into a pie. Yet Qin Chen appeared to be in a state of being forced, very awkward. If the men of the great Qi kingdom knew, they would surely want to tear him apart. "Damn it, such a great opportunity and you're still pretending. Will it kill you not to?" In fact, Qin Chen was not pretending. In this life, burdened with too much hatred, having lived again, he did not want to entangle himself in excessive romantic matters. Moreover, Princess Xuan was acting this way because she was poisoned, not out of desire. Taking advantage of someone in such a situation was something Qin Chen would not do. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just not far from where Qin Chen was hiding in the grass, several martial artists arrived at the battlefield where the earlier conflict took place. Seeing the scene before them, everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with astonishment. Especially upon seeing the corpses of Nian Wuji and Cao Heng, this group was even more shocked beyond measure. Who is Nian Wuji? The young master of the Ghost Immortal sect, one of the only 3 top geniuses to break through to the mid-heaven level during this blood-spirit pool baptism. And Cao Heng, who also had an extraordinary identity, was the 3rd prince of the Wei Kingdom, one of the strongest among the 5 nations in the northwest, rumored to be very likely to become the next emperor of the Wei Kingdom. But now both of them had died here. This was undoubtedly a seismic event. Who killed them? Was it Qin Feng from the Great Qi Kingdom or Yue Qianxue from the Ling Tian sect? In their imaginations, besides these 2, no one else possessed such strength. This is not something we can meddle in. "Let's go!" Swish, swish, swish. These few people came quickly and left just as fast, swiftly disappearing into the mountains. That was close. If someone had seen me, I wouldn't be able to explain even if I jumped into the Milky Way. Looking at the disheveled Xuan completely pressing against him, Qin Chen shook his head in silence. Swish, swish. Quickly he tapped Xuan twice, a rich true energy flowing into Zixun's acupoints. Zixun let out a muffled groan and her body slumped down. This poison is too terrifying. If I don't make her unconscious, she might completely lose herself before I can detoxify her. Qin Chen carried Zixun and emerged from the bushes, moving in the opposite direction from where those people had left. With such a commotion here, it would definitely attract quite a few people. About 15 minutes later, Qin Chen ran wildly and finally found a very secluded cave. This is it. Qin Chen gathered some dry grass and laid it on the ground, placing Princess Zixun on top. At this moment, Zai Zun's body was extremely hot, her clothes half done, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Her entire body exhibited a sickly pink hue, and fragrant sweat constantly seeped from her pores. Moreover, her mental fluctuations were very chaotic, as if she had fallen into some special state. Let's take a look at this poison. What exactly is going on? After supporting Zai Zun up, Qin Chen sat cross-legged in front of her, the two facing each other with his hands resting on her shoulders. Then a powerful mental force spread into Zai Zun's body, beginning to explore little by little. Inside Zai Zun's body, there was a strange force that infused her internal organs. Even her true qi had been tainted by this power. Furthermore, this strange force continued to spread, infiltrating her consciousness. Once this strange power enveloped Zai Zun's mind, her consciousness would become completely chaotic. By then, even if the poison could be removed, it would still leave behind aftereffects. We must first stop the invasion of this power. Qin Chen activated the 9-star Divine Emperor Art. A pure true qi slowly entered Zai Zun's body from his hands, running along her meridians and spreading towards her mind. At the same time, Qin Chen's mental power was also clearing the way ahead, eliminating the poison. However, when Qin Chen's true qi entered Zai Zun's body, that poison seemed to smell the blood and rushed toward Qin Chen's true qi like a swarm of sharks. What a strong infection ability! Qin Chen's expression changed. This poison not only wrapped around his true qi, but also attempted to surge into his body along his palm's meridians. 9-star Divine Emperor Art, all truths return to one. Qin Chen shouted lowly, operating the 9-star Divine Emperor Art to its peak. That poison kept approaching Qin Chen's true qi, but was unable to penetrate it. The 9-star Divine Emperor Art was the most terrifying cultivation method Qin Chen had practiced, and the true qi it condensed was unprecedentedly pure. Qin Chen even suspected it came from the legendary heavenly realm. Although Qin Chen's cultivation was only at the late stage of Earth level, this poison still could not break through his true qi's defenses. However, while this poison could not spread into Qin Chen's body, similarly, it was extremely difficult for Qin Chen to remove it from Zai Zun's body. After circulating true qi in Zai Zun's body for 18 cycles, it only set up a barrier in her mind to delay the poison's invasion, but removing it was impossible. This poison was very cunning. Every time Qin Chen tried to intercept and expel it with true qi, it would change position, rendering Qin Chen's efforts futile. This won't work. My true qi's purity is extremely high, but my cultivation level is too low, leading to insufficient strength. It's somewhat impossible to expel it using true qi. After a while, Qin Chen released his hands and fell into deep thought. At the very least, using true qi to detoxify was not feasible. He could only think of other methods. Perhaps I can analyze the pharmacology of this poison and formulate a pill to detoxify. Then, Qin Chen thought of another method. However, this method also had some difficulty. Formulating a pill required various materials. Even if he could analyze the pharmacology, he might not find the necessary herbs to detoxify in a short time. Oh, this poison is formed by the combination of Wuxiang's soul poison and Cao Heng's toxin. Perhaps there are corresponding detoxification materials in their storage rings. With this possibility in mind, Qin Chen's eyes lit up. In order to heal Zai Zun, Qin Chen had not had time to check the spoils of war from before. Cao Heng and Nian Wuji's storage rings might contain detoxification materials. Although the original detoxification materials might not be effective for the two mixed toxins, Qin Chen could refine them into an entirely new detoxification material. This way, it could save a lot of effort. Thinking and acting, Qin Chen quickly took out all the storage rings from Nian Wuji and others, examining them one by one. It must be said that as top geniuses from various major forces, Nian Wuji and the others indeed possessed a substantial amount of treasures. There were countless silver notes, as well as various herbs and pills. A rough estimate showed that just the silver notes alone were worth at least several million. But the specific list of every scrap of treasure was not what mattered. Qin Feng's hoard in particular proved unexpectedly rich, filled with rare ancient items and materials that immediately altered Qin Chen's plans. Among the finds were true stones, spirit herbs, and other essentials, but the key discoveries were concentrated and decisive. Qin Chen found materials suitable for antidotes, more than enough to attempt to neutralize Yue Qianxue poison and Heng's toxin when refined and recombined. He also found true talismans, and not only ordinary ones. Some bore complex, ancient engraving techniques, the kind a formidable true talisman master would craft. One talisman radiated a void-like stillness. Another condensed remaining aura into a breath-holding concealment. And there, buried among them, was a crimson talisman whose patterns swallowed the light. It was a fifth-tier offensive true talisman, the sort that could slay a spirit martial king in an instant. The seals on these talismans were ancient. Only someone with Qin Chen's skill in talismanry could unlock them. Once he focused, the seals yielded, and the talismans answered with faint ripples of released energy. There was also a void-breaking true talisman that could traverse the void within 100 miles in an instant, invaluable for escape and pursuit. As he searched deeper, Qin Chen's hand brushed against a small, purple fruit the size of a fist, emitting a hazy aura. "It's a purple mist fruit," Qin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The purple mist fruit is miraculous for enhancing mental strength, capable of boosting mental C capacity and resilience to the fourth tier in potency. After the blood-spirit pool training, Qin Chen had reached the peak of the second tier, hesitating to break through for fear of destabilizing his mental C. This fruit would change everything. Without further delay, Qin Chen sat cross-legged and swallowed the purple mist fruit. Once it entered his body, the fruit dissolved into a stream of purple warmth that flowed through limb and bone and finally converged in his mental C, a hazy, nourishing power spreading through him. Under its nourishment, his mental C thrived, its resilience strengthening until the effect faded, leaving his mental strength more than doubled. Fully operating his peak second-tier mental strength, Qin Chen began his breakthrough. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, there was an explosive sound in his mind, and a formless mental force surged outward. The surrounding scenery became clearer. Even the slightest fluctuation in the air was distinctly perceived, as if everything had been washed clean. A hint of joy appeared on his face. His mental strength had broken through from the peak of the second tier to the third tier. Though only a tier, the qualitative leap was enormous. His perception and analysis of toxins and qi were vastly improved. With this, analyzing the mixed poison and refining a matched antidote became feasible. As his mental strength broke through to the third tier, Qin Chen's mind became clear, while the true qi within him also boiled, involuntarily pushing toward a higher level. Qin Chen was overjoyed. It was evident that the true qi was actively improving after reaching a certain limit. Previously, in the blood-spirit pool, his cultivation had broken through to the late earth level, making it entirely possible for him to challenge the heaven level. However, to solidify his foundation, Qin Chen had not rashly broken through but chosen to stay low-key for the time being. Now, after this period of consolidation and the mental breakthrough, his true qi began to break through involuntarily. At this moment, Qin Chen no longer hesitated, hurriedly closing his eyes once more to concentrate on his cultivation. Boom! Half an hour later, the qi within Qin Chen suddenly expanded, forming a powerful vortex before finally returning to calm. A terrifying aura began to rise from Qin Chen. Opening his eyes, Qin Chen's gaze flickered with a hint of surprise. He had not expected that breaking through to the heaven level would be so natural, as if everything was flowing smoothly without any hindrance. Just after breaking through to the heaven level, his true energy had reached an extremely powerful state. Nian Wuji was right. The Yue Qianxue poison he planted in him not only was harmless to martial artists' cultivation, but actually could enhance it, making the true energy within martial artists more pure. Qin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. The smooth breakthrough was indeed related to the Yue Qianxue poison that Nian Wuji had sown in him. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing amount of heavenly true energy surged into Qin Chen's body, strengthening the true energy within his meridians. Even the true energy from the world outside the cave was drawn in by this force, forming an invisible vortex. But it wasn't enough. The speed at which he absorbed true energy could not keep up with the speed of true energy evolution. At this rate, the scarcity of true energy would hinder his improvement. Furrowing his brows slightly, Qin Chen's mind moved, and he took out more than 100 low-grade true stones to begin absorbing them. Smash! In just a few breaths, the true energy within the first low-grade true stone in Qin Chen's hand was completely absorbed and then shattered. Under normal circumstances, the amount of true energy contained in each low-grade true stone was equivalent to all the true energy within a peak Earth-level martial artist. Generally, a beginner heaven-level martial artist would be overwhelmed after absorbing just a few low-grade true stones. However, Qin Chen practiced the legendary 9-star Divine Emperor art, having opened an unprecedented 12 meridians, requiring far more true energy than a normal heaven-level martial artist. Smash, smash, smash. One by one, the low-grade true stones in his hand continuously turned to powder. In the short span of a single incense stick, he had already absorbed 20 low-grade true stones. Moreover, the purity of the true energy within Qin Chen's meridians had not yet reached its limit. 30 stones, 40 stones, 50 stones, 60 stones. Only after absorbing 64 stones did the true energy within Qin Chen's meridians finally feel a slight fullness, and he no longer needed to absorb more. If other martial artists saw this scene, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. 64 low-grade true stones, even a peak Earth-level martial artist would struggle to absorb that many at once. Huff. Exhaling a long breath, Qin Chen finally opened his eyes. His expression was calm, and his body seemed to contain boundless power. Simultaneously, with the help of over 60 low-grade true stones, his cultivation directly elevated to the peak of the initial heaven level. That's about right. Standing up, Qin Chen approached Zai Zun. Placing both hands on Zai Zun's chest, Qin Chen urged his true energy into her body. After breaking through to the heaven level, the true energy attribute of the 9-star Divine Emperor art had qualitatively improved. The true energy that had previously been helpless against the poison now surged like a tiger descending the mountain, rapidly forcing the toxins within Zai Zun's body to one place. The toxic force tried to escape, but it was futile. Under the interception of Qin Chen's third-tier mental power, that strange toxin was slowly forced out of Zai Zun's body. Her skin and complexion gradually returned to normal, regaining their original fairness. Furthermore, the true energy within her unexpectedly improved, crossing into the mid-heaven level realm due to the nourishment from the toxin and Qin Chen's true energy. Wow, after about a stick of incense, Zai Zun spat out a mouthful of black blood. What is this? Zai Zun slowly regained consciousness and immediately noticed her disheveled clothing, revealing large areas of her fair skin. What embarrassed her even more was that Qin Chen's hands were resting just above her chest. Feeling the heat radiating from Qin Chen's palms, Zai Zun's face suddenly changed. Don't get the wrong idea. You were poisoned by Nian Wuji's Wuxiang soul poison, and I'm just detoxifying you. Some things need to be clarified. Zai Zun's face grew even more flushed with anger. Boom. A powerful wave of true energy erupted from her body, sending Qin Chen flying. Afterward, she covered her chest with her hands to prevent any accidental exposure, glaring fiercely at Qin Chen with unexplainable emotions. Really, don't get the wrong idea. I am indeed detoxifying you. Just now you were very proactive. If I had ill intentions, your clothes wouldn't still be intact. Zai Zun was both shy and angry, her voice trembling. In truth, she knew everything that had happened earlier. Nian Wuji's Wuxiang soul poison was very special. Although it caused her to act recklessly, curiously, once she regained her senses, she would remember everything clearly without forgetting a bit. Therefore, Zai Zun was well aware that it was her who had actively torn her clothes earlier. But even if that was the truth, did she need to say it out loud? How could she face others in the future? This bastard. In her heart, Zai Zun couldn't help but curse, filled with indignation. Especially thinking about how she had been the one who actively leaned on Qin Chen, frantically demanding earlier, her face flushed as if it were a ripe apple, wishing she could find a place to bury herself. Just as Zai Zun was silent for a long time, Qin Chen thought she hadn't understood the situation and innocently said, "Actually, I have no interest in you at all. Just think about it. You are 3 or 4 years older than me. If I were to look for a woman, I wouldn't pick you. Qin Chen shouldn't have said anything, but once he did, Zai Zun was almost furious enough to explode. What does he mean by saying he wouldn't pick her even if he were looking for a woman? Is she that undesirable? Qin Chen, you are simply a jerk. Zai Zun initially felt some gratitude towards Qin Chen, but now she was bursting with anger, almost going mad, wishing she could skin him alive. Was that the voice of Miss Zai Zun? I also heard it. It was indeed Miss Zai Zun. Could it be that Miss Zai Zun is inside? Was the unusual movement of true energy outside caused by Miss Zai Zun? Suddenly, voices came from outside the cave, followed by the sound of something piercing the air. Then a group appeared at the cave entrance. The leader, elegant and dignified, was none other than the 4th Prince Zhao Wei, and beside him stood Princess Ling Shan in her powerful robe. In addition, a few others followed behind them, all of whom were on high alert, craning their necks to look into the cave. Zai Zun's complexion turned pale in an instant, her lips tightly pressing together. If others saw her like this, how could she still show her face? Suddenly, she saw Qin Chen walk toward her, draping his robe over her to cover her delicate figure. Zai Zun was momentarily taken aback, lowering her head slightly. At that moment, for some unknown reason, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. "Sister Zai Zun, is that you in there?" It was day and the cave was dim, but as a martial artist, Zhao Lingshan had excellent eyesight. She called out sharply while staying vigilant. Once they saw the scene inside, everyone froze, their expressions bizarre, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. In the cave, Qin Chen and Zai Zun stood facing each other. This was not the main point. The main point was that Zai Zun's hair was disheveled, and she was draped in what was clearly a man's coat, while under the coat, her original clothing was torn. What on earth was going on? At this moment, everyone was almost going crazy, their eyes bulging wide, completely unable to process the situation. A lonely man and a woman in a cave, and their clothes in disarray. This. The warriors from the great Qi kingdom behind Zhao Wei and Zhao Lingshan all covered their mouths, eyes wide in shock. If you added to that the fact that they had heard Zai Zun scolding Qin Chen earlier, various scenarios began to unfold in their minds. Could it be that Qin Chen is harboring ulterior motives towards Princess Zai Zun? This guy is so bold, in broad daylight, to actually do something like this. This. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar, as if a pot of oil had exploded, boiling over. "You all step back first." Zhao Wei's expression changed, and he turned around to yell furiously. This matter concerned the dignity of the royal family. If it got out, what kind of reputation would that be? But the group of warriors from the great Qi kingdom hesitated, unwilling to leave. This was explosive news. The #1 beauty of the great Qi kingdom, Princess Zai Zun, was actually in the cave with Qin Chen, and the situation was ambiguous. Who would want to miss such a sensational event? "Are you still not going to secure the perimeter outside?" Zhao Wei's face darkened, looking at them. A chilling aura spread through the forest. The great Qi warriors immediately fell silent, their faces awkward as they retreated. Earlier, if it hadn't been for the protection of the fourth prince, they wouldn't have made it this far. Now that the fourth prince had spoken, naturally no one dared to refute. But as they left, their hearts were bleeding. As the #1 beauty of the great Qi kingdom, Princess Zai Zun was nearly every male warrior's dream. Now that this dream had shattered, many were heartbroken. Sister, what exactly is going on with you?" After everyone left, the fourth Prince Zhao Wei hurriedly stepped into the cave, glanced at Zai Zun, and then coldly looked at Qin Chen, his expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. Zhao Lingshan followed him inside, her eyes filled with inexplicable sadness. "Fourth Prince, things are not as you think." Seeing this scene, Qin Chen was at a loss for words. His head felt like it was about to burst. He hadn't expected that the commotion from his breakthrough would draw the fourth prince and the others here. Now, having seen the scene in the cave, they couldn't help but suspect. "I wasn't asking you." The fourth prince snapped, his eyes blazing with fury. Although he greatly admired Qin Chen and had a good impression of him, he absolutely would not tolerate any humiliation of his sister. If he found out what Qin Chen had done to Zai Zun, he would never let him off. Thinking of this, a thick murderous aura rose from the fourth prince. "Fourth prince, perhaps things are not as you think." Zhao Lingshan suddenly spoke. She looked at Qin Chen, her gaze clear and transparent. Deep down, she believed that Qin Chen was not that kind of person. Zhao Wei was taken aback and calmed down, looking at Zai Zun. Sister, what exactly is going on?" Zai Zun was speechless. "Fourth brother, why are you shouting?" "I'm perfectly fine." Her face flushed red, biting her lip. Seeing this, Zhao Lingshan felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing she could escape immediately. "Then what was this?" "Just now I was poisoned, and Qin Chen was detoxifying and healing me." "You were poisoned?" Zhao Wei was taken aback. "That's right." Zai Zun nodded and said, "I encountered Bai Jing, Lu Feng, Huang Zhan, and Qin Chen earlier and formed a team to train in the initial trial area. Who would have known that we ran into a trap set by Nian Wuji and Cao Heng?" "What?" Before Zai Zun could say more, Zhao Wei's expression changed drastically, looking grave as he exclaimed, "You encountered Nian Wuji and Cao Heng." His heart sank rapidly. During the initial trial of this Five Kingdoms competition, the Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei Kingdom had targeted their great Qi warriors mercilessly, with the most powerful among them being Nian Wuji and Cao Heng. Even Zhao Wei had been worried about encountering them, so how could he not be alarmed upon hearing that Zai Zun and the others had encountered them? "Are you all right?" He quickly scrutinized Zai Zun, his expression tense. "Where are the others?" "Can you let me finish first?" Zai Zun said, slightly irritated. "Fine, go ahead. After we encountered Nian Wuji, we fell into a dangerous situation. Nian Wuji and the others had actually set up a formation around us, preventing us from shattering the teleportation jade card to escape." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei's heart sank again, but he suppressed his doubts and continued to listen. Later, thanks to Qin Chen's intervention, he thwarted their conspiracy, destroyed their formation, and killed Cao Heng and the others. Bai Jing and Huang Zhan escaped using the teleportation jade card, Lu Feng died at their hands, and I was poisoned. That's why Qin Chen brought me here to heal and detoxify me. I just finished detoxifying when you walked in. What? Qin Chen killed Cao Heng and Nian Wuji? Are you serious? After hearing all of this, Zhao Wei was completely dumbfounded, staring at Qin Chen in shock. As for Zhao Lingshan, for some reason she felt an odd sense of relief in her heart. Of course it's true, the bodies of Nian Wuji and the others are still over there. You can go take a look later, Zai Zun said matter-of-factly. So that's how it is. After a long while, Zhao Wei finally calmed down. Feeling a bit awkward, he glanced at Qin Chen, then deeply bowed to him. Qin Chen, I truly apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. I thought you. Zhao Wei's face turned red, filled with reproach. All right. Qin Chen was both amused and helpless, but thankfully the matter could still be clarified. Sister Zai Zun, I still have clothes in my storage ring. Why don't I give you a change? Zhao Lingshan chimed in with a smile. Great. Zai Zun was so excited she nearly jumped up, then shot a glare at Qin Chen and Zhao Wei, scolding, "You two, hurry up and get out." The two quickly realized and left the cave. Seeing Qin Chen and the fourth prince walk out together, the great Qi disciples guarding the forest outside couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Could it be that the situation wasn't as they imagined? While they pondered, Zai Zun stepped out of the cave, handing Qin Chen his long robe. Qin Chen, thank you so much for earlier. If it weren't for you, I might. Earlier, in her embarrassment and anger, Zai Zun had forgotten her situation. Now reflecting on it, her heart still held a trace of fear. If it hadn't been for Qin Chen, she couldn't bear to think of what would have happened to her today. Next, Qin Chen and Zai Zun took everyone to the site of the previous battle. Upon seeing the devastation and the bodies of Nian Wuji and the others scattered on the ground, everyone gasped in shock, their gazes towards Qin Chen filled with awe. -220. At the same time, everyone was filled with wild joy. To be honest, during these initial test days, what they were most worried about was encountering Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. Now seeing their corpses, everyone inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. It's really great. With the deaths of Cao Heng and Nian Wuji, our chances of passing this initial test will greatly increase. Yeah, the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect actually wanted to target the disciples of our Great Qi Kingdom. Now not only have they lost personnel, but they also ended up losing themselves. Everyone discussed among themselves, filled with excitement. Everyone, this matter is a secret of our Great Qi Kingdom. I hope you all do not leak it out. Once I find out that someone has revealed this secret, I won't be polite. Let him, and even his family, find it impossible to stay in the Great Qi Kingdom. Suddenly, the fourth prince shouted and looked over with focus. Everyone was startled. What did His Highness the fourth prince mean? The deaths of Cao Heng and Nian Wuji were a great joy. It was just right to make the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect feel hopeless. Why cover it up instead? Fourth brother is right. There are only a few of us here. I, Zai Zun, have already remembered you all. If I find out who spreads this matter after the initial test, I won't be polite. Boom. The terrifying aura of a mid-heaven level master spread out, and Zai Zun's eyes were cold and serious. Hiss! Under Zai Zun's pressure, everyone was shocked and gasped for air. At the same time, they instantly became clear-headed. The fourth prince and princess Zai Zun were protecting Qin Chen. Indeed, killing Cao Heng and Nian Wuji was a thrilling event for the Great Qi Kingdom, but it couldn't be said the same for the instigator, Qin Chen. Once the Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei Kingdom found out that it was Qin Chen who killed the two of them, in their anger, they would use any means necessary to kill Qin Chen. At that time, no matter how high Qin Chen's cultivation was or how talented he was, under the pursuit of these two major forces, even Lord Zhao Zhan might not be able to protect him. Your Highness and Princess, rest assured we will definitely keep our mouths shut. That's right, Qin Chen has brought such prestige to our Great Qi Kingdom. If we betray him, wouldn't we be worse than pigs and dogs? Qin Chen, this matter, we absolutely won't say a word. Several talented individuals from the Great Qi Kingdom were serious and swore. There were only a few people present. If any news really leaked with the fourth prince's identity, it would be easy to investigate. Once the royal family of the Great Qi Kingdom became enraged, it might really lead to the situation described by the fourth prince, where they, and even their families, could no longer survive in the Great Qi Kingdom. Meanwhile, Qin Chen smiled slightly, but he didn't take it to heart. By the way, how many blood crystals have you collected over there? At this time, the fourth prince said, we obtained enough to pass if we combine our hauls, but there's only a little more than a day left before the initial test ends. Princess Zai Zun sighed and said, we also obtained quite a few blood crystals, which should be enough for the two of us to pass the test. However, all those blood crystals are with Bai Jing, and she has already teleported away. Zai Zun looked regretful. After Bai Jing collected the blood crystals from the ironback phantom wolf, she had not yet had the chance to give them to them before encountering an ambush from Nian Wuji and his group, resulting in only a few blood crystals left on her. Then we need to hurry. The fourth Prince Zhao Wei looked serious. If they couldn't pass the test due to insufficient blood crystals, it would be too unfair. Qin Chen suddenly spoke, "I think we shouldn't need to." Everyone immediately became curious. They saw Qin Chen's spiritual force enter his storage ring and then gently shake it. Clatter, blood crystals of various shapes fell like rain, landing on the ground and covering it. Everyone just pick up the blood crystals you need according to your cultivation level. Everyone was stunned, looking at the blood crystals at Qin Chen's feet, and they were nearly going crazy. This is too exaggerated. The blood crystals at Qin Chen's feet varied in size and attribute, dazzling everyone's eyes. "Qin Chen, how do you have so many blood crystals?" The fourth prince was dumbfounded, looking at Qin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. "Have you all forgotten about them?" Qin Chen smiled lightly, pointing to the corpses of Nian Wuji and the others. Previously, he and Zai Zun had survived a life-and-death situation, but the harvest was also significant. From Nian Wuji and his group, they had looted nearly 100 blood crystals. They didn't know how many people they had slaughtered and how many testers they had robbed before. Everyone was also stunned. Dazed, they stepped forward, frantically choosing the blood crystals they needed. They picked mostly the levels they required. Qin Chen distributed the blood crystals, easily meeting everyone's test requirements, and kept the highest-tier ones for himself. Seeing Qin Chen collect the remaining large amounts of blood crystals, everyone was still a bit dazed. This task of collecting blood crystals, which didn't seem easy, was completed so easily. "Your Highness, what do we do next? Are we just going to wait until the test ends?" For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Now that Cao Heng and Nian Wuji were dead, what was there to fear? Since they tried to target our people, we can return the favor and make sure the Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal sect don't get away with it. The fourth prince said coldly, his gaze stern. "Exactly. We need to make sure that everyone from the Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal sect fails the test." Princess Zai Zun also had a cold look in her eyes. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. The Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal sect had been targeting the martial artists from the Great Qi Nation since the beginning of the preliminary test. However, due to the intimidation from Nian Wuji and Cao Heng, the martial artists from the Great Qi Nation dared not resist, hiding and being cautious. Even the fourth prince dared not be too reckless, fearing being surrounded by Nian Wuji and the others. Now that Nian Wuji and Cao Heng were dead, what was there to fear? Thinking of this, everyone was excited. "Qin Chen, what do you mean? Will you join?" The fourth prince turned to Qin Chen, seeking his opinion. "I don't mind." Qin Chen smiled lightly, "But if it really comes to a fight, count me in. After all, the martial artists from the Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal sect are all fat sheep." In this life, if he wanted to rise up, resources were essential. These geniuses in their respective forces were all outstanding individuals, possessing many treasures, making it a good opportunity to collect resources. "All right, since that's the case, let's take action." The fourth prince looked at everyone, encouragingly saying, "Here I Zhao Wei promise, anyone who can repel or kill a disciple of the Great Wei Nation or the Ghost Immortal sect will be rewarded by our royal family upon returning to the Great Qi." "Great, then thank you, fourth prince." "Ha will wait for the fourth prince's rewards. Let's hurry up, I can't hold back anymore." Everyone laughed heartily, thrilled beyond measure. At this time it was already evening. With the dimming light, everyone rushed into the mountains. They were scattered with distances of over 100 meters between them. Among them, Qin Chen, Zhao Wei, Zai Zun, and Zhao Lingshan, the four great heaven-level experts, stood at four corners. They formed a large net, spreading throughout the forest. In an instant, the entire forest was stirred. Rather than isolated ambushes, Qin Chen and the others organized a coordinated counterhunt. They spread out, signaled, and swept the hills and gullies for disciples of the Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal sect, striking wherever the enemy was found. The result was brutal and efficient. Surroundings, chases, sudden assaults, and quick executions carried out in unison. Many disciples were killed outright, many more were wounded and looted, and those who tried to flee were cut down. In a short time, the tally of eliminations rose sharply, and the hunters returned with spoils. Once they encountered disciples from the Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei Nation, those disciples were unable to resist and were instantly besieged by the surrounding group, completely powerless. At this time, outside the preliminary testing ground, the strong from many forces were tense. Now, it was already the fourth day of the assessment, with only a little over a day left until the fifth day's assessment ended. During this time, it was also the most brutal period of the entire assessment. At this point, Many martial artists who had been hiding early on, waiting to conserve their strength to pass the assessment, began to emerge and take action. Every year at this time, the casualties among martial artists were almost at their peak. Therefore, all major forces dared not be careless, stationed in the teleportation area, ready to provide timely treatment and healing as soon as their disciples appeared. The only ones who were relaxed were the Ghost Immortal Sect and the Great Wei Nation. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhan, this time your Great Qi Nation has already eliminated over 70 martial artists, right? Tusk, that's a whole double compared to last year. Weichi Cheng laughed loudly. Weichi brother, I remember last year, only 19 from the Great Qi Nation entered the ring match, right? It seems this year will be even more tragic. Ling Zhang from the Ghost Immortal Sect also spoke with a smile. Why even mention it? Last year at this time, only over 30 contestants were eliminated from the Great Qi Nation. This time, it's at least double that. Wei Kai-Cheng squinted his eyes into slits, grinning. Last year, the martial artists from the Great Qi Nation had 17 deaths. I wonder how many will die this year. Worth looking forward to. Ha ha ha. The brazen laughter came from the direction of the Ghost Immortal Sect and the Great Wei Nation, sounding particularly clear in the open space. Humph! Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth in a cold snort but didn't refute it, instead showing signs of worry. Compared to the last session, the losses this time were indeed greater. Up to now, the number of eliminated participants was more than double that of the last session, and not everyone remaining could obtain enough blood crystals. Only a select few would be able to advance to the next round. But that wasn't the key point. The crucial aspect was that, according to what Bai Jing and the others had described earlier, this time the Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal Sect had long made plans, not only to ensure that no one from the Great Qi Nation advanced to the next round, but also to make sure all the martial artists from the Great Qi Nation died in this preliminary testing ground. This was what worried Xiao Zhan the most, especially since Bai Jing had clearly said that Nian Wuji and Cao Heng had surrounded Qin Chen and Princess Zai Zun. But until now, these two hadn't managed to escape. If something happened to Princess Zai Zun, how would he explain it to the Emperor? In an instant, Xiao Zhan was extremely worried. If not for the rules restricting him, he would have wanted to rush into the mountains to rescue Qin Chen and the others. Please let nothing go wrong. Xiao Zhan prayed. At this moment, all he could do was this. Buzz. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up and two martial artists covered in blood fell out. Xiao Zhan, hurry over and take a look. It might be your Great Qi Nation's martial artists. Wei Kai-Cheng laughed without waiting to see the faces of the eliminated individuals. Xiao Zhan hurriedly looked up to see that the two were very unfamiliar and were not disciples of his Great Qi Nation. Oh, isn't this Zhu Tian and Wang Feng? Suddenly, the face of General Gu Qing from the Great Wei Nation changed, rushing over. What happened to you two? Holding them up, Gu Qing asked repeatedly. General, it's the... Before the two could finish, they fainted. Gu Qing and Wei Kai-Cheng's expressions changed drastically. The what? Could it be the disciples of the 5 great nations did this? Wei Kai brother, you don't even recognize your own country's disciples. What kind of leader are you? Xiao Zhan laughed upon seeing this. Humph, Xiao Zhan, don't be smug. It's just 2 eliminated disciples. Compared to your Great Qi Nation, how many have my Great Wei Nation actually eliminated? Wei Kai-Cheng sneered coldly. Just as the sneer was fading, suddenly, another light flared up as a martial artist was teleported out again. He was drenched in blood, with half his body nearly missing, clearly having crushed the jade token just before dying. Xiao Zhan, take a closer look. Is he a disciple of your Great Qi Nation? I think it won't be wrong. Wei Kai-Cheng laughed without even looking. Before the laughter fell, Gu Qing's face had turned pale, stuttering. This is Zhou Luo from our Great Wei Nation. What? He's still a disciple of my Great Wei Nation. Wei Kai-Cheng's smile froze, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, almost to the point of crying. What the hell is going on here? Why are several disciples from the Great Wei Nation being eliminated one after another? Have I seen a ghost? In an instant, Wei Kai-Cheng's expression turned dull, unable to find the words. Previously, their De Wei kingdom had not sent out any disciples for half a day, and now 3 had emerged, each severely injured, with one even on the brink of death. This left Wei Kai-Cheng feeling extremely frustrated. Could it be that something went wrong in the preliminary trial? Ha ha ha, Wei Kai-Cheng, your De Wei kingdom's disciples are indeed impressive. Even when eliminated, they come out one after another, truly exceptional. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, causing Wei Kai-Cheng's face to darken, nearly bursting with anger. Tusk, even more absurdly, that disciple is almost out of breath. Incredible, truly incredible, and can still crush the jade tablet even on the verge of death. Such strength perhaps only you, Wei Kai-Cheng, could teach it. Finally having this opportunity, Zhao was exhilarated, venting the pent-up frustration he had felt earlier. "Humph, Zhao, what do you have to be happy about? Wei Cheng only eliminated 3 disciples. Compared to your Qi kingdom, they still fall far behind," Ling Zhang sneered. "Ling Zhang, don't be too arrogant. Perhaps your ghost immortal sect's disciples will also be eliminated shortly." Since he had already torn his face with the ghost immortal sect, there was no need to hold back any longer. "Ha ha ha, Zhao, are you dreaming? My ghost immortal sect's disciples are not like your Qi kingdoms. How could they be eliminated? Truly laughable." Ling Zhang scoffed, but as soon as his laughter faded, a buzzing sound echoed, and once again someone appeared on the transmission platform. Everyone fell silent. What's going on today? Why are people coming out one after another? Could there have been a chaotic battle inside? Everyone focused their attention, and naturally, Ling Zhang turned to look as well. When he saw who it was, his expression suddenly froze, his face filled with shock and anger. It was indeed one of his ghost immortal sect's disciples. Swish! In a flash, Ling Zhang arrived at the high platform, supporting the disciple with one hand, his thick true energy pouring into the disciple's body while he asked in a deep voice, "What happened? What exactly occurred inside?" "Elder Ling," the disciple was covered in blood, frothing at the mouth. Upon seeing Ling Zhang, his eyes radiated a desperate desire to live, but ultimately his head tilted, dying on the transmission platform. "Hiss!" everyone gasped, exchanging horrified glances. At that moment, even the dullest person realized that the situation was serious. Something significant must have happened inside. In an instant, the crowd stirred, buzzing with discussions. "Ling Zhang, is this what you said about not being eliminated? Hehe." Zhao laughed strangely, nearly causing Ling Zhang to spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger. "Damn it, just said that my ghost immortal sect's disciples wouldn't be eliminated, and in the blink of an eye, one is out. This slap to the face is too much. I can barely stay here any longer." "Zhao, just wait," Ling Zhang huffed coldly, clutching the disciple's corpse as he leaped down from the high platform. His face so dark it seemed it could drip water, the atmosphere tense to the point of solidifying. "Wei Cheng, something is wrong. My ghost immortal sect's disciples and your Wei Kingdom's disciples were eliminated together. Something must have happened inside." Approaching Wei Cheng, Ling Zhang's expression was grim. Wei Cheng's gaze was also unstable, evidently agreeing with his statement. "I will send someone to treat the 2 of them immediately. Once they regain consciousness, they will naturally inform us of what happened inside. If I find out who harmed my Wei Kingdom's disciples like this, I will not let them off lightly." Grinding his teeth, Wei Cheng radiated murderous intent. Immediately, physicians from Wei Kingdom stepped forward to urgently treat the 2 disciples. However, before the 2 disciples could be revived, bang, bang, once again someone fell from the transmission platform, still one of Wei Kingdom's disciples. Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened to Wei Kingdom's disciples? Are they haunted? Why are they being eliminated like crazy? You should know that in the first few days of the preliminary trial, the Ghost Immortal Sect and Wei Kingdom were the 2 forces with the least number of eliminated disciples. Even the so-called strongest country, Liang Kingdom, had eliminated more disciples than Wei Kingdom. But now, in just a short while, at most half an hour, 7 or 8 Wei Kingdom's disciples had been eliminated, almost matching half of those previously eliminated. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Wei Cheng's face darkened, and he quickly sent people to provide treatment. This time he was fortunate, one disciple was not unconscious. After inquiring, he discovered the truth. It was Qi Kingdom, the 4th Prince Zhao Wei, leading a group of strong individuals slaughtering our Wei Kingdom's disciples. "What? It was people from Qi Kingdom?" Wei Cheng roared. "Where are Nian Wuji and Heng? Don't they know to stop this?" "Reporting, we did not see 3rd Prince and Nian Wuji, young master," the martial artist said, trembling, nearly fainting under Wei Cheng's pressure. "Where the hell did those 2 idiots run off to?" Wei Cheng was furious, nearly exploding. At such a time, those 2 actually disappeared. They wouldn't be off chasing after the princess of Qi Kingdom, Zai Zun, would they? Is this to drive him mad? How many of them were there? Wei Cheng forced down his anger and asked again. "I couldn't see clearly." The disciple was on the verge of crying, his head tilting, and he fainted. He was already unfortunate. He had been scared out of his wits by the people from Qi Kingdom, and while injured, he was sent out only to be reprimanded by Wei Cheng, making it truly tragic. "Damn it, those brats from Qi Kingdom, I'll let you be arrogant for now, but when you meet Heng and Nian Wuji, just wait for your demise." Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang exchanged a glance, their eyes ice-cold. However, what Wei Cheng did not expect was that this was only the beginning, not the end. Next, more martial artists from Wei Kingdom and Ghost Immortal Sect were eliminated. Among them were many peak experts of the heaven level. This infuriated Wei Kai Cheng and Ling Zhang, causing them to spit blood repeatedly. At this moment, inside the preliminary trial grounds, Qin Chen and the others were slaughtering madly, showing no signs of stopping. In just one night's time, more than 30 disciples from Da Wei Kingdom and Ghost Immortal Sect were eliminated, while nearly 20 died in this forest. During the search, numerous martial artists from Da Qi Kingdom were also discovered and subsequently joined the ranks. In an instant, the team continued to expand. By the next morning, the team, originally consisting of nearly 10 people, suddenly grew to nearly 20. A massive team was formed. The resources Qin Chen and the others acquired were also massive, including blood crystals, silver notes, spiritual herbs, various treasured weapons, pills, and manuals. The number of blood crystals they obtained was sufficient for every disciple from Da Qi Kingdom to pass the preliminary trial. When daytime arrived, Qin Chen and the others finally stopped the slaughter and began to rest. After a night of battle, everyone's spirit and energy had greatly improved. Although some were injured, their temperaments had changed after experiencing the trials of blood and fire. Each person seemed like a drawn sword, sharp and revealing their brilliance. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, young Master Chen, are we moving tonight?" After a whole day of rest, everyone's spirits became very lively, eager to take action. "Brother Qin, you decide." Turning his head, the Fourth Prince looked at Qin Chen. After a night of fighting, all the martial artists from the Da Qi Kingdom completely admired Qin Chen. During the slaughter 2 nights ago, Qin Chen had played a significant role. Every time, he was the first to discover the enemy, and whenever they encountered tough opponents, he was the first to provide assistance, his reaction speed unmatched by anyone. "Of course we will continue." Under everyone's gaze, Qin Chen smiled slightly. "Isn't the Da Wei Kingdom trying to ensure that none of us pass the assessment? It wouldn't be good to not take care of them a bit?" One must know that the battles from last night had brought Qin Chen enormous gains, with the spiritual herbs and treasures piled high like mountains. Such a good opportunity could not be missed. Unknowingly, the sky darkened again, entering the night once more. This was the final day of the assessment. That night, mournful cries echoed in the Demon Ancestor mountain range as martial artists from the Da Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal Sect were continuously eliminated without the power to fight back. Outside the initial trial grounds, the entire day had passed with not many disciples from the Da Wei Kingdom and Ghost Immortal Sect being eliminated. Wei Kai Cheng and Ling Zhang had just sighed in relief when they saw the transmission platform light up repeatedly, as disciples from these 2 major forces were once again transmitted out one after another. It has started again. On the edge of the transmission platform, the other powerful figures from various forces had become numb. How many have there been now? At least 60 or 70, right? In a single night, the number of disciples eliminated from the Da Wei Kingdom and Ghost Immortal Sect had reached the total number eliminated by the Da Qi Kingdom in the previous few days. "Damn it, where have Nian Wuji and Cao Heng gone? Why haven't they made a move yet?" Clenching his fists, Wei Kai Cheng was so frustrated he could almost cry. If this continued, the disciples from his Da Wei Kingdom would be eliminated soon. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He wanted this damned assessment to end quickly. This slaughter had lasted a whole night. Qin Chen and the others swept through the initial trial area, and in the end, over 50 martial artists had been killed there, while nearly 100 had been transmitted out. By the end, Qin Chen, Zai Zun, and other strong figures hardly needed to do anything. They just had to hide behind the team. Because the team from Da Qi had expanded to over 40 people, a mighty force that had almost wrapped up most of the remaining martial artists from Da Qi still in the initial trial area. As noon approached, buzz, an invisible force of the formation suddenly swept over, enveloping everyone. "Everyone, see you outside." As the voice fell, the invisible power of the formation covered everyone, and all surviving martial artists in the initial trial area were transmitted out. Buzz, 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 buzz. On the open ground outside the initial trial area, various lights suddenly lit up, and martial artists appeared one after another on the transmission platform. Among these people, the vast majority were injured, but their expressions varied. Some were highly spirited, with excited faces, clearly having completed the initial trial assessment and obtained sufficient blood crystals. Others appeared dejected and disappointed. These martial artists discussed their thrilling experiences during the initial trial, each one displaying excitement. Having gone through such a contest, every survivor's temperament had become extraordinary. "Each martial artist, please line up and do not move around recklessly. First, submit the blood crystals obtained in the initial trial area for the assessment. If anyone is found to have private contact, their assessment qualifications will be revoked." The top expert of the De Liang Kingdom, Yue Qianxue, stood on a high platform, loudly declaring, his voice booming and clearly reaching every martial artist's ears. Immediately, personnel for the assessment came forward with record sheets to verify. This step had to be taken every time, and everyone was very familiar with it. As the De Liang Kingdom recorded the scores, powerful figures from various forces surged forth outside the transmission area, frantically searching for their geniuses in the crowd. This time, nearly 2,000 disciples from various forces participated in the initial trial assessment. Aside from the 600 to 700 eliminated, there should still be over 1,000 who hadn't come out. However, in reality, the roughly transmitted martial artists only numbered around 600 to 700. This meant that at least 400 to 500 people had died in the initial trial area this time, causing everyone to feel their hearts racing with worry. The losses were simply too great. In previous initial trials, the death rate was generally around 1 in 10, meaning about 200 people would fall. This was a reasonable figure. But this time, the number had exceeded the normal by more than double, making everyone gasp in shock. Especially Xiao, who rushed forward at once, wildly searching for Zai Zun and Qin Chen. "Ha ha ha, Xiao, stop looking. No matter how hard you search, your Daqi's princess won't come back to life." Wei Cheng's face was gloomy as he mocked. In these past 2 days, too many disciples from the De Wei Kingdom had been eliminated, and he had been holding his anger in, unable to vent it. Now that he finally had the chance to ridicule someone, how could he not seize it? "Humph," Xiao snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to Wei Cheng, while his gaze kept searching, praying desperately in his heart. Suddenly, his darting gaze came to a halt, and then his eyes revealed an expression of wild joy. Among the crowd stood an extraordinarily beautiful girl, her clothes fluttering in the wind. It was none other than Zai Zun. Then he also spotted Zhao Lingshan and Qin Chen among the group. "Ha ha ha, Wei Cheng, are your eyes blind? Isn't this our Daqi's princess Zai Zun? Who else could it be?" The heavy stone that had been pressing down on Xiao heart for days finally fell as he exhaled deeply. "What? Zai Zun is still alive? Impossible." Wei Cheng was taken aback, turning to look at Ling Zhang. Indeed, following Xiao gaze, he saw where Zai Zun was. At that moment, an unnamed fury ignited in Wei Cheng's heart. What on earth were Heng and Nian Wuji doing? They hadn't taken out Zai Zun, and they hadn't shown up in the last 2 days. Where had they run off to? Wei Cheng wished he could drag the two of them out right now and curse them out. He suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he searched again. He took another glance around. Suddenly, Wei Cheng shivered all over. Ling Zhang beside him also froze, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Because after scanning through these 600 to 700 people, they realized they hadn't seen Heng and Nian Wuji at all. A bad thought suddenly surged into the minds of the two. They exchanged a glance, cold sweat oozing from their foreheads, chills running down their backs. Impossible, it must be impossible. The anger on their faces vanished, their complexions turned pale, and they frantically searched among the 600 or 700 people. Once, twice, 3 times. After scanning 3 times, their hearts sank like a large stone thrown into water, completely submerging. No, still no. Among these 600 or 700 people, no matter how they searched, they did not find Heng and Nian Wuji. And such a situation usually only has one possibility. No, it can't be, it absolutely can't be. They exchanged another glance, their lips trembling on the verge of tears. That was the 3rd prince of the Wei Kingdom and the young master of the Ghost Immortal sect. Although their statuses were noble, being top figures in their respective forces, if they couldn't bring back Heng and Nian Wuji, even if the emperor and the sect leader could forgive them, they couldn't forgive themselves. There must have been some kind of accident. Yes, it has to be that the formation encountered some kind of anomaly. Thinking this, they quickly rushed to where the formation monitoring was located. "Wei Cheng, Elder Ling Zhang, what are you two planning?" The formation master monitoring the initial testing ground was startled by the two. "Master Luo, quickly show us if there are still any people in the initial testing ground who have not been teleported out." Wei Cheng's tone was urgent, almost stuttering. "Someone hasn't been teleported out?" Master Luo looked at the monitoring formation and then waved his hand. "No, they have all come out." Wei Cheng swayed and almost fainted, his face pale. "Could it be that there is a problem with the monitoring formation? Master Luo, please check again. Don't let anyone still be inside and not get teleported out." Master Luo looked at Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang with a face of speechlessness, frowning. "Wei Cheng, Elder Ling Zhang, what you are saying has no possibility. The formation of the initial testing ground is not made by an ordinary formation master. It was obtained by our 5 Kingdoms Formation Master Guild applying to the higher-level Formation Master Guild. It absolutely cannot go wrong. Moreover, even if it did go wrong, it would be apparent immediately. There would be no omissions. He looked at Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang with pity, sighed slightly, and vaguely guessed the reason. Their anxiousness must mean that an important figure from their forces has not come out, leading them to be so nervous. In the past, such situations had occurred, but it was the first time that the leaders of these two major forces had urgently come to inquire. Are you suggesting that someone from your Wei Kingdom and Ghost Immortal sect has not come out? After hesitating for a moment, Master Luo couldn't help but speak. This, Wei Cheng's face went pale, almost crying, our third Prince Cao Heng has not come out, and our Ghost Immortal sect's young Master Nian Wuji is also missing. Wow. At this moment, their actions had drawn the attention of many people. Just as their words fell, gasps sounded from the crowd. The third Prince of the Wei Kingdom, Cao Heng, and the young Master Nian Wuji of the Ghost Immortal sect actually failed to come out from the initial testing ground. This was big news. In an instant, the crowd was abuzz. The entire outer area of the initial testing ground nearly erupted. These past few days, they had seen Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang jumping around, extremely arrogant. Why had the atmosphere suddenly shifted to this? Moreover, Wei Cheng and Nian Wuji were both heaven-level powerhouses. Nian Wuji was even at the mid-heaven level. How could such a thing happen? Everyone was puzzled. In the history of the initial assessment of the Five Kingdoms competition, there had indeed been many geniuses who had fallen inside, but these individuals were mostly of ordinary talent. As for top-tier talents falling, it was almost unheard of. After all, top-tier geniuses had extremely high cultivation levels and always had life-saving cards. Once they encountered danger in the initial testing ground, they could crush the teleportation jade plate and instantly teleport out. Under these several layers of protection, wanting to kill them was at least several times harder than defeating them. As everyone discussed among themselves, the major forces present were somewhat incredulous about this fact and shook their heads. Impossible. With Cao Heng and Nian Wuji's cultivation, they shouldn't have fallen. Indeed, even if they were at a disadvantage, they would still be able to escape. Could it be that the two of them were not found in the team? That is a possibility. Everyone speculated and exchanged guesses. Are you talking about Cao Heng and Nian Wuji? They were killed in the initial testing ground. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. It was a disciple who had just passed the test and walked out to the open ground. What? What did you say? Wei Cheng swayed his body and hurriedly approached the disciple, grabbing him angrily. Boom! A terrifying peaked Xuan-level aura pressed down on the disciple, instantly making his face turn pale and his body tremble. Wei Cheng, what do you want to do to a disciple from my De Liang Kingdom? With a loud roar, Wei Tianming stepped forward. He was a genius from De Liang Kingdom. Wei Tianming, this person says that my Wei Kingdom's Cao Heng and Ghost Immortal sect's Nian Wuji have fallen. I just want to clarify. Wei Cheng's face was distorted, his eyes filled with anger. Wei Tianming frowned, noticing that Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang were acting strangely. He immediately said to the disciple, Liu Washeng, what exactly did you see? Speak clearly. Then he turned to Wei Cheng and said, But first, could you put down my De Liang Kingdom's disciple? Here's the thing. After being set down, the warrior's face turned pale and he quickly said, The day before yesterday, I was training in the initial testing ground when I suddenly heard intense sounds of battle not far away, very fierce. So I went to take a look, but when I got there, the battle was already over. I saw that Nian Wuji and Cao Heng were already dead. Are you sure it was the third Prince Cao Heng and young Master Nian Wuji? Wei Cheng's face turned pale as he roared. Boom, this roar nearly made the disciple faint, and if it weren't for Wei Tianming blocking him in time, he might have been directly shocked to death. It was indeed Prince Cao Heng and young Master Nian Wuji. I wouldn't mistake them. Furthermore, besides me, many others also saw it. The disciple's face was ashen, nearly in tears. What kind of calamity is this? If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have spoken carelessly. Now look, not only have I offended people, but I also almost got shouted to death. Who else saw it? Wei Tianming turned to look at the other disciples from De Liang Kingdom. I saw it too. It was definitely Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. Yes, the two fell together, and there were numerous other bodies from the Wei Kingdom and Ghost Immortal sect warriors at the scene. A genius from De Liang Kingdom, who had seen the corpses with Liu Washeng, hesitated for a moment before speaking. This deng, stepping back a few steps, Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang's bodies swayed, their faces turning ashen. It's over, the two nearly cried. They never expected that the most undesired thing would actually happen. How would they go back and explain this to the Emperor and the sect master? Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, the two were momentarily stunned. At this moment, not far away, the assessment was reaching its conclusion. The 600 to 700 contestants who emerged registered their scores, and there were only a few left. Among them, Chen had only submitted the blood crystals from 10 Earth-level mid-stage strange beasts. Princess Zai Zun and the others were the same. For them, as long as they could pass the first round of assessment, that was enough. As for the remaining blood crystals, having them on hand was still valuable. They could enhance martial artists' bloodline cultivation, be used for alchemy, or even sold for a good price. There was no need to stand out too much and submit everything since they wouldn't receive any extra rewards anyway. Ha ha ha, that's great. Zai Zun, it's so good that you are safe. After registering their scores, Qin Chen had just stepped out of the open space when Xiao Zhan, with an excited face, came up to greet them. Young Master Chen, Princess Zai Zun, we've been so worried these past few days, thinking that you too. Bai Jing also stepped forward, crying tears of joy. What nonsense! With young Master Chen and Princess Zai Zun's cultivation, how could anything happen? Just look at that cow. Huang Zhan laughed on the side. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Bai Jing, SHH. Why say all that? Young Master Chen and Princess Zai Zun are safe, and that's enough. Right, I was just talking too much. Huang Zhan hurriedly defended himself, glancing nervously at the location of Wei Kai-cheng and Ling Zhang. The fact that Cao Heng and Nian Wuji hadn't come out had already spread here, and he had vaguely heard some rumors. If the people from De Wei country and Gui Xian sect found out about young Master Chen, they might not let it go easily. Having experienced that life-and-death situation, Huang Zhan was completely convinced by Qin Chen and was wholeheartedly supportive. By the way, where's Qin Feng? At this moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly frowned. The geniuses from De Qi country had gathered together after registering their scores, but there was no sign of Qin Feng among them. Yeah, where did Qin Feng go? He is our De Qi country's #1 genius, having broken through to the mid-stage heaven level in the blood spirit pool. He wouldn't be like Nian Wuji who hasn't come out, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? Everyone was stunned. He's right over there. Suddenly, Qin Chen raised his head and looked towards the last disciple registering. That disciple had a gaunt appearance, a weak physique, and oddly enough was missing an arm, a one-armed man. Qin Chen, you must be mistaken. Qin Feng doesn't look like that. Everyone knew that Qin Feng was exceptionally handsome and proud with extraordinary aura, but this one-armed man was in a pathetic state, completely unrecognizable. Qin Chen must have been seeing things. How could he make such a mistake? Moreover, wasn't Qin Feng his elder brother? Logically, if anyone could recognize him, it should be Qin Chen. The crowd was dumbfounded, nearly going crazy. Xiao Zhan, however, frowned, as if noticing something amiss. At this point, it was already noon, and the assessment personnel had recorded everyone's scores. In the transmission open space, Wei Tianming returned, picked up the scorebook, and began announcing the names of those who passed the first round of assessment. In the first round survival assessment of the 5 nations in the Northwest, a total of 1943 people participated, and 236 passed. Those who passed the first round include Ling Tian Sec's Yue Qianxue, Zia Zun, Wu Tian. One name after another was announced by Wei Tianming, and the strong from various factions eagerly listened. This list was only in Wei Tianming's hands, and it determined the quotas for each faction entering the second round. Naturally, if anyone had any objections, they could raise them on the spot for a recheck. As names continued to be announced, discussions erupted throughout the venue. This time Ling Tian's sect did well, actually having 23 disciples pass the assessment. Ling Tian's sect has always had deep foundations. I remember last time they had over 20 contestants enter the second round. As a sect, having a number of geniuses comparable to the 5 great nations is indeed extraordinary. Yes, in my northwest region, only Ling Tian sect, Gui Xian sect, and a few other sects can achieve this. After the disciples of Ling Tian sect who passed the assessment were announced, the crowd was immediately in an uproar. De Liang Nation's Zhuo Qingfeng, Zhang En. Following that, the geniuses from other factions were announced one by one. De Liang Nation actually had 31 people pass the assessment, truly deserving of being the #1 nation. De Zhao Nation also did well with 25 people. De Song Nation only had 21. As for my Haishi Nation, I'd be satisfied with even 2 entering the second round. You still want 2. My Tianfeng Nation would be satisfied with just 5 spots. The number of spots to enter the second round not only represented how many disciples would join, but also served as a comparison point among the great factions. Especially among the 5 great nations, the number of spots represented their standing. De Wei Nation's passing numbers are. When Wei Tianming announced De Wei Nation, his expression suddenly froze, revealing a strange look. Once he announced all the names, the entire venue fell silent, everyone dumbfounded. What? De Wei Nation only has 8 people passing to the second round. Is this a joke? In the past, De Wei Nation had over 20 people entering the second round, and even the worst performance was 21. How could this happen this time? The crowd erupted as if an earthquake had struck. As for the Qi nation, it was Zhao Wei, Zai Zun, Zhao Lingshan, Qin Chen, Wang Qiming. When he announced the Qi nation, Wei Tianming was stunned again, his mouth twitching as he continued to report. This list was exceptionally long. It took him quite a while to finish. Everyone was dumbfounded. How many names had been called? Almost 30. Qin Feng. When the last name was called, the area outside the initial assessment venue was completely silent, everyone in shock. 45. This time, the Qi nation actually had a staggering 45 spots into the second round. Boom, the crowd erupted, as if oil had splashed in a pan. 45 spots, this was simply unprecedented, too exaggerated. Historically, the highest number to enter the second round was still the 40 from over 30 years ago by the Liang nation, which solidified its position as the #1 nation. And now this record had finally been broken. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a daze, everyone stunned. How could this be possible? In the last competition among the 5 nations, the Qi nation had only 19 people enter the second round, and this time they had nearly tripled that number. Just thinking about it made one feel shocked. In an instant, everyone was shocked, unable to speak for half a day. Could it be that the heavens of the 5 countries in the northwest are about to change? 45 people passed the assessment. Is this Daggers kingdom really going to take away the position of the strongest nation from Dalian kingdom? Lord Wei Tianming, is there an error in the quota you just reported? Yes, some of the data seems too abnormal. Amidst the crowd, someone raised a question, immediately attracting the agreement of others. In this survival assessment, only 8 people from Dawi Kingdom passed, 11 from the Ghost Immortal sect, but Daggers Kingdom had 45. Such data is completely abnormal. It is an anomaly. Everyone, our Dalian Kingdom has carefully reviewed the reported data. It is completely correct without any errors, and all the materials are available for verification. Wei Tianming forced a smile, feeling incredulous, and even he felt there might be an error in the data. However, all the evidence was sealed away, ready to be retrieved at any time. Just because he said there was an error does not mean there was one. Boom! The crowd erupted in an uproar, exchanging glances. Since even Wei Tianming from Dalian Kingdom said so, it indicated that the data should be correct, with no falsification. But how could Daggers Kingdom have so many disciples passing the assessment? How did they manage to do it? Looking around, the disciples of Daggers Kingdom, although not weak overall, had more than 30 talents at the late Earth level. However, counting everyone, only these people could pass the assessment. Yet now, not only did they pass, but quite a few mid-Earth level martial artists also passed, which was almost a fairy tale. Moreover, Daggers Kingdom had the most eliminated disciples in the days leading up to the assessment. This sudden explosion left everyone confused and unable to understand. At this moment, the Daggers Kingdom disciples were all looking gratefully at Qin Chen and the others. Among everyone, only they knew the reason. He. At that moment, a light laugh suddenly came from the last one who recorded the scores. The one-armed youth smiled as he walked toward the Daggers Kingdom's team. Who are you? Zhang Yi from Daggers Kingdom suddenly frowned. Zhang Yi, don't you even recognize me? The emaciated youth laughed as he walked, tearing off a human skin mask from his face, revealing a handsome countenance. It's you, Qin Feng. How come? Zhang Yi was astonished, unable to finish his words, while the other disciples of Daggers Kingdom were equally shocked. This guy was indeed Qin Feng. He had been wearing a human skin mask before, which was why he looked unfamiliar. Qin Feng, your arm! Then everyone's attention fell on Qin Feng's severed arm, and a storm of emotions surged within them. Qin Feng was the #1 genius of Daggers Kingdom, and one of the only 3 participants who broke through to mid-heaven level in the blood spirit pool. With his cultivation, theoretically, he should have been able to dominate the initial testing ground. How could he have lost an arm? Oh! Qin Feng smiled faintly, his voice somewhat sharp, and a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he said, I encountered a blood beast in the initial testing ground. That blood beast was quite cunning and treacherous. I was caught off guard and was ambushed. Fortunately, the heavens favored me, allowing me to escape. I think it was also to give me a chance to take revenge later on. Brother Chen, what do you think? As Qin Feng spoke, his gaze turned to Qin Chen, smiling, but deep within his eyes there was a hint of poison. Everyone was astonished, their mouths agape. What kind of blood beast could injure Qin Feng like this? Brother Qin Feng, that's not necessarily the case. You were too ostentatious before. Perhaps the heavens meant to let you, like just now, change your appearance and act low-key. Don't misunderstand, Qin Chen said with a smile, deciding to continue playing along with Qin Feng. In the last 2 days of the assessment, Qin Chen had searched for Qin Feng, wanting to finish him off. But strangely, the other's aura was well concealed, as if he had completely vanished, leaving Qin Chen with no gains. However, when the other was at his peak, Qin Chen was not afraid at all. Now that he had lost an arm and all the treasures had been taken by Qin Chen, he naturally paid it no mind. "Ha ha ha, brother Chen, you're joking." Qin Feng laughed heartily, his smile bright. "The reason I changed my appearance was also to keep a low profile, unlike you, brother Chen." "Oh, right." Suddenly, Qin Feng laughed brightly. "This time, our Daki kingdom managed to have so many people pass the assessment, thanks largely to you, brother Chen. If it weren't for you plotting to kill Cao Heng and Nian Wuji, how could our Daki kingdom have so many passing? This time, Dawi kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect suffered heavy casualties. You've made a tremendous contribution. I'm sure the Emperor will reward you generously when he learns of this." "What? Nian Wuji and Cao Heng were killed by Qin Chen? Impossible!" Boom. As Qin Feng's words fell, it was like a bomb exploding in the crowd, instantly causing an uproar. "Qin Feng, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zai Zun frowned and immediately shouted. "This is what I witnessed with my own eyes, wasn't it? I remember you were present, Princess Zai Zun. Nian Wuji and Cao Heng set an ambush, wanting to attack you. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen was already prepared, secretly poisoned them, leaving Nian Wuji and Cao Heng unguarded, and in the end he killed them, allowing you two to escape. Wasn't it so?" Qin Feng opened his mouth, looking quite confused. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he glanced at the various powers around and hurriedly covered his mouth. "I must have seen it wrong. Nian Wuji and Cao Heng must have been killed by the blood beasts in the initial testing ground. Yes, that's it." He laughed dryly a couple of times, seeming like he had misspoken, but in the eyes of others it turned into a remedy after a slip of the tongue. No way could it be that Cao Heng and Nian Wuji were really killed by Qin Chen? With Qin Chen's strength, it's unlikely, right? Haven't you heard Qin Feng say it? Qin Chen secretly poisoned them. Nian Wuji and Cao Heng were caught off guard. If that's the case, it really is possible. The crowd erupted, discussing incessantly. "You!" Zai Zun was furious, glaring at Qin Feng, just about to say something when suddenly, "Well, it turns out that our Dawi kingdom's third prince was killed by you, Qin Chen. Return my third prince's life?" Boom! A furious roar resonated from not far away, shaking everyone's eardrums painfully. They saw Weichi Cheng, who had fallen into chaos, suddenly awaken, his eyes filled with rage as he lunged fiercely at Qin Chen. "Qin Chen, you killed our Ghost Immortal sect's young sect master. Pay with your life." Boom! Beside Weichi Cheng, Ling Zhang suddenly erupted, a killing intent radiating from his entire being as he slapped toward Qin Chen. The two's eyes were blood-red. Giving Qin Chen no chance to explain, they ruthlessly attacked, wanting to kill Qin Chen before everyone's eyes. This sudden scene shocked everyone. "Everyone, step back!" Xiao Zhan's face was filled with rage as he shouted, stepping forward before everyone. His robes fluttered without wind, and a terrifying aura rapidly rose from his body. He then launched a punch at Weichi Cheng, wanting to stop him from committing murder. "Xiao Zhan, you disciple of the Duchy nation killed my Da Wei nation's third prince, and you still want to stop me. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will kill this brat." Weichi Cheng roared domineeringly, his momentum unabated. At the same time, a red halo erupted from him, releasing a scorching aura. Boom! The two iron fists collided in the void, and a thunderous sound echoed. The entire area exploded, and beneath Xiao Zhan's feet, the rocks shattered instantly, sending debris flying everywhere, a shocking sight. Xiao Zhan's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, unmoving, while Weichi Cheng performed a somersault and landed not far away. However, Xiao Zhan had stopped Weichi Cheng, yet no one stopped Elder Ling Zhang. His sharp claws quickly reached for Qin Chen, black halos appearing around them, almost tearing through the void. "Ling Zhang, do not punish the innocent!" General Yan Hui of Duchy shouted angrily, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. "With just you, do you think you can stop me?" Seeing Yan Hui take action, Ling Zhang couldn't help but sneer. The two clashed with a palm strike, and with a loud bang, Yan Hui spat out blood and was sent flying. He was merely at the peak of human level, while Ling Zhang's cultivation was already at the initial stage of mystic level. How could he possibly be Ling Zhang's opponent? "Humph, overestimating yourself." Ling Zhang sneered, his gaze icy as his black claws reached for Qin Chen. Before the claws arrived, a terrifying aura had already bound Qin Chen, and the other geniuses from Duchy around him gasped in shock. "Young Master Chen! Be careful, young Master Chen!" Zai Zun, Zhao Lingshan, Zhao Wei, Wang Qiming, and others showed expressions of alarm and simultaneously exuded their auras, drawing their weapons to confront Ling Zhang. In that moment, not a single disciple from Duchy retreated. A soaring momentum burst forth from them, wanting to compete with Ling Zhang. "You are ignorant of the world." Ling Zhang coldly laughed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If these Duchy disciples did not know their place, he wouldn't mind killing them all to accompany the holy son of Nian Wuji in death. "Everyone, step back." Qin Chen was slightly moved, taking a step forward to block everyone behind him. Within him, the 9-star Divine Emperor art operated at its maximum, locking onto a flaw in Ling Zhang's form, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. At that moment, even if it meant exposing his strength, he could not allow Zai Zun and the others to take risks for him. Oh! Suddenly, a long howl echoed from the sky. Following that, a fierce wind howled, and a massive shadow descended over everyone's heads, rushing toward Ling Zhang with intense wind pressure. Who is it? Ling Zhang was greatly startled, feeling a strong sense of crisis. He couldn't afford to attack Qin Chen anymore. He quickly turned and struck out with a claw. Boom! The two claws collided and a powerful force surged, causing Ling Zhang's blood to surge, his steps unsteady. Looking up, a gigantic eagle-like blood beast soared into the sky. Its sharp claws glistened, and its gaze was piercing. On its back sat a person, coldly looking down. The blood-claw blue eagle, its master Yuanfeng. Haha, great! Master Yuanfeng is still here. I thought he had left. With Master Yuanfeng here, Ling Zhang from the Ghost Immortal sect could forget about showing off. The disciples from Duqi immediately erupted in excited cheers. Brother Yuanfeng, please stop Ling Zhang. Xiao Zhan was also invigorated. Humph, just a human-level beast. Let's see how I kill it. Ling Zhang scoffed. Although the blood-claw blue eagle exuded a terrifying aura, it was merely a human-level blood beast. He gathered his true chi and struck out again with a claw. Ghosts crying and gods howling. A black claw shadow shot into the sky, accompanied by a sharp wail. Within that ghostly claw, a black skeleton appeared, tearing off several feathers from the blood-claw blue eagle. The blood-claw blue eagle cried out in pain. Ling Zhang grinned sinisterly as he pounced again. Looking for death, Master Yuanfeng was furious. The blood-claw blue eagle was a blood beast he had expended great effort to train, yet it was being bullied by Ling Zhang like this. In his anger, he struck down with a palm. Boom! Ling Zhang was blasted away, landing on the ground, his blood surging, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked up in horror, staring at Yuanfeng. The other party's true chi was thick, evidently stronger than him, indicating he was at the mid-stage of mystic level. When did Duqi send another mystic-level expert here? Wei Cheng, stop! Ling Zhang, this is the place for the 5 nations' great competition, not a place for you to fight. At this moment, Wei Tianming and the others also reacted, shouting loudly. Among them, Wei Tianming's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Wei Cheng. With a roar, a strong wave of energy erupted from him, momentarily separating Xiao Zhan and Wei Cheng, who were about to clash. His entire body gathered true power, as if he had transformed into a towering mountain, blocking the two formidable experts on either side. At the same time, he waved a hand, and an invisible force swept out, pressuring Elder Ling Zhang. It was clear that as long as Ling Zhang made the slightest move, he would strike without mercy. In the sky, the blood-claw blue eagle sensed Wei Tianming's aura and let out a long cry, not daring to land. In that instant, Wei Tianming alone intimidated the 4 major experts, showcasing the strength of the #1 expert from the 5 nations of the Northwest. Wei Tianming, this child killed my Da Wei nation's 3rd prince, Heng. Today I must kill him. Wei Cheng gritted his teeth, his murderous aura soaring, roaring repeatedly. That's right, he killed our ghost immortal sect's holy son. If he doesn't die today, how will I explain this to the sect master? Ling Zhang's face was grim, cold enough to freeze. This is the place for the 5 nations' great competition. How can you two wantonly kill? You are both top experts from the 5 nations of the Northwest. Do you not understand this rule? Wei Tianming's expression darkened. The purpose of the 5 nations' great competition is to reduce conflicts between the nations, which is why this genius competition was set up. Since it is a competition and a survival assessment, it's natural that some will fall. Therefore, regardless of what happens during the 5 nations' great competition, no force can take advantage of it. This has been a customary practice for 100 years. If everyone were to seek trouble with other forces because of a fallen disciple, then the 5 nations' great competition would no longer hold any meaning. Wei Cheng, in the 5 nations' great competition, there are always geniuses falling. You know this well. You can't disrupt the rules just because the Da Wei nation's 3rd prince has fallen. Indeed, I remember 10 years ago, the great prince of the Weichi nation also fell during this preliminary assessment, but at that time, Xuan of the Weichi nation did not say a word. What you are doing is crossing the line. Not only Wei Tianming, but the other strong experts from different forces were also advising against it. The 5 nations' great competition is not pursued afterwards. This has been a customary practice for years. Now, Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang actually wanted to break this rule, naturally drawing everyone's dissatisfaction. Moreover, during the survival assessment, the two of them were the most excited. The strong experts from various forces couldn't wait to see the fun. Why would they help? Moreover, Wei Cheng, do you have evidence proving that Cao Heng died at Qin Chen's hands? Wei Tianming once again advised, his tone mild. Who else could have killed them if not this kid? Didn't you hear what that Qin Feng said? It was Qin Chen who used poison to kill His Highness the Third Prince and Nyan Wuji. Wei Cheng's eyes were filled with resentment, a killing intent soaring to the sky as he gritted his teeth and said, Moreover, His Highness the Third Prince and Nyan Wuji died the day before yesterday. At that time, 2 disciples from the Duchy Kingdom were teleported out, and clearly stated that His Highness the Third Prince and Nyan Wuji were surrounding and attacking Qin Chen and Zai Zun. Now the 2 of them are fine, but His Highness the Third Prince and Nyan Wuji just happened to die at that moment. If they weren't killed by him, who else could it be? As he said this, Wei Cheng's killing intent intensified, staring fixedly at Qin Chen, wishing he could peel his skin and gnaw on his bones. Ling Zhang also coldly looked at Qin Chen, the killing intent in his eyes unabashed. Qin Feng smiled slightly from the side. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now let's see how Qin Chen can be proud. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Wei Tianming, with so much evidence gathered, what else do you have to say? Wei Tianming was speechless, dumbfounded. He naturally knew about the events of the day before yesterday. At that time, Wei Cheng had mocked Xiao Zhan, while Xiao Zhan from Duchy Kingdom, upon learning that the princess was in danger, was extremely worried. Could it be that Cao Heng and Nyan Wuji were really killed by Qin Chen? For a moment everyone looked at Qin Chen. This kid is so young, yet he could kill Cao Heng and Nyan Wuji. Isn't that too exaggerated? Evidence? Those things you mentioned are not evidence, they are just assumptions, right? At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly spoke. Even at this time, you still want to quibble? Wei Cheng's expression darkened as he coldly snorted. Quibble? Qin Chen was taken aback. Do you think with my strength I could kill Cao Heng and Nyan Wuji? Wei Cheng was stunned, carefully observing Qin Chen. Indeed, Qin Chen was too young. If he were to say he could kill Cao Heng and Nyan Wuji in the past, he would never have believed it. But now, with all sorts of evidence gathered, he couldn't help but believe it. Humph, indeed, with your strength, if you truly made a move, you probably wouldn't even touch a single hair of His Highness Cao Heng. However, Qin Feng clearly stated that you used poison to secretly harm His Highness Cao Heng. Such despicable methods anger both gods and men. How could I spare you? Wei Cheng coldly snorted and looked at Wei Tianming, his expression indifferent. Wei Tianming, if this child had really killed His Highness the Third Prince with his true strength, I would naturally have nothing to say. But now, he used despicable means to secretly harm His Highness Cao Heng, and I must seek justice for His Highness the Third Prince. Should I say you have a pig's brain or that you are simply foolish? Qin Chen coldly laughed at Wei Cheng. What did you say? Boom, Wei Cheng suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, his face twisted in anger, nearly rushing out. He was the #1 expert from the Great Wei Kingdom, high-ranking and powerful. Anyone who spoke to him did so respectfully, yet now he was cursed as a pig by a stinky kid who hadn't even matured. How could he not be furious? Isn't it so? This Qin Feng is a disciple of my Duchy Kingdom and also my brother Qin Chen, yet he deliberately said such things. Don't you find it a bit suspicious? Qin Chen said with a half-smile. His expression was calm, his tone indifferent. Even at this moment he showed no signs of panic, standing tall among the crowd. He didn't take the opportunity to distance himself from Ling Zhang and Wei Cheng, but instead stood his ground, as if he didn't take the two to heart. This kind of demeanor immediately shocked many powerful figures present, each showing an expression of surprise. This child's courage and demeanor would surely lead to extraordinary achievements in the future. Wei Cheng was taken aback again, then sneered. So what? He just carelessly misspoke, exposing the fact you secretly harmed His Highness Cao Heng. Carelessly misspoke? Qin Chen touched his nose. Perhaps only you would believe that. Any other disciple from Duchy Kingdom wouldn't. What do you mean by this? Wei Cheng frowned. Everyone knows that Qin Feng and I have always been at odds. Back in the royal capital, I even crippled his brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng hates me to the bone and even invited me to fight on the life and death platform in the royal capital, wanting to kill me. You could say Qin Feng wishes for my death here. How could it be a careless misspeak? Is that so? Wei Cheng was stunned, exchanging glances with Ling Zhang, showing confusion. To be honest, while others might know about the matter between Qin Feng and Qin Chen, given their status, how could they care about such trivial matters? However, judging from the expressions of other disciples from Duchy Kingdom, this seemed to be true. At the same time, disciples from Wei Kingdom were secretly transmitting messages, informing them of the truth. They had indeed heard rumors that Qin Feng and Qin Chen were at odds and had a fierce conflict. What does this prove? Wei Cheng sneered. To say you're foolish, you really are foolish. Qin Chen scoffed. Think carefully, when Heng and Nyan Wuji participated in this survival assessment, did they not prepare in advance? Previously, they ambushed us and seized the initiative. Under such circumstances, if I were to poison them, what would my chances of success be? Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang exchanged glances, falling into deep thought. Indeed, both Heng and Nyan Wuji were above Qin Chen in cultivation, and they had the upper hand, working together. Even if Qin Chen intended to poison them, the probability of success would be extremely low. What's more ridiculous is that Feng, with absolute certainty, stated that I poisoned and harmed Heng and Nyan Wuji. This implies that he should have been nearby, observing the battle. Who do you think has more capability to kill Heng and Nyan Wuji, me or Feng? The two of them's eyes turned cold, simultaneously looking at Qin Chen. To be honest, among all the talents from the 5 nations, the only two most likely to kill Heng and Nyan Wuji were either Yue Qianxue from Ling Tian sect or this Feng. Could it be, two gentlemen, don't listen to Qin Chen's nonsense? Feng's expression changed as he coldly glared at Qin Chen. This kid just wants to shift the target, don't be deceived. Heng and Nyan Wuji were indeed killed by Qin Chen. Feng's actions left everyone dumbfounded, making them realize that Qin Chen's previous claims of enmity with Feng were not false, but rather true. Therefore, Feng's earlier careless mistake clearly was not a careless mistake. This Feng is indeed vicious, actually thinking of using Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang's hands to kill Qin Chen. This level of scheming made everyone vigilant. Oh, you say that Heng and Nyan Wuji were killed by me, and you seem so certain. This means you were present at the scene. Then tell me, what poison did I use to kill Heng and Nyan Wuji? Qin Chen said with a half-smile. Everyone nodded, looking at Feng. Yes, if you say Qin Chen used poison to harm the two, then what poison did he use? You should know, right? Feng's expression changed. Qin Chen killing Heng and Nyan Wuji was not by poison, but purely relying on powerful strength. However, given that Qin Chen's cultivation was too low, he had previously intentionally stated that Qin Chen used poison to secretly harm them, hoping to convince Wei Cheng and Nyan Wuji. Who would have thought that it would backfire now? Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he said, "How would I know what poison you used? I only saw that after Heng and Nyan Wuji were poisoned by you, their true energy couldn't condense, and they were simply no match for you, allowing you to mercilessly kill them." Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Before Qin Feng could speak, Qin Chen had already burst into laughter, staring at Qin Feng, and said word by word, "You say that the poison I use can prevent Heng and Nyan Wuji from condensing their true qi in their bodies, allowing me to kill them at will. May I ask, does such poison exist in this world?" "Of course it does, I have seen it with my own eyes," Qin Feng sneered. If it weren't for that poison, how could he have fallen into Qin Chen's trap and ended up in such a situation? "Oh, is that so? Then I would like to ask both of you, have you ever heard of such poison?" Qin Chen smiled and turned to Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang. Seeing Qin Chen speaking so confidently, Qin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Where did Qin Chen get his confidence, believing that Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang would trust him? Moreover, he had personally experienced that kind of poison, so there was no way it could be wrong. Before he could finish his thoughts, the entire open space suddenly erupted in an uproar. A poison that can prevent true qi from condensing in the human body, does such a poison really exist in the world? That's too exaggerated. If such a poison existed, who would still be a match for Qin Chen? Even a 4th-tier mystic-level expert, once unable to condense true qi, wouldn't Qin Chen be able to kill them easily? Everyone was shocked and incredulous. According to Qin Feng, if Qin Chen truly had such poison, among so many people present, would anyone still be a match for him? As long as he used the poison, everyone present would have to let him slaughter them. Indeed. After hearing this, Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang also showed uncertain expressions, revealing their doubts. To be honest, both of them had very high cultivation levels and had seen and heard countless poisons, but they had never heard of any poison that could instantly prevent two people stronger than themselves from operating true qi while leaving one unharmed. Qin Chen indeed has such poison. If you don't believe it, just search for it. Qin Feng couldn't help but speak as he saw the situation exceeding his expectations. He was speechless in his heart. How could these idiots not believe him? If it weren't for Qin Chen having such poison, how could he have fled in embarrassment at the initial testing ground? Fine, even if what you said is true, I really have this poison. Just as Qin Feng was about to spit blood from frustration, Qin Chen suddenly changed the topic, looking at Liu Wusheng from Great Liang. May I ask this friend to describe how Heng and Nyan Wuji died? Was it as Qin Feng said, that I harmed them cruelly after using poison? Swish. Countless gazes converged on the genius from Great Liang. Seeing himself becoming the focus again, Liu Wusheng's legs went weak and he almost cried. What does this have to do with him? He merely accidentally saw the bodies of Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. Why was everyone looking for him as if he was the murderer? Whom did he offend? Unable to help himself, he looked at Wei Tianming, seeking help. Don't worry, just speak the truth. Wei Tianming was also curious about the truth of the matter. With Wei Tianming's comfort, Liu Wusheng took a deep breath, steeled his courage, and said, "The situation at that time was like this. The entire battlefield was extremely tragic. Cao Heng and Nian Wuji had obviously gone through a fierce battle, and from their appearance it didn't look like they had been poisoned." "Are you sure?" Wei Cheng's eyes burst with fierce light as he yelled. Liu Wusheng trembled slightly and said, "I'm sure." Wei Tianming then looked at the other disciples from Great Liang who had been at the scene, and all of them nodded, affirming that what Liu Wusheng said was true. Feng's complexion suddenly turned pale. He actually forgot this point. He wasn't the only one who saw the bodies of Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. Chen smiled slightly, looking at Feng. Feng, you repeatedly say that you were at the scene, witnessing me kill Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. Now it seems that the facts are not as you said. What intrigues me even more is what happened to your arm. He truly thought-provoking. What do you mean? Feng roared in anger. Does Chen want to frame him? Indeed. As soon as Chen's words fell, the crowd erupted again. Previously, Feng had clearly stated that his arm was severed by a powerful blood beast, but now that he thought about it, the situation was very suspicious. With Feng's cultivation, what blood beast could injure him like this? Moreover, injuries from blood beasts were usually all over the body. How could only his arm be injured? Could it be that? Not far away, Liu Wusheng heard Chen's words and saw Feng's severed arm. He seemed to suddenly think of something. His pupils shrank and his whole body trembled violently. This friend, are you thinking of something?" Chen smiled as he looked over. I didn't think of anything," Liu Wusheng stammered while stepping back, his eyes flickering. "Quickly say it, what did you think of? Is it related to the deaths of the third prince and Nian Wuji's young master?" Seeing this, Wei Cheng frowned and immediately shouted. "What are you doing, Wei Cheng?" Wei Tianming coldly reprimanded, standing in front of Wei Cheng. "You see this kid's expression. He must have thought of something related to the third prince's death." Wei Cheng, with his vast experience, could not overlook Liu Wusheng's actions. "Liu Wusheng, whatever you have to say, just say it," Wei Tianming said with a frown, his voice softening. "Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can harm the disciples of Great Liang." "Yes," Liu Wusheng lowered his head, not daring to look at Feng, trembling as he said, "At the scene I once saw a severed arm, and the clothing on that severed arm was exactly the same as Feng's from Dachi." "What?" Boom. A single stone caused 1,000 waves. Everyone was astonished and looked at Feng. After all this time, it turned out that Feng was the true murderer of Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. Everyone was shocked and then suddenly realized. This made sense. With Chen's cultivation level, it would be too ridiculous to say he could kill Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. If it was Feng, then everything was reasonable. Feng had first hidden to the side, watching Chen, Zai Zun, and others battle against Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. When both sides were exhausted, he secretly struck and killed Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. However, Cao Heng and Nian Wuji had very high cultivation levels. How could they be easily killed? In their desperate resistance, they severed one of Feng's arms. All of this suddenly connected in everyone's minds, forming a perfect scene. No flaws, it was as if it was happening right before their eyes. Everyone looked at Feng with disgust, clearly knowing he was the killer, yet he pushed the blame onto his own brother. What a vicious scheme. Seeing everyone's expressions as if they thought they understood the truth, Feng was so frustrated he was almost spitting blood. "Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Chen, you say I killed Cao Heng and Nian Wuji, then how did you escape their pursuit at that time? It's clearly unreasonable," Feng roared. "Very simple. At that time, although Cao Heng and Nian Wuji had blocked the teleportation jade tokens, I had 2 space-breaking true talismans on me. Relying on these talismans, Princess Zai Zun and I escaped a calamity." As he said this, Chen instantly took out a space-breaking true talisman, showing it to everyone. Puff. Feng could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wow, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted onto the ground, and Feng's vision went dark as he nearly fainted. That void-breaking true rune was clearly his treasure, but it had been obtained by Chen from his storage ring. Who would have thought it would become evidence that cleared Chen of suspicion? In an instant, Feng's heart was filled with both anger and frustration. In his rage, he couldn't even speak. "Everyone, listen to my explanation." Taking a deep breath, Feng hurriedly began to argue. However, no one believed him anymore. All the evidence had already formed a complete chain of proof in everyone's hearts. At this point, no matter how much Feng explained, no one would believe him. Well, it turns out that His Highness the Third Prince of the Great Wei Kingdom was actually killed by you. I guessed right. If it weren't for you, Qinfeng, who else could have killed the young Master Nian? Pay for His Highness's life. Boom. Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang erupted with terrifying true power, their inner anger no longer restrained, sweeping like a tide. Boom, that fearsome aura of true power was like a great mountain, pressing down on all the disciples of the great Qi kingdom. The crowd's blood surged within them, their faces turned pale as they stepped back. Among them, Qinfeng bore the brunt of the pressure, looking at Qin Chen with hatred and angrily shouting, "Qin Chen, how vicious your heart is! Clearly you are the one who killed him, yet you frame me. Qinfeng, the one framing is you, right?" Qin Chen wore a heartbroken expression, his gaze filled with pain. "I never would have imagined that you could commit such a twisted act of turning black into white just to frame me. After all, we are brothers. How could you do something like this?" Indeed, Qinfeng has gone too far. Although he is at odds with Qin Chen, he is still a brother from the great Qi kingdom. How could he do something like this? I heard before that this Qinfeng is the #1 genius of the great Qi kingdom. I thought he was an extraordinary person, but now it seems he is so despicable. Truly blind. Hearing the discussions around him, Qinfeng felt depressed and spat out blood, wishing he could just kill Qin Chen right there. Clearly, he was the one who committed the murder, yet everyone believed him instead of himself. His situation was truly tragic. However, Qinfeng, although you are unkind, I cannot be unjust. You and I are both disciples of the great Qi kingdom. Qin Chen could never commit an act of treason and betrayal, he said firmly. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chen declared loudly, "Everyone, survival assessments are governed by fate. This is a tradition upheld by the 5 nations in the Northwest. Now the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect are relying on their power to violate the rules. Although Heng and Nian Wuji were indeed killed by my brother Qinfeng, Qin Chen absolutely will not allow the people of the Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal sect to slaughter the disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom at will. Does everyone agree?" Stepping forward, Qin Chen stood resolutely in front of Qinfeng, his gaze coldly fixed on Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang, declaring with righteous indignation, "Wei Cheng, Ling Zhang, if you want to kill Qinfeng, you have to step over my dead body first. There is not a single coward among the disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom." "That's right, not a single coward. Even if Heng and Nian Wuji were killed by Qinfeng, it was still a fair fight. Life and death are determined by fate. There's no reason to settle accounts after the fact. By recklessly breaking the rules set by the 5 nations in the Northwest, I see no need for the upcoming competition." Disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom stood beside Qin Chen, their combined aura resisting the pressure from Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang. In contrast, Qinfeng, protected by the crowd, formed a stark contrast with the resolute Qin Chen at the forefront. This Qin Chen is truly impressive. At such a time, he still speaks for Qinfeng. This demeanor is extraordinary. Clearly framed by Qinfeng, yet he remains unfazed, standing up for the great Qi Kingdom's perspective. I am in awe. Such loyalty and righteousness. Hearing that Qin Chen was still willing to help Qinfeng at this moment, everyone secretly admired him. Do you see? Look at his quality, and now look at Qinfeng. Forget it, there's no comparison. Other than a bit higher cultivation, what can Qinfeng compare to Qin Chen? One is loyal and righteous, while the other is despicable and shameless. The difference is like heaven and earth. Loyal and righteous? Upon hearing the words around him, Qinfeng staggered and spat out another mouthful of blood. Loyal and righteous, my ass? Don't be fooled by this guy. Heng and Nian Wuji were clearly killed by him, and he still pretends to be so just. How can he be so shameless? With a pale complexion, Qinfeng felt like crying. At that moment, he dared not say a word because he knew that no matter what he said, no one would believe him. He could only blame Qin Chen for disguising himself so deeply. Humph, Wei Cheng, Ling Zhang, why haven't you 2 useless fools made a move yet? You'd better kill Qin Chen now, Qinfeng thought resentfully. Sure enough, as this thought crossed his mind, the furious Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang once again made their move. Boom! A powerful gust of energy swept over, and many disciples of the great Qi Kingdom behind Qin Chen couldn't bear the pressure and retreated. The 2 rose simultaneously, attacking Qinfeng. If you 2 want to kill him, you have to kill me first. As long as I, Qin Chen, am here, I will not allow you to touch a single hair of the disciples of the great Qi Kingdom. Qin Chen stepped forward, ready to risk his life to fight against Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang for Qinfeng. Qinfeng's eyes lit up, praying desperately for Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang to kill Qin Chen. However, at the crucial moment, Zhao Zhan and Wei Tianming intervened, blocking the 2. Wei Tianming, are you really going to stop us? Wei Cheng roared in fury. Wei Cheng, Ling Zhang, no matter who killed Heng and Nian Wuji, as long as it was a normal death during the survival assessment, you cannot create chaos here. If you don't heed my warning, don't blame me, Wei Tianming, for not showing mercy. Wei Tianming was truly angry. Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang had repeatedly attacked, showing no regard for the rules of the Five Nations. If they truly killed Qin Chen or Qin Feng today, there would be no point in the future competition among the Five Nations. Who would come to participate again? At that time, the entire Northwest would fall into chaos once more. Damn it! Seeing Wei Tianming's attitude, Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang understood that it was impossible to kill the disciples of the Great Qi Kingdom today. Zhao Zhan, remember this. Today, my Great Wei Kingdom and the Ghost Immortal Sect will not let this matter rest. And you, Qin Feng, for killing the third prince of my Great Wei Kingdom, it doesn't matter if you are the #1 genius. Even if you are the Heavenly King, you must die. With a cold snort, Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang turned and left with their disciples. Everyone, the preliminary round of the competition among the Five Nations has now ended. 1 month later, I will await your arrival in the ancient southern capital. After this incident, the atmosphere of the entire survival assessment became strange. After hastily announcing the results, Wei Tianming led the disciples of the Great Liang Kingdom to leave one after another. He understood very well that after this survival assessment, the pattern that had remained stable for many years among the Five Nations in the Northwest would likely be shattered, plunging them into chaos once more. He had to prepare ahead of time. Next, the strong figures from various major factions departed from the examination site along with their chosen participants. At the same time, apart from the troops left behind, all the geniuses left the Yazoo Mountain Range under the leadership of their respective team leaders. Brother Yuanfeng, I'm afraid we will need your help once more this time. In the camp of the Great Qi Nation, Zhao Zhan looked at Yuanfeng helplessly. In the past, after every survival examination, Zhao Zhan would personally lead all the disciples back to the Great Qi Nation. However, this time, to prevent Wei Cheng and Ling Zhang from making a move halfway, taking the Blood Claw Qing Ying was undoubtedly a safer choice. Brother Zhao Zhan, what kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to say such things. Yuanfeng smiled. I just didn't expect that this time our Great Qi Nation would perform so excellently, actually having 45 people pass the examination. As he said this, Yuanfeng showed an unusual expression. He originally came from the Great Qi Nation, but later traveled to various countries. His feelings for the Great Qi Nation still remained. Historically, the best performance of the Great Qi Nation only had over 20 people enter the second round of examination, especially in the last session, where there were merely 19 participants. He never expected that this time there would actually be 45 people passing, which left him astonished and finding it hard to believe. Hee, all thanks to the emergence of a good martial artist from my Great Qi Nation. Zhao Zhan glanced at Qin Chen with a sense of emotion. He was already aware of what happened in the initial trial, and if it weren't for Qin Chen's presence, let alone 45 people passing, perhaps only a few would have survived. In contrast, Zhao Zhan hesitated, glancing at Qin Feng with disdain in his eyes. All the geniuses present also expressed similar feelings, looking at Qin Feng with contempt. In a corner, Qin Feng's face was ashen, feeling so frustrated he almost spat blood. After what happened before, he had been completely ostracized by the other geniuses of the Great Qi Nation. Each person looked at him with intense hatred and contempt, which made the proud Qin Feng feel extremely miserable. This damn Qin Chen, if he doesn't die, I Qin Feng swear I will not be human. Standing in the corner, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with resentment as he let out a silent roar. Half an hour later, a group of disciples boarded Yuanfeng's Blood Claw Qing Ying and took off into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Wei Cheng, are we just going to let the people from the Great Qi Nation leave so easily? In the camp of the Great Wei Nation, Ling Zhang gritted his teeth, watching the Blood Claw Qing Ying vanish into the sky with a face full of resentment. What can we do? Wei Cheng's gaze was cold. Even if they were riding on the blood beast, there was still a chance to leave them behind if they found a way. Besides, we can also make use of those people's hands. As long as they are willing to act, they can definitely annihilate Zhao Zhan and the others without leaving a single one behind. Do you think that's possible? Wei Cheng sneered. What they want isn't just as simple as killing a few people. Moreover, our cooperation with them is still in a confidential stage. If we accidentally alert them, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Are we just going to let them go like this? Ling Zhang was dissatisfied, his eyes filled with anger. How could it be possible? But such actions are not something we can decide. We have to report back before making further plans. Wei Cheng's expression was gloomy and extremely unpleasant. Not long after, the once bustling initial trial valley became empty and very quiet. On the back of the Blood Claw Qing Ying, Xuan and Yuanfeng were tense, always on guard, ready to face a sneak attack from the Great Wei Nation and the Ghost Immortal sect. It wasn't until they left the Yaozu mountain range and entered the territory of the Great Qi Nation that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that guy Wei Cheng could hold back. That's not like him. Although they had not suffered a sneak attack, Xuan couldn't feel happy about it. Instead, his face became even more serious. From what he knew of Wei Cheng, this person was known for his vendettas and would never let them go. Yet throughout the journey, they encountered not a hint of danger, leading Xuan to firmly believe that the other party was definitely plotting a bigger conspiracy in their hearts. No matter what, at least for now, we are safe. Exchanging glances with Yuanfeng, Xuan let out a long sigh. Everyone, you are all the winners of this survival examination. In 1 month, there will be the second round of the arena competition. I hope you prepare diligently to welcome the grand contest in the second round. Xuan instructed. Lord Xuan, is the ancient southern capital really that miraculous? It is said that the ancient southern capital is an ancient city with a history of over 10,000 years. Is that true? On the back of the blood claw Qiming, many disciples were extremely excited. There were many legends about the ancient southern capital in the 5 nations of the Northwest. It is said that the ancient southern capital is located at the core of the 5 nations, the most mysterious place in the Northwest. Its geographical position is highly advantageous, lying at the junction of the 5 nations, and the heavenly and earthly true energy within is abundant, at least several times stronger than the outside world. Once, the 5 powerful nations all wished to claim it as their own. However, no powerful nation was able to conquer it, as the ancient southern capital only appeared every 5 years, and each appearance lasted only a few days. Because of these reasons, the 5 nations decided to hold the 5-nation competition in the ancient southern capital. It belonged to none of the powerful nations, yet was desirable for everyone. What made it even more desirable was another legend. That is, it is said that 10,000 years ago, the ancient southern capital was the core of an ancient and powerful force. That force, even in the Tianwu continent 10,000 years ago, was extremely formidable, like a shining star that streaked across the history of the Tianwu continent. Within it, there were numerous inheritances. Any genius with enough talent could obtain inheritance from it and become famous. The legend about the ancient southern capital is indeed true. Xuan smiled, satisfying everyone's curiosity. Really? Everyone was surprised, then puzzled. How could Xuan be so certain? Xuan chuckled. The reason why the 5-nation competition is set to every 5 years has nothing to do with the blood spirit pool, but rather the ancient southern capital. If you can achieve a top ranking in the final arena of the 5-nation competition, you will understand why the last round of the 5-nation competition is set there. But why? Princess Zai and the others were itching with curiosity and couldn't help but ask. Because there is a relic of inheritance in the ancient southern capital that allows people to achieve transformation. But to enter, one must be under 24 years of age. That's why the age limit for the 5-nation competition is set at 24. Xuan sighed. There's actually such a reason? Everyone was shocked, looking at each other in disbelief. They had always thought that the age and time limit were due to the blood spirit pool, but now it seems otherwise. Thinking about it, the blood spirit pool's 5-year opening was simply due to the outside array's restrictions, but this array was set up later by the Array Masters Guild of the 5 nations in the Northwest. In other words, the Array Masters Guild could set the opening for every 5 years, and they could also set it for 10 years without any problem. The true reason is that the blood spirit pool only appears once every 5 years in ancient southern capital. Before the blood spirit pool appeared, the 5 nations in the Northwest had already engaged in battles over the number of participants who entered the ancient southern capital ruins. Later, after the blood spirit pool appeared, it was directly stipulated that a grand competition would be held every 5 years, serving both as a friendly exchange and as a way to distribute the benefits of the ancient southern capital and the blood spirit pool. So that's it, many people suddenly realized, their excitement mounting. Even if they couldn't reach the final few rankings, just experiencing the atmosphere of the ancient southern capital was enough to leave them with no regrets. A day later, the blood claw Qiming finally arrived at the royal capital. The emperor of the great Qi kingdom, Zhao Gao, had long personally awaited their arrival in the palace. Ha ha ha, everyone, you've worked hard. As soon as the blood claw Qiming landed, Zhao Gao excitedly stepped forward. He had already received the news about the results achieved by the great Qi kingdom in the preliminary round, and he was beyond excited. 45 spots in the retest. This was the first time in the history of the great Qi kingdom. I have decided to reward all the geniuses who entered the retest with a third-tier precious weapon. If anyone achieves an even better result in the retest a month later, I will grant even greater rewards, Zhao Gao said, waving his hand excitedly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The many talented individuals were exhilarated. This was a third-tier precious weapon. It was exactly what everyone needed at their current cultivation level, undoubtedly saving them a significant amount of expenses. Also, if anyone can obtain first place in the Five Nations Grand Competition, I promise that, in addition to the usual rewards, they will also receive a Breaking Heaven pill. A booming voice emerged from Zhao Gao. Breaking Heaven pill? In an instant, the entire arena erupted in excitement. All the contestants were shocked. Even Xuan showed a strange expression, utterly stunned. This time, the reward His Majesty offered is actually the Breaking Heaven pill. This reward is simply incredible. It might be the first time in many years. The Breaking Heaven pill is a peak third-grade spirit medicine. Its effect is simple. It allows any heavenly-level martial artist to unconditionally rise one level. Under normal circumstances, in the Five Nations of the Northwest, breaking through to the heavenly level is already a peak achievement. Each level up requires a tremendous amount of energy. In fact, some martial artists, after breaking through to the early heavenly level at 40, remain stagnant at that realm for their entire lives without making any progress. Just like the vice-commander of the Imperial Guard, Gang Lai, who is in such a situation. For 10 years, he was stuck at the early heavenly level. However, with the Breaking Heaven pill, it would be different. An unconditional level up means that even a pig could leap from the early heavenly level to the mid-heavenly level. This effect was enough to drive any heavenly-level martial artist crazy. Moreover, besides this effect, the Breaking Heaven pill also has another function. It can increase the success rate by 20% for a peak late-stage heavenly-level martial artist attempting to break through to the fourth-tier mystic level. Normally, a peak late-stage heavenly-level martial artist only has a 10% to 20% success rate when breaking through to the fourth-tier mystic level. The Breaking Heaven pill can increase that success rate by 20%, which is equivalent to doubling or even tripling the success rate. For a peak late-stage heavenly-level martial artist, this temptation was enormous. Zhao Gao is truly generous. Qin Chen shook his head, full of emotion. With this reward, all the geniuses would surely do everything they could to seize first place. Sure enough, all the disciples around were breathing rapidly, their eyes blazing with excitement, exhibiting somewhat frenzied behavior. Then Zhao Gao briefly spoke a few more words before everyone gradually dispersed. Chen Shao, thank you. Many geniuses expressed their gratitude to Qin Chen, while Qin Feng stood out like a crane among chickens, ignored by everyone. His face darkened, and with a cold snort he turned to leave. Qin Chen, wait for me. If I don't kill you, I Qin Feng vow I will not be human. Gritting his teeth secretly, Qin Feng quickly departed. At this moment inside the palace, Zunner, did Qin Chen really save you? Zhao Gao's expression was serious as he looked at Zai Zun. Yes, father, I've said it many times. If it weren't for Qin Chen, Zunner would probably have been killed by Cao Heng and Nian Wuji. I wouldn't be able to see you, father, she replied. So that means Cao Heng and Nian Wuji were truly killed by this Qin Chen. It wasn't Qin Feng's doing? Zhao Gao frowned. Qin Feng, humph, he claims he was nearby at the time, but when my daughter was gravely injured, he was nowhere to be seen. To frame Qin Chen, he even colluded with the Great Wei Kingdom. It's absolutely unforgivable. Zai Zun gritted her teeth, filled with hatred. Father, you even promised him first place and to make him a champion marquis? A person like that doesn't even deserve to be a school commander. All right, Zhao Gao was speechless. The Emperor knows and that Qin Feng hasn't achieved first place yet, right? Humph, if that Qin Feng becomes the champion marquis, Zunner and you, father, won't be able to let this go, Princess Zai Zun pouted. Zhao Gao couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It was the first time he felt threatened by his daughter. What kind of charm does Qin Chen have that makes Zunner care so much? Looking at Zai Zun's departure, Zhao Gao was puzzled. No one understands a daughter like her father. He knew Zai Zun's temperament very well. It was the first time he had seen his daughter so concerned about a man. Zhao, what do you think of that Qin Chen? He is loyal and righteous, Zhao remarked. Loyal and righteous. How do I feel that Qin Chen played Qin Feng? Zhao Gao said with a half-smile. Although he wasn't present, he could infer some things from Zhao and the others' descriptions. No matter what, if it weren't for Qin Chen, the disciples of our great Qi kingdom would have suffered heavy losses this time, and we wouldn't have such brilliant results, Zhao commented fairly. Then let's continue watching. Let's see which of these two brothers has superior skills, Zhao Gao smiled slightly. At this moment, the performance of the great Qi kingdom disciples in the preliminary assessment had already spread throughout the royal capital like a gust of wind. It caused an uproar, especially when it was learned that more than 40 participants from the Great Qi Kingdom had passed the preliminary assessment in this five-nations grand competition. It sparked even more astonishment. This was the first time such an astonishing achievement had occurred in the history of the Great Qi Kingdom. At the same time, the conflict between the Great Wei Kingdom and the Great Qi Kingdom also spread among the people. The hearts of the people are truly swift. The Great Wei Kingdom has always been in rivalry with our Great Qi Kingdom. Now look at this, so many disciples have died, even a prince perished during the preliminary assessment. They truly deserved it. Feng is indeed the #1 genius of our Great Qi Kingdom. He actually managed to kill Heng from the Great Wei Kingdom and Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect. It's truly satisfying. He is undoubtedly a great hero. The #1 genius? Humph, just a name to fish for fame. Haven't you heard? During the preliminary assessment, Feng shifted the blame to Chen to dodge responsibility, trying to get the people from the Great Wei Kingdom to kill Chen. You actually call him a hero. I think he's a coward. Is that so? Is there really such a thing? Of course. I've also heard that it was Chen and Princess Zai who battled against Heng and Wuji while Feng was hiding on the sidelines. Only after both sides were heavily injured did he appear to kill them and take the spoils. My God, is Feng really that vile and shameless? The crowd was in an uproar, finding it hard to believe. Feng was renowned in the capital of the Qi Kingdom, the #1 genius and an idol to many martial artists. Rumors had once spread that he had killed Heng and Wuji at the initial test site, earning admiration. But when news reached the capital that he had betrayed the Qi Kingdom by collaborating with Wei experts to frame Chen and target his own compatriots, public opinion turned sharp and unforgiving. In short, Feng returned maimed and ostracized, blamed for the deaths and the scandal, and the capital's ire settled heavily on him. Feng arrived at Qin Mansion with one arm severed, his face pale and expressionless. Fenger, what happened to you? Zhao Feng's hairpin trembled. Seeing his empty sleeve, she nearly fainted. Big brother, Feng's voice cracked, stunned by the sight. Feng's voice was low, bitter. I was set up by that Chen. He led the Wei experts to slaughter our people, and left me like this. That little brat, rage and grief warred in his eyes. I must repay this grudge. Send me somewhere to enter seclusion. I will cultivate and come back to settle this. Zhao Feng's face drained of color. She clutched his empty sleeve and wept, vowing vengeance. Qin Yuanfeng, however, restrained her. Enough, he said, voice hard. Don't make things worse. My position is under constant scrutiny. We cannot act rashly for the sake of a private vendetta. How can you tell me not to? If you'd acted sooner. Zhao Feng sprang to her feet, but Qin Yuanfeng gripped her arm. You want vengeance for our son. But if we move openly, it will cost the family everything. If you can't accept restraint, go your own way, but I will not jeopardize our standing. Zhao Feng's hatred simmered. She insisted she would not rest until Chen and Qin Yueqi paid. Qin Yuanfeng's calm refusal only deepened the split between them. In short, the family was divided, the mother burning for revenge, the father holding back for political reasons. Feng left the capital to seclude himself and cultivate, swearing in silence that he would return to settle scores. At Chen's doorstep, Zhu Li stood waiting. Chen Shao, you finally returned. Commander Zhu, where's my mother? Chen hurried forward. Chenner. Qin Yueqi emerged, refined and smiling. She embraced him tightly, the warmth steadied him. After a brief reunion, Zhu Li bowed and stepped back. His aura had changed markedly during Chen's absence. He had broken through to the mid-earth level, his chronic illness cured. His loyalty and cultivation both had deepened. Chenner, quickly tell me what happened during the initial test of the Five Kingdoms competition, Qin Yueqi urged. Chen smiled and began to recount the events, leaving out many of the finer details to avoid worrying her. So you mean that Heng and Wuji were killed by you? Qin Yueqi asked, disbelief and concern mingling on her face. Yes, mother. Feng has been lurking around, trying to plot against me. I turned the tables, he's badly injured and fled in embarrassment. Chen smiled faintly. Whether he's alive or dead, he isn't a threat to me anymore. Qin Yueqi's eyes flickered as she examined him. A glint of recognition passed through her expression. Chenner, you truly are his child. His. You mean? Chen's heart tugged. He had never heard his mother speak of his father. From her tone, it sounded as if his father were no ordinary man. Qin Yueqi sighed, a trace of nostalgia on her brows as she cupped his face. Chenner, your father was someone of exceptional talent, a figure of renown. Mother, who is he? Where is he now? Chen asked. In truth, I wish I could tell you everything, she said softly, but your father cannot be exposed. If he knew he had a son like you, he'd come searching for you. That would be dangerous for both of you. He had reasons for leaving, ones I could not change. Qin Chen bristled inwardly at the idea of abandonment, but a subtle unease in his chest kept him silent. He couldn't blame a man he barely knew. Whatever burden had driven him away must have been heavy. Qin Yueqi smiled sadly. "Don't speak ill of him. Promise me you won't resent him." That night they talked long into the hours. Before sleep claimed them, Qin Yueqi told him something else. "Chenner, if you take first place in the second round of the Five Kingdoms Grand Competition, you must seize it," she warned. "The ancient southern capital opens every 5 years. It is an inheritance site of an ancient sect. Those chosen there receive great benefits and recognition. If you gain their favor, your path will be extraordinary." "How do you know so much about it?" Qin Chen asked, surprised. The Lingwu King himself had not explained it so clearly. Qin Yueqi's gaze grew distant. "I was not always as I am now. I was once the pride of the great Qi Kingdom, a genius who had the potential to participate in the Five Kingdoms Grand Competition. I studied many old texts back then and learned of the ancient southern capital." As she spoke, Qin Chen noticed, for a flash, the faintest remainder of true energy about her, only enough to confirm her past, nothing more. "I cannot reclaim that past, Chenner, but I know how much the southern capital can change a life." The next morning dawned with a knock. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying burst in, excitement written all over them. "Young Master Chen, you finally returned," Zhang Ying crowed. "We nearly came to find you in the Demon Ancestor Mountains." "In less than a month you two advanced to the late Earth level," Qin Chen observed, impressed despite himself. They had pushed themselves hard while he was away. Zhang Ying puffed up with pride and immediately tried to show off. He launched himself at Qin Chen with a practiced technique, boasting of the undying chaos method he had been drilling. It lasted barely a moment. With a single, controlled move, Qin Chen sent Zhang Ying sprawling across the room. The display was over as quickly as it began, Zhang Ying winded and humiliated, while Lin Tian stammered beside him. The gap between them and Qin Chen remained obvious. Qin Yueqi watched from the side, a soft, almost motherly smile on her lips. "Chenner, make sure you strive for first place," she said again. "The ancient southern capital's inheritance is not something to be taken lightly. If you can be recognized by that ancient sect, you'll gain advantages few could dream of. Lin Tian, if you want to, you can come up." With a casual wave, Qin Chen invited the eager youth. "Is that okay? It's just a spar, what's not okay?" Qin Chen smiled. Lin Tian inhaled sharply. A cold aura rolled off him. In an instant, several shadowy phantoms burst from his form, darting at Qin Chen from all sides, intangible silhouettes yet brimming with genuine killing intent. "Eh, you brat have already cultivated the Wan Ying Tian Jing to the first level of Shadow Clone." Qin Chen's surprise was audible. He had given Lin Tian the technique and knew how terrifying the Shadow Clone could be. At that step, each phantom could represent a true attack. That Lin Tian had reached it in under a month was monstrous talent. But Qin Chen's look was clinical. He saw multiple flaws instantly. His right hand moved, fingers like a blade of light. Puff! The phantom shattered. Under the finger light, Lin Tian was flung backward and crashed onto the ground, forced to retreat with a single decisive move. "Young Master Chen, what is your cultivation level?" Zhang Ying asked, getting up and grimacing, helplessness in his voice. He and Lin Tian both felt the gap keenly. Lin Tian's shadow clone, which could trap a heaven-level initial stage, had been dispelled as if it were air. "Just heaven-level initial stage?" Qin Chen said offhand. Zhang Ying spat blood and stared in disbelief. Both he and Lin Tian had been training relentlessly while Qin Chen was away. They expected to impress him, not be made to feel so small. "Forget it, young Master Chen, I understand now. There's really no point in comparing with a freak like you," Zhang Ying muttered, trying to laugh it off. Qin Chen gave a soft smile. "Actually, the reason you two are progressing slower than me is simply that you haven't entered the blood-spirit pool," he said. He spoke lightly, but the words landed like a seed. "The blood-spirit pool?" Recognition lit Zhang Ying's face. "That's the famous place for geniuses across the Northwest. When young Master Chen went, you were only at heaven-level initial stage. No wonder you advanced so fast." The notion rewired their moods. Discouragement shifted into hunger. If the blood-spirit pool could propel Qin Chen, perhaps it could do the same for them, especially for Zhang Ying, whose pride and ambition flared back up at the thought. Seeing their spirits rekindle, Qin Chen's expression hardened with practical intent. "I didn't mean someday. Now, come with me." He had obtained 8 spirit-merging crystals from the blood-spirit pool, the condensed essence needed to refine spirit liquid, a substance that could fortify a cultivator's physical foundation. Qin Chen planned to have the alchemists at the Alchemy Pavilion produce spirit liquid for Lin Tian and Zhang Ying. That baptism would strengthen their bodies and lay the groundwork for them to become true pillars at his side. Now, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying exchanged glances, puzzled but obedient. Over days together, they'd learned to follow Qin Chen's lead unquestioningly. They stepped out and made for the Alchemy Pavilion, cutting through the capital's busiest quarter in a few brisk strides. They arrived at the market and immediately felt that something was off. Shops crowded, people shouting, and the usually orderly access to the Alchemy Pavilion choked by a ring of anxious faces and frantic messengers. The air smelled of spilled reagents and alarm. As they pushed forward, an alchemist stumbled out of the pavilion's gate, eyes wide, and cried, "The main furnace, it's stabilized, but the spirit distillers were sabotaged. We can't produce spirit liquid properly, orders are being halted." All three froze. The plan to use the spirit-merging crystals had just become far more complicated. The royal city's marketplace truly lived up to its reputation. People filled the streets like during a festival. Qin Chen walked with Zhang Ying through the throng, listening as Zhang Ying explained in a low voice, "The Alchemy Pavilion released a new second-grade True Qi pill. Its price is the same, but efficacy doubled. It's scarce in the royal city, everyone wants it." Qin Chen glanced at the small bottle Zhang Ying proudly produced. "My family has a business dealing in pills and a cooperative relationship with the Alchemy Pavilion, so we managed to obtain some supplies. This bottle was something I painfully got from my father, so I'm giving it to you." Qin Chen refused it with a smile. The formula had come from him. Pills were trivial compared to true stones. They passed into the Zhang family shop. The backyard was noisy. From inside came the tense voices of Zhang family elders. "The Li family is tearing up our agreement," someone said. "Without them, we lose our source of pills and our sales. The Alchemy Pavilion will cut us off." Zhang Zai looked weary but remained dignified. When Uncle Li announced Qin Chen's arrival, Zhang Zai rose and greeted him with the gratitude reserved for those who had helped Zhang Ying at the academy. Qin Chen, annoyed at being paraded about, listened as Zhang Zai explained their crisis succinctly. For decades, the Zhang family had supplied herbs to the Li family, who acted as the Alchemy Pavilion's market partner. In exchange, the Zhangs received pills. This morning, the Li family abruptly terminated their cooperation. Without that link, the Zhangs lost both a market for herbs and their pill supply. Worse, the Li family and the Alchemy Pavilion's market branch had already shown up at the Zhangs' main stall, accusing their pills of being substandard and moving to revoke their selling qualification. "Why would the Li family do this?" Qin Chen asked. A steward offered a clue. Someone from the Lingnan Zhao family had entered the Li household last night, and the Li family's notice arrived this morning. Qin Chen's chest tightened. Zhao Feng's maternal clan was from Lingnan. If the Zhao family wanted to target those close to Qin Chen, the Zhangs were convenient pawns. He could not ignore the possibility. "Everyone, don't panic," Qin Chen said. "This matter might have been triggered by my affairs. Zhang Ying, take your steward and go to the Alchemy Pavilion headquarters. Find Master Liu Guang, tell him I sent you. He can resolve this." At the mention of Liu Guang, bright hope flashed across the Zhang family's faces. If the pavilion could be swayed directly, Mu Zun's demolition orders might be reversed. Zhang Zai and several stewards set out for the main store to delay the enforcement team, while Zhang Ying and Zhang Fei hurried with their steward to the pavilion. On the way, Zhang Fei worried aloud. He knew most of the pavilion's alchemists. "Have you met Master Liu Guang?" he asked. "No," Zhang Ying admitted, "but young Master Chen said it, so it can't be wrong." Zhang Fei's confidence wavered. If Liu Guang wasn't a high-ranking alchemist, Mu Zun's authority could easily dismiss him. Despite his doubts, they pushed forward. There was no other option. They arrived at the Alchemy Pavilion. The hall bustled with people buying and exchanging pills. Zhang Ying stepped forward to inquire about Liu Guang, but a steward with a small mustache and the Li family's manner intercepted them with a mocking smile. "Oh, isn't this Zhang Fei from the Zhang family? What wind blew you here?" Zhang Fei stiffened. The man was Li Yaowen, the Li family's steward who handled the Zhang's previous dealings with the pavilion. His face carried the cold amusement of someone delivering a final verdict. "Steward Li." The Zhang steward bowed, but Li Yaowen waved him off. "You can leave now." Li Yaowen's smile widened. Around them, pavilion servants slowed and glanced over. The market's enforcement team had already been alerted to the Zhang family's alleged violations and were positioned close by. A few pavilion attendants and several market guards stood with arms folded, an unmistakable signal, backing from the Li family and Mu Zun. Zhang Ying stepped forward, insisting, "We came to see Master Liu Guang. It's urgent. Tell him young Master Chen sent us." Li Yaowen laughed softly, the mockery in his voice sharp. "Master Liu Guang, do you really think you can barge in here and demand to see someone like that? The pavilion isn't a place for lowly families to plead for mercy." Behind him, a pavilion steward, pale and officious, produced an official notice and glanced toward the guards. The message was curt. The Zhang family's qualifications were under review and their stalls subject to immediate closure pending inspection. The enforcement team took a few deliberate steps forward. Zhang Fei's face hardened, Zhang Ying's confidence faltered. Their steward looked to the crowd for help and found none. The Li family's pressure had already reached into the pavilion. The Alchemy Pavilion's branch in the market deferred to Mu Zun's authority. The enforcement team flanked them, and pavilion attendants gave cold, indifferent looks as patrons continued about their business as if watching a spectacle. "Young master," Zhang Ying whispered to the pavilion steward, "please, Enough!" Li Yaowen's voice cut through the pleas. He tilted his head and smiled, a smile that left no room for negotiation. "This place isn't somewhere a lowly person like you can come to. Get lost." -240, Zhang Fei's expression suddenly changed. "Li Yaowen, what do you mean by this?" With a low shout, Zhang Fei's eyes were filled with anger. "What do I mean? Can't you understand?" The family head was right. "Your Zhang family actually came to the Alchemy Pavilion for help. Don't you look at your own character? Is the Alchemy Pavilion a place you can come to?" Li Yaowen sneered, his face full of disdain. As a core member of the Li family, he knew very well how his family viewed the Zhangs. This morning the family head had told him to drive anyone from the Zhangs away. Now that he had found them, he would make an example. "Li Yaowen, we came to the Alchemy Pavilion to find an alchemist. I advise you don't go too far." Suppressing his anger, Zhang Fei lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He knew the situation was stronger than his words. Even if Li Yaowen insulted him, there was little he could do. "Heh, looking for an alchemist? What kind of alchemist can your Zhang family find? Hurry back to where you came from. Don't stand here at our Alchemy Pavilion like two fools." Li Yaowen waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing flies. The commotion drew curious glances from the lobby. Murmurs spread. "Isn't that Zhang Fei from the Zhang family? Yeah, that must be Elder Li Yaowen of the Li family. Are they really here to cause trouble at the Alchemy Pavilion?" Zhang Ying frowned. "Since the status isn't high, why are we entangling with him? He's just a minor character, wasting our breath. Let's hurry and get the business done." Ignoring Li Yaowen, he took a step inside. "What are you trying to do?" Li Yaowen suddenly blocked his path, color changing. A terrifying aura pressed down on Zhang Ying. Ying, don't be reckless. Let's discuss this outside." Zhang Fei urged, moving to pull him away. But Zhang Ying's temper flared. Slap! Zhang Ying's hand struck Li Yaowen's face, sending him flying. Blood and teeth scattered as Li Yaowen crashed to the floor, convulsing. Zhang Fei nearly fainted. This was the lobby of the Alchemy Pavilion. That slap had struck not only Li Yaowen, but the pavilion's face. Li Yaowen, furious, unleashed his peak Earth-level late-stage cultivation and lunged. "Who gave you the face to act wild in the Alchemy Pavilion?" "I'll kill you," he roared. "Manager Li, let's talk it out." Zhang Fei hurried forward, but Zhang Ying struck again, using the Undying Chaos technique, smashing more of Li Yaowen's face. He spat out the last of his teeth and lay half-dazed. Silence fell like a blade. A shrill cry from a staff member, and in moments armored martial artists poured out, surrounding Zhang Fei and Zhang Ying. The captain at their head radiated iciness. His aura was that of a heaven-level late-stage warrior. "Who is causing trouble in our Alchemy Pavilion?" he demanded. "Captain Chen, it's them. They hit Manager Li." The staff trembled. "Capture them. If they resist, kill them without mercy." Captain Chen's order was cold and final. Panic seized Zhang Fei. This was impossible to talk their way out of. "Wait, Captain Chen, there's a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding. Hitting someone in our pavilion isn't a misunderstanding. Seize them." Just as the guards moved in, Zhang Ying managed to speak up through the chaos. "Sir, we are here to find an alchemist. Please inquire before you act." Captain Chen paused. "Who are you looking for?" "An alchemist named Liu Guang," Zhang Ying replied. "Steward Liu Guang?" Captain Chen's face tightened. Zhang Fei's heart dropped. Steward. He had no idea Liu Guang held such a position. Li Yaowen, bleeding and furious, spat accusations about Qin Chen and the Zhang's lies. "They're pretending to know Steward Liu Guang. Do you have any token to prove it?" "No token." Zhang Fei hesitated, then blurted, "It's young Master Qin Chen from the Qin family who sent us." At the name, murmurs rippled. Li Yaowen sneered. "That illegitimate son. He was long expelled from the Qin family. What does he have to do with Master Liu Guang?" "Steward Liu Guang is one of our Alchemy Pavilion's top second-grade alchemists." "How could he deal with an illegitimate child?" "Second-grade alchemist." Zhang Fei's legs nearly buckled. If Liu Guang was a top second-grade alchemist and a steward, then Qin Chen's name having weight here meant trouble and also a sliver of hope. Captain Chen's suspicion leaned toward Li Yaowen's version, and he moved to seize them when a cold snort cut through the hall. An old man in alchemist robes strode out, displeasure on his face. "Master Chen Mu," the guards saluted reflexively. Li Yaowen, relieved to see an ally, began to complain loudly about the Zhangs. Chen Mu's voice thundered, shaking the lobby. How dare you cause trouble in my alchemy pavilion? Captain Chen, why haven't you captured these two rascals yet? He confronted Zhang Fei and Zhang Ying with icy fury. Zhang Fei was already pale, ready to accept punishment, but then something unexpected happened. At Li Yaowen's mockery of Chen Mu's expression snapped. Slap! Chen Mu struck Li Yaowen across the face, sending him flying several meters. Blood and remaining teeth sprayed. Li Yaowen convulsed on the floor. The hall was stunned. How could Master Chen Mu slap an elder connected to the pavilion? Li Yaowen writhed and cursed. Chen Mu, furious, spat, "You dog, well slapped. Why didn't you kill him just now? What a disgrace." Then his voice changed completely, warm as spring. He crossed to Zhang Fei and Zhang Ying, smiling broadly. "So you two are friends of young Master Chen. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me." Everyone reeled at the sudden reversal. Chen Mu, who had threatened to punish them moments ago, now treated them as honored guests. Zhang Fei and Zhang Ying were bewildered. "May I ask how you two know young Master Chen?" Chen Mu asked. Zhang Ying recovered first. "We are roommates with young Master Chen at Tianxing Academy. This is my second uncle, Zhang Fei." "Young Master Chen's roommates, how delightful." Chen Mu clasped their hands with excessive warmth. "Heroes emerge from youth." Chen Mu turned to Captain Chen. "What are you waiting for? Take our honored guests to the VIP room, brew the finest tea." He waved a hand toward the prone Li Yaowen. "And get him out of sight." Under Captain Chen's orders, the guards humbly escorted Zhang Fei and Zhang Ying to the VIP room. In the hall, whispers spread. Someone recalled Chen had once taken the alchemist assessment here, and that the examiners then had been Chen Mu and Liu Guang. Captain Chen's face drained as realization hit. If Pavilion Master Zio, you had accompanied Chen before, then Chen's connections were indeed extraordinary. Moments later, Chen Mu returned with a brown-haired old man whose aura was stolid and imposing. The badge on his chest marked him, Level 2 Alchemist. It was Liu Guang. "Ah, so you are young Master Chen's friends. I am Liu Guang, please excuse my poor reception." Liu Guang bowed with a gentle smile. Zhang Fei hurried to stand, tea trembling in his hand. Facing a Level 2 alchemist, a steward no less, an immense pressure weighed on him and his heart raced wildly. -243. "Hey, your words are quite serious. I didn't know that young Master Chen had sent these two over. What's the instruction?" Liu Guang was decisive and knew Chen wouldn't summon him without a reason. Having these two come surely indicated something important. Zhang Fei shivered, almost burning his tongue with the tea. He had at first thought Chen sent them because of some friendly connection, but Liu Guang's tone made it plain this was no casual visit. "It's like this." Zhang Fei hurried through the Zhang family's troubles. The alchemy pavilion had cut cooperation, and now the market enforcement team, backed by the Li family, were moving to demolish the Zhang shop. Liu Guang frowned. "What's going on?" He rose and left the VIP room, returning shortly with Wu Zhang, the pavilion's purchasing head. "Master Liu Guang," Wu Zhang bowed. "Explain to me the dealings between the alchemy pavilion and the Zhang family. Why did the pavilion suddenly cut them off?" Liu Guang's voice was cold and authoritative. Wu Zhang stammered and gave a brief account. The Zhangs had supplied about 10% of mid to low-end materials to the pavilion, but those orders had been routed through the Li family. The Li family, he said, controlled roughly half of the pavilion's mid to low procurement. Elder Li Zun, a first-tier alchemist tied to the Li family, had influence that had effectively steered procurement and partnerships. Liu Guang slammed the table once. The cups jumped. "Controlling half our mid-to-low procurement, who gave the Li family power to decide pavilion business? I am Liu Guang. If anyone is abusing the pavilion to suppress others, I will not tolerate it." His eyes promised retribution. Wu Zhang swallowed and could only nod. "Master Li Zun went to the market this morning, possibly to see Master Mu Zun about the Zhang family." Liu Guang's face darkened. He gathered his people. "Both of you come with me. I want to see what Li Zun and Mu Zun are doing in the market." At the center of the royal capital market, a crowd had gathered so thick one could not pass. The Zhang family's shop, small but vital, 70 to 80% of their income, was surrounded by armored enforcement men. The leader, Captain Luo Ling, stood high and imperious. Beside him were Li Tiancheng, head of the Li family, and two first-grade alchemists, Mu Zun and Li Zun. Qin Fen stood with them, smiling thinly, the guest of honor to the show. "Zhang family head, your shop is suspected of selling unqualified medicinal pills," Mu Zun called. "The alchemy pavilion has determined these pills are of unknown origin. According to regulations, the enforcement team will demolish the shop." Zhang Zai protested that all their pills had come from the pavilion. He had no proof and dared not press it. The crowd surged, opinions split, but the presence of the pavilion and the Li family made resistance seem futile. Luo Ling did not need many words. "You have an incense stick's time to move your goods out, otherwise we will smash everything." He raised his hand. Enforcement men advanced. Zhang Zai stepped forward with a few disciples. They were furious, but the law enforcement men pushed the boundary. "If anyone obstructs the enforcement team, they will be imprisoned," Luo Ling warned. "Stand down," a cold voice cut through. People turned to see a young man step from the crowd. He looked familiar, Qin Chen. Qin Chen strode forward without hesitation. Two enforcement men lunged at him. He moved like lightning and kicked. Both men were sent flying, spitting blood. The crowd fell silent. Luo Ling's face went white with rage. "You dare lay a hand on us?" Qin Chen didn't look at Luo Ling, his gaze fixed on Qin Fen beside Li Tiancheng. The smile on Qin Fen's face tightened into something like steel. Qin Chen's memory flashed. He had crippled Qin Fen's cultivation once. He knew why the Qin family might be staging this: revenge, subtle and sharp. This demolition was no mere market regulation. It was a play orchestrated to strike at him through his associates. "Qin Fen," Qin Chen said softly, his eyes cold, "you come here to clean up one of my allies, and you use the Li family and the pavilion to do it. Is this how you settle scores?" Qin Fen's jaw clenched. He had come with the Li family and Mu Zun precisely to make an example. The Qin family's influence could call in favors. Today they had pressed those favors to squeeze Zhang Yunshan, and by extension, to wound Qin Chen through humiliation and loss. Luo Ling found himself uncomfortably aware of the Qin family's weight. He forced a smile and pointed at Qin Chen, his earlier menace returning. "Young Master Qin, this is rebellion. You assaulted market enforcement. You're violating the law. What's wrong with hitting you?" Qin Chen answered coldly. "Whoever dares to touch the Zhang family's shop, I will beat them." His voice carried over the press of bodies. Qin Fen's color hardened. "Qin Chen, I don't understand your motives. I came to watch. This matter is between the Zhang family and the pavilion. The enforcement hall and the alchemy pavilion act according to law. You assaulted market personnel, which probably violates imperial law." Around them, tensions coiled. Li Tiancheng and Li Zun exchanged measured glances. Mu Zun stood like a rock of accusation. The Zhang family trembled between the hammer of official procedure and the anvil of powerful families. Liu Guang pushed through the crowd, eyes burning. He had heard enough about Li Zun's leverage. Half the pavilion's procurement steered to the Li family and seen its consequences. The pavilion had become a club to crush rivals. He would not let it stand. "Li Zun, Mu Zun," Liu Guang said, his voice cutting through the din, "explain yourselves to me. You used pavilion authority to suppress the Zhang family and handed enforcement men the pretext to smash their shop. Who gave you that right?" The market held its breath as the players faced one another. The pavilion's steward, the Li family, the Qin family, the enforcement captain, the besieged Zhangs, and Qin Chen standing between them. The next moves would decide whether a shop would be smashed to pieces, or whether someone would answer for having used the pavilion and the law to settle private scores. 248 Qin Fen knew that since Qin Chen could even injure his elder brother, he was definitely not his match. Today he came not to use force, but to impose sanctions on the Zhang family through administrative means, aiming to indirectly strike at Qin Chen. Looking at it now, this step was indeed the right move. As soon as Qin Chen arrived, without asking for reasons, he dared to beat the law enforcement team members, clearly having found their reverse scale. It was him, Qin Chen from the Qin family, the selected candidate for the Five Nations Grand Competition. At this moment, many around recognized Qin Chen's identity, and the crowd's whispers made the truth spread fast. This was no longer merely a Li Zhang feud, but a conflict with Qin Chen at its center. The Zhang family was bewildered. After all this time, the reason turned out to be Qin Chen. No wonder they couldn't understand it before. "Head, we have never had conflicts with the Li family, so how could we suddenly sever cooperation? It turns out it's because of this Qin Chen that our Zhang family is suffering an undeserved disaster. It's too unfair," a steward muttered. Some urged retreat, fearing the Qin family and the pavilion. Zhang Zai cut them off with fury. "Shut up. Look at you all, just because of a little crisis, you've all become like this. What does our Zhang family rely on to stand tall in the royal capital, to take advantage of others' misfortune? Do you believe that even if we get through this, how will our Zhang family survive? How will others view us? Moreover, if it weren't for young Master Chen, would Zhang Ying be where he is today? I don't care what others do, our Zhang family will never engage in such opportunistic behavior." Many of the younger members, filled with youthful vigor, supported Zhang Zai. "We will act according to young Master Chen's orders." While they argued, Luo Ling and the law enforcement team closed in on Qin Chen. Qin Chen scoffed, disdain written all over his face. "Violating the law? You law enforcement team, indiscriminately demolishing shops. I see that you are the ones who are suspected of violating the law, right? Luo Ling sneered back, citing reports and 2 alchemists from the alchemy pavilion who had declared the Zhang family's pills substandard. Stepping forward, Mu Zun, the steward, declared sanctions and an alchemy pavilion blockade. From now on, he would ban the Zhang family's medicinal materials and pills, and any family doing business with them would face pavilion sanctions. The market went silent for a heartbeat. Everyone knew how decisive such a declaration could be. The Zhang family's rise had depended on the pavilion. This was cutting off their lifeline. Mu Zun's words were meant to intimidate Qin Chen. He threatened to report Qin Chen, ask the royal family to revoke Qin Chen's competition qualification, and even throw him into prison. The crowd stirred, imagining the alchemy pavilion and the Qin family joining to crush Qin Chen. Qin Chen's expression remained calm as he looked at Mu Zun. "Are you done speaking?" The audacity stunned many, then Mu Zun flared. "You little brat, how dare you insult me? Do you think just because you are a genius, the alchemy pavilion cannot sanction you? Just wait, I will report to the higher-ups." Before Mu Zun could finish his threats, a voice cut through the square. "Mu Zun, you bastard, who the hell gave you the power to represent the alchemy pavilion?" A group charged through the crowd. Master Liu Guang strode in. Mu Zun's composure vanished. Slap! A resounding slap sent Mu Zun flying. He lay on the ground like a broken thing. "You dog-like thing, making a scene here, blocking the Zhang family and going after young Master Chen, have you consulted me? You are just a mere external affairs steward. How dare you represent the alchemy pavilion and block young Master Chen? From now on, you are expelled from the alchemy pavilion by me, Liu Guang. Get lost." The entire scene froze. Mu Zun's declaration had been presented as pavilion policy. Liu Guang's violent denunciation showed it was not. The implication was immediate. The demolition and Mu Zun's blockade were politically framed around Qin Chen, not an official pavilion stance. The Li family went pale. Li Zun, the alchemist present, stepped forward, stammering an explanation. Liu Guang cut him off, cold and swift. "Li Zun, you have a 2-year agreement with the alchemy pavilion, right? Chen Mu, immediately terminate the agreement with alchemist Li Zun. From today on, he is no longer a dedicated alchemist of my alchemy pavilion. Review Li Zun's assessment and footage. If any offenses are found, punish him severely." 2 law enforcement hall disciples moved in and hauled Li Zun away. Mu Zun, too, was dragged off. "Qin Shao, quickly help plead for elder Li Zun." Li Tiancheng from the Li family begged Qin Fen, desperate. Qin Fen, who had come to pressure the Zhangs and back the pavilion action, gulped and stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Master Liu Guang, may I ask what mistake elder Li Zun and Mu Zun made?" Liu Guang glanced at him like one would at a bothersome insect. "Impudent, who do you think you are? I'm handling internal affairs of the alchemy pavilion, and you dare to interrupt." Qin Fen tried to parry by introducing himself. "I am the second son of Marquis Anping, Qin Fen," Liu Guang sneered. "Just a waste with severed meridians, you dare to speak before me? Take a look in the mirror, get lost. And second son, I think you're just here to eat shit." Qin Fen's face turned ashen. He had expected to leverage his family, instead he drew contempt. "How dare you stare at me?" With a quick motion, Liu Guang slapped him, and Qin Fen fell, spitting blood onto the ground. The slap was not merely physical. It was a public dismantling of Qin Fen's presumed political leverage, an act that showed Qin Chen had far greater backing than anyone had realized. The enforcement team and Luo Ling retreated, shocked and defeated. The Li family collapsed into silence. Their support in the pavilion had been humiliated and removed in an instant. Liu Guang turned to Qin Chen with a dark face that quickly softened into respect. "Young Master Chen, I just learned of what happened here. I didn't expect such a thing to occur. This matter is all my fault for not managing the alchemy pavilion well, causing you trouble." Qin Chen waved the apology away. "This matter has nothing to do with you. I should thank you for stepping in to help." Zhang Ying and Zhang Fei ran forward. "This is Master Liu Guang from the alchemy pavilion and also a friend of young Master Chen." They introduced him to Zhang Zai. Liu Guang bowed, then addressed the crowd and decisively overturned Mu Zun's sanctions. "What is Mu Zun? What he said was nonsense. The Zhang family's medicinal materials have always been among the best supplied to the alchemy pavilion. How could we sever ties? From now on, as long as it's the Zhang family's medicinal materials, my alchemy pavilion will accept them all, and the prices will be 20% higher than the market price. In addition, we will sever all cooperation with the Li family and blacklist them. Any forces or families engaged in business with the Li family will not receive a single pill or a single medicinal material from my alchemy pavilion." That single decree settled the fates in one stroke. Zhang family rehabilitated and elevated, Li family economically ruined. The crowd reeled, the Zhangs wept with relief and joy, and the Li family fainted in despair. Liu Guang continued briefly but decisively. Besides purchasing your materials at a premium, our alchemy pavilion will establish your Zhang family as a special store. You will be able to obtain any type of medicinal pill from the pavilion for sale without intermediaries. We will also appoint the Zhang family as an external channel for the second-grade special True Qi pill to help promote it abroad. This plan would replace the Li family's market position and open external channels into the other nations. Concise, strategic, and irreversible. The Zhang family's rise had been formalized, the Li family's monopoly was ended. The Zhangs bowed repeatedly. Master Liu Guang, thank you so much. Everyone, please do not be too excited. Liu Guang helped Zhang Zai up. Chen Mu, you will coordinate with the Zhang family. Chen Mu nodded and moved to execute orders. The crowd's shock condensed into a single clear truth. Qin Chen stood protected by powerful alchemy pavilion backing, and those who'd gambled against him had been crushed. Qin Chen prepared to leave. The pavilion master wishes to communicate further with you. Nothing much, just right, I also need to go to the alchemy pavilion. Let's go together. As they stepped out, Qin Chen paused and fixed Ji Zhou and Lian Peng with a look. What are you two doing here? Chen Shao, it has nothing to do with us, we just came to watch the excitement. They protested miserably, having hoped for Qin Chen's downfall. Watching the excitement. I almost forgot that you two still owe me quite a bit of money. Thanks for reminding me. Rest assured, once I finish my matters, I'll go to your family to collect the debt. No need to be in such a hurry. Smiling slightly, Qin Chen left with Liu Guang and the others. Damn! Ji Zhou and Lian Peng were nearly in tears. They had only come to watch the excitement. Now they regretted their luck and cursed the Qin family. How could they have provoked Qin Chen? Did they even have the ability to do so? After Qin Chen and the others left, the farce in the market finally came to an end. The crowd that had been watching gradually dispersed. Only Captain Luo of the law enforcement team and others remained, looking dazed, but no one paid attention to them anymore. Captain, what should we do now? One trembling team member cautiously asked. What else can we do? Let's retreat quickly. Even young Master Qin was beaten. The Li family has already declined, and now the Zhang family is the biggest beneficiary. If we continue to stay, it would be embarrassing. They would never dare to dismantle the Zhang family's shop, even if they were given 10 more guts. A passerby strutted over, but at this moment could only leave in disgrace. Watching Luo Ling and the others depart, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Zai's eyes. If it weren't for young Master Chen stepping in today, the Zhang family's shop would have probably been dismantled for real. Rest assured, Master Liu Guang won't let these law enforcement team people get away easily. A steward who stayed in the market to transfer responsibilities to the Zhang family couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He knew very well what kind of temper Master Liu Guang had. He was definitely someone who despised evil. How could he let this group from the law enforcement team leave safely? There would surely be consequences awaiting them. Imagining the tragic fate that awaited them, the steward couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for them. Back at the alchemy pavilion. Upon receiving the news, Pavilion Master Zio actually personally stood at the door to welcome them. Young Master Chen, long time no see. First, congratulations on obtaining the qualification for the second round of the Five Nations competition. With a charming smile, Zioya's face radiated beauty, giving a strong visual shock. Who is this sister? She's so beautiful. Zhang Ying's eyes lit up, completely entranced, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Lin Tian beside him also felt his spirit shake and was taken aback, secretly amazed. Ha, sister. This little brother is really interesting. Young Master Chen, is this your friend? Zioya chuckled, looking at Zhang Ying. After sensing his cultivation, her eyes sparkled. Oh, this little brother seems exceptionally gifted. At such a young age, he is already a late-stage Earth-level expert. Truly impressive. This sister, what more needs to be said? I, Zhang Ying, am a top genius among the best. If it weren't for not being able to participate in this Five Nations competition, the runner-up would definitely be mine. Zhang Ying boasted shamelessly, showing no embarrassment in front of everyone. Runner-up, Zioya's eyes widened. The others also looked on in confusion. Why runner-up? Ahem. Zhang Ying cleared his throat and scratched his head, grinning. The champion will definitely be young Master Chen's. As for me, being the runner-up is more than enough. Everyone burst into laughter, looking at Qin Chen, finding Zhang Ying quite the character. Master Zio, this is Zhang Ying, and this is Lin Tian. They are both my friends. Qin Chen introduced with a smile. Master, this time, it was Zhang Ying and Lin Tian's turn to be shocked. They didn't expect such a beautiful woman to be the master of the alchemy pavilion. Moreover, she was so familiar with young Master Chen, he was simply too impressive. No wonder the alchemy pavilion had been so supportive of the Zhang family earlier. However, recalling that he had just flirted with her, cold sweat suddenly broke out on Zhang Ying's back. The Zhang family had just established a relationship with the Alchemy Pavilion. If she got angry and severed their cooperation, his father would surely break his legs. Master Zio, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Haha, I didn't mean any offense. Please don't take it to heart. Zhang Ying's legs felt weak as he spoke with a gloomy face. Don't worry, I will be very concerned. Zioya smirked, her gaze passing over Zhang Ying and Lin Tian, both of whom were secretly astonished. Her insight was terrifying. How could she not see the peculiarity of Zhang Ying and Lin Tian? These two not only were young, having reached the late-stage Earth level, but also exuded an extraordinary aura that was quite fearsome. Even she, a mystic-level martial artist, felt it was out of the ordinary. What cultivation method are the two of them practicing? Zioya felt shocked in her heart, looking toward Qin Chen. She could guess that their incredible prowess was definitely related to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Ying had completely wilted, his expression almost crying, regretting his rashness in flirting with the master of the Alchemy Pavilion. However, upon reflection, even if she wasn't the master, she was still young Master Chen's woman. Was he someone he could flirt with? Young Master Chen, you have to help me. I won't dare to flirt with your woman again in the future. Taking small steps to Qin Chen's side, Zhang Ying whispered into Qin Chen's ear. He thought his voice was very low, but with Zioya's cultivation and mental strength, she clearly heard Zhang Ying's words. What did you say, little brat? Her phoenix eyes widened, a murderous aura surrounding her. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Zhang Ying shivered, suddenly feeling the surrounding air grow cold. Qin Chen also had a dark expression. Bang, he directly gave Zhang Ying a whack on the head. What does his woman mean? How rude. He and Zioya have a very pure relationship, okay. After some exchanges, everyone entered the Alchemy Pavilion's interior. From Liu Guang, Zioya learned the ins and outs of the matter. Liu Guang, this matter will be up to you to handle. The Zhang family, being our Alchemy Pavilion's special shop, cannot be bullied like this, especially that Sifeng Institute, who is far too arrogant. Do they think our Alchemy Pavilion's shop can be dismantled at will? Her expression darkened as Zioya said coldly. Yes, Pavilion Master. Liu Guang nodded and frowned. I remember that most of the medicinal pills from Sifeng Institute are in cooperation with our Alchemy Pavilion. I will immediately suspend all cooperation with them and demand an explanation for today's events. In the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, the medicinal pills needed by some official organizations, such as the City Guard, Imperial Guard, and even the Royal Army, were mostly procured from the Alchemy Pavilion. It could be said that the Alchemy Pavilion almost monopolized the majority of the official medicinal projects in the Great Qi Kingdom. This was also one of the reasons why the Alchemy Pavilion, the Armory Pavilion, the Bloodline Sacred Land, and other top forces in the continent could hold immense power in various places. Any country that wanted to grow could not do without the support of these forces. Young Master Chen, I heard from Liu Guang that you came to the Alchemy Pavilion for something. May I ask what it is? After dealing with the Zhang family issue, Zioya asked again. I plan to refine some medicinal liquids. Medicinal liquids? Yes, these materials. Please have the Alchemy Pavilion help me collect them, and the required expenses can be deducted from the share of the true Qi pill. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zioya. What medicinal liquids? Receiving the recipe, Zioya looked down. Hiss! Upon seeing it, she immediately inhaled a breath of cold air, her expression one of shock. Tianjing Sha Po Luo Yi, Zhu Wen Zhu Guo. These are all fourth-tier spirit herbs. Zioya's body trembled violently. In the prescription that Qin Chen provided, there were more than 10 types of medicinal materials listed, among which the lowest one was a third-tier spirit herb, with many materials reaching as high as fourth tier, which left Zioya unable to contain her shock. One must know that every type of pill or potion has a distinction between main materials and secondary materials. Among them, the main material is the most critical material that determines the grade of the pill. Generally speaking, in a pill formula, having 2 or more fourth-tier materials is often enough to qualify it as a fourth-grade pill. Now, this prescription contained no less than 5 or 6 fourth-tier spirit herbs, which undoubtedly indicates that it is a pill of fourth tier or above, and it is one of the more powerful fourth-tier pills. Young Master, what are you planning to refine? In disbelief, Zioya couldn't help but look over. Although she had once refined 3 types of third-grade pills simultaneously with Qin Chen's help, fourth-grade pills are entirely different from third-grade pills. Third grade is still within the realm of low-grade pills, but once it surpasses to fourth grade, it enters the realm of middle-grade pills, and the gap between them is not something that can be described in mere terms. Previously, she was able to refine 3 types of third-grade pills because she herself was a third-grade alchemist. However, fourth-grade pills could leave her racking her brains and might not necessarily be able to refine them. That was a realm she had always dreamed of achieving, but for so many years she had been unable to succeed, which shows just how high the difficulty is. You just collect the materials and you'll know. Okay. Nodding, Xiaoya did not ask further. Although she hadn't interacted with Qin Chen for long, she knew this young man was very composed and never undertook tasks he wasn't sure of. His actions must have their own reasons. Thinking of this, Xiaoya suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She had been speculating that there was a powerful figure behind Qin Chen. Could it be that she was going to meet the powerful figure behind him this time? Liu Guang immediately used the resources of my alchemy pavilion to gather all the medicinal materials within half an hour. Handing the prescription to Liu Guang, Xiaoya instructed. Yes, Pavilion Master. Receiving the prescription, Liu Guang quickly left. Young Master, are you collecting these medicinal materials to prepare for our baptism? On the side, Zhang Ying and Lin Tian couldn't help but ask upon seeing this scene. Before leaving, Qin Chen had explicitly stated that he would bring them to undergo the baptism of the blood spirit pool. But now, he had brought them to the alchemy pavilion to collect materials. The two thought long and hard. Aside from preparing the potion for their baptism, they couldn't think of any other possibilities. However, the blood spirit pool is located within the Demon Ancestor mountain range, guarded by the 5 great powers, and only opens once every 5 years. What method does Qin Chen have to let them undergo the baptism? Just relying on these spirit herbs? The two couldn't help but shake their heads. If it were that easy, the blood spirit pool wouldn't have become such an important treasure coveted by all the countries in the Northwest. Baptism? On the opposite side, Xiaoya raised her eyebrows upon hearing the three's conversation, but she did not ask further. The 4 of them began discussing Qin Chen's initial test process in this 5-nation grand competition, as well as the situation regarding the special effect True Qi pills being released. In just half a month, the issuance of the special effect True Qi pill had already stirred up quite a commotion in the Great Qi Kingdom. The entire market was experiencing a shortage in supply and demand. Major forces sent people every day to the alchemy pavilion seeking pills, with the influx of people nearly breaking down the doors of the pavilion. Even the royal family sent people to the alchemy pavilion, seeking to cooperate and purchase the special effect True Qi pills. To this, Xiaoya did not relent. After all, the current production capacity of the special effect True Qi pill had not yet reached its maximum. Rushing to expand the market might not be a good thing. Xiaoya's plan was to wait until the production capacity was truly stabilized and the market demand was thoroughly understood before fully entering the market to maximize benefits. At the same time, through this attempt at sale, she also felt the terrifying energy of the special effect True Qi pill. She knew that once this pill was fully released, it would likely break the existing system of the pill market in the Great Qi Kingdom in a short time. In fact, in the not-so-distant future, they might directly burst out of the Great Qi Kingdom and invade other markets of the 5 nations in the Northwest, monopolizing the markets of all major countries. Such a matter was extremely important and could even trigger turmoil in the entire Northwest market, leading to shifts in national power. Therefore, throughout this process, Xiaoya was very cautious and meticulous. Pavilion Master, young master, these decisions are all internal to your alchemy pavilion. I definitely won't interfere, you can just proceed. Regarding Xiaoya's explanation, Qin Chen nodded. He handed the prescription to the alchemy pavilion to let them fully manage it. As for other matters, he would not interfere. On the side, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were completely dumbfounded. So it turns out that the special effect True Qi pill that had been making waves in the market recently came from young Master Chen's prescription. My goodness! The two felt dizzy and were about to go crazy. Just how many things does young Master Chen have that they do not know about? The two had considered themselves to be Qin Chen's closest friends, but the longer they spent with him, the more they felt that Qin Chen was unfathomable. It was as if he were a deep pool. No matter how hard one looked, one could not see the bottom. What impressed Zhang Ying the most was still Qin Chen's charm with women. Just like back in the bloodline sacred land, where he was accompanied by a maid, and now the pavilion master of the alchemy pavilion was also his acquaintance, along with Princess Ling Shan, and so on. Why did it feel like all the beauties on this continent had a connection with young Master Chen? Pavilion Master, young master, all the medicinal materials are ready and have been placed in the Pavilion Master's refining room. In less than half an hour, Liu Guang walked in. Young master, let's go over. Xiaoya stood up. Qin Chen also stood up, feeling quite amazed. The speed at which the alchemy pavilion sourced the materials was indeed fast. In that prescription, there were 2 medicinal materials that could be considered relatively rare. If he were to gather them himself, it might take months to find them. But the alchemy pavilion used its connections and gathered them in less than half an hour. It was incredibly convenient. Zhang Ying, Lin Tian, you two stay here for a while, I'll come find you later. Since Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were not alchemists, Qin Chen did not let them enter the refining room. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to help and would instead disrupt the refining process. Young master, I'll send someone to take them around, Liu Guang suggested from the side. No need, young master, you all go ahead. We can look around by ourselves. Zhang Ying smiled. To them, the Alchemy Pavilion was a legendary sacred place. It was a rare opportunity to visit, so naturally, they wanted to seize it and enjoy it themselves, rather than being accompanied by the people of the pavilion. That would be too dull. All right, Qin Chen nodded, seeing Liu Guang's hopeful gaze, smiling at him. Master Liu Guang, you come along too. Thank you, young Master Chen. I'll help you and the pavilion master, Liu Guang exclaimed, his face filled with ecstasy. The last time he accompanied Qin Chen in refining medicine, he gained immense benefits. After returning, he contemplated for a long time, and his alchemical skills had experienced remarkable improvement. With such a great opportunity again, how could he think of missing it? He wanted to join even if it meant risking his life. He even felt that after listening to young Master Chen's teachings a few more times, breaking through to a third-rank alchemist would be just around the corner. Hearing Liu Guang's excited voice, Zhang Ying and Lin Tian, who had just walked to the door, staggered and almost fell. They widened their eyes in shock. What? Helping young Master Chen, and so excited about it. Big brother, you're a second-rank alchemist? Just showing that off makes you a big deal in the entire royal capital, and you're also a deacon of the Alchemy Pavilion. When you step outside, even the major lords of the kingdom would call you master. How can you be refining alongside young Master Chen, as if you found a huge bargain, jumping up in excitement? The two couldn't help but feel dizzy. Is this Liu Guang a masochist? I didn't notice it before. In the refining room. Young Master Chen, where is your master? Seeing Qin Chen come in and directly prepare to handle the medicinal materials, Zioya couldn't help but ask. Master? What master? Qin Chen replied suspiciously. This refining process isn't being handled by your master? Blinking her eyes, Zioya felt a bit dizzy, a bad thought rising in her heart. Oh! Qin Chen, being very clever, immediately understood Zioya's confusion and smiled. This time it's still you helping me refine. Sure enough. Her guess was confirmed and Zioya's lips twitched. She almost cried. Young Master Chen, these are all fourth-rank medicinal materials. Are you sure you want me to refine them? What's wrong with fourth-rank medicinal materials? Qin Chen was puzzled. Didn't you succeed in refining last time? She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Zioya wished she could slap Qin Chen to death. The last time she succeeded was because she was refining a third-rank pill, but this time it was fourth-rank materials. The two are simply not comparable. Don't worry, just like last time, I will guide you from the side. You just need to follow my instructions. Seeing Zioya still hesitating, Qin Chen immediately comforted her. Her mind went blank, she almost fainted. This isn't about guidance. It's about the potent medicinal properties contained within the fourth-rank materials. As a third-rank alchemist, she might not even have the ability to extract the effects from the fourth-rank materials, let alone refine them. What good would guidance do? For a moment, Zioya nearly went crazy. If it weren't for her success last time, she probably would have turned and left by now. Taking a deep breath, Zioya's chest heaved up and down. Don't worry, if there are any problems, I won't blame you, but you must guarantee to follow my steps, Qin Chen said helplessly. All right, gritting her teeth, Zioya nodded. Since Qin Chen said so, what else could she say? However, although she agreed, she looked at Qin Chen with a foolish expression. Her eyes clearly conveyed the message that if they failed in refining later, don't blame them. Young Master Chen, you must tell us what we are going to refine, right? Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Zioya asked. Liu Guang nearby also looked over curiously. We're refining blood spirit pool liquid for Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, so they can also receive a baptism from the blood spirit pool. Blood spirit pool liquid. For a baptism, the two were stunned. You can refine blood spirit pool liquid with just these medicinal materials. They couldn't comprehend at all. The blood spirit pool is located in the 5 northern countries. Zioya had studied it before. The liquid contains a special energy, but it's hard to preserve. Once the blood spirit pool liquid is taken out, it quickly loses its vitality and becomes ordinary liquid that cannot be preserved. Of course, these alone won't do. There's this material. With a slight flash of the spatial ring, a spirit essence crystal was taken out by Qin Chen. This is... Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the spirit essence crystal, both Zioya and Liu Guang's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing their shock. Could this crystal be the blood spirit crystal obtained from the blood spirit pool? Their eyes widened in astonishment. That's right. Upon hearing Qin Chen's affirmative answer, Zioya's body shook greatly, her face filled with horror. This blood spirit crystal was obtained from the blood spirit pool liquid and can be used as the main material to refine the blood spirit liquid. Qin Chen explained. Stunned, Xiaoya looked at Qin Chen with astonishment. The blood spirit pool, located in the 5 northern countries, has been researched by countless powerful figures in the northwest. In the end, they reached a unified conclusion. Deep within the blood spirit pool, there must be a crystalline material that serves as the source of the blood spirit pool's energy. The top experts of the 5 northern countries had attempted to search for and study it. However, the blood spirit pool is very peculiar. Any human-level martial artist entering it cannot gain any benefit and instead triggers their true power, leading to instant death. This prevented human-level experts from entering. Although heaven-level experts could enter, research showed that the blood spirit crystal must be located in the core area of the blood spirit pool's depths. The concentration of the blood spirit pool there is extremely high. Even the strongest heaven-level experts cannot reach that place. After several explorations, major forces abandoned the thought of searching for the blood spirit crystal. But who would have thought that Qin Chen would actually take out the blood spirit crystal now? You've gone to the deepest part of the blood spirit pool. Unable to help herself, Xiaoya blurted out. About that, Qin Chen casually replied, but the corrosive power of the blood spirit liquid. Oh, it's somewhat intense, but it's not that strong, just bear with it. Not that strong? Her body swayed. Xiaoya wished she could slap Qin Chen. Could he stop showing off? Can't he just talk properly? When he says it's not that strong, that's a level no one has reached in nearly 100 years since the discovery of the blood spirit pool. The farthest anyone has gone is to a place with 2 or 3 times the concentration. According to measurements, the deepest area has at least 10 times the concentration. And he casually says it's not that strong, just bear with it. Does he think other geniuses are trash? Looking Qin Chen up and down, Xiaoya was shocked. How terrifying must this guy's physical strength be to reach the deepest part of the blood spirit pool? At this moment, Xiaoya felt an unprecedented curiosity towards Qin Chen. All right, let's not waste time, let's begin refining. Qin Chen, unaware of Xiaoya's shock, directly interrupted her speculation. The refining of the blood spirit liquid takes a long time. He had no time to waste here. Boom! Under Qin Chen's guidance, Xiaoya and Liu Guang immediately ignited the formation fire and began refining the blood spirit liquid. 256. Qin family. Bang, the alchemy pavilion has gone too far this time, actually laying hands on my son. Do they really think no one can deal with him? The teacup in Zhao Feng's hand shattered with a loud crash, her face filled with anger. In front of her, Qin Fen had half a swollen face, looking aggrieved. That Liu Guang, are you certain he is from the alchemy pavilion? Zhao Feng asked with a gloomy expression. Reporting to Mother, I later investigated, and that Liu Guang is indeed a steward from the alchemy pavilion, Qin Fen said in frustration. He knew that he had taken a beating this time, and it was for nothing. When did this little brat, Qin Chen, even get involved with the alchemy pavilion? With a dark look, Zhao Feng found it hard to believe. I also found out something else, Qin Fen said hesitantly. There was indeed a boy named Qin Chen who recently passed the first-tier alchemist assessment at the alchemy pavilion, and Liu Guang was the chief examiner. A first-tier alchemist. At 15, Zhao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, but the facts were undeniable. Grinding her teeth, Zhao Feng was seething with anger. It seems I need to think of another way. The Li family is useless. Leave it to me, the people sent by your grandfather are already on the way to the royal capital. Whether it's Qin Chen or that useless Qin Yueqi, they both have to die, Zhao Feng vowed coldly. In the royal capital, at the Drunken Fragrance building, Luo Ling was drinking heartily with several members of the enforcement team, eating meat in large chunks. Captain, do you think there will be any problems with today's incident? They were anxious. The alchemy pavilion had intervened and beaten up the Qin family's son. It targeted not just the Qin family but the enforcement officers who acted with them. Fearful, yet arrogant, Luo Ling waved his hand. My brother-in-law, LV Yang, is the head of the department in the royal capital. He has considerable connections and will protect us. You guys just follow me and rest assured. He and his team relaxed, thinking as long as LV Yang was around, they were safe. At the Spring Moon building, LV Yang lounged at ease until an attendant burst in. Director LV, something bad has happened. He flung the door open, and LV Yang hurriedly dressed, his calm gone. It's the alchemy pavilion, they're ending cooperation with our office, the attendant stammered, handing over a notice sealed by the alchemy pavilion's internal affairs hall. Seeing the seal, LV Yang's face went pale and he fainted. Word of LV Yang fainting in Chun Yue Tower caused a brief commotion among the madams, but after slapdash revival efforts he came to, hurried back to the Office of Management in a panic. If the Alchemy Pavilion cancels cooperation with our office, this is huge, LV Yang fretted. The marketplace depends on such ties. This is a political arrangement backed by the royal family and top powers. If they are displeased with us, my position could vanish overnight. Back at the office, LV Yang barked at his deputies, then slammed the Alchemy Pavilion's notice onto the table. The tone and seal left no doubt this was a unified decision from the pavilion's higher-ups. They quickly learned what had happened. One of the office's enforcement teams had dismantled a special shop belonging to the Alchemy Pavilion during an operation tied to the Qin family. The team leader was LV Yang's distant nephew, Luo Ling. This was far worse than a mere scuffle. It was a direct affront to the Alchemy Pavilion. Luo Ling and his team had vanished. Mobilize everyone, find them, dead or alive. They searched the city. Half a day later, they learned the men had been drinking in the west at a brothel and were carried back half-drunk. LV Yang was furious, slapping and berating them until they woke and stammered the story, blaming Qin Fen and the Qin family. Qin family's young master. Do you have any idea who the pavilion answers to? LV Yang roared, kicking and beating them until their teeth chattered. The deputies pressed. What now? All night they plotted damage control. The safest route was to find someone within the Alchemy Pavilion to probe. Early next morning, Director Wu arranged a banquet and invited a first-grade alchemist named Jia Feng, a man who oversaw high-level medicinal materials and knew the pavilion's inner workings. Wu pleaded, apologizing for the office's blunder and begging Jia Feng to intercede. Jia Feng shook his head. This wasn't a simple matter. It wasn't merely the steward Liu Guang. They had the pavilion master's attention, he said solemnly. The pavilion master personally ordered the suspension. The deputies were stunned. The pavilion master? That meant the matter was politically grave. Jia Feng added another revelation. The core of the issue was a young man named Qin Chen. Qin Chen, the illegitimate son expelled by the Qin family who had caused a stir in the capital. Director Wu's mind raced. Jia Feng confirmed. Qin Chen is a first-grade alchemist at the Alchemy Pavilion. Liu Guang had been shocked at his assessment, and Qin Chen had even proposed business directly to the pavilion master. After that, the Alchemy Pavilion launched the second-grade special chi pill business that swept the market. Director Wu nearly collapsed at the implications. If Qin Chen was directly tied to the pavilion master and to such lucrative trade, then the pavilion's ruthless suppression of the office made sense. This was beyond spare apologies. The office had offended interests backed by the pavilion master herself. Jia Feng warned discretion. This information was not to leave the room. He added one last crucial piece. Qin Chen had remained in the pavilion master's refining room since returning from the market and was still there, personally accompanied by the pavilion master and Liu Guang for a full day and night. Wu Su left in a whirl, clutching the gravity of the situation. At the office, he expected frantic activity, but found a surprising calm, some deputies packing to go home as if nothing had happened. What time is it now? The guild office is facing a major crisis. How can there be no sense of urgency at all? Director Wu, you're back. Just in time, you should head back and rest early. There's nothing much left to do here. The few deputy directors in the conference room smiled as they saw Wu Su. No matter. Has the Alchemy Pavilion lifted the ban on our branch? Wu Su was astonished. That shouldn't be the case. If the Alchemy Pavilion were to lift the ban, Jia Feng wouldn't be unaware, nor would he fail to inform you. That's not the case. Director Liu Yang used his connections to find someone, and now they have gone to the Alchemy Pavilion to plead our case. It shouldn't be a problem. Found someone? Who? Wu Su furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask. From Jia Feng's words, he had understood the whole situation and naturally knew the key was related to Qin Chen. If that's the case, if Director Liu Yang didn't find the right person, it might not be effective. Director Liu found Prince Qi of the royal family, and also Master Duan Yue from the bloodline Holy Land. With their identities, along with some connections with Master Liu Guang, lifting the ban shouldn't be an issue. Indeed, Prince Qi is a prince of the Great Qi Kingdom, the brother of His Majesty, while Master Duan Yue is a first-tier bloodline master from the bloodline Holy Land and holds a respected position there. With both of them intervening, the Alchemy Pavilion would have no reason to refuse. The deputy directors all smiled and looked relaxed. After worrying all night, knowing that the situation could be resolved lifted a heavy stone from their hearts. Wu Su's face flushed red as the implications dawned on him. Prince Qi, Master Duan Yue, what on earth is Liu Yang doing? He roared. The others looked over, startled. Wu Su always acted cautiously. His sudden panic made them uneasy. Do you know who we offended this time? How dare Liu Yang bring people to plead? Does he have a pig's brain? Were we not offending Master Liu Guang from the Alchemy Pavilion? The deputy directors looked at each other, confused. It's not just Master Liu Guang, Wu Su spat. That was an order from the head of the Alchemy Pavilion himself. This is a different matter. He barked orders to fetch Luo Ling and the rest. Within moments, branch personnel moved to retrieve the law enforcement teams who had been sent home exhausted, binding and escorting them off to the Alchemy Pavilion. At Luo Ling's home, he was dragged out mid-sleep, dazed and hurt, the rest of his team following similar fates as they were hurried along different routes toward the pavilion. Outside the Alchemy Pavilion, Lu Yang, Prince Qi, and Master Duanyue had already arrived. "Brother Lu, just rest assured, the ban from the Alchemy Pavilion is nothing. Today's matter is on us," Master Duanyue said, his tone proud and confident. Duanyue came from the bloodline's sacred land and naturally carried an air of superiority. In the Tianwu continent, the bloodline's sacred land ranked above most forces. That gave him boldness even before walking into the pavilion. He with Master Duanyue here, how could ILV worry? Surely the Alchemy Pavilion wouldn't dare to ignore Master Duanyue's face. LV Yang laughed. Moreover, there is also Prince Qi here. Prince Qi is a royal of our great Qi nation. No matter how strong the Alchemy Pavilion is, it still has to consider the face of the great Qi royal family, LV Yang added. LV Yang, you're just flattering this king. I'm not that important for the Alchemy Pavilion to regard me. Of course, if it's just a matter of giving some face, I believe the Alchemy Pavilion wouldn't refuse, Prince Qi replied with a light smile, then his eyes flashed with a hint of lust. By the way, Director LV, it's been a while since I've seen your lovely wife. Once this matter is settled, why don't we invite her over for a meal? Since our last parting, I've really missed her. Rest assured, Prince. As long as this matter is settled today, I will personally bring my wife to visit your residence. It would also allow my wife to spend a night at the royal mansion and experience its grandeur, LV Yang laughed. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. They entered the Alchemy Pavilion together. May I ask, esteemed guests, is there anything you need help with? A charming voice met them. Unyielding, the service staff, stepped forward in her tight white uniform. Seeing three well-dressed men with obvious high status, she hurried to greet them. Prince Qi's eyes lit up. He reached out as if to touch her face. Unyielding stumbled in her haste to report, and before LV Yang could check him, Prince Qi wrapped an arm around her and pinched her buttocks. "Ah!" Unyielding turned pale, frightened, but dared not shout. Prince Qi grinned and pressed closer a moment longer, then released her as LV Yang cleared his throat. "Miss, there's no need to be nervous. This king is Zhao Kerui, the prince of the great Qi nation. This is Master Duanyue from the Bloodline Holy Land and Director LV Yang from the Artifact Hall. We have urgent matters to discuss with Master Liu Guang, so please notify him." Unyielding, shocked to learn whom she'd affronted, hurried to inform a manager. A manager appeared and after sizing up the three said carefully, "I'm really sorry, but Master Liu Guang is currently tied up with an important matter. If you don't mind, you can come again next time." Prince Qi bristled. "Do you know who we are? I am Prince Qi," the manager held firm. "Master Liu Guang is in the refining room and cannot be disturbed at all. He has been refining since yesterday. Disturbing him could bring serious consequences." Duanyue frowned but listened. The manager's expression left little room to doubt the truth. "Then we'll wait here," Duanyue said. They found a corner and sat, casting glances at the attendants when waiting aloud. Prince Qi sneered at the ostentation, but the three agreed to bide their time for Lu Yang's sake. Inside the refining room, the door finally opened. Qin Chen stepped out, followed by Zhao Ye and Liu Guang. "Mr. Qin, you're leaving already?" Zhao Ye asked, her demeanor altered by the night's events, an otherworldly grace about her. Since the blood spirit pool liquid has been successfully refined, and Zhang Ying and Lin Tian have entered the right state, my task is complete. Why stay here any longer? Qin Chen smiled. Last night, under Qin Chen's guidance, Zhao Ye and Liu Guang had refined the blood spirit pool liquid. It was dangerous. Qin Chen had personally overseen Zhang Ying and Lin Tian absorbing it. Now that the two had stabilized, Qin Chen felt at ease. Zhao Ye and Liu Guang both bore the marks of a night's labor, their clothes stained, their auras transformed. Zhao Ye was especially stunned by the breakthrough she had experienced. What had been years of blocked progress had suddenly opened into comprehension of the alchemy Tao. She felt she could now approach fourth-tier refining. Liu Guang, after the same night, also felt his understanding leap forward, even tasting the impulse to break into a higher tier. "You guys!" Qin Chen was embarrassed by their deference, urging them to change before walking into the hall. "Master, Mr. Qin, let me see you off too," Liu Guang said respectfully. Outside, the hall buzzed. Prince Qi and the others had been watching the attendants and growing restless. The service staff in this alchemy pavilion is really quite good," Prince Qi murmured, eyeing the women. Qin Chen, having seen Xiao Ye and Liu Guang's breakthroughs and ensured Zhang Ying and Lin Tian were baptized by the blood spirit pool liquid, stepped out and prepared to leave. His work had borne fruit, 2 students stabilized and 2 others baptized, Xiao Ye and Liu Guang enlightened. As Qin Chen moved through the pavilion, the waiting trio's attention snapped. Prince Chi's gaze froze. Why is that kid here?" A young man walked out from the alchemy pavilion, his handsome appearance making it clear that it was none other than Qin Chen. "Prince Qi, do you know this guy?" Seeing Zhao Qirui's cold expression, Lu Yang couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Humph, of course I know him, and very well too." With a gloomy face, Zhao Qirui gritted his teeth as his eyes grew colder. Recalling the day when Qin Chen had threatened him at the Qin family, an unnamed fury ignited within him, burning fiercely. As a dignified prince of the great Qi kingdom, being threatened by a little brat was a humiliation that was unimaginable and unprecedented. Moreover, if it weren't for Qin Chen's interference, Qin Yue Kai would probably have fallen into his hands by now, becoming his subordinate. Thinking of Qin Yue Kai's stunning beauty, Zhao Qirui felt a surge of heat rising in his heart, as if a fire were burning in his lower abdomen. His gaze instantly became even colder. With a thought, Zhao Qirui took 2 steps forward and immediately blocked Qin Chen's path, sneering, "Brat, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you." For the past few days, he had been feeling suffocated and unable to vent his frustrations, and he couldn't help but want to teach Qin Chen a lesson. On the opposite side, Qin Chen initially didn't notice Zhao Qirui and the others. His mind was entirely focused on the tasks he was about to undertake. Now, he had already broken through to the heaven level, and all his attributes had increased to an astonishing level. However, he was well aware that with just this, wanting to seek revenge on Feng Xiaoyu and the others was simply a dream. Furthermore, the rapid breakthrough was merely because his foundation was solid. In the future, each level of advancement would require a massive amount of time and treasures, which was impossible to achieve while stuck in the mere Great Qi Kingdom. Therefore, he was also sketching out his next goals and plans. Having lived another life, Qin Chen's greatest advantage was the ability to remap his life. He could completely abandon the detours and old paths taken in his previous life and choose a lighter and more powerful new path. As he pondered this, a figure suddenly blocked his way, accompanied by a cold shout. Looking up, he saw Zhao Qirui standing right in front of him. "Zhao Qirui?" With a frown, Qin Chen's expression turned displeased. "What do you want by blocking me? Do I need you to manage my business here?" Feeling perplexed, Qin Chen thought that he hadn't even sought trouble with Zhao Qirui, yet he was already coming to bother him. Did he really think that just because he was a prince of the great Qi Kingdom, Qin Chen wouldn't dare to make a move against him? "Brat, how dare you speak like that? Calling out Prince Qi's name so directly, do you want to die?" Having already seen that Qin Chen and Prince Qi were at odds, Lu Yang couldn't help but step forward to scold him before Prince Qi could even speak. Such a great opportunity to flatter, and yet he wasn't making good use of it. "What a waste, and who are you?" Qin Chen frowned. "I am Lu Yang, the director of the Department of Workshops." Proudly raising his head, Lu Yang looked down at Qin Chen. "Brat, seeing that you are so young, I won't be too harsh on you. I advise you to apologize properly to Prince Qi, otherwise, heh." With a cold laugh, Lu Yang's expression turned icy. "Otherwise what?" Qin Chen sneered, glancing sideways at Lu Yang. "Director of the Department of Workshops, hasn't your department had enough trouble from yesterday, and yet you dare to make a scene at the Alchemy Pavilion?" Glancing at Zhao Qirui, Qin Chen's heart stirred as he suddenly realized that perhaps Lu Yang wanted to use Zhao Qirui to negotiate peace with the Alchemy Pavilion. He couldn't help but smirk. What gave Lu Yang the confidence to think that the Alchemy Pavilion would give him face because of Zhao Qirui? "Brat, what kind of eyes are you making?" The disdain and contempt in Qin Chen's gaze drove Lu Yang into a rage. "I don't have time to chat with you. I have matters to attend to, so get out of my way." With a glum face, Qin Chen was too lazy to deal with Lu Yang and let out a low growl. "Brat, you think you can just leave after offending someone? It's not that easy." Lu Yang stretched out his chubby hand to grab Qin Chen by the neck. Slap! However, just as his hand reached out toward Qin Chen, a phantom flashed by, and Qin Chen raised his right hand, fiercely slapping away Lu Yang's hand. A sharp pain shot through Lu Yang, causing him to howl in agony. Looking down, he saw that his palm was already swollen and red. "I'll say it again, get lost." Coldly staring at Lu Yang, Qin Chen's eyes shone with icy coldness. Hiss! Lu Yang felt a wave of coldness envelop him. His body trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, sensing fear at a mental level. Stumbling back 2 steps, cold sweat drenched his back. But suddenly recalling the location they were in, Lu Yang forced himself to stop. His face flushed, his expression filled with immense anger. How could a dignified director of the Department of Workshops be frightened back by a mere young man? If Prince Qi and Master Duanyue saw this, he would have no face left. "Brat, you're asking for death!" With an explosive roar, Liu Yang was about to pounce on Qin Chen. With a flash of fierce light in his eyes, Qin Chen's heart cooled. If Liu Yang dared to attack, he wouldn't mind teaching him what regret truly meant. "Director Liu, stop!" At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, and a figure rushed in from the hall, hastily blocking Liu Yang. It was none other than Wu Su, the first deputy director of the Department of Workshops. "Wu Su, what are you doing here?" Blocked by Wu Su, Liu Yang frowned, clearly unhappy. "Director Liu, why are you causing trouble at the Alchemy Pavilion at a time like this?" With a bitter smile, Wu Su looked exasperated. Currently, the Department of Workshops was in crisis, yet Liu Yang had come to the Alchemy Pavilion to plead for mercy and ended up causing conflict again. What kind of place was the Alchemy Pavilion? Was it a place for you to shout and scream? If you angered the alchemists here, things could become even worse. "This young brother, I am Wu Su, Deputy Director of the Department of Workshops. I don't know what conflict Director Liu had with you, but it's all our department's fault. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." With a respectful bow, Wu Su spoke politely. "If there's nothing else, you can leave. I sincerely apologize." Bowing deeply, Wu Su's attitude was sincere. He was uncertain of Qin Chen's identity, but in times like this, it was better to avoid trouble. "Wu Su, what's wrong with you?" With a frown, Liu Yang was displeased. What was Wu Su implying? Was he the director of the Department of Workshops, or was Wu Su? Interesting. "Director Liu, it seems that the one in charge of the Department of Workshops is not you." With a cold gaze, Prince Qi also mocked from the side. "This!" After hearing Prince Qi's words, Liu Yang was infuriated. It was all Wu Su's fault for messing things up. Did he not see that Prince Qi was already upset? Did he know how much effort he had expended to get him here last night? "Wu Su, get out of the way. You have no business here." After cursing at Wu Su, Liu Yang turned to block Qin Chen again. "Brat, you really think you can leave? I'll tell you the truth. If you don't kneel down and apologize to Prince Qi today, you won't be going anywhere." With his hands on his hips, Liu Yang wore an arrogant expression. "Are you serious?" Narrowing his eyes, Qin Chen looked at Liu Yang. "Who the hell is joking with you?" Because of the incident where the Alchemy Pavilion had blocked the Sifeng Institute, Liu Yang had been holding back his anger, and at this moment he couldn't help but vent it. "Since that's the case, then I won't leave. I want to see what you're planning to do." With his arms crossed, Qin Chen suddenly lost the desire to leave, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Does Liu Yang really think that the Alchemy Pavilion is his Sifeng Institute, that just by having Zhao Kurui as an ally he can act arrogantly? "You little brat seeking death!" Liu Yang was furious. How could he tolerate being looked down upon by a mere teenager? Stepping forward, he was about to make a move. Wu Su hurriedly stepped in to stop him, saying anxiously, "Director Liu, we have to handle this matter carefully." "Get lost!" With a kick to Wu Su's stomach, Wu Su was caught off guard and immediately sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Pointing at Wu Su, Liu Yang yelled, "Wu Su, listen clearly. I am the director of the Sifeng Institute. You are just a deputy director. Don't King point fingers at me." With that kick, Liu Yang felt a great sense of satisfaction. Wu Su had never respected him, and now he was actually pointing fingers in front of Prince Qi and Master Duanyue, which was absolutely disrespectful. If he didn't teach him a lesson, would he think the Sifeng Institute belonged to him? If this continued, he might as well climb over his head. Clap, clap, clap! On the side, Zhao Kurui clapped his hands, smiling. "Director Liu is imposing. It should have been like this long ago." Duanyue also nodded, looking at Wu Su with disdain. "In the bloodline's sacred land, which apprentice would dare speak to me like that? They would be expelled in seconds. Why waste so much time with him?" "Prince Qi, Master Duanyue, you two are right. I was too lenient before." Liu Yang nodded repeatedly. "Prince Qi, don't worry. Today, let's see how I can teach this little brat a lesson for you." "What's going on?" Just as Liu Yang was speaking, a sudden voice rang out and two figures walked up to Qin Chen. It was Xiao Ye and Liu Guang, who had just changed their clothes. "Young Master Chen, what happened here?" Furrowing her brows, Xiao Ye looked suspicious. "Who are these guys meddling in other people's business?" Get lost, without even seeing the newcomers' faces, Liu Yang couldn't help but shout in anger. "What's going on? It's just teaching a little brat a lesson. Time and again someone interrupts me. In this day and age, does anyone dare to trouble me?" Prince Qi looked over with a cold smile, thinking to himself, "This little brat seems to be familiar with them, just right. Let's teach him a lesson together." Duanyue also scoffed and looked over. Upon seeing them, the three of them widened their eyes, staring lustfully at Xiao Ye, their eyes filled with lewdness. "Wow, this is a stunning beauty." Seeing Xiao Ye, the three were shocked, their hearts racing, unable to tear their eyes away. Her figure was alluring, incredibly hot, with a curvaceous chest and hips, a slender waist like a willow branch, perfectly sculpting her curves. Just one glance made their blood surge, as if their lower abdomen was on fire. In this world, could there really be such a seductive beauty? That was the first thought in their minds. You came at the right time. This little brat offended our Prince Qi. Say, what should we do? With a smirk, Liu Yang said arrogantly. Prince Qi, Xiao Ye and Liu Guang both looked over. Indeed, it is I, Zhao Kurui revealed a self-satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming with lust. This beauty, this guy offended me, but for your sake, I might consider letting him go this time. All I need is for you to have dinner with me, and I will let it pass. How about it? What did you say? Liu Guang was enraged upon hearing this, stepping forward with a body full of anger. How dare you flirt with the pavilion master in the alchemy pavilion? Are you seeking death? Hey! Raising her hand, Xiao Ye blocked Liu Guang, smiling slightly but her gaze was somewhat cold. Are you the infamous Prince Qi Zhao Kurui, known for being a lecher? Liu Guang shuddered at these words, glancing sympathetically at Zhao Kurui. He knew that when the pavilion master spoke in such a tone, it usually meant that someone was going to have a bad day. How do you speak? Liu Yang's expression darkened, unable to contain himself as he stepped forward. Young Master Chen, what exactly is happening here? Not bothering with Liu Yang, Xiao Ye walked up to Qin Chen and furrowed her brows in inquiry. Ha, these guys stopped me and insisted that I kneel and apologize to Prince Qi, otherwise they wouldn't let me go and they want to make me look bad. Qin Chen said expressionlessly. Is that so? Xiao Ye and Liu Guang's expressions changed instantly. After the alchemy yesterday, the two had regarded Qin Chen as extraordinary and were desperately trying to win him over. But now it's fine. Someone actually wanted young Master Chen to kneel and apologize in the alchemy pavilion. Were they trying to get the alchemy pavilion killed? Good, very good, making a scene in the alchemy pavilion. You three really can. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Otherwise, if something happened to young Master Chen, it would be a serious issue. Thinking this, the two felt a wave of fear, their hearts growing colder. You two, are you not going to apologize? Liu Yang still didn't understand the situation, sneering. Humph! Xiao Ye exchanged glances with Liu Guang. Apologize over my dead body. With Xiao Ye's approval, Liu Guang could no longer suppress his anger and swung a slap. Just as Liu Yang was thinking about how to make Xiao Ye spend the night with them, he saw Liu Guang's slap coming directly, and his heart sank, wanting to block it, but it was too late. With a loud slap, Liu Yang was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, half of his face swelling rapidly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. How dare you hit people? Prince Qi was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. Great, he was worried about not having a reason to take these people back. Now they had just given him an excuse. Once they made a move, he had every reason to command the city guards to take these three back to the city guard station. Wouldn't he have all the opportunity to toy with them later? Excited, Liu Guang swung a slap in his direction. What's wrong with hitting someone? I'm going to hit you too. In his fury, Liu Guang slapped Zhao Kurui, sending him crashing to the ground. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? You're dead, do you understand? You're dead. Covering his face, Zhao Kurui was completely stunned, shaking as he pointed at Liu Guang, hardly believing his eyes. He was, after all, a prince of the Qi nation. How could someone dare to hit him? Sir, this is going too far. Unyielding, who had been watching from the sidelines, now stepped forward with a changed expression. Boom. A terrifying killing intent erupted from him. At this moment, the commotion had also attracted many attendants and a large group of customers from the alchemy pavilion, all of whom were astonished and looking over. Crash. A large team of guards from the alchemy pavilion quickly rushed over. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in my alchemy pavilion? A loud shout rang out, the leading guard angrily bellowing. You came at the right time. These guys are causing havoc in the alchemy pavilion. They actually dared to beat the prince of the Qi nation and the director of the Feng Institute. You alchemy pavilion people, don't hurry up and capture them. Pointing at Xiao Ye and Liu Guang, Unyielding coldly commanded. The opponent's aura was extremely strong, and Unyielding couldn't be sure that he would be able to match them. Now seeing the alchemy pavilion's guard team arrive, he immediately became very excited, pointing at Xiao Ye and Liu Guang with a furious shout. With the alchemy pavilion's guards intervening, it couldn't be better. The few of them had been beaten at the alchemy pavilion, and all were important figures in the royal capital. The guard team would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Hurry up and arrest these people. I'm the Qi King of the Great Qi Kingdom. This person has assaulted royal relatives and is preparing to rebel. Why aren't you quickly taking them down? Right, detain them all and interrogate them strictly. Zhao Kurui and Liu Yang covered their faces, spitting blood as they cursed in resentment. Someone is making trouble. Pushing through the crowd, the leading guard's eyes were filled with anger as he led a large group of alchemy pavilion guards and looked in the direction Unyielding was pointing. Upon seeing this, his expression changed drastically. Lord Pavilion Master, Master Liu Guang, how could it be you? Hastily taking 2 steps forward, the leading guard bowed respectfully, and the guards behind him all knelt down on one knee, their expressions solemn. This scene left Yue and the others momentarily stunned, their eyes bulging and mouths agape in disbelief. Pavilion Master, Master Liu Guang, what was going on? Staggering, Yue and the others nearly spat out blood, their faces oddly colored, fear showing in their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Could it be so coincidental? Could that woman, with a beauty like a celestial being, actually be the Pavilion Master of the Alchemy Pavilion? And the old man beside her, is he truly Master Liu Guang of the Alchemy Pavilion? Thinking of this, Yue and the others were on the verge of tears. What in the world was happening here? Not only them, but the other spectators present were also dumbfounded. This is the Pavilion Master of the Alchemy Pavilion. I've never seen such an astonishing beauty before. I know that the one beside her is Master Liu Guang. I've seen him once before, but this Pavilion Master is just too incredible. The crowd erupted in a stir, unable to contain their astonishment. The Alchemy Pavilion was one of the top forces in the Great Qi Kingdom, and its Pavilion Master rarely appeared in public. In everyone's minds, the Pavilion Master of the Alchemy Pavilion must have been an old man with white hair and beard, possessing a demeanor of an immortal. Now seeing the guards refer to such a stunning beauty as Pavilion Master, the psychological gap left everyone both amazed and envious. What is going on? What happened? At that moment from outside the crowd, more confusion arose. The crowd parted, and several deputy directors of the Office of Inspection pushed in, escorting Luo Ling and a few others. Upon seeing the scene before them, the deputy directors stumbled, almost falling, their expressions blank, their minds completely blank. What is going on? Director Liu Yang, Director Wu Su, and the Qi King, why are you all on the ground as if beaten by someone? Director Liu Yang, are you all right? And you too, Director Wu Su, what happened to you? Throwing the escorted Luo Ling and others to the ground, several deputy directors hurried forward, asking nervously. They were full of questions. Weren't Liu Yang and the others here at the Alchemy Pavilion to handle the issue of the Office of Inspection being suppressed? How did they get into a conflict? However, at this moment, Liu Yang had no mood to answer them, feeling extremely anxious and on the verge of tears. They had come to the Alchemy Pavilion, intending to negotiate and lift the suppression on the Office of Inspection. Unexpectedly, just as their business was about to start, they offended the Alchemy Pavilion again, and it was the Pavilion Master. What the hell was going on? Just as Liu Yang was at a loss, Luo Ling, who had been thrown to the ground, raised his head and saw Liu Guang, instantly bursting with excitement and shouting, "It's him. He is the Master Liu Guang of the Alchemy Pavilion who suppressed our Office of Inspection yesterday." He probably shouldn't have said anything, but as soon as he did, Liu Yang's face was immediately filled with tears. "Damn it, why are you still shouting? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this?" Unable to hold back, he jumped up and kicked Luo Ling hard, sending several of his teeth flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "If I had known, I should have tied this guy up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offended someone without even recognizing them." Looking up, with a forced smile on his face, Liu Yang's expression was as comical as it could get as he stammered, "This Pavilion Master, I didn't recognize you earlier and acted rashly. Please forgive me, this is actually a misunderstanding. Yes, just a misunderstanding." He was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say, yet Xiaoya didn't even spare him a glance, her gaze cold. "Lord Pavilion Master, how should we deal with these people? Please give your command." On one knee, the guard leader respectfully asked, "Detain them all. I want to see who dares to act wildly in my Alchemy Pavilion." Xiaoya's expression turned cold, her tone harsh. At this moment, her anger had not yet subsided. Fortunately, she arrived in time. Otherwise, if Chen Shao had been harmed, how would she face him in the future? If she didn't teach these people a lesson, she wouldn't just be unable to explain herself to Chen Shao, she also wouldn't be able to face herself. "Yes." Upon hearing Xiaoya's command, the guard leader immediately stood up and waved his hand. "Come, take them all away." With a whoosh, a group of Alchemy Pavilion guards surrounded Liu Yang and the others, moving to escort them away. The Qi King's expression changed instantly. They had already been beaten and were now being taken prisoner. This was too much. "What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, I am the Qi King of the Great Qi Kingdom. Are you planning to rebel?" He hurriedly got up, shouting fiercely with an angry and fearful expression. Liu Yang also changed his expression. "Your Excellency, I am the Director of the Office of Inspection. What you are doing seems to violate the kingdom's laws, right?" If he really got detained at the Alchemy Pavilion, where would Liu Yang put his face? He would become the laughing stock of the entire royal capital. Several guards hesitated for a moment, turning to look over. "Why are you hesitating? Are you ignoring Lord Pavilion Master's orders?" Not waiting for Xiao to speak, Liu Guang had already frowned and coldly shouted, "Not in accordance with the law. In the Alchemy Pavilion, the kingdom's laws do not apply." With Liu Guang's words, the guards no longer hesitated and rushed forward in unison. All that could be heard were cries of pain as Liu Yang and the others were pinned to the ground by the Alchemy Pavilion guards, crying out in anguish. Boom! Just as they were about to grab Duanyue, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over. Duanyue's expression darkened, and he burst forth with killing intent, suddenly taking out a token and holding it up for everyone to see. "I'm a first-tier bloodline master from the bloodline sacred land. What? You dare to arrest me?" With a grim expression, Duanyue exuded a horrifying killing intent, like a towering mountain standing among the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. With the surge of energy from Duanyue, several guards staggered back, one of them turning pale as blood surged within him. These guards were all at the early Earth level, but Duanyue's strength was at the late Earth level. Coupled with his identity as a bloodline master, he exuded an inexplicable aura that made it hard for people to approach him. A bloodline master? This person is actually a first-tier bloodline master. I remember. This guy seems to be called Duanyue, a bloodline master from the bloodline Holy Land. Hiss! The Alchemy Pavilion people actually dared to capture a bloodline master. This is going to be a big deal? The crowd erupted, as if an earthquake had struck. In the Tianwu continent, the status of a bloodline master was the most esteemed, surpassing all other professions. It can be said that in everyone's minds, the bloodline Holy Land is the supreme sanctuary, hence such a title. Now, among those who offended the Alchemy Pavilion, there was unexpectedly a bloodline master, which immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. The Alchemy Pavilion and the bloodline Holy Land, either one of them possessed an incredibly terrifying power. When these two forces clashed, it immediately ignited everyone's blood. I didn't expect there to be a bloodline master on the opposing side. The Alchemy Pavilion is probably in trouble now. Indeed, the status of a bloodline master is extraordinary. Even the Alchemy Pavilion probably wouldn't dare to offend them lightly. Master Duanyue is a formally registered first-tier bloodline master from the bloodline Holy Land. In terms of status, he might even be above King Qi. After all, King Qi is known as a womanizer and has little support in the royal family. King Qi, although a prince of the Duchy Kingdom, was merely a title without real power. In fact, many within the royal family looked down on King Qi, believing he tarnished the royal dignity. For someone like him, being caught by the Alchemy Pavilion could only be seen as a slight to the royal family, which the Alchemy Pavilion might not care about given its stature. But Duanyue was different. He was a formally registered bloodline master of the bloodline Holy Land. There was a rule in the bloodline Holy Land that any formally registered bloodline master, regardless of the mistake made, could not be detained by any force and must be handled by the bloodline Holy Land itself. Otherwise, it would be seen as a provocation against the bloodline Holy Land. In fact, not only the bloodline Holy Land, but also forces like the Alchemy Pavilion and the Artifact Hall had similar regulations. They possessed their own laws to restrain their members, and any external forces were not allowed to act indiscriminately. We have come today because of the matter regarding the Alchemy Pavilion's suppression of the city workshop. In reality, we didn't mean to offend. If there was any offense earlier, I hope Pavilion Master Xiao can forgive us. As for King Qi and Director Liu Yang, they should not be detained here. I ask Pavilion Master Xiao to give me some face and not pursue this matter. Holding the badge of a first-tier bloodline master, Duanyue's tone softened slightly, not overly aggressive. In fact, he was filled with rage. That King Qi, blinded by beauty, offended the wrong person. How could he have offended the Pavilion Master of the Alchemy Pavilion? Although he was a bloodline master of the bloodline Holy Land, he was merely a first-tier bloodline master, while the counterpart was the Pavilion Master of the Alchemy Pavilion. The gap in status was too vast. At this moment, he could only use the powerful deterrent of the bloodline Holy Land to make the other party give him a face and not pursue the matter. Seeing the badge in Duanyue's hand, the many guards of the Alchemy Pavilion all halted their steps, hesitating once again. "Pavilion Master, this?" Liu Guang frowned, his expression heavy. A bloodline master from the bloodline Holy Land was not easy to deal with. If a conflict broke out with the bloodline Holy Land, even the Alchemy Pavilion would face consequences. His demeanor made everyone sigh internally. Although the Alchemy Pavilion was strong and disregarded the royal family, they still dared not act against a force like the bloodline Holy Land. After all, once things escalated, it could become extremely serious. Zhao Kurui and Liu Yang were overjoyed, unable to resist glancing at Xiao, a cold smile curling at their lips. What does the Alchemy Pavilion have to be arrogant about? When facing the bloodline Holy Land, they are still going to get wrecked. They waited for Xiaoya to order their release, anticipating a proud return. Then Xiaoya let out a cold laugh. A bloodline master, so what? If you cause trouble in my alchemy pavilion, you will face punishment. Go and take him down. At her words, the crowd was instantly shocked, a clamor rising. Was the pavilion master serious? Did she really intend to detain a bloodline master from the bloodline Holy Land? Swish, swish, swish. The guards of the alchemy pavilion paid no heed to the crowd's thoughts. Hearing the pavilion master's command, they all charged forward. You dare! Boom! Unyielding was taken aback, a murderous aura erupting from him, and a terrifying momentum shot into the sky, causing many guards to stagger back. His face was cold as he glared at Xiaoya, saying coldly, Pavilion Master Xiao, this is too much. Xiaoya's expression was indifferent. Too much? You all are causing trouble in my alchemy pavilion. Do you think merely showing a token lets you escape responsibility? You say you are a bloodline master from the bloodline Holy Land. Fine. Let your president come over in person to take you away, but for now, take him down. Unyielding was furious. He didn't expect that even after revealing his identity as a bloodline master, Xiaoya would still not let him go. He couldn't help but shout in anger, Where have we caused trouble in the alchemy pavilion? Qi merely spoke carelessly. It wasn't intentional. Why must you be so petty? Do you think I care about Qi's carelessness? Humph, such trifles I don't even place in my eyes. But you dared to block young Master Chen and even attempted to harm him. This matter cannot be forgiven, even if you are from the bloodline Holy Land. Humph, it's a good thing I arrived in time, or else who knows what you would have done. If we don't teach you a lesson, do you really think our alchemy pavilion is easy to bully? Unyielding and the others were dumbfounded, completely bewildered. They thought Xiaoya's fury was due to Qi's teasing, but who would have thought it was because of such a young man? Each of them felt dizzy, nearly fainting. If it were because of this kid, that would be even more absurd. Unyielding sneered, This person is not even one of your alchemy pavilion members. Even if we have conflicts, do you really need your alchemy pavilion to step in? To detain me, a bloodline master, over such a person, isn't that too excessive? Unyielding calmed down instead. If it were because of Chen, the alchemy pavilion held even less ground. Everyone nodded. After all, the bloodline Holy Land was not ordinary. If the alchemy pavilion detained Unyielding over an outsider, the bloodline Holy Land would definitely not let the matter rest. That's where you are wrong. Young Master Chen is a first-tier alchemist of our alchemy pavilion. You attempted to harm our alchemist in our alchemy pavilion. Even if this matter goes to the bloodline Holy Land, I am not afraid. Xiaoya couldn't help but sneer. What? This guy is a first-tier alchemist of the alchemy pavilion? Everyone snapped back to attention, all looking at Chen, shock written on their faces. They had not seen the events unfold before, thinking that the conflict between Xiaoya and Unyielding was due to themselves. Who would have thought it was because of the young man beside him? Moreover, this young man was a first-tier alchemist of the alchemy pavilion. This guy looked to be only about 15 or 16 years old and was already a first-tier alchemist. What kind of joke was that on the continent? Hey, isn't that Chen? Suddenly, someone recognized Chen and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chen, it really is him. When did Chen become a first-grade alchemist of the alchemy pavilion? The crowd was shocked, all staring over, astonished in their hearts. Chen's reputation was known to almost everyone in the royal capital, but when did he become an alchemist? At the age of 15, he entered the Five Nations competition and also entered the Blood Spirit pool, and now he is a first-grade alchemist of the alchemy pavilion. Is this still considered a genius? This is simply a monster. No wonder Xiaoya protects him so fiercely. Thinking about it carefully, such a genius alchemist almost got punished within the alchemy pavilion. Anyone would find it intolerable. Unyielding couldn't help frowning. He really didn't expect Chen to be an alchemist of the alchemy pavilion. Casting a glance at Qi, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is this Qi a pig? We came to the alchemy pavilion to plead for leniency, but he's making things worse by targeting an alchemist. Does he not think things are chaotic enough? Qi was also feeling frustrated, completely dumbfounded. If he had known that Chen was an alchemist of the alchemy pavilion, he wouldn't have dared to confront him here. Thud. Director Wusu was the most devastated among them. He looked at LV Yang, almost crying without tears. Pig teammate, definitely a pig teammate. How could there be such a stupid person in this world? He had finally managed to find the key to the situation through connections. This boy named Chen, and hurriedly came over, intending to use Chen to open a breakthrough and have the alchemy pavilion lift the blockade against the Feng Institute. But LV Yang, instead of handling the situation, had already offended the other party severely. Isn't this just setting oneself up for failure? Forget it, forget it. At this moment, Wu Su felt utterly hopeless. With things escalated to this point, it was impossible for the Fang Institute to resolve the matter simply and peacefully. Take them away! With a wave of his hand, a group of guards rushed forward. Yue felt a surge of anger. He was just about to strike again when he felt an invisible pressure sweeping over. Turning his head, he saw Liu Guang standing nearby, exuding a murderous aura, staring at him closely, clearly ready to strike without hesitation at the slightest movement. Feeling a sinking sensation in his heart, Yue also lost the thought of resistance. Just as he was about to surrender, a stern voice suddenly came from not far away. "Wait!" The voice was authoritative. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man walking over with an indifferent expression, giving off a strong sense of oppression. A bloodline master robe, this person was also a bloodline master. Looking at the insignia on his chest, it turned out to be a second-tier bloodline master. He is the steward of the bloodline's sacred land, a second-tier bloodline master. Why is Master Su Cheng here? Now there's a good show to watch. The crowd stirred, parting the way for Su Cheng, allowing him to reach the center of the scene. Su Cheng, the bloodline master? Upon hearing the name, Ye and Liu Guang's expressions changed, both fixing their gazes on him. They saw that on his bloodline master robe, there was an insignia representing two bloodlines, dazzling and eye-catching. He is actually a second-tier bloodline master and the steward of the bloodline's sacred land. This is not ordinary. One must know, in the bloodline's sacred land, the status of a first-tier bloodline master is already very esteemed, and a second-tier bloodline master is even 10 times more honorable. Especially since Su Cheng is a steward of the bloodline's sacred land, it represents that he has real power, not just a nominal title. In comparison, Su Cheng's status could be equivalent to Liu Guang's position in the Alchemy Pavilion. "Master Su Cheng, why have you come?" Seeing the visitor, Yue was so excited that tears almost fell. The tension in his heart instantly eased. Glancing coldly at him, Su Cheng did not respond but instead cupped his hands and said to Ye, "Pavilion Master Zio, I am Su Cheng, a steward of the bloodline's sacred land. I have long admired your name. I saw some of the previous events. Although the fault lies with Yue and the others, they did not cause any real harm to Qin Chen. Therefore, I hope Pavilion Master Zio can give me a face for the sake of the bloodline's sacred land and let Yue and the others go." This Su Cheng had just happened to pass by the Alchemy Pavilion and heard that there was a conflict. He was curious and came in, thus witnessing the scene that had just unfolded. Originally, he didn't want to get involved, but seeing that the Alchemy Pavilion was truly going to apprehend Yue, he couldn't help but step forward. If the people from the Alchemy Pavilion really detained Yue, the news would have a huge negative impact on the reputation of the bloodline's sacred land, which he couldn't ignore. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. The appearance of the steward of the bloodline's sacred land, Su Cheng, was of great significance. If not handled properly, it would certainly provoke a dispute between the two major forces. Everyone couldn't help but speculate how Pavilion Master Zio would handle it. Although Yue did not cause real harm to young Master Chen, his actions had already taken place. "Therefore, I'm sorry, but you cannot take him away," Zioya said without any hesitation, her tone indifferent. Wow, the crowd erupted, feeling it was unbelievable. Pavilion Master Zio actually did not agree. This seemed to be preparing to turn against the bloodline's sacred land. "So you intend to detain Yue and go against our bloodline's sacred land?" Su Cheng's pupils contracted, and his tone turned icy. With such a statement, he had thought the pavilion master of the Alchemy Pavilion would give him some face and let Su Cheng go, but unexpectedly she refused to agree. Anger began to rise in his heart. "It is not that we are opposing the bloodline's sacred land. It is just that Yue is causing chaos in my Alchemy Pavilion. If I do not give young Master Chen an explanation, I won't be able to justify it either. I hope you can understand." Although Zioya's voice was not loud, the contained power made people change color. "And if I say no?" With a cold snort, Su Cheng waved his sleeve, blocking himself in front of Yue. Boom. He radiated a terrifying aura, an astonishing fluctuation of bloodlines spread throughout the hall, and the terrifying presence forced everyone to retreat repeatedly. Some weaker cultivators found it hard to breathe. Zioya's expression also turned cold. "If you insist on causing chaos in my Alchemy Pavilion, don't blame me for being rude. I will take you down as well." Boom. Zioya unleashed her aura, sweeping out. If Su Cheng's aura was like a towering mountain, making people feel breathless, then Zioya's aura was like a vast ocean, giving no room for resistance. The two auras collided in the void. Su Cheng's aura shattered instantly like an egg. This is the rhythm of battle. The expressions of everyone changed, their breathing hastening, each feeling extremely tense. If the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Land truly came to blows, it would definitely be a major event, creating a violent stir in the entire Duchy Kingdom. Two, can we talk this out? Why must we be so agitated? Just as the two were about to clash, Qin Chen suddenly smiled slightly and stepped out from behind Xiaoya. Everyone fainted upon seeing this. What is Qin Chen doing at this time, suddenly causing chaos and saying such things? Indeed, this matter arose because of him, but now it has escalated beyond just him and King Qi, turning into a conflict between the Bloodline Holy Land and the Alchemy Pavilion. As a first-grade alchemist, what weight does he have in this situation? Young Master Chen, don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but in my Alchemy Pavilion no one can harm you. Xiaoya thought Qin Chen was worried about the Bloodline Holy Land and immediately spoke with a stern tone. Her gaze was resolute, clearly showcasing her determination. Master Xiaoya, I still believe this, but there's no need to make things so stiff. Feeling a bit touched, Qin Chen realized the pressure Xiaoya was enduring to stand against the Bloodline Holy Land was far from ordinary. He also could not allow these two major forces to truly confront each other, otherwise he would truly be the sinner. How about I suggest something? With a faint smile, Qin Chen looked towards Su Chang. You say? Su Chang was taken aback and then nodded, but in his heart he was coldly laughing. In his view, the Alchemy Pavilion was preparing to back down. It was just that Master Xiaoya was inconveniently placed, so she let such a young man step forward to salvage some face for the Alchemy Pavilion. Not just him, others around shared the same thought. This Duanyue we will detain first. You go back and discuss this matter with Chairman Dongfeng and see what he thinks. What? When Qin Chen's words fell, everyone staggered, nearly falling over, their eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost. They thought Qin Chen would come up with some reasonable suggestion, but unexpectedly it was this. With a crooked mouth, they were all speechless. Big brother, isn't your suggestion still to detain Duanyue first and not give the Bloodline Holy Land any face? Previously, when Master Xiaoya said this, even Su Chang did not agree. You say it and they will agree? Are you crazy? As expected, Su Chang's expression changed, darkening completely. Are you joking with me, Su? Humph, this little matter does not need to be discussed with Chairman Dongfeng. I can decide. The anger inside him could not be suppressed and was on the verge of exploding. This Alchemy Pavilion was too much. He thought they would propose some suggestion, but unexpectedly they were still so excessive, clearly slapping his own face. Su, you also saw this kid, and the Alchemy Pavilion is too arrogant. Do they really think our Bloodline Holy Land can be bullied? Duanyue shouted angrily from the side, adding fuel to the fire and stirring Su Chang's emotions. Provoked by him, Su Chang's anger could no longer be suppressed. He coldly snorted, "This matter needs no further discussion. Duanyue, I must take him away today. Not just him, but also King Qi and Liang, I will take them all. If he continued to be weak, they would only think his Bloodline Holy Land was easy to bully." Xiaoya's complexion darkened, and just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Qin Chen. He smiled lightly and said, "Su, don't rush to make a decision. It would be better to report this to Chairman Dongfeng first. After all, you are just a small executor and probably do not represent the Alchemy Pavilion." Upon hearing this, everyone nearly spat blood and almost fainted. "Big brother, the person across from you is the Bloodline Master of the Bloodline Holy Land, and you actually said he is just a small executor. So arrogant, standing outside, you will definitely be beaten to death, believe it or not." Su Chang raised his eyebrows in anger. "Whether I represent the Bloodline Holy Land or not is not for you to decide. As for reporting to Chairman Dongfeng, humph, who do you think you are?" Qin Chen was speechless. How could this Su Chang be so unreasonable? He couldn't help but say, "I am also familiar with Chairman Dongfeng. How about this? You just tell him that it is I, Qin Chen, who wants to detain Duanyue. I believe he will have no objections." Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, Su Chang almost burst out laughing. "Just you familiar with Chairman Dongfeng?" With a face full of disdain, Su Chang's eyes brimmed with contempt. "If you want to deceive, at least do it convincingly. In these 2 years, Chairman Dongfeng rarely managed the affairs of the Holy Land. Only those closest to him would rarely see him. Even he would need to report in advance to be summoned. Who does this Qin Chen think he is?" Knowing Su Chang didn't believe him, Qin Chen was too lazy to explain and directly took out a golden token, holding it up in front of Su Chang. "You should believe this now. Are you still determined to speak for Duanyue?" What Qin Chen took out was indeed the golden guest token issued to him by Dongfang Qing. Seeing Qin Chen's arrogant tone, Su Chang was about to erupt when suddenly his eyes caught the golden token in Qin Chen's hand, and his face changed dramatically in an instant. Duanyue did not see Su Chang's expression. Upon seeing Qin Chen take out a token, he thought Su Chang was going to give up on him and couldn't help laughing. "You little brat, do you think you qualify to know Chairman Dongfeng? This is hilarious. What token is that? Don't tell me you're actually a bloodline master of our bloodline holy land." Duan Yue wore a dismissive expression, thinking that Qin Chen wanted Su Chang to give up on him just by casually showing a token. He really thought too highly of himself. In this world, there was no token that could intimidate the bloodline holy land, whether it was an alchemist badge or a royal token from the great Qi kingdom. None would work. "Shut up!" Suddenly Su Chang shouted sharply, interrupting Duan Yue's words. "Su Executor!" Duan Yue was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He saw Su Chang, who had previously been calm and composed while facing Master Zhao, now pale and sweating profusely. His pupils contracted, and fear filled his heart as he muttered, "Golden Guest Token, it's actually the Golden Guest Token." The Golden Guest Token was the most prestigious token of the bloodline holy land in the Great Qi Kingdom. No matter where one went in the Great Qi Kingdom, they could enjoy a 30% discount and access many areas of the bloodline holy land that others could not enter freely. Such a token, as far as Su Chang knew, could only be issued by Chairman Dongfeng Qing in the entire Great Qi Kingdom. Moreover, as far as Su Chang understood, only the Great Qi's Emperor Zhao Gao had ever received such a token, besides which, Chairman Dongfeng Qing had not issued it to anyone else. But now this token had unexpectedly appeared in Qin Chen's hands. What is Qin Chen's relationship with Chairman Dongfeng Qing? His body shivered, cold sweat breaking out on his back, and Su Chang's legs weakened uncontrollably. Having this token indicated that what Qin Chen said earlier was very likely true. He indeed had some connection with the chairman. Su Chang swayed and nearly fell. Under everyone's gaze, his expression changed in an instant as he awkwardly said, "Young Master Chen, I was too presumptuous just now. How could Duan Yue dare to offend you? That is truly a grave sin. Rest assured, I will immediately report this to Chairman Dongfeng Qing and provide you with an explanation." After saying this, Su Chang's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Everyone was dumbfounded, all on the verge of madness. What on earth is happening? Previously, facing the master of the alchemy pavilion, Su Chang was so dominant. Why did he suddenly soften upon seeing the token? What exactly is the token that Qin Chen took out? In everyone's heart, it felt like millions of ants were crawling, unbearable and itchy. Not just them, even Zhao Ye and the others had suspicious looks on their faces. For a second-tier bloodline master from the bloodline holy land to instantly change their attitude, the token Qin Chen took out was definitely extraordinary. It seems that young hero Chen and President Dongfeng Qing from the bloodline holy land really have some special relationship. If it were an ordinary person, Zhao Ye wouldn't think so, but Qin Chen's extraordinary nature made her firmly believe that he possessed this power. "In that case, Zhao Pavilion Master, please take them down." Seeing Su Chang softening, Qin Chen said lightly, "Yes, young hero Chen, come here, take them down." With a wave of her hand, Zhao Ye's expression turned cold. Immediately, a large group of guards rushed up and bound Duan Yue and the others. "Su Steward, save me, save me!" Duan Yue's heart sank as he hurriedly shouted while struggling uncontrollably. Bang! Unexpectedly, Su Chang didn't stop him. Instead, he slapped Duan Yue across the face, causing him to feel dizzy. He was quickly restrained by the guards of the alchemy pavilion, unable to resist. "Humph, our bloodline holy land has always stood upright, yet we have a scoundrel like you who tarnishes the reputation of our bloodline masters. How dare you ask me to save you? You will reflect on this matter carefully in the alchemy pavilion, and I will personally report it to President Dongfeng so that he can make a decision." Su Chang's heart was filled with hatred. He wished he could tear Duan Yue into pieces. If it weren't for this guy, how would he have rashly offended Qin Chen? This child possesses the golden guest token issued by the president, and who knows what relationship he has with the president. Whether he could protect himself in the end was uncertain, let alone saving you. "Young hero Chen, don't worry, I will sincerely report this matter to President Dongfeng. I absolutely cannot allow some people to tarnish the reputation of our bloodline holy land. You can punish this kid as you see fit, I will not say a word." Facing Qin Chen, Su Chang spoke with righteous indignation. Everyone was dizzy about to fall. "Big brother, you weren't saying this before. Just a moment ago, you were acting arrogantly, as if you wanted to tear down the alchemy pavilion. Now, how long has it been, and you're asking Qin Chen to punish Duan Yue? This is too shameless, right?" Upon hearing this, Duan Yue felt dizzy and fainted completely. "By the way, these few people, don't capture them. They have nothing to do with these three." Seeing the guards of the alchemy pavilion about to capture Director Wu Su and the other deputy directors from the crafting division, Qin Chen couldn't help but speak up to stop them. Although Wusu was also from the crafting division, he had not offended Qin Chen in any way in their previous exchanges and had been quite polite. Qin Chen, while not fond of the crafting division, was not the kind of person to kill indiscriminately. The guards of the alchemy pavilion immediately released Wusu and the others. "Thank you, young hero Chen, for your mercy." Wusu, having been captured and then released, felt like he had been reborn. He hurriedly thanked Qin Chen with deep gratitude. "There's no need to thank me. Although I, Qin Chen, am not a good person, I am also not an evil one. Since you did not offend me, I naturally won't do anything to you. Hurry and leave." With a wave of his hand, Qin Chen didn't take it to heart. Yes, I am the deputy director of the crafting division. I have already learned about yesterday's events. It was indeed our crafting division's law enforcement team that disregarded the kingdom's laws and abused their power. I had intended to bring those who violated the law yesterday to apologize to young hero Chen, but I never expected. Sighing, Wusu shook his head and said, "At this point, I can't say much more. I just hope that young hero Chen can spare us a bit of mercy. After all, these individuals are individuals, and the crafting division is the crafting division. Our crafting division's mission is to serve the vast merchants of the great Qi nation. While there are some treacherous individuals among us, there are also good people dedicated to their duties. Farewell." After saying that, Wusu took the other deputy directors from the crafting division, who were already scared out of their wits, and turned to leave. He understood very well. Originally, there was room to ease the situation from yesterday's events, but after today's conflict in the alchemy pavilion, resolving this matter had become impossible. Thus, although he felt disheartened, he could only accept it. Watching Wusu leave, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This guy has some guts. At this time, he still dares to speak up for the crafting division. Compared to that LV Yang before, the difference is too great. After escorting Wang and the others away, the situation immediately calmed down, and the entire alchemy pavilion gradually returned to tranquility. The crowd slowly dispersed. However, what happened in the alchemy pavilion quickly swept through the entire royal capital like a hurricane. It caused the whole royal capital to feel as if an earthquake had occurred. Especially after learning that the alchemy pavilion had detained Wang, LV Yang, and Yue, the public was in an uproar, staring in shock. This is a sign of upheaval. Some sharp-minded individuals immediately became excited. Don't be fooled into thinking that things seem to have calmed down and resolved. In fact, this is just the beginning. Just like the events of yesterday with the crafting division, which are still in the fermentation stage. Think about it, today's matters with the alchemy pavilion may be resolved, but what about the news reaching the royal family and the bloodline Holy Land? No one knows how they will react. Once the royal family is enraged, and the bloodline Holy Land becomes furious, if they confront the alchemy pavilion, the entire great Qi nation's sky might change because of this. In an instant after the commotion, the entire royal capital suddenly fell silent. All was quiet with no faction speaking out, as if nothing had happened at all. This left countless citizens suspicious. But some wise individuals saw the underlying currents. At this moment, the royal capital appeared peaceful on the surface, but beneath it, dark tides were surging. Everyone was waiting for the attitude of the royal family and the bloodline Holy Land. As for the crafting division, it no longer mattered. The attitudes of the royal family and the bloodline Holy Land would be the crucial factors determining whether this incident would settle down. Good heavens, has Qin Chen gone crazy? He actually dared to incite the alchemy pavilion to detain Wang and Master Yue. The news reached the Qi family, and Feng suddenly stood up, crushing the teacup in her hand, revealing a sickly excitement on her face. "Ha, great, I was worried about not having an opportunity to deal with this guy. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye he would present an opportunity to me. Come here." With a loud shout, Feng's voice trembled with excitement. "Madam." Immediately, the steward of the Qin family came forward. "Quickly inform the master about this matter, and send news to my maternal family to let them blow the wind in front of His Majesty. This time I want to make sure that Qin Chen can never turn over again." "Yes." The steward nodded and withdrew. "Ha, Qin Chen, oh Qin Chen, this time it seems you can't escape your doom." With a chilling gaze, Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily, her expression invigorated. In this strange atmosphere, the news finally reached the two major forces. In the imperial palace. Bang! The cup in front was swept to the ground, shattering into pieces, with Zhao Gao's expression dark, seemingly capable of dripping water. Below, a group of eunuchs and palace maids knelt down, trembling in fear, not daring to speak. The eunuch who conveyed the message was so frightened that he kept bowing, blood seeping from his forehead. "Your Majesty, take care of your health. Don't injure your body over such trivial matters. That would be unfortunate." At the side, a lady in palace attire comforted him. The Alchemy Pavilion is powerful. I heard that Xiaoya, only around 30, is the head of our Great Qi's Alchemy Pavilion. Her background is extraordinary. It's normal for her to be young and impulsive. Your Majesty, why bother to argue with her? The lady displayed concern on her face while giving a look to the group of eunuchs and palace maids who hurriedly got up and retreated. Only then did the lady speak again. Moreover, I just heard from that little pillar that this matter also involves Qin Qianxue from the Qin family. Qin Qianxue can be considered a young hero. He achieved great merit for our Great Qi in the preliminary trials of the 5 nations, so your Majesty, please calm down. Consider him making amends for his faults. Ye Fei, do you think I am angry at the Alchemy Pavilion? Zhao Gao's face still looked very grim. Isn't it? Ye Fei couldn't help but be astonished. Hearing that his brother had been captured by outsiders, and within the borders of Great Qi, it was entirely normal for Zhao Gao to be angry, right? Humph, I am not angry at the Alchemy Pavilion, but at Zhao Kurui. Zhao Gao couldn't help but slam the table. This, Ye Fei's mouth twitched, unable to contain her astonishment. This was entirely different from her guess. What kind of person was Zhao Kurui? Zhao Gao had heard countless stories about him. In the capital, he acted playfully and dared to flirt with anyone. It was said that last time he even went to the Qin family to collude with Zhao Feng, planning to target Qin Yueqi. As a result, Qin Qianxue killed the Qin family's guards, forcing Zhao Kurui to leave in anger. It's likely this incident was also caused by that. As the Emperor of Great Qi, Zhao Gao was not a foolish ruler. He was sharp-eyed and attentive to events outside, even obtaining intelligence that many others did not know. He had long been aware of the conflict between Qin Qianxue and Zhao Kurui, but did not take it to heart. Is that so? Ye Fei couldn't help but be stunned. Humph, this time he actually dared to flirt with Xiaoya from the Alchemy Pavilion. Who is Xiaoya? Is she someone he can toy with? Even I would be respectful upon meeting her. What is Zhao Kurui? He has brought shame to our royal family's face. Zhao Gao coldly snorted. He had heard of Zhao Kurui's notorious deeds, known nationwide as the Playboy Prince. But he had always been too lazy to get too involved. Unexpectedly this time, Zhao Kurui went too far, actually flirting with Xiaoya from the Alchemy Pavilion, clearly having no fear whatsoever. Your Majesty, what should we do? Seeing that Zhao Gao was not angry at the Alchemy Pavilion, Ye Fei couldn't help but sigh in relief. She had heard of how terrifying the Alchemy Pavilion was and did not want to see conflict arise between the royal family and it. What else can be done? This time, Zhao Kurui should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, who knows whom he might offend next? Zhao Gao sneered. The Alchemy Pavilion's actions were just right to give Zhao Kurui a lesson so he could settle down in the future. Your Majesty. At this moment, a eunuch cautiously entered. Many officials outside the court are requesting to see you. What do these fellows want? Zhao Gao frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his lips curling into a sneer. It seems some people are about to stir up trouble again. I am quite curious to see who they are. Summon them. With a command, Zhao Gao stood up and walked out. A group of officials had already gathered in the court. Upon seeing Zhao Gao, these officials seemed to have received a boost of energy and rushed to advise him. Your Majesty, the Alchemy Pavilion has gone too far. They not only detained the head of the Department of Craftsmanship, Lu Yang, but also captured the Chief Prince in the Alchemy Pavilion. They have shown great disrespect to the royal family. Indeed, although the Alchemy Pavilion is powerful, it's still a force of our Great Qi. Do they intend to rebel? Your Majesty, you may not have heard the conversations among the common people. The impact on the royal family's reputation is severe. A dignified prince has been detained. What does that signify? A group of officials came forward, speaking rapidly, their words filled with anger, as though they themselves had been insulted. The Qin family had been established in the court for many years and had a strong position, naturally having many supporters. As the Duke of Amping, Qin Yuanfeng held high authority, and his opinions could be followed by many. According to you, what should I do? On the dragon throne, Zhao Gao's expression was gloomy as he replied coldly, yet inside he sneered. These officials immediately placed heavy accusations, and they had never been this proactive before. Did they really think he didn't know their intentions? In my opinion, we must demand an explanation from the Alchemy Pavilion. We cannot allow them to detain the Chief Prince and Lu Yang without consequence. We must give the royal family an explanation. That's right. Your Majesty must let the people of the Alchemy Pavilion know that detaining the Chief Prince is a serious matter. They have overstepped their boundaries. This time, their ability to detain the Chief Prince shows they blatantly disregard the royal family. Who knows who they might detain next? This group of officials spat as they stood from the royal family's perspective, indignantly wishing they could chop the Alchemy Pavilion into pieces. The Prince of Li has arrived. The Prince of Wrong has arrived. Outside, the announcements rang out as several princes entered together. These princes rarely attended court, and their sudden appearance attracted the attention of many officials. My brothers, I have received news that the Alchemy Pavilion has detained Prince Qi. This matter is indeed too much. I heard that the cause of this incident was due to Qin Chen. Relying on his merit in this Five Nations competition, he has become lawless, disregarding even Prince Qi. This kind of atmosphere is very frightening. If this continues, the royal family's reputation will be completely tarnished. A mere junior dares to act recklessly. If we don't punish him severely, how will outsiders view our royal family? As soon as these princes arrived, they bowed to Zhao Gao, their expressions filled with anger. Zhao Feng's maternal family, the Zhao family from Lingnan, was once part of the royal family and had deep-rooted influence in the court. Even though over the years the royal bloodline had thinned, and there were no princes being conferred, their influence still existed. Therefore, under the encouragement of the Zhao family, these princes rushed over to target Qin Chen. Their goal was to ensure that Qin Chen would fall into the abyss, with no chance of rising again. Brothers of the Wang family, it can't be this serious, right? Zhao Gao frowned, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. These princes rarely showed up and seldom dared to attend court. Today they actually came together. The person who incited them behind the scenes truly has ulterior motives. Brother Wang, you are mistaken. The Prince of Li, holding the highest status, stepped forward, his face trembling with excitement. Brother Qi has always been upright and seldom argues with others. For him to be imprisoned shows how outrageous the other party truly is. Upright? The crowd below was dumbfounded, nearly fainting from disbelief. Prince Qi was notorious in the royal capital, known as the flirtatious prince. Speaking up for him should at least be somewhat plausible. This is too ridiculous. However, the other princes didn't find anything amiss at all. Yes, Brother Wang. The Prince of Rong also shakily stepped forward. This Qin Chen is not only provoking Prince Qi, but also our great Qi's royal family and the dignity of the entire great Qi nation. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might become lawless. It's too detestable that an old good person like Prince Qi has been imprisoned. Several princes spoke one after another, filled with righteous indignation, extremely excited. Your Majesty, please punish the Alchemy Pavilion severely and punish that Qin Chen. Indeed, if this matter is not suppressed, the repercussions will be immense. Your Majesty, you must do what needs to be done. Many ministers seized the opportunity to step forward and voice their opinions. Ridiculous! At that moment, Prince Kang sneered, stepping forward and cupping his hands. Your Majesty, I have a slight understanding of today's events. It's entirely because Prince Qi was reckless in the Alchemy Pavilion that this consequence occurred. If there are repercussions, it is Prince Qi's inability to restrain himself, tarnishing our royal family's dignity. Prince Kang, what nonsense are you spouting? Prince Qi is still your 8th brother. How can you say that about him? Humph, I heard your daughter is very close to that Qin Chen. You don't want to marry your daughter to a bastard, do you? A group of princes immediately scowled, glaring and letting out cold laughs. Prince Rong, how can you speak like that? Prince Kang's expression darkened. Even if I want to marry my daughter to Qin Chen, what of it? Qin Chen is incredibly talented, a young martial artist at the heaven level, and has earned multiple spots for our great Qi in the Five Nations Grand Competition. He is indeed a heroic young man, far better than your useless son. You! Prince Rong was so furious that he rolled his eyes, almost fainting. Prince Rong's son was famous in the royal capital for being an idiot, ridiculed by many. Yet no one dared to say such things in front of Prince Rong. Unexpectedly, Prince Kang openly stated it in the Grand Hall, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Could Prince Kang really intend to betroth Princess Ling Shan to Qin Chen? Otherwise, why would he tear apart with Prince Rong in the Grand Hall and say such things? Prince Kang, we are discussing whether to punish Qin Chen and the Alchemy Pavilion. Even if Prince Qi is at fault, he is still a prince and has not committed any major wrongdoings. It is truly excessive for a mere genius to disregard a prince. Must be severely punished. In an instant, the entire Grand Hall was in uproar, a spectacular scene. All right, stop arguing. Hearing the crowd almost erupt in chaos, Zhao Gao coldly shouted. Immediately, the surroundings fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Since you all are arguing so fiercely without a clear direction, I have an idea, Zhao Gao said. Everyone looked over attentively. Previously, the words of the Prince of Li, Li Lao, and others made sense. However, the Alchemy Pavilion has always been aloof, and even if I want to punish them, I don't know where to start. After all, the Alchemy Pavilion is different from other forces. They do not submit to our great Qi's feudal system. So, let's have everyone give me a suggestion on how to punish them. If there are good ideas, I will make the decision. How about that? This. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what Zhao Gao meant. He couldn't truly want to take action against the Alchemy Pavilion, could he? At this point, no one dared to speak up. Then, Prince Li, you go first. Zhao Gao pointed to the Prince of Li. Brother Wang, I believe that the Alchemy Pavilion's detention of Prince Qi is indeed excessive. Even if their status is lofty, they cannot disregard the laws of the kingdom. Thus, I suggest that we decree the Alchemy Pavilion to release Prince Qi and publicly apologize. Gritting his teeth, the Prince of Li stepped forward to express his opinion. At this moment, he couldn't back down. And you, Prince Wrong? Zhao Gao looked at him again. The Prince of Li is correct. Let the Alchemy Pavilion release Prince Qi and publicly apologize. The key point is that Qin Chen must be stripped of his qualifications to participate in the Five Nations Grand Competition and imprisoned in the Heavenly Prison for severe punishment. The Prince of Wrong stated, cut off the Alchemy Pavilion's supplies so that they lose access to medicinal materials. Naturally, they will submit. Publicly declare that all families and forces of the Great Qi will stop purchasing medicinal pills from the Alchemy Pavilion. Our Great Qi has many medicinal pill forces. Apart from the Alchemy Pavilion, there are also places like Ju Bao Lu. I don't believe they can truly oppose a nation. If we're afraid that the kingdom won't have enough medicinal pills, we can buy them from other nations. I don't believe the Alchemy Pavilion won't panic. In that case, they will naturally bow down. With someone speaking up, the many ministers who had previously expressed the need to severely punish the Alchemy Pavilion began discussing actively. Yes, yes. Zhao Gao nodded, looking satisfied, then turned to the official beside him. Have you noted all of this? Your Majesty, I have noted it all. The official replied respectfully. Everyone was puzzled, exchanging glances. What did Zhao Gao mean by having the official record their words? Then Zhao Gao sneered. The proposals from all of you are very constructive and indeed quite good. Whatever suggestions anyone had earlier, I have already recorded them. Next, I will send you personally to the Alchemy Pavilion to carry them out. Whoever's proposal it is will be responsible for its execution. I will compile all your suggestions into a volume, write down your names, and submit it to the Alchemy Pavilion so that they can properly fulfill your demands. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What, let them execute it? Their legs went weak, and a few ministers nearly knelt down. What kind of place is the Alchemy Pavilion? Their proposals are all quite harsh. If they truly go there, will there be any way to survive? Your Majesty, that is impossible. Absolutely not. Yes, we are only making suggestions. The specific execution should still be decided by Your Majesty. This decree should usually be handled by the Ministry of Justice. It would be better to let them handle it. A group of ministers panicked. Zhao Gao's move was too ruthless. While they eagerly wished for him to severely punish the Alchemy Pavilion, that was from the perspective of onlookers. If they had to personally carry out the law against the Alchemy Pavilion, they wouldn't dare to do so even if it killed them. It's not that the Alchemy Pavilion is overly tyrannical, but the Alchemy Pavilion is, after all, the largest procurement place for medicinal pills in the Great Qi Nation, a gathering place for alchemists. No one wanted to risk offending the source of 70% of Great Qi's alchemists and medicinal supplies. Seeing all the ministers in a state of panic, Zhao Gao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Esteemed ministers, weren't you all quite enthusiastic earlier? Why is it that when it comes to executing things, none of you can manage it? He spoke with a smile that was not quite a smile, deliberately making a point. Everyone was rendered speechless. Previously, they had been eager to give advice, but that was because they were unclear about Zhao Gao's attitude and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Now that Zhao Gao had said this, it was evident that he didn't want to take action against the Alchemy Pavilion at all. If they spoke up now, it would only be a waste of their efforts. Old Li, why don't you talk about your earlier suggestion to stop the supply of medicinal materials to the Alchemy Pavilion? I think it's quite good. How about you take the lead and go to the Alchemy Pavilion to announce this result? Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhao Gao pointed at an elder in the lead and said with a cold smile, Your Majesty, the elder named Old Li felt his legs go weak and nearly knelt down. Just now, the old minister had been talking nonsense. Upon careful reflection, he realized that over the years, the Alchemy Pavilion had contributed greatly to the national strength of our Great Qi, and if we were to strike hard for such a trivial matter, it would indeed be very harsh. So after thinking it through, I still believe a verbal warning would be better. Old Li spoke cautiously, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. A verbal warning? Zhao Gao nodded. Since that's the case, I will leave it to you, Old Li, to give them a warning. Old Li opened his mouth wide, nearly crying, wishing he could just bang his head against a wall. If he really dared to go to the Alchemy Pavilion and give a warning, would he even be able to walk out alive? Your Majesty, Your Majesty! With a thud, Old Li knelt down, sweat pouring from his forehead like rain. Upon further consideration, I feel that given the contributions of the Alchemy Pavilion to our Great Qi, even a warning wouldn't be appropriate. Perhaps we should just let this matter slide. Just now, old Li, you were quite passionate about wanting me to punish the alchemy pavilion. What's with this change in attitude? Your Majesty, it was just a moment of confusion. I'm getting old, and sometimes my mind isn't as sharp, so I beg for your Majesty's forgiveness. Old Li trembled in fear, shaking like a leaf. Since old Li is old and has such issues, why didn't you tell me earlier? If this gets out, wouldn't the people think I'm a tyrant who only knows how to exploit? In that case, old Li, you should go home and rest for half a year. Wait until you recover or have more energy, and then we can see if you can continue your duties. Zhao Gao looked at old Li, a cold smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. His mind went blank, and old Li's face turned bitter as he bowed. Thank you for your grace, your Majesty. Standing up, he appeared haggard, as if he had aged a decade in an instant, trembling as he retreated. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, each one trembling with fear. Old Li was a key minister of the Great Qi, yet he was so easily dismissed. It was clear that His Majesty was truly angry. Is there anyone else who wishes to punish the alchemy pavilion? You may step forward. Zhao Gao scanned the hall, his tone icy. The many ministers looked at each other, each shrinking their necks and retreating, no one daring to step forward. They saw that even old Li had been dismissed. How could they dare to stand up? They would likely be punished, too. Several princes, what do you think? Seeing the ministers silent, Zhao Gao turned to several princes. Your Majesty, I have thought it over carefully and feel that punishing the alchemy pavilion is too harsh. Perhaps it's better to let it go. The Prince of Li spoke timidly, his scalp tingling. However, regarding Qin Chen, I still believe he must be severely punished. Otherwise, how will the royal family explain this to the people? Prince Rong, what do you think? Zhao Gao asked again. Prince Rong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I believe what Prince Li said is correct. The alchemy pavilion should not be punished, but Qin Chen must be severely punished. Severely punished Qin Chen. Then what do you two think would be an appropriate charge? Zhao Gao asked with a cold smile. The Prince of Li and Prince Rong exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They didn't even know the specifics of how Qin Chen had clashed with Prince Qi. They only knew that because of Qin Chen, Prince Qi was detained by the alchemy pavilion. Now asking them to speak up, one wrong word, and how would they recover? Humph! With a bang on the dragon throne, Zhao Gao's voice suddenly rose, his gaze cold and sharp, landing on the princes. A terrifying authority swept through the hall, causing all the ministers to kneel down, not daring to lift their heads. That Qin Chen is a meritorious figure in our Great Qi during this Five Kingdoms competition, and he is also one of the selected candidates for the re-examination. If you severely punish him, who will take his place to bring glory to our Great Qi in the Northwest? Prince Li, do you have someone in mind? Or Prince Rong, will you let your foolish son take Qin Chen's place? Zhao Gao's voice was icy, as if threatening to freeze the air. Your Majesty, I see my mistake. Please calm your anger. Thud. The several princes all scaredly knelt down. They were well aware of their royal brother's methods. He had climbed to the throne with blood on his hands. If he truly became enraged, even their comfortable lives would be at risk. In that moment, the princes wished they could split the Lingnan Zhao family in half. If it weren't for the Lingnan Zhao family inciting them, how would they have foolishly come to the palace and faced Zhao Gao's wrath? Prince Kang, looking at all the ministers in the hall, Zhao Gao shouted coldly, Your servant is here. You are to carry my decree and go to the alchemy pavilion to inform Pavilion Master Zio that Prince Qi has been reckless, causing trouble at the alchemy pavilion and undermining our royal dignity. The matter will be entirely handled by the alchemy pavilion. They can kill or cut as they wish, and our Great Qi will not interfere. Furthermore, strip Liu Yang of his position in the Department of Affairs, which will also be handled by the alchemy pavilion. If the alchemy pavilion releases him, he is to be sent directly to the Sky Prison for strict interrogation to see what grounds he has to act recklessly. This matter is hereby decided. If I see anyone questioning it again, I will definitely punish them severely. After saying this, Zhao Gao flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Only the ministers remained, staring at each other in shock. The dignified Prince Qi was detained by the alchemy pavilion, yet His Majesty hadn't uttered a word and instead required the alchemy pavilion to handle it themselves. This completely overturned everyone's assumptions. At this moment, the palace was in an uproar. The news also reached the Bloodline Holy Land in no time. Upon learning that the Bloodline Master Unyielding was detained by the alchemy pavilion, the entire Bloodline Holy Land was in an uproar, causing a sensation. A first-tier Bloodline Master was detained by another power. Such an event had rarely happened in the history of the Great Qi's Bloodline Holy Land. The steward from Xuan returned to the Bloodline Holy Land, not daring to be slack, and promptly reported the matter to President Dongfeng, waiting for orders. Not long after, President Dongfeng personally summoned Su Cheng. Su Chang, the steward, entered the president's office cautiously. Beside Dongfang Qing stood Li Wenyu, his favored aide. Su Chang felt a twinge of envy, and then a slam of the table that made him flinch. "Su Chang, what exactly is going on here?" Dongfang Qing demanded, expression dark. After hearing the details, Dongfang Qing's rage flared. He had been researching the new bloodline instrument his superiors had provided, feeling a slight but precious improvement in his own stagnant cultivation after applying Qin Chen's 18-level method. He had been planning to find Qin Chen for guidance, so who had given Unyielding the nerve to offend him in the alchemy pavilion? Does he think that just because he is a bloodline master, he can do whatever he wants? Dongfang Qing snapped, pointing at Su Chang. "You stepped in and tangled this up. Take him to the alchemy pavilion and resolve this." "Understood," Li Wenyu bowed, but before he could act, Dongfang Qing paused, then said, "Forget it. I'll go myself." Su Chang's face drained. The president of the bloodline Holy Land personally going to the alchemy pavilion, it was a measure only taken in the gravest of affairs. He lowered his head and followed. They did not have far to go. Word of Dongfang Qing's arrival spread quickly, drawing attention, but the expected uproar never materialized. At the alchemy pavilion, guards stood ready, but when Xiao Ye, Qin Chen, and Liu Guang appeared, the tension shifted into a tight, watchful politeness. Xiao Ye approached first, composed but alert. "Pavilion Lord," she greeted, bowing. Dongfang Qing inclined his head. His gaze landed on Qin Chen, and to the surprise of those present, he stepped forward with a warm laugh, clasping Qin Chen's hand with an enthusiasm that made Qin Chen squirm. "Young friend Qin Chen, it's been a long time." Qin Chen pulled his hand back, awkward. The onlookers who had suspected a severe confrontation were confused by Dongfang Qing's demeanor. Dongfang Qing smiled at Xiao Ye. "Pavilion Lord Xiao Ye, my bloodline Holy Land has not managed things well. That Unyielding, he dared to offend young Master Qin. He deserves severe reproach. Pavilion Lord, please teach him a lesson for me." Xiao Ye blinked, then bowed. She had already chosen to back Qin Chen. Dongfang Qing's words confirmed the alignment she had expected. As murmurs rippled, Dongfang Qing's eyes briefly flicked to the golden token hanging at Qin Chen's waist. He nodded once, subtle and certain. "That token is real," he said quietly so only a few could hear, his tone carrying approval. The implication was plain. Qin Chen's standing was not to be trifled with. Before anyone could react further, Prince Kang arrived and produced the imperial edict. He greeted Xiao Ye and Dongfang Qing courteously, then turned to Qin Chen with a smile. "Young Master Chen, heroes appear in youth. Thank you for protecting my little girl during the Five Nations competition." He read the decree. Lu Yang would be stripped of his position as director of the market authority, Zhao Gao's machinations exposed. And both Lu Yang and Qi Wang would be handed over to the alchemy pavilion to be dealt with as it saw fit. More, Prince Kang declared, the royal family would also allow the alchemy pavilion to continue detaining Unyielding for further lessons. The bloodline Holy Land and the royal family deferred to the alchemy pavilion and to Qin Chen's judgment in how to handle Unyielding, Lu Yang, and Qi Wang. The result overturned all expectations. What many had braced to be a clash between the three great powers resolved into a unified front. Dongfang Qing siding openly with Qin Chen, Prince Kang issuing the imperial backing, and the alchemy pavilion entrusted to carry out judgment. The heavy public spectacle evaporated into an unmistakable verdict. Qin Chen and the pavilion would deal with the offenders. In the reception room of the alchemy pavilion, the formalities continued with surprising cordiality. Dongfang Qing and Lord Kang, Prince Kang, spoke of making amends for the earlier disorder. Prince Kang even offered to transfer a prime central shop in the market to Qin Chen as compensation for the trouble caused by Lu Yang. The implication was clear. They intended to reward and placate, not retaliate. Dongfang Qing's gratitude towards Xiao Ye and his deference to Qin Chen left no doubt about where the bloodline Holy Land's favor lay. "How to handle it is up to you," Qin Chen said, casual. He had little interest in the minutiae. His focus remained on his own cultivation and direction. Yet the alignment of the bloodline Holy Land and the royal family's support only served to reinforce the alchemy pavilion's authority and Qin Chen's. After matters were settled, Dongfang Qing and Prince Kang offered their respects and took their leave, each accompanied by their retinues. The city buzzed at the unexpected outcome. The alchemy pavilion, backed by both royal and bloodline power, had been entrusted with meting out judgment, and Qin Chen's token, affirmed by Dongfang Qing, had made the difference. Qin Chen left the alchemy pavilion later that day. He had not returned home for over a day and wanted to check on his mother. Walking through the noble district, he came upon the resplendent Ji family residence, its grand gate marking it unmistakably as one of the capital's prominent houses. I remember that Ji still owes me 500,000, right? Qin Chen thought, and without hesitation strode toward the gate. Two guards stopped him abruptly. "This is the noble Ji family. You've the wrong place. Leave quickly," one barked, looking him up and down with contempt. Qin Chen smiled faintly. "This should be the Ji family, a noble family in the royal capital, right?" "Yes, since you know that, then leave," the guard snapped. Onlookers gathered, sensing the confrontation. The guards, used to enforcing order for their masters, were curt, but Qin Chen's demeanor betrayed no intimidation. "You see, I'm here to collect a debt from your young master Ji," Qin Chen said with a faint smile. 276. Collecting debts. Upon hearing this, everyone fainted, looking at Qin Chen as if seeing a ghost. Is this kid not afraid of death? With his appearance, would the Ji family's young master owe him money? Doesn't he know what it means to bring misfortune upon oneself? Just this one sentence could cost him his life indeed. The two guards, upon hearing this, immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "Our young master owes you money. Kid, are you here to cause trouble? Do you know where this place is? Dare to act recklessly." Radiating murderous intent, the two guards approached with fierce expressions, clearly ready to teach Qin Chen a lesson. Qin Chen remained calm, taking out a piece of paper and unfolding it, saying, "Please take a look. This is your young master's IOU, complete with a seal in black and white. You can't possibly play tricks, right?" The two guards stared, and the surrounding crowd leaned in. When they saw the amount, their faces went white. 5 million silver coins, are you joking? My young master would owe you 5 million silver coins? All doubts vanished. The two guards lunged without further words. Qin Chen shook his head. Since talking was futile, he kicked out directly, bang, a single, precise strike. The two peak earth-level guards were caught off guard, blood spurting, as they were sent crashing against the gate of the Ji family. They scrambled to their feet and fled into the estate, shouting for help outside. The crowd gaped. It wasn't merely Qin Chen's strength they feared now, but his audacity within the Ji family estate. Elders awakened and rushed out. Jizun stepped forward, horror and recognition in his eyes. "You are Qin Chen," he mouthed. Taking 2 steps back, word of Qin Chen's recent deeds had spread throughout the capital. Even the proud Ji family could not treat him lightly. "He has come to collect a debt," Qin Chen said simply as he strolled through the mansion. Calm as if in his own garden, Jizun's face tightened. "Young Master Qin, I have failed to welcome you properly. May I ask what brings you to our Ji family?" Qin Chen produced the IOU again. Jizun examined it and went pale when he saw the signature belonged to Ji. He hurried inside to summon the family head. In moments, Ji arrived, surrounded by peak late-stage heaven-level experts. His demeanor was imposing, but when he recognized Qin Chen, his expression shifted between arrogance and unease. "Why didn't you inform me earlier?" Ji laughed, but his true energy rippled. Qin Chen bowed slightly and said, "I have come to collect a debt." They dragged out Ji, battered and bleeding. Ji scoffed. "This is his personal matter. I have dealt with him. Take him if you wish." Qin Chen coldly recalled how Ji and his men had ambushed him. "Is my life not worth even 500,000 silver coins?" A disciple sneered, and suddenly the troop debated loudly over payment. Ji offered to resolve it as his son's affair and proposed a low amount. The negotiation collapsed quickly. Qin Chen produced a rusty sword from his storage ring and, without hesitation, aimed it at Ji's neck. "No. Father, save me!" Ji screamed. Terror in his eyes, Ji instinctively lashed out, and the sword energy nearly severed the ground beside Ji, carving a deep mark. Blood welled on Ji's neck where the blade had flashed. The elders erupted, but the power behind that strike stayed Ji's fury. He realized that Qin Chen truly dared to act and was not bluffing. 500,000 is too much for us, Ji said through gritted teeth. When Qin Chen pressed, Ji spat out a figure. 100,000, that is all we can produce quickly. Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. He raised the sword again, and Ji's plea turned frantic. "If you won't pay, then let his life be payment," Qin Chen said flatly. At that moment, Ji seeing his son's terror and sensing the gulf between them, made a decision. "We cannot present such sums, but the Ji family has treasures. We will offer collateral from our ancestral hall." There was a stir. "Collateral in the forbidden area?" Several elders exchanged looks. The family treasury contained treasures, but the forbidden area of the ancestral hall was not entered lightly. Ji explained briefly. Only a few heirlooms could equal that amount, and they were kept in the ancestral hall's forbidden section. Even he could not casually retrieve them. Qin Chen smiled coldly. "If you cannot produce the silver, then produce the treasures." Reluctantly, Ji led Qin Chen and his entourage deeper into the Ji estate. The grounds gave way to a secluded courtyard where moss-covered jade paths and a jade-constructed building rose among ancient trees. A faint, peculiar aura seeped from the place, and even Qin Chen's pores felt as if they had been opened by a cool breeze. This is the Ancestral Hall, our forbidden area, Jipu said. These are treasures collected over hundreds of years. They are precious and many are rare. They stepped onto a path of Qinghua jade, its blue flower patterns clear beneath the moss. Qin Chen's eyes flicked to a Liuli 8 treasures shard tucked at the edge of the grove, its colors faint through the grime, and then to the central hall where a cold-tinged Hengxin jade seemed to emanate a slight chill. Jipu's words were concise. The jades here were extremely rare and highly valued for cultivation and refining. He did not need to catalog them. The implication was clear. These pieces could cover the debt and offered materials useful for strength and refinement. Qin Chen looked over the scattered, ancient jades and felt satisfaction. He had not come for mere silver. He had come for assets that could further his cultivation. The Ji family elders watched with stung faces as their forbidden treasures were thus offered. The estate's centuries of savings laid out as collateral to prevent Ji Zhou's death. Qin Chen nodded slightly. The situation resolved for now, but his gaze lingered on the Hengxin and Liuli jades in the hall. Recognizing their value and potential, the fabric of the ancestral hall seemed to hum underfoot, the ancient jades glinting faintly under the moss as if awake. And everyone there felt the weight of what had just been decided. I didn't expect that young Master Qin Chen is actually a master of jade appreciation. I truly admire you, Jipu said. Jipu was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The other elders were equally shocked. The precious jade in the ancestral shrine was all left behind by the ancestors of the Ji family, belonging to a very rare kind, rarely seen in the market. Moreover, after so many years of exposure to the wind and rain, some of these jades had lost their original appearance due to being covered. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen recognized them at a glance, which truly surprised them. It should be known that even they, upon seeing these jades for the first time, wouldn't dare to say they could recognize them completely. They had thought Qin Chen would be stunned by the sight before him. However, after his astonishment, he revealed a look of disappointment. I thought it was something valuable, but it's just some ancient jades. Although these jades have some value, they are quite ordinary. Ji family head wouldn't be planning to use these things to offset debts, would he? Hearing Qin Chen's words, the shock on the faces of the elders turned into extreme dissatisfaction, almost spitting out old blood. Since you recognized these jades, how could you not know their value? Once they hit the market, the entire Northwest would probably go wild, rushing to them. Ordinary? What audacity! They had no idea that in his previous life, Qin Chen had seen countless treasures. In this life, although he wasn't arrogant, he was only interested in treasures that could enhance his strength. As for these jades, while rare, they wouldn't improve his strength at all. Selling them would even be less convenient than directly using silver coins. Jipu was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed. Young Master Qin Chen is remarkably talented and has good relations with the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Ground. What treasure doesn't he have? Naturally, he won't care about these jades. But the treasure I speak of is not these jades. It is the true family heirloom within the ancestral shrine, Ningxen Jade. Ningxen Jade? Qin Chen frowned, recalling the power he sensed with his soul. He couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the power he felt earlier was released by this Ningxen Jade? Jipu revealed a proud smile and said, I've heard that young Master Qin Chen is also an alchemist and naturally knows the importance of mental strength. This Ningxen Jade can condense a martial artist's mental strength. Wearing it for a long time will subtly strengthen the mental strength of the martial artist. Young Master Qin Chen should know that mental strength is related to a martial artist's talent. Once the mental strength is strong, it implies the martial artist's comprehension ability will also increase. If such a treasure is obtained by young Master Qin Chen, advancing to a second-rank alchemist would likely be just around the corner. I wonder if this treasure could be worth 500,000 silver coins. Jipu wore a confident expression, but the other elders around him looked quite indifferent. Would the Ji family head be willing to part with such a treasure? Qin Chen frowned, revealing doubt. Ningxen Jade is indeed invaluable, not to mention in the Northwest, even in the martial domain, it is quite rare. After all, mental strength is extremely important. Bloodline masters, alchemists, artifact masters, and alchemists all require strong mental strength as a backing. Under innate conditions, if there are treasures that can enhance mental strength, it will indeed attract countless people to fight over it. It could be called a priceless treasure. However, how could someone like Jipu, who was unwilling to part with 500,000 silver coins, so easily give out this Ningxen Jade? What is there to be unwilling to part with? Jipu, crafty and shrewd, smiled, pointing to the jade structure ahead and said, However, this Ningxen Jade is located within the forbidden area of my Ji family's ancestral shrine. To obtain it, one must first pass the assessment method set by my Ji family's ancestors. Otherwise, even I would have no right to take it. In the past few hundred years, only 3 talented disciples from my Ji family have passed the assessment method, each receiving a piece of Ning Shen jade. And in my generation, no disciple has succeeded yet, but with young Master Qin Chen's talent, it shouldn't be a problem. 3 people? Qin Chen sneered. Are you implying that I should attempt this assessment method? If I pass, then the Ning Shen jade is mine. If I fail, the debt will be wiped clean. Precisely so. Exchanging the Ning Shen jade for the 500,000 silver coins, young Master Qin Chen surely wouldn't suffer a loss, right? Now it depends on whether young Master Qin Chen has the ability and courage. Everyone from the Ji family stared at him, and the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. Many elders revealed mocking expressions, as if they were certain Qin Chen would not pass. Ji Pu seemed to expect that Qin Chen would definitely agree. He was well aware of how attractive Ning Shen jade is to alchemists. For any alchemist, it is something they cannot bear to refuse. Ji family head, since this assessment method is so difficult, I think I'll pass. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Chen smiled and said, Since you agreed then? Ji Pu, hearing Qin Chen speak, began to smile. However, after listening to the content, he nearly choked, his eyes bulging. What, pass? Yes. Qin Chen shrugged helplessly. Since the difficulty is so high, I thought about it, and it would be more cost-effective to just take the 500,000 silver coins. Besides, look at the expressions of your Ji family's elders. Each one is convinced that I won't pass. They are all Ji family elders, so they must be very clear about this assessment method. Since they all expect me to fail, what do I have to agree to? If I fail, I will return empty-handed. That would be a loss. You, looking at the elders behind him with expressions of disbelief, Ji Pu was almost furious, feeling as if he might spit blood. Were these guys really that foolish, unable even to act? Young Master Qin Chen, you are overthinking. As far as I know, the 3 geniuses in my Ji family's history who passed the assessment all couldn't compare to you in cultivation. Ji Pu said amiably. The other elders learned their lesson this time and nodded in agreement. Let's forget it. Qin Chen shook his head, his expression firm. Once I fail, I would have nothing, which would be a loss. I'm not greedy. I just need the Ji family head to give me 500,000 silver coins. As for the Ning Shen jade, it's better left for your Ji family's geniuses. Ji Pu was nearly driven mad with anger. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Then how about this? If young Master Chen agrees to participate in the assessment, regardless of whether you pass or fail, I will give you 100,000 silver coins. But if you do not agree, then I can't help it. My Ji family indeed cannot produce that much money. Moreover, for someone of your caliber, any slight enhancement in strength holds vast significance and should not be missed. Even if the probability is low, it's worth a try, isn't it? Ji Pu earnestly advised. He thought Qin Chen would hesitate, but unexpectedly upon hearing this. All right, I agree. Qin Chen nodded directly, decisively, and without hesitation. What? Ji Pu was momentarily stunned, and the words of persuasion that followed all stuck in his throat, making his old face flush red with discomfort. First, bring me 1,000,000 silver coins. Qin Chen extended his hand with a smile. Staring intently into Qin Chen's eyes, Ji Pu suddenly realized that he had been tricked by this kid. He probably decided to agree long ago, and in his eagerness he fell into the trap. In his frustration, he nearly spat blood. What? Are you backing out again? Noticing Ji Pu's lack of response, Qin Chen frowned. I'll give it. Ji Pu took out a stack of banknotes, his heart aching. This damned kid is simply too clever. Then I'll go in. Are there any precautions? Qin Chen said with a smile as he took the banknotes. No, just follow this jade stone path inside. Ji Pu's expression turned grim, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Qin Chen nodded and walked along the jade stone path toward the jade structure. Buzz, an invisible force instantly enveloped his body. Hey! Qin Chen was momentarily taken aback. At first he didn't feel much, but upon closer inspection he discovered that there was a very subtle formation here. The jade stones scattered among the trees, including the jade stone path beneath his feet, were all part of this formation. However, this formation was neither an attacking formation nor a defensive or confusion formation, but rather a nurturing grand formation. Moreover, the closer he got to the jade structure, the stronger the power nourishing his soul became. Interesting, Qin Chen's heart stirred as he stepped into the jade structure. As soon as Qin Chen's figure disappeared, several elders of the Ji family sneered. Ji Zun scoffed. This Qin Chen is too confident. Does he really think he can pass the assessment of my Ji family's ancestors? That method of assessment cannot be passed by anyone other than the descendants of my Ji family. No matter how high Qin Chen's talent is, he can't possibly obtain the spirit-consolidating jade. He's really quite foolish. The group returned to their original expressions, their eyes filled with disdain. Enough. You still have the face to say that. If it weren't for your inability to hide, I wouldn't have had to cough up that 1,000,000 silver coins at all. Jipu couldn't help but shout angrily, his face dark as thunder. These guys were too incompetent at covering up. Otherwise, how could he have been tricked out of 1,000,000 silver coins? The elders were speechless. If it weren't for your son causing trouble, how would the Ji family have to deal with this mess? All right, this guy should fail and come out soon. Everyone keep it down and let's hurry up and send him away. Waving his hand, Jipu displayed a lack of interest, his face full of worry. The Ji family had never encountered such a situation before, but facing someone whom even the bloodline's sacred land's president Dongfeng Qing had to apologize to, what could they do? On the other side, as Qin Chen stepped into the jade structure, he immediately felt a chilling sensation wash over him, as if he had been drenched in cold water. At the same time, his soul felt even more comfortable, as if he had arrived at a nurturing place for the soul. This feeling, the spirit-consolidating jade can only refine mental strength, but I've never heard of it nourishing the soul. Could it be that this place has some treasure capable of nurturing soul power? Mental strength is different from soul power. The warriors of the 5 nations in the northwest might not realize this, but Qin Chen was well aware. With doubts in his heart, Qin Chen continued walking inward. Before long, he arrived inside the structure, where a milky white light barrier appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Qin Chen observed for a moment and found the arrangement here to be quite peculiar, exuding an ancient aura, as if it had endured countless years. This jade quality? Touching the surface of the jade structure, Qin Chen was slightly lost in thought. The breath emitted from this ancient jade did not seem like it was established a few hundred years ago. Rather, it felt like it had experienced endless years, at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. Moreover, under normal circumstances, cold heart jade would have a certain effect on a person's spirit. But now that Qin Chen was in a building made entirely of cold heart jade, he felt not the slightest discomfort. Instead, he felt extremely refreshed. This is not cold heart jade, but cold soul jade. As his mental strength slightly penetrated into the building, suddenly, Qin Chen's eyes widened in shock. It is rumored that in the extreme northern lands, there exists a type of cold soul jade that can carry the soul. In ancient times, when some people suffered severe injuries and were on the verge of death, their friends and family would use cold soul jade to make a jade coffin to stabilize the person's soul and then find a way to rescue them. This type of jade is extremely precious, and it's rarely seen even in the martial domain. To think that such a large piece would be found in a small family in this remote northwest region. Unable to help but gasp, Qin Chen was secretly astonished. He no longer believed that this jade structure was established by the ancestors of the Ji family hundreds of years ago. They simply did not have that capability. Unfortunately, these cold soul jades had aged for too long, and the material that preserved the soul had mostly dissipated. No wonder I mistook it for cold heart jade. After carefully sensing the entire piece of jade, Qin Chen sighed and shook his head. Originally, if it were a brand new cold soul jade, even in the martial domain, it would be priceless. However, this piece of cold soul jade had almost all its energy material gone and was now of little value. Forget it. This should be the assessment that Jipu mentioned. I'll go in and see what's going on. Stepping into that white halo, beams of white light immediately lit up on the entire halo. These lights surged into Qin Chen's body, instantly transforming into threads that seemed to probe something. With each thread that penetrated Qin Chen's body, he felt a slight resistance. As he continued to enter, the resistance grew stronger. The scene inside the jade structure became increasingly clear. It appeared to be a high platform surrounded by floating jade tablets, constantly in motion. Is that the spirit consolidating jade? Seeing the jade tablets floating around, Qin Chen was taken aback. These jade tablets were indeed spirit consolidating jades. On that high platform, there seemed to be another jade tablet, but he could not make out what kind of jade tablet it was. Just as Qin Chen was preparing to approach for a closer look, suddenly, the light on the white halo seemed to sense something and shook violently, causing countless red threads to appear, forming a peculiar formation that aimed to expel Qin Chen. This is the bloodline formation, that bastard Jipu. Seeing this formation, Qin Chen couldn't help but curse. He finally understood why Jipu was willing to let him in. It turned out that this so-called assessment had bloodline restrictions. Only the descendants of the Ji family could possibly pass through this white light curtain. Otherwise, once entering, no matter how high your talent, you would be expelled due to the bloodline. And ordinary martial artists would not be able to discern this formation's origins. They would only assume they lacked talent and therefore couldn't pass the assessment. It seems Jipu was holding on to this plan. That bastard Jipu, meeting me can only be considered his bad luck. Qin Chen sneered, unhurriedly placing his hands on the array pattern and quickly tapping several times. With a buzzing sound, an invisible force spread, and those crimson silk threads instantly vanished without a trace. This array is so crude, I might actually believe it was set up by the ancestors of the Ji family. Qin Chen pushed forward with force, immediately expanding the white light barrier and stepping inside. The verification array on the white light barrier was clearly not from ancient times, but rather inscribed in the last few hundred years. It must have been set up by the ancestors of the Ji family. Upon entering the light barrier, Qin Chen focused his gaze and found himself in a place resembling an altar. Surrounding the altar were 6 pieces OF Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade floating, and at the center of the altar was a black dragon-shaped gem. This dragon-shaped gem was quite extraordinary, as if it possessed life, continuously swirling. Within its flow was a flicker of vitality. Could this be the legendary Dragon Soul Jade? Qin Chen exclaimed in surprise. The Dragon Soul Jade was a legend from ancient times. It was said to originate from the lairs of the Dragon clan, constantly soaked in the essence and blood of true dragons, absorbing their souls to form a type of treasure. This kind of treasure could nourish a person's soul, once refined. It could allow a martial artist's soul power to reach an unprecedented realm. Even a CHIEVING Chinese letter condensing spirit into form. One must know that a martial artist in the early stages could only cultivate spiritual power, and only after reaching the 7th level would they begin to nourish their soul power. And to a CHIEVE Chinese letter, even a Chinese letter martial god could not do it. Only in the LEGEND RY Chinese letter holy realm could this possibly be achieved. However, it was said that the Dragon Soul Jade could allow one to accomplish this in advance. It was truly abnormal. This rumor had circulated in the martial domain for countless years, yet no one had ever truly obtained the Dragon Soul Jade. Now, this gem before him emitted a soul aura reminiscent of a true dragon, making Qin Chen's soul feel incredibly comfortable. Indeed very similar to the legendary Dragon Soul Jade. Thinking of this, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel his mouth dry and his palms began to sweat. To surpass his past life, to defeat Shangyuan Zier and Feng Shaiyu, simply relying on cultivation was not enough. He needed some opportunities. If this dragon-shaped gem truly was the Dragon Soul Jade, then I would have already succeeded halfway in my quest to surpass my past life. Qin Chen felt excited just thinking about it. Soul power was extremely important to a powerful warrior. Once the soul underwent transformation, whether it was in cultivation or in alchemy and weapon forging, he could surpass his past life. In the midst of his shock, whoosh. Sensing a surge of energy, a floating piece OF Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade rushed over and landed in Qin Chen's hand. A piece of information also surged into Qin Chen's mind. Sure enough, this mysterious structure was not established by the ancestors of the Ji family. Several hundred years ago, the Ji family had a very powerful expert who possessed a natural jade body. This kind of physique allowed him to sense and identify jade far beyond ordinary people. Using this physique, this ancestor of the Ji family traveled across mountains and rivers, engaging in the jade business, establishing a large Ji family. At the peak of the Ji family's power, they had a remarkable reputation across the 5 countries of the Northwest, claiming to be the top family among the 5 nations. Later, this ancestor discovered this magical jade stone structure during an adventure in the Holy Luo secret realm, and at the same time discovered this dragon-shaped gem. He wanted to seize this gem but found an ancient restriction surrounding the altar. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break these restrictions. Thus, he used a spatial treasure to bring this magical jade stone structure back to the Great Qi Kingdom and placed it in the backyard of his residence. For the next 10 years, he secluded himself in his residence, indifferent to worldly affairs, with the purpose of eliminating the restrictions and figuring out what this gem really was. It was only when he was about to die of old age that he regretfully discovered that to break this restriction, one had to be under 20 years old and possess a spiritual power of at least the 3rd level to have a chance. In the end, before his death, he established this testing method and set the nearly 10 pieces OF Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade he obtained around the jade stone structure in the Holy Luo secret realm outside the altar for future generations to take the test. Once they passed the test, it would represent a talent for cultivating spiritual power, and they would receive a piece of Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade. As long as they cultivated their spiritual power to above the 3rd level before the age of 20, they could re-enter this testing area, step into the outer edge of the altar, and claim this dragon-shaped gem. Unfortunately, over the years, although 3 disciples of the Ji family passed the test, and Obtined Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade, none managed to break through to above the 3rd level before the age of 20. Instead, Qin Chen directly destroyed the testing array set by the ancestors of the Ji family and broke into the altar's outer edge. Unexpectedly, a person with a natural jade body emerged from the Ji family. Such an innate physique, if cultivated in the martial domain, could very likely achieve the status of a Chinese letter martial god. It was just unfortunate that in the land of the 5 northwest countries, their accomplishments were extremely limited. Shaking his head, Qin Chen raised a hand to collect the remaining 5 pieces of Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade. Buzz. The 5 pieces of Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade emitted a resistance force, and a formation vaguely appeared. Hee, break! With a light shout, Qin Chen quickly circulated his hands, spiritual power sweeping out, immediately scattering the formation into pieces. And the remaining 5 pieces of Chinese letter nourishing spirit jade fell into Qin Chen's hands. Only then did Qin Chen take a closer look at the altar. Indeed, around the altar was a mysterious restriction, and the dragon soul jade was located within this restriction. What shocked Qin Chen even more was that this restriction looked very familiar. It was remarkably similar to the various true symbols he had obtained from Feng. It seemed that the true symbols on Feng might have been obtained from the Holy Luo secret realm in the Monster Ancestor mountain range. Qin Chen could not help but ponder. The mysterious rust sword on him and this jade stone structure were both discovered in the Holy Luo secret realm. What kind of secret realm is this Holy Luo secret realm? Normally, in such a remote area as the Northwest, high-level secret realms should not exist at all, but various clues suggested that this Holy Luo secret realm was anything but ordinary. Moreover, he initially thought this dragon soul jade was naturally formed. Now, having learned its origins and based on the ancestors of the Ji family's previous descriptions, as well as the restrictions above the altar, this dragon soul jade was very likely left here intentionally by some powerful being. However, he could not imagine why, if this black dragon-shaped gem truly was the legendary dragon soul jade. Would anyone who obtained such a treasure not absorb it themselves, but instead leave it here, setting up restrictions for others to break? Many thoughts flashed through Qin Chen's mind, and then he gritted his teeth. No matter what this dragon-shaped gem is, since I have seen it, I will not miss the opportunity. He immediately focused his mind and began to decipher the restrictions on it. -281. When Qin Chen carefully observed the restrictions on the altar, he was immediately taken aback. The restrictions were extremely obscure, clearly belonging to ancient times. At first glance, they gave him a dizzy feeling. What a terrifying restriction! Qin Chen felt a chill in his heart. He released his mental energy and examined it closely. In his previous life, Qin Chen was a master of formations, with astonishing attainments in restrictions. Coupled with the 9-star Divine Emperor technique he cultivated in this life, his true Qi sensitivity surpassed that of his previous life, making his comprehension of restrictions even stronger. This was also the reason he was able to break through the various true symbol restrictions on Feng despite his insufficient cultivation level. While Qin Chen was deciphering the restrictions, outside the Jade Building, Ji Pu and the others were still waiting. Master, it's been almost half a stick of incense since Qin Chen went in. Logically, he should have failed the assessment by now. Why hasn't he come out yet? Yes, without the bloodline of our Ji family, he should be eliminated soon. Why do we not see him yet? This kid can't really pass the assessment of our ancestors, can he? Seeing that Qin Chen had not come out even after half a stick of incense, several elders couldn't sit still. Don't worry, Ji Pu sneered. This place is our Ji family's ancestral shrine's forbidden ground. Even if Qin Chen is talented, he won't pass the ancestors' assessment. The reason he hasn't come out is either that he just started the assessment, or he has already failed and is reluctant to leave, hoping to take something away. However, the Jade Building of our Ji family's ancestral shrine is a complete entity. Even if Qin Chen racked his brains and used all means, he won't be able to pry off a piece of jade. Moreover, if the assessment formation set up by the ancestors detects a non-clan member entering for assessment, it will retaliate and subtly harm the assessor. Qin Chen will definitely pay a price for this. Saying this, a cold smile appeared on Ji Pu's face. It was not so easy to extort from their Ji family, Where is Qin Chen? Why hasn't he come out yet? What is he doing in there? Could it be that he didn't obtain any treasures and is too angry to come out, just sleeping inside? Seeing that Qin Chen had not emerged from the forbidden area for a long time, many elders from the Ji family were anxiously frowning, but they were unable to enter. Initially, the ancestors of the Ji family, fearing that the participating disciples would be disturbed, had set up such a formation. Only after those inside came out could others possibly re-enter. Otherwise, someone would have rushed in long ago. That Qin Chen, could he be planning to live in there? The elders of the Ji family exchanged glances, speechless, their anxiety mounting like ants on a hot stove. Later, word came that a powerful Zhao family delegation had arrived in the capital. At the same time, Nian Shuo led a powerful ghost immortal sect group toward the capital to avenge his son. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Chen finally broke through the restriction. The moment he entered the altar, the leaping dragon-shaped treasure jade suddenly seemed to come alive, instantly landing in Qin Chen's hand. A strong force of soul-nourishing energy surged in. First, let's see if this treasure jade is indeed the dragon soul jade. With a thought, Qin Chen immediately activated his mental strength, penetrating the true dragon treasure jade to investigate. Buzz, as soon as the spiritual power entered the true dragon jade, Qin Chen immediately felt a powerful soul force emanating from the true dragon pendant. This soul force was incredibly pure, like an unpolluted ocean, making Qin Chen's soul feel extremely comfortable, drifting within it. At the same time, strands of soul power were gradually strengthening Qin Chen's soul. Hiss, what exactly is this jade? Qin Chen was shocked. Could it really be the legendary Dragon Soul Jade that could subtly enhance his soul power? Dragon Soul Jade only exists in legends, so even after obtaining such a piece of jade, Qin Chen still couldn't determine whether it was truly Dragon Soul Jade. He could only make some guesses based on its attributes. Instinctively, Qin Chen's soul power began to voraciously absorb the soul force from the pendant, like a person who hadn't eaten for countless days seeing a table full of delicious dishes, feeling an overwhelming temptation. No, I should study this pendant first before figuring out its origins. Resisting the allure, Qin Chen stopped absorbing the soul power and prepared to withdraw his own soul force. But just then, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in Qin Chen's mind. He felt as if he was in a cold, frozen wasteland, being watched by a prehistoric beast, sending chills all over his body. Not good. Although he didn't know what was happening, Qin Chen's reaction was incredibly quick. His pupils dilated, and he instinctively prepared to throw the true dragon pendant away. But at that moment, the true dragon pendant emitted a buzzing sound and ignited, transforming into an invisible black soul flame that rushed toward Qin Chen's forehead. Damn it! Qin Chen was alarmed, his face turned pale. This dragon-shaped jade pendant was not just a pendant, but had transformed into an invisible shadow, exuding a terrifying aura. Heavenly transformation technique, heaven and earth sealing. Qin Chen's mental power surged, and obscure spiritual runes suddenly appeared around him, swirling like snowflakes, converging in his right hand and spinning wildly. These spiritual runes formed a round formation as they rotated, each rune acting like a chain that continuously spun, harboring immense law energy, blocking the black aura. Buzz, but it was useless. The black aura, like a wisp of phantom fire, kept leaping and lightly trembled, causing Qin Chen's spiritual runes to shatter one after another. The entire formation was on the verge of collapse. What the hell is this thing? Qin Chen was horrified. Even in 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. A mysterious ancient jade instantly transformed into a strange phantom flame, trying to invade his mind. Even Qin Chen, no matter how foolish, understood that this thing was anything but ordinary. If it entered his mind, it would surely spell disaster. Just the intense feeling of danger made his hair stand on end, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. With his pupils contracting fiercely, Qin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, and without hesitation he pointed frantically. Sizzle! A terrifying aura surged from his fingertip, striking the black phantom soul fire. Breaking God Finger, Qin Chen shouted fiercely, unleashing his mental power recklessly. This breaking God Finger was a secret technique he had cultivated in his past life, using true Qi as a guide and mental power as the main force to subdue all illusions. Bang, the black soul flame was struck, fracturing like it had received violent impact, a strong mental attack piercing through. At the same time, Qin Chen didn't dare to slack off, his hands moving continuously to form seals. Crash. Countless spiritual runes lit up, and the entire formation radiated brilliance, fiercely suppressing the scattered soul fire. The dispersed black soul fire trembled as if it couldn't withstand the powerful spiritual formation Qin Chen had unleashed. Have I subdued it? Qin Chen's expression was serious, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Boom! The exploded black soul fire actually began to glow and quickly merged back together, releasing a strong mental fluctuation that instantly shattered Qin Chen's spiritual formation. Then, like a shooting star, it rushed straight into Qin Chen's forehead. Puff! The black streak of light vanished into Qin Chen's forehead, and he looked astonished and furious. His previously brilliant eyes suddenly dimmed, losing their luster, as if he had become a vegetable. Boom! At this moment within Qin Chen's mind, a black streak of light aggressively invaded, moving at an astonishing speed. A powerful soul aura rampaged, directly targeting Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. Kekekek, after guarding for countless years, I finally found a decent body. The heavens truly have eyes. The black soul fire transformed into a grotesque, ghostly face, cackling as it arrived above Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. The intense soul aura pressed down, causing Qin Chen's Sea of Souls to tremble violently, quivering in fear. This is actually the soul of some powerful being, hidden within the dragon-shaped jade pendant, all the while searching for a host. Qin Chen was so frustrated he felt like he might vomit blood. Such good fortune could even happen to him. His luck was too good, wasn't it? Who exactly are you? Coldly reprimanding, Qin Chen hurriedly mobilized his mental power, simultaneously unleashing a powerful bloodline force from within. Under my soul attack, you actually haven't lost your will. The black soul shadow exclaimed in surprise before staring at Qin Chen's Sea of Souls, delighted. Incredible! Just a mere earth-level powerhouse, and the Sea of Souls is so strong. Ha, the heavens truly assist me, allowing my wait of tens of thousands of years to not be in vain. Qin Chen's soul was actually a fusion of his current and past lives. In his previous life, Qin Chen was already an 8th-level martial emperor, an 8th-level bloodline emperor master, with a soul power strong enough to surpass an ordinary martial god. After his rebirth, his two souls merged, and although his cultivation level wasn't high, in terms of soul strength, it was even stronger than in his past life. How could this ancient soul not be surprised? It had been waiting for so many years to find a suitable body to possess. The stronger the host's soul power, the greater the nourishment it would obtain, and naturally it would level up faster. Boom. Ignoring Qin Chen's words, the black soul shadow charged directly into the depths of Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. You think you can possess me? It won't be that easy. Qin Chen's mind let out a silent roar, and his Sea of Souls surged violently. The aura, comparable to a martial god, transformed into a fierce impact that collided violently with the black soul shadow. I have only just been reborn. How could I let this mysterious entity take possession of me? Heh, little guy, just don't resist. Your soul power is decent, but you don't know how to use it, and you dare to oppose me? Don't worry, once I seize your body, I will take good care of it, kekekek. Seeing Qin Chen's resistance, the black soul phantom remained unafraid. Instead, it let out a sinister laugh with a tone full of mockery and instantly collided with Qin Chen's soul. Boom. The two forces crashed into each other, surprisingly evenly matched. The black soul phantom actually failed to break through Qin Chen's soul defenses. What? You can actually withstand my soul attack? How is that possible? The black soul phantom was greatly astonished. Although Qin Chen's soul power was strong, it was still not in its eyes. In its view, a soul without soul techniques, no matter how strong, was merely unguarded prey, ready to be slaughtered. Interesting, so interesting. After the shock, the black soul phantom became overjoyed. The stronger Qin Chen's strength, the more excited it was. After all, its goal was to seize Qin Chen's body. The stronger the host, the higher the talent, and the faster it would cultivate in the future. Boom! The black soul phantom shimmered brightly and charged towards Qin Chen once more. This time, the opponent's soul impact was even stronger. Before it even touched Qin Chen's Sea of Souls, there was an overwhelming feeling of being unable to resist. Forbidden soul technique. With a loud shout, Qin Chen did not dare to be careless. His soul power surged violently, forming an ethereal defensive shield. At the same time, waves of soul energy transformed into impacts, sweeping towards the black soul phantom. In his previous life, with an 8th-level martial emperor cultivation, his soul power was comparable to a 9th-level martial god. Naturally, he had practiced some soul secret techniques. At this moment, he could no longer hide his strength and unleashed everything he had. Kekekek, so you are actually practicing soul cultivation techniques. This really surprises me. Seeing this, the black soul phantom burst into wild laughter, showing no signs of tension. Unfortunately, it's useless. The soul techniques you cultivate are too crude. How could they possibly stop me? The black soul phantom charged recklessly, knocking away all the soul impacts that Qin Chen unleashed, before heavily crashing against the defensive shield above Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. Pop. The defensive shield trembled continuously, as if a stone had fallen into water, instantly stirring up countless ripples. The entire soul defense was on the verge of collapse. Not good. Desperately operating his soul power to resist, Qin Chen tried to block the opponent's attack, but it was useless. The Black Soul Phantom was too strong, and the soul's secret techniques he had cultivated could not form an effective interception. Boom! Finally, the shield over Qin Chen's Sea of Souls shattered abruptly, completely exposing it to the opponent. Kekekek kid, I told you it's useless. Rather than resisting, you might as well enjoy it, ha ha ha. The Black Soul Phantom let out a strange laugh and was about to plunge into Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. Qin Chen was alarmed. Within the Sea of Souls was his very essence. Once the Sea of Souls was breached, he would undoubtedly be seized by the opponent, losing his will and becoming a walking corpse. How can this be? The heavens have given me a chance to live again. How can I be casually seized by this monster? Qin Chen's heart exploded with silent rage. Thunder Bloodline, his gaze turned cold as he suddenly activated his bloodline power. Boom. In an instant, a mysterious power surged within Qin Chen. Above the Sea of Souls, countless bolts of lightning spread out, resembling silver snakes rushing towards the Black Soul Phantom. Kekekek, so it's the power of the Thunder Bloodline. Bloodline power and soul power are two different attributes. To use bloodline power to stop my seizing is too ridiculous. The Black Soul Phantom saw countless arcs of lightning emerge, showing no signs of panic, instead revealing a mocking smile. But the next moment its smile vanished and a look of terror appeared on its formless face. Ziz, a large amount of lightning swirled, and upon contact with it, it began to erode its soul power. What? Impossible. What kind of power is this? The Black Soul Phantom screamed as if it had seen a ghost. Boom! Endless lightning enveloped it, the sizzling sounds coming from its body, as if it were undergoing the torment of lightning. At the same time, the soul power it possessed slowly disappeared under the lightning's scorching. A rich soul aura flowed back into Qin Chen's Sea of Souls, allowing the slightly damaged Sea of Souls to recover a bit, and even slightly boosting his soul power. It really works. Qin Chen was overjoyed. This Thunder Bloodline had previously shown its ability to nourish the soul. Qin Chen didn't know whether the Thunder Bloodline could inflict harm on the opponent, but in this situation, he could only gamble and instinctively unleash it. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. In his excitement, Qin Chen frantically urged his bloodline power. A vast amount of lightning intertwined above the Sea of Souls, transforming into a sea of thunder with countless flashes of lightning swirling, engulfing the Black Soul Phantom. The Black Soul Phantom was initially startled, but soon calmed down, because it realized that although Qin Chen's bloodline power could harm it due to its low grade, it could only inflict shallow damage and could not cause significant injury. Damn it, so it's only low-tier bloodline power. You almost scared me to death. Then an oddly twisted smile appeared on its face, filled with excitement. Kekekek, this body is too good. Not only is the soul's strength decent, but it also has such a magical bloodline power. Once I seize it, all of this will be mine. Above the Sea of Souls, the Black Soul Phantom's face was grotesque as it once again surged towards the depths of Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. Although the Thunder Bloodline and soul power had obstructed it, it was still closing in on the source of Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. Qin Chen's heart sank, filled with anxiety. He also realized that his bloodline power was still not strong enough. Though it could inflict damage on the opponent, it could not stop its invasion. What to do? Qin Chen was well aware that if this continued, he would inevitably be seized by this strange Black Soul Phantom. But at this moment, Qin Chen had already exhausted all his methods. The soul is a forbidden area for a martial artist. Don't mention him, a mere heavenly-level martial artist. Even a 9th-level martial god would find it hard to come up with a better solution. Boom! In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the Black Soul Phantom plunged into his Sea of Souls, entering his soul source. Kekekek, I am finally about to succeed in seizing. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, this is truly exhilarating. In the ecstatic wild laughter, the Black Soul Phantom finally sank completely into Qin Chen's soul source. Qin Chen felt as if he had sunk into an endless darkness. The consciousness in his mind was gradually fading away. Ahead, the light slowly dissipated, gradually falling into darkness as if it were dead silence. Am I really going to be seized? Qin Chen's heart was bitter. At this moment, numerous scenes flashed through his mind. Especially in his previous life, the image of Feng Yu and Shang Yuanzi cuddling together, stabbing that sword at him. The deep blood feud had yet to be avenged, and there were so many things left undone. How could he fall here? I refuse to accept this. A silent roar echoed in Qin Chen's Sea of Souls. It contained boundless will. Boom. The Sea of Souls erupted, fiercely resisting. Hee hee, little brat, it's useless. Being my furnace is your honor. A cold voice sounded, resembling that of a demon. "I have been parasitizing in the dragon soul jade for tens of thousands of years, waiting for someone who meets the conditions. Don't resist, obediently become my nourishment, he. Eerie laughter rang out, imbued with endless seduction. "No, even if I die, I won't let you succeed." At this moment, Chen let go. Rather than being seized by this inexplicable monster, he might as well die. The sea of souls surged violently. "Huh, want to self-destruct your soul? You think too much." The black soul shadow grinned savagely, not giving Chen a chance at all. It mobilized mysterious soul arts to instantly suppress the boiling sea of souls. Could it really be helpless to turn the tide? Chen sighed deeply. This black soul shadow was unknown, and although it was merely a soul aura, it was terrifyingly strong. In front of it, no matter how he resisted, it seemed futile. Helplessness, a deep sense of powerlessness. But this sense of powerlessness instead stirred the resolute side of Chen's heart. "I refuse to believe that in my previous life I traversed the martial domain and suffered treachery, yet in this life I will die at the hands of you. I refuse to believe it." With a silent roar, Chen struggled desperately, his soul thrashing violently. The black soul shadow was speechless, astonished to see such a determined person in this world, clearly powerless to resist yet still fighting back. "Humph, then I will completely destroy your will." With a cold shout, the black soul shadow unleashed a surge of black light, suddenly emitting a violent impact, intending to shatter the consciousness within Chen's soul essence completely. Just at this critical moment, suddenly the light in Chen's mind flared up. Clatter! A mysterious ancient book appeared in Chen's mind, strange characters glowing on it, radiating brilliant white light. "What in the world is this?" The black soul shadow was taken aback, hurriedly looking up, only to see the mysterious ancient book above the sea of souls emitting dazzling brilliance. The light fell, causing it to feel intense pain throughout its body. Hiss! A large amount of soul power was scorched away, and the soul power on the black soul shadow melted away like pure white snow under sunlight. "Ah!" The intense pain made it involuntarily let out a shriek, filled with dread. "What the hell is this? Why is this happening?" It had never seen a book appear in a human's mind, and that book was terrifying. "Destroy this!" It retaliated angrily. Black streams of light erupted from its shadow, attempting to resist the attack of the ancient book's light. But it was futile. Under the white light emitted by the ancient book, no matter how it resisted, its soul power continued to decrease. This soul power did not dissipate into the heavens and earth, but transformed into pure soul force, merging into Chen's sea of souls. This soul power feels so comfortable, such a strong sensation. Chen immediately felt his soul power increasing at an astonishing speed. In just a brief moment, he replenished the consumption from resisting the black soul shadow, and his soul power continued to rise, with an impulse to condense into shape. Is this the formation of gathering souls? Could the legendary dragon soul jade really be true? It was said that once soul cultivation reached its peak, it could take shape and exist apart from the body. However, this had always been a legend, because to achieve the formation of gathering souls, one would at least need to be a legendary Holy Realm expert to have such a possibility. In the realm of martial god, Chen had never heard of any martial god capable of gathering souls. Let alone gathering souls, even solidifying a soul into a fixed shape was impossible. However, it was rumored that the dragon soul jade had such a function. And the black soul shadow had said earlier that it had been parasitizing in the dragon soul jade for tens of thousands of years, so that previous true dragon jade must indeed be the dragon soul jade. "Get out of me!" Not wanting to think too much, after his soul grew stronger, Chen shouted lowly and forcefully activated his soul essence. Puff! The black soul shadow, which was about to occupy Chen's soul essence, was suddenly squeezed out and returned to the air above the sea of souls. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. Without the protection of the Sea of Souls, the black soul shadow was directly illuminated by the ancient book, emitting streams of green smoke as it became increasingly weak. "How can this be?" It screamed madly, unable to comprehend why it was on the verge of success but faced such an odd occurrence at the last moment. "What the hell is this? How could there be something in this world that can harm me?" With a scream of despair, the black soul shadow could no longer resist and shot out towards Chen's body. At this point, it had already given up hope of seizing Chen and only wanted to escape from his body. Chen intended to stop it, but he couldn't control the mysterious ancient book and could only watch helplessly as the black soul shadow escaped from his body. Then it transformed into a black stream of light, dashing towards the jade building. "You cursed brat, wait for me. One day I will seize you and make you my shell." The sinister soul waves echoed in Chen's mind, the black soul shadow filled with boundless curses and resentment. Chen's heart sank. With such a terrifying being targeting him, no matter how strong he was, he felt a sense of foreboding. If possible, Chen wanted to extinguish this black soul shadow now to eliminate future troubles, but he simply couldn't do it. Just as he saw the black soul shadow about to leave, suddenly, the mysterious rusted sword in his storage ring began to heat up intensely. Huh, what is this? Instinctively, Chen grasped the mysterious rusted sword. Buzz. The mysterious rusted sword shone brightly, suddenly producing a mysterious attraction, forming a vortex that instantly enveloped the black soul shadow. What the hell is this? The black soul shadow was shocked, struggling violently, letting out fearful sounds as it attempted to escape the attraction of the mysterious rusted sword. But it was useless. In the previous encounter with Chen, its soul aura had already been significantly diminished, leaving only about half of its peak strength, and in an instant it was sucked into the sword body by that mysterious rusted sword. The mysterious rusted sword became dim again after absorbing the black soul shadow, and the sword body was no longer hot, returning to its original ancient luster. What happened? Chen was completely bewildered, frozen in place. Although he didn't understand exactly what had occurred, Chen realized that the black soul shadow had been drawn into the sword body by this mysterious rusted sword and couldn't escape. Moreover, Chen didn't have time to think about these matters now. After the black soul shadow disappeared, the mysterious ancient book seemed to lose its target and instantly dimmed, eventually vanishing from sight. A large amount of pure soul power surged into Chen's sea of souls like a tidal wave. Chen could clearly feel that his sea of souls was undergoing a violent transformation, and this change was not only in quantity but also in quality. The massive feedback of soul power left Chen with no time to attend to other matters. He could only continuously absorb it. He didn't know how long had passed. Finally, Chen had absorbed all the soul power completely. In his sea of souls, the original source of the soul had vanished, replaced by a humanoid soul form quietly seated there. Gathering the soul has taken shape, I actually succeeded. Muttering to himself, Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Buzz, an invisible wave of soul power swept out, and Chen could distinctly sense the presence of Jipu and the others outside. They had been waiting for too long, each one drowsy and listless, nearly falling asleep. After his soul power swept over them, Chen was surprised to find that they showed no reaction at all, completely unaware. What terrifying soul power! Chen was overjoyed. Soul power was a deeper level of strength, far more mysterious than mental power. Under the 7th rank, one wouldn't even have the qualification to cultivate soul power. Now that he possessed such powerful soul power, Chen could freely scrutinize any warrior below the 7th rank without being detected, which was magnitudes stronger than using mental power. What thrilled Chen even more was that aside from the soul power, his cultivation had unexpectedly reached the mid-earth level during the earlier confrontation, and his mental power had surged to the peak of the 3rd rank due to the strengthening of his soul power. He was only one step away from the 4th rank. The gains from this experience were simply immense. Chen was ecstatic. Originally, he had only intended to settle accounts with the Ji family, but unexpectedly he almost faced a takeover, yet the benefits gained were astonishing. Not to mention, simply gathering the soul into shape was an incredibly remarkable and defiant harvest, incomparable to any treasure. The ancestor of the Ji family probably had no idea that within the jade building he obtained, there was actually the hidden soul of an ancient powerhouse. Chen sighed. The ancestor of the Ji family was wholeheartedly trying to unravel the restrictions on the altar, even filled with regrets as he grew old, wishing for his descendants to fulfill this wish for him. But he had no idea that it was precisely because he couldn't break the restrictions that he had lived so long. Otherwise, he would have long been taken over with his soul scattered. Well, I guess I've saved someone from the Ji family. Shaking his head, Chen felt fortunate that he had the mysterious ancient book. Had it been any other genius, they would have been dead by now. However, Chen didn't want the Ji family to know about everything that had happened here. With his hands quickly forming seals, Chen soon restored the assessment array set by the ancestor of the Ji family, and then casually walked out of the Ji family's ancestral hall. Young Master Qin, you finally came out. Seeing Chen, the previously drowsy members of the Ji family instantly perked up. Young Master Qin, how was it? What did you gain? Although they knew that Chen was unlikely to pass the assessment, Jipu still smiled and approached, intentionally saying, Young Master Chen, you've been inside for so long. You must have completed the assessment, right? Chen's face turned angry. What, passing the assessment? Jipu, you have tricked me terribly. As soon as I entered, I hadn't even reacted before being declared failed. Is there something wrong with this place? How could that be? It shouldn't be. With your talents, young Master Qin, you should have been able to easily pass the assessment. Did something unexpected happen? Jipu feigned confusion. Yet inside, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Of course, there were tricks involved. Anyone not from the Ji family couldn't pass the assessment, and dreaming of obtaining the Gathering Spirit Jade was futile. By the way, young Master Chen, since you failed the assessment, how could you stay inside for so long? It's been hours, hasn't it? A nearby elder couldn't help but ask. What could I do? I was told I failed just 15 minutes after going in. I was so angry I just took a nap inside. A nap! Everyone nearly fainted, almost spitting blood. They had been waiting anxiously outside, not knowing what Qin Chen was doing inside, only to find out he was sleeping. This is just. Had they known this earlier, they wouldn't have bothered waiting for hours. They would have returned to rest first. Well, I can only say that, young Master Qin, your luck isn't good. Given your talent, you should have been able to pass the assessment. I don't know what went wrong, resulting in you gaining nothing, Jipu sighed, seemingly feeling depressed for Qin Chen. In fact, I didn't come out empty-handed. At least I did get a Gathering Spirit Jade, just like you mentioned, Jipu. You got a Gathering Spirit Jade? Jipu's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. It should be this one. Qin Chen took out a piece of Gathering Spirit Jade and deliberately said, I don't know if this is the Gathering Spirit Jade you mentioned, Jipu. This. Everyone from the Ji family was dumbfounded, nearly distressed to the point of vomiting blood. Young Master Qin, how on earth did you obtain this Gathering Spirit Jade? Jipu was nearly going insane. As the head of the Ji family, he recognized at first glance that the gem in Qin Chen's hand was indeed their Ji family's treasure, the Gathering Spirit Jade. I'm not sure. After I was declared failed, feeling so upset, I fell asleep for a bit, and then this jade just flew out from inside. I naturally caught it. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the members of the Ji family were all tearful. How could this happen? Had they known, it would have been better to just give Qin Chen 500,000 silver coins. This was a Gathering Spirit Jade, a priceless treasure in the outside world. But now they had no other choice. They could only bid farewell to Qin Chen with tears in their eyes as he left the Ji family. At this moment, at the Qin family estate, King Zhao Zhen from Lingnan, along with his strong subordinates, had arrived at the Qin family and met with the severely injured Qin Feng and Qin Fen. Grandfather, you must avenge your grandson. Qin Fen gritted his teeth. Don't worry, Fenner, your grandfather will definitely avenge you both. Seeing his two grandsons in such a tragic state, Zhao Zhen's face turned murderous and he said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, making people feel heart palpitations. Father, what are you planning to do? Beside him, Xiaofeng gritted her teeth and asked resentfully. It's simple, just go straight and kill, Zhao Zhen's eyes flashed. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiaofeng blurted, then bit her lip, the suggestion of secrecy dying unsaid. Directly killing him at the door is going to escalate things. Our family has been growing strong in Lingnan, and Zhao Gao is already quite displeased. If we rashly cause trouble in the capital, it will definitely bring harm to our family. Fenger, you are still too inexperienced. Acting secretly is not appropriate, Zhao Zhen shook his head. How so? Zhao Feng was puzzled. Today we are going to swagger into the capital. Do you think Zhao Gao would be unaware? With Zhao Gao's network, we know we cannot avoid his investigation. So we intentionally made a public appearance to inform Zhao Gao that our visit is not meant to cause trouble. Over the years, Zhao Gao has been wary of our Zhao family from Lingnan, always wanting to swallow us up. If we act covertly and assassinate Qin Chen, it would be Zhao Gao who could catch us off guard. But if we openly go to seek justice for my two grandsons, then even if Zhao Gao wants to make a move, he won't have enough reason to do so. The Zhao family from Lingnan had vast influence, controlling most of Lingnan's resources. Even the royal command found it hard to penetrate, causing much dissatisfaction within the royal family. Zhao Zhen came precisely to avoid giving Zhao Gao any opportunity to catch them. Therefore, assassination was absolutely out of the question. However, that Qin Chen had somehow gotten involved with the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land, and had also gained Zhao Gao's favor. For instance, during the incident where the Alchemy Pavilion detained King Qi, Fenger had mobilized many officials and princes to petition the throne, hoping that His Majesty Zhao Gao would take action against Qin Chen. But unexpectedly, Zhao Gao not only ignored King Qi's fate, but also severely reprimanded several princes and officials closely related to the Qin family. If we confront Qin Chen openly, Zhao Gao will definitely not agree and will intervene. Zhao Feng forced a smile. She had expected Zhao Gao to punish Qin Chen. She had not expected Zhao Gao to use the incident to strike at their influence instead. Do you really think Zhao Gao is protecting Qin Chen? Zhao Zhen shook his head. Isn't he? Zhao Feng asked, bitter. That's Zhao Gao's cunning, Zhao Zhen said with a cold smile. I have understood the ins and outs of the situation. If Zhao Gao truly cherished Qin Chen, he wouldn't have promised Fenger the title of champion marquis so readily. Zhao Gao's intention is to see Fenger and Qin Chen fall into conflict so he can sit back and watch the tiger fight. Sit back and watch the tiger fight? Zhao Feng and Qin Fen were astonished. This is where you don't understand. Zhao Zhen shook his head with a dark expression. Zhao Gao is extremely powerful in his methods. In this great Qi kingdom, the only two people he truly fears are one, the king of stability, Qin Baishan, and the other is your father. Qin Baishan controls most of the kingdom's army and has earned his reputation through steadfast achievement. Zhao Gao cannot reward him into subservience. Your father controls Lingnan's resources. Zhao Gao wants to split and weaken potential rivals. He supports both sides to divide the Qin family's influence and reduce your standing. Zhao Feng's face drained of color. She had never expected Zhao Gao's true target to be the Qin and Zhao families themselves. So the thing is, if we confront Qin Chen and escalate matters, Zhao Gao not only won't stop us but will actually be quite happy. If we act in secret, it will instead give him the chance to catch us off guard and strike hard at our Zhao family from Lingnan. Zhao Zhen's eyes flickered, as if he had already seen through Zhao Gao's heart. So what should we do? Zhao Feng hesitated. Very simple, just go straight to their door. You should know where Qin Chen and his son live, right? Today I will openly seek justice for my two grandsons. With a cold shout, Zhao Zhen's lips curled into a cold smile. Soon the Zhao family party set out, deliberately drawing attention. Zhao Zhen led a large, conspicuous contingent into the city, searching for Qin Chen, moving from place to place, kicking up public attention as rumors spread that the Zhao family had come to settle scores. The crowd took notice, whispers followed, and wherever the group passed, people speculated that trouble was afoot. At the Qin family residence, "Father, Zhao Feng has taken Zhao Zhen and the others out." Qin Ying rushed into Qin Yuanji's room, her expression anxious. "Is Zhao Zhen really here in the royal capital to cause trouble for Chenner?" Qin Yuanji stood up abruptly, his expression grave. He had been watching the Zhao family closely and could not believe they had come merely on a visit. If Zhao Zhen intended to provoke Qin Chen, the consequences would be severe. "No, we must not let Zhao Feng and the others act recklessly." Suddenly standing up, Qin Yuanji could no longer maintain his composure and rushed out of the Qin residence. Outside the city gate of the royal capital. At this moment, many experts from the Ghost Immortal sect had finally arrived at the city gate. "Is this the royal capital of the great Qi kingdom?" With a slight cold smile, Nianshu looked up at the large characters on the city gate, his gaze icy. A city guard stepped forward, but an elder from the Ghost Immortal sect released a terrifying aura, forcing the guard back, pale and shaking. Word spread fast. A Xuan-level expert among them, people whispered, and the city guards hurried to alert their superiors. "No need, our purpose here is to take revenge for Wuji, so we don't need to resort to violence," Nianshu said coldly, and the elder retracted his killing intent. "We are from the Ghost Immortal sect. We have important matters to attend to in the great Qi kingdom, so you should leave quickly." One of the sect members stepped forward and called out. The city gate buzzed. The Ghost Immortal sect's presence meant trouble. The crowd grew tense, recalling the recent strife of the 5 nations competition and the blood spilled among talents. As Nianshu and the others entered the royal capital, a flash of light rushed towards them. A man respectfully landed in front of them and knelt on one knee. This person had a beard and an unattractive appearance, but his eyes shone with brilliance, making him appear very shrewd. "Feng, how is your investigation?" Nianshu, a Sked Chinese letter. This person was sent by the Ghost Immortal sect to the royal capital of the Qi kingdom to gather information. Reporting to the sect master, "I have already found out the location of the Qin family residence, which is located in the eastern part of the city, in a district of the powerful. The Qin family is a prestigious martial family in the Qi kingdom with strong power. However, currently there are no top experts in their residence. Besides, that Qin Chen lives in the western part of the city and does not reside at the Qin family." "Oh, as a disciple of the Qin family, he actually doesn't live with them?" Nianshu showed a hint of suspicion. Feng nodded. "Their scouts confirmed Qin Chen's complicated ties to the Qin family and powerful allies in the capital. He doesn't dwell at the Qin mansion." Nianshu's expression hardened. "Humph, regardless of his connections. This time he must not survive. I do not believe the head of the Qi Kingdom's alchemy pavilion would raise a fuss for a brat. However, the most important objective of this mission is still Qin Feng, after all. This person is the prime suspect in the death of Wu Jai. So Li Yang Zhu Dao, you two go to the west of the city and kill that Qin Chen. The rest of us will go to the Qin family and eliminate Qin Feng. The culprit behind Wu Jai's death must be among these two." Xu's voice was grim and decisive, although he did not know who the actual murderer of Nian Wujai was. Since it was either Qin Feng or Qin Chen, then they should just kill them both. Xu's principle was simple: better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. Feng, take this letter and go to the Qi Kingdom's palace to deliver it to Zhao Gao. I hope Zhao Gao can be wise and not let his head get muddled doing something foolish. We move. After assigning the task, Xuan immediately followed the map provided by Feng to head toward the Qin family. At the same time, two elders from the Ghost Immortal sect separated from the group and flew toward Qin Chen's residence in the west of the city. In the palace, Your Majesty, as you expected, Zhao Zhen has gone to trouble Qin Chen. A eunuch knelt before Zhao Gao, his head bowed to the ground. Humph, that Zhao Zhen is really impatient. He wants to take action against Qin Chen so quickly. Is he afraid that the other party will react and he won't have a chance? Zhao Gao coldly smiled. He was the first to learn of Zhao Zhen's arrival in the capital and understood his intentions. Such a prominent figure from Lingnan, actually disregarding everything for his grandson, made Zhao Gao find it quite amusing. But that's fine, Zhao Zhen. You better not give me any handle to catch you. Otherwise, this time, I will make your Zhao family from Lingnan become history. With a cold smile in his heart, Zhao Gao immediately ordered, "Issue my command. No matter what happens later, the city guards must not act on their own and must wait for orders." "Yes." The eunuch bowed and retreated. Zhao Gao's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes flickering. "Report!" At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out and another eunuch hurriedly ran in. "What is it?" "No need to make a fuss." Zhao Gao frowned, his good mood instantly ruined. Thud. The eunuch was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. "Speak, what is it?" Zhao Gao coldly swept over with his gaze. "Someone claims to be the sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect and has sent a letter to your Majesty." "Ghost Immortal sect?" Zhao Gao's pupils suddenly constricted. Why did the sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect come here? He stood up suddenly, having to be cautious. The Ghost Immortal sect is one of the top sects in the 5 nations of the Northwest, its power not inferior to the 5 great powers. For many years, the Qi Kingdom has had no interaction or entanglement with the Ghost Immortal sect. Now that the sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect has rashly come to the royal capital of the Qi Kingdom, Zhao Gao immediately felt an intense sense of vigilance. "Bring it up." With a low shout, Zhao Gao took the letter from the eunuch's hand and hastily scanned its contents, his expression suddenly darkening. As expected, he glanced, and as expected, the other party was indeed asking about the preliminary test of the 5 nations' great competition. Quickly summon Lingwu Wang for an audience. Sitting on the dragon throne, Zhao Gao's face could no longer maintain its calm demeanor. He hoped that the situation would not exceed his control. Meanwhile, when Zhao Zhen and the others aggressively headed toward the Ji family, Qin Chen had already left the Ji family and returned to his residence. "Chenner, where have you been these past 2 days? You didn't come back at night. I was so worried." Seeing Qin Chen return, Qin Yueqi couldn't help but complain. In the past 2 days, Qin Chen had been busy refining blood spirit liquid and had not returned. Coupled with the upheaval he caused, it made Qin Yueqi extremely worried. Suddenly, Qin Yueqi sensed the aura on Qin Chen and her eyes flashed with surprise. However, this surprise quickly concealed itself, and even Qin Chen did not notice. "Mother, don't worry, I will be fine." Only in front of Qin Yueqi would Qin Chen show a gentle expression. "All right, my Chenner has grown up. Mother can no longer control you, but you must pay attention to safety and not make me worry." Qin Yueqi lovingly touched Qin Chen's face, her eyes full of tenderness. Qin Chen nodded seriously. "Mother, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest now." This child. Watching Qin Chen return to his room, Qin Yueqi shook her head helplessly and called out, "Then you rest for a while. Mother will go prepare some food for you. Come out to eat later." "Got it." Shouting back, Qin Chen returned to his room. After closing the door, he did not rest but sat cross-legged, beginning to sense his condition. Previously at the Ji family, his soul power had received a tremendous boost, even surpassing that of his previous life. What Qin Chen wanted most now was to master his soul power and convert it into his true strength. Moreover, he also wanted to understand what the black soul phantom absorbed by the mysterious rusted sword was. After being absorbed by the mysterious rusted sword, did it die or fall silent? Would it have a chance to escape? These were all questions Qin Chen wanted to clarify. You are amazing for listening to chapters 101 to 200 of Martial Legend. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.